Deep within the forest of beasts, a group of grotesque goblins, only half the height of an average human, huddled together in a circle, greedily eyeing the freshly caught wild boar in the center. Hunger gnawed at them, and they longed to pounce and tear into the meat immediately, but the imposing figure near the boar kept them frozen in fear. It was their leader, a goblin unusually tall for their kind, almost as tall as a human and grotesquely obese, his massive, round belly brimming with layers of fat, resembling a walking emblem of poor health. The leader let out a loud belch and staggered back to the tribe's only thatched hut. As soon as his snores reverberated through the air, like the dinner bell in a mess hall, the rest of the goblins swarmed the boar, tearing apart the remaining half with wild abandon. Within moments, nothing but bones remained. Sated, the goblins sprawled wherever they could, adopting a carefree attitude as though every meal could be their last. Once all the adult goblins had fallen into a deep slumber, a handful of goblin infants crawled out from the shadows, eagerly licking up the pig's blood mixed with dirt and sand. Among them was a goblin infant named Qinwu, who, just a week ago, had been a human gamer on Earth, meeting his untimely demise after an all-night, Mount Blade gaming session. When Qinwu first realized he had become a goblin, he nearly broke down. Adult goblins discarded their young like trash, and surviving in this primal forest was a challenge even for grown goblins. Just as he was about to give up on life, the game that had led to his death manifested as a system within him, granting him 3 attribute points. Without hesitation, Qinwu allocated all the points to the vitality attribute, which not only increased his weapon damage, but also bolstered his survivability. Over the next 14 days, he scraped by on a diet of grass, slowly uncovering the grim truths of the goblin tribe. There were no female goblins in their ranks, and adult goblins resorted to abducting females of other species. Worse still, when their hunts failed, they turned to cannibalism, with the young always being the first victims. Now able to stand and walk, Qinwu eyed the boar's skeletal remains. He pried out 4 tusks, intending to craft weapons. When he discovered marrow still inside an intact leg bone, he discreetly snuck off to a sheltered valley, where he used friction to start a fire and roast the marrow. To his surprise, this simple act of fire-making increased his forging proficiency. Using the tusks and a wooden stick, he fashioned a crude spear. The system chimed in. You have forged a shabby spear. Forging proficiency 1. The emergence of game-like skills reignited his hope of rising in this unfamiliar world. As he savored the delicious marrow, a sudden crack of a branch broke the tranquility. Looking up, he saw 8 half-grown goblins, their eyes glowing with a ravenous green light, fixated on the bone in his hands. Hunger and greed gleamed unmistakably in their gaze. What are you holding, grass eater? Smells so good, give it to me. The leading goblin cub stepped forward. It stood about 0.8 meters tall, almost fully grown, its body sturdy and muscular, clearly the strongest among the group. Qinwu frowned deeply, gripping his crude spear tightly, and silently took a step back. He knew that the 8 goblin cubs before him, though young, were exceptionally fierce. With just his makeshift spear, he had no advantage in single combat. As for the nickname Grass Eater, the goblins had given it to him based on his habit of gnawing on grass blades while lying in the haystack every day. They always named each other casually names like Dirt Eater, Dung Eater, Gobo Strong, Gobo Skinny, completely random. Qinwu retreated another step, and the goblins followed closely, shadowing his every move. Seeing the greedy glint in their eyes, he realized escape was no longer an option. As for handing over the pig bone in his hand, he was unwilling. That bone had taken him days of effort to obtain, and he had no desire to return to the days of eating nothing but grass. His mind raced, and Qinwu made a decision. Fight. All right, you want it? Here you go. A broad smile spread across his face as he suddenly hurled the pig leg bone toward the approaching goblin cubs. We're all brothers here, good things are meant to be shared, he said with a seemingly harmless grin. The moment the pig leg bone hit the ground, its roasted, fragrant marrow splattered, releasing an irresistible aroma of fat and protein. That scent shattered the goblins' composure. They scrambled frantically, crawling over one another to snatch the bone. Now's the chance. Seizing the moment, Qinwu grabbed a rock with his left hand and tightened his grip on the spear with his right. He charged forward with full force. He hurled the rock, striking a goblin squarely on the back of its head. With a shriek, it collapsed to the ground, its fate uncertain. Wasting no time, he closed in on the fallen goblin, his eyes flashing with cold determination. The spear thrust forward, piercing straight into the abdomen of another goblin cub. It let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing to its knees, unable to stand from the pain. Qinwu withdrew his spear and immediately lunged at another goblin. Another agonized screech echoed as the next goblin fell to the ground. It was only then that the remaining goblins realized what was happening. Panicked, they scattered like frightened birds. Qinwu took advantage of the chaos, kicking down a slower goblin. He pinned it underfoot, his spear aimed at its chest. The creature let out a heart-wrenching cry, but Qinwu, indifferent to its fate, quickly stepped back, creating some distance. Both sides froze. Li Qinwu steadied himself, his body swaying slightly as a wave of dizziness threatened to overwhelm him. If it weren't for the bit of energy Head gained from eating half the pig marrow earlier, he might have already collapsed. Though the remaining 4 goblins were smaller and weaker than their fallen companions, being surrounded by them was still a dangerous prospect. Taking a deep breath, Li Qinwu tried to steady his spinning head, his eyes locked on the 4 goblins. He silently calculated his next move. He knew this fight was far from over. The 4 goblins exchanged nervous glances, their eyes filled with fear. Li Qinwu had swiftly incapacitated half of their group, triggering their instinctual awe of strength. Yet, the tantalizing scent of the pig leg bone still lingering on the ground held their attention. Driven by hunger, they set aside their fear of Li Qinwu and began inching toward the bone. 2 of the goblins picked up wooden sticks and stones, keeping a wary eye on Li Qinwu as they cautiously approached the pig bone. Li Qinwu's face darkened as he saw the opponent pick up a weapon. He gripped his spear tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The risk of killing them had suddenly increased, and there was even a chance of failure. Was it really worth risking his life over a pig bone? He bit his lower lip, contemplating whether he should retreat for now. As he hesitated, 3 distinct system notification sounds echoed in his ears. You killed a goblin hatchling, EXP1. You killed a goblin hatchling, EXP1. You killed a goblin hatchling, EXP1. The consecutive notifications caught Li Qinwu off guard. He quickly accessed the personal panel of the Mount Blade 2 system with his thoughts, and the data was displayed clearly before him. Name Li Qinwu. Race Goblin Hatchling. Title Grass Eater due to surviving by eating grass, which caused widespread ridicule in the goblin tribe. You have earned this derogatory title. Effect. Possess a strong stomach, allowing you to consume grass for minimal sustenance. 10 Charisma with goblins. Level 0. Experience points, 37. Mana points 0. Affinity Dark. Faith Native Goblin Deity. Attributes. Vitality. 3 One-handed weapon proficiency 0. Two-handed weapon proficiency 0. Polearm proficiency 2. Control. 0 Bow proficiency 0. Crossbow proficiency 0. Throwing weapon proficiency 1. Endurance. 0 Riding proficiency 0. Athletics proficiency 18. Smithing proficiency 2. Cunning. 0 Scouting proficiency 11. Tactics proficiency 0. Roguery proficiency 0. Social. 0 Charm proficiency 0. Leadership proficiency 0. Trade proficiency 0. Praying proficiency 0. Intelligence. 0 Steward proficiency 0. Medicine proficiency 0. Engineering proficiency 0. Magic proficiency 0. Unassigned attribute points 0. Unassigned focus points 0. Narrowing his eyes, Li Qinwu noticed that his experience points had increased from 07 to 37. He turned to look at the 4 goblins on the ground. One was unconscious, while the other 3 had bled out and died. So that's where the experience came from. His heartbeat quickened as he realized that killing just 4 more goblins would allow him to level up. In the Mount Blade system, leveling up meant earning valuable attribute points and focus points. Attribute points could make him stronger, such as enhancing vitality to increase his strength and endurance. Focus points could be used to specialize in skills under specific attributes. He also noticed that his polearm proficiency had reached 3, which was a result of him using the spear to kill 3 goblin hatchlings. Higher proficiency meant faster weapon handling and unlocking special abilities for similar weapons. Who knows what other dangers this strange world holds? I need to seize every opportunity to grow stronger. Li Qinwu thought to himself. His gaze locked onto 4 goblins in the distance, and a cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. His fingers traced the rough wooden shaft of the spear, his eyes glinting with icy determination. For goblins, for skill points just enough for 1 level up. These goblins had sealed their fate. My dear goblin brothers, how about we call it a truce? After all, we're all just woodcutters born of the same litter of wood mice. Li Qinwu taunted, his tone dripping with provocation as he drew small circles on the ground with his spear, adjusting his stance. His gaze remained locked on the group of goblins in front of him. Though these low-level creatures weren't entirely unintelligent, their instincts screamed danger at the sight of the spear in Li Qinwu's hands. They raised their crude weapons and began to close in, forming a loose encirclement. The largest of the goblin juveniles, standing at the forefront, let out a hoarse roar. Everyone, attack together. Kill him, and we'll split the spoils. It clutched a stone in its left hand and a wooden club in its right, even mimicking Li Qinwu's battle stance. Their ability to mimic was indeed remarkable, but to Li Qinwu, these creatures' intelligence was no match for his human soul. Suddenly, his eyes widened in feigned terror as he pointed behind the goblins and shouted, "Leader! Leader! Why are you here?" The words struck like a spell, triggering the deepest fears buried in the hearts of the juvenile goblins. The image of their corpulent leader, who frequently used them as a food source, instantly surfaced in their minds. Almost reflexively, they turned to look behind them. The lead goblin quickly realized it had been tricked, but it was too late. Li Qinwu's spear had already pierced its abdomen with precision. With a blood-curdling scream, the goblin clutched the spear's shaft tightly, tears and snot streaming down its face. The remaining 3 goblins, now aware of the ruse, were both furious and terrified. They howled as they hurled stones at Li Qinwu. Forced to duck and shield his vital spots, he allowed the stones to strike his body, leaving bruises in their wake. God damn it! Li Qinwu cursed angrily, abandoning the idea of pulling the spear out. Instead, he pushed it forward with all his strength, driving the blade entirely into his opponent's abdomen. As the goblin's screams echoed around him, he planted his foot on its chest and yanked the spear free with a sharp motion. But just as he was about to press his advantage, he froze in shock. The spearhead had detached, leaving him holding nothing but a bare wooden shaft. This sudden turn of events left him at a disadvantage. Seeing this, the remaining 3 goblins regained their courage and charged at him with their weapons raised. Li Qinwu had no choice but to retreat rapidly, all the while launching into a flurry of verbal distractions. My dear fellow survivors, there's no need for us to fight like this. Look at all the food lying around, plenty to satisfy everyone. Why risk your lives coming after me? Li Qinwu's words shattered the tense atmosphere of the battlefield. The 2 goblins paused in their charge, their eyes flickering with hesitation. It seemed they, too, realized the truth. The corpses strewn across the ground were more than enough to fill their stomachs, leaving no reason to risk their lives chasing down the enemy before them. However, the goblin at the forefront seemed deaf to reason. With a roar, it raised its wooden club and lunged at Li Qinwu. Sensing the danger, Li Qinwu seized the opportunity as a gap formed between the 3 attackers. He leaped with all his strength, drove his wooden staff into the ground, and used the momentum to launch a fierce counterattack. Arg! The goblin let out a pained howl, dropping its club and clutching its eyes in agony. Li Qinwu wasted no time. He grabbed his spear and swung it with full force at the goblin's head. A sickening crack echoed as the spear's shaft snapped upon impact with the goblin's bald skull. The goblin's head caved slightly, and its vision went black. It toppled over like a felled tree, motionless. At that moment, a system notification chimed. You have killed a goblin juvenile. Experience points 1. That single, powerful strike had drained nearly all of Li Qinwu's energy. His vision blurred, and he collapsed to the ground, too weak to stand. This isn't good. Panic surged through him as he struggled to rise. 2 more goblins stood not far away. If he couldn't get back on his feet, this might very well be the end. He summoned every ounce of strength to stay conscious, but the exertion had left him utterly depleted. Low blood sugar sapped his energy, leaving his body limp and his breathing labored. Waves of nausea swept over him, and the world seemed to spin uncontrollably. Death felt imminent. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 3 minutes passed. To his surprise, the 2 goblins didn't seize the chance to finish him off. 10 minutes later, Li Qinwu finally regained a sliver of strength. He sat up slowly, his vision still hazy, and scanned his surroundings. To his astonishment, the 2 goblins had vanished. Huh. Cowards, he muttered with a cold laugh, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. If they had attacked him together from the start, he likely wouldn't have survived. But these creatures lacked any semblance of strategy, charging in one by one to their deaths like fools. Still, he knew he couldn't let them escape. If they returned to their tribe and revealed his ability to make fire, the goblin chief would never let him live. On the contrary, they might hunt him down, believing that consuming a clever adversary could make them smarter. Li Qinwu grabbed half a pig bone, biting into it to extract the marrow. The rich fat filled his stomach, easing his hunger. Then, clutching a boar tusk he had previously sharpened, he began moving cautiously toward the goblin tribe. He wasn't worried about the goblins getting far. Like him, these juvenile goblins were on the brink of starvation. Low blood sugar combined with the exertion of running would likely leave them collapsed on the ground, unable to flee much farther. Sure enough, after walking less than 500 meters, Li Qinwu spotted the 2 goblins lying on the path. Their eyes had rolled back, their bodies twitching uncontrollably. They were utterly incapable of getting back up. This is what happens with low blood sugar and intense physical activity, Li Qinwu thought grimly. He bypassed the fallen goblins and continued toward the tribe, his resolve hardening with each step. This victory was not something he intended to let slip away. He stepped forward and precisely drove the wild boar's tusk into the opponent's throat, causing blood to spurt out. At the same time, the goblin he had just struck down convulsed a few times from blood loss before going still. A system notification promptly sounded. 3 experience points gained. Li Qinwu's level panel immediately updated. Level 01. Experience 020. Attribute points 1. Specialization points 1. Finally leveled up. Li Qinwu eagerly opened the attribute allocation panel in Mount Blade 2. Bannerlord, and unhesitatingly allocated 1 attribute point to vitality, increasing it from 3 to 4. The effects of the attribute boost were immediate. The dizziness receded like a tide, and the weakness caused by low blood sugar vanished. He felt a noticeable improvement in his physique, vitality, and strength even his height increased to 0.9 meters. Now, his strength was on par with that of an adult goblin. I've finally gained a foothold in the goblin tribe, Qinwu calculated to himself. As long as I avoid attracting the attention of the goblin chief, I can slowly develop my strength. When I'm strong enough, I'll overthrow the chief and take his place as the leader. His gaze shifted to the specialization point options as he pondered what to invest in. Logically, he should choose polearms, as that was the only weapon type available to him at the moment. However, after much deliberation, he decided to allocate the skill point to running. His success in defeating so many goblins earlier relied heavily on his quick movement and evasion tactics. During this early stage of weakness, investing in survival skills was the wisest choice. After selecting the first level of running specialization, Qinwu immediately felt a newfound lightness in his steps, and his mood lifted as well. Whistling, he returned to the battlefield, his eyes falling on a goblin that was still weakly struggling on the ground, the one he had initially knocked out with a rock. Qinwu chose not to kill it, but instead used some stolen grass rope to tightly bind its hands and feet. Once he finished tying it up, a crisp ding sounded in his mind. Victory achieved. Enemies killed, 7. Enemies captured, 1. Experience gained, 7. Allies lost, 0. Loot acquired. Grain 2, goblin ears 3, stone 1. Dinars gained, 23. Seeing the battle rewards, including equipment and currency, Qinwu's mood soared. While the use of the stone and goblin ears was still unclear, all items were stored in the system's inventory, which didn't affect his actual carrying capacity. What thrilled him most was the 2 bags of grain. This meant he now had food. In Mount Blade 2, Bannerlord, defeating different enemies yields various equipment. Defeating sea raiders might drop helmets or javelins, while defeating regular troops could reward rare armor and swords. However, no matter the enemy type, grain was a guaranteed drop. With a thought, Qinwu summoned the 2 bags of grain, which appeared at his feet. Each bag weighed about 5 kilograms and was packed in coarse burlap sacks. The 2 bags of food would last him over a month, igniting a fiery determination in his eyes to seek out more enemies and potentially obtain even more valuable loot. With a casual wave, the grain disappeared back into the inventory. The inventory capacity displayed as 630, indicating that stored items, regardless of size or weight, occupied only 1 slot each. I remember that increasing pack animals and troop limits can expand the carrying capacity. Thinking about troops, Qinwu eagerly opened the troop management panel. It currently displayed a capacity of 120, representing the maximum number of soldiers his level 1 clan could support. As his clan level increased, the number of troops he could command would also rise. I need to recruit soldiers quickly, Qinwu thought. According to the game rules, his soldiers would be unwaveringly loyal, willing to charge into battle against hundreds of heavily armed knights, even if they were just a handful of poorly equipped peasants. Recruitment required traveling to villages and spending dinars, and the nearest village happened to be the goblin tribe. However, there was another way to recruit soldiers: by converting prisoners. Qinwu shifted his attention from the troop management page to the prisoner management section, which displayed 110 prisoners. Goblin Juvenile 1. He walked over to the unconscious goblin juvenile and delivered a resounding slap to wake it up. The goblin juvenile opened its cloudy eyes, looking dazed and clearly confused about the situation. Qinwu propped it up, hooked a finger under its pustule-covered chin, and gazed deeply into its yellowed eyes. With a sincere tone, he said, "Oh, my dear lumberjack, join my ranks and contribute to the great revival of the goblins. Join me. Be my minion." Qinwu's face darkened, his brows furrowed tightly. The goblin hatchling in front of him seemed incapable of proper communication, only letting out a series of ear-piercing shrieks. "Shut up," Qinwu roared suddenly, his voice booming like thunder. The goblin hatchling froze in fear at the outburst, its wide green eyes staring at him. Satisfied, Qinwu nodded and was about to explain his policy of recruitment when the creature, seemingly triggered, erupted into even more intense and agonizing screams. "You've got to be kidding me." Qinwu's eardrums throbbed in pain, and he finally snapped. Striding forward, he raised his hand and delivered 7 or 8 resounding slaps to the goblin's face. The smack, smack sounds echoed as the goblin's head reeled, leaving it dizzy and stumbling to the ground. Grabbing the goblin by its thin neck, Qinwu's eyes blazed with fury, his nose nearly touching the goblin's face. "From now on, I'm your boss. You'll obey me, or he'll slap you into next week. Got it?" The goblin hatchling nodded frantically, its eyes filled with terror as its throat bobbed nervously under Qinwu's grip. Qinwu released the goblin and opened the prisoner management menu in Mount Blade 2, Bannerlord. His gaze landed on the lone captive icon. Strangely, there was no recruitment option available, causing his brows to furrow even deeper. "This doesn't make sense," Qinwu thought. "It's already surrendered, so why can't I recruit it?" In Mount Blade 2, Bannerlord, Defeated enemies could sometimes be taken as prisoners. After being held long enough, they would eventually submit, allowing players to spend dinars to recruit them into their army. Higher-level soldiers were harder to recruit, while lower-level ones were much easier. Some low-level militia could even be recruited instantly upon capture, without any waiting period. The goblin hatchling before him was listed as a level 0 unit in the system, lower than even a level 1 rookie. By all logic, it should have been recruitable the moment it was captured, especially since it had already verbally surrendered. It must be because I didn't apply enough pressure. Qinwu narrowed his eyes, deciding to teach the goblin a proper lesson. Dragonfruit strike. Qinwu shouted and lunged forward, landing a punch squarely on the goblin's face. The creature fell to the ground, its face smeared with bright red dragon fruit juice, looking utterly miserable. War stomp. He leapt high into the air and stomped down hard onto the goblin's frail chest. The goblin gasped for air, unable to scream, its mouth opening and closing in silent agony. Heart piercer kick. Qinwu delivered a precise kick to the goblin's stomach, causing it to curl up and vomit a mouthful of sour bile, its face pale as a sheet. All right, boss. From now on, you're my boss. The goblin groaned in pain, repeatedly begging for mercy. Seeing the goblin submit, Qinwu stepped back, canceling his combo attack with a satisfied grin. Panzer's dog training combo never fails, he thought cheerfully. But when he reopened the prisoner management menu, the recruit option was still missing from the goblin's icon. It surrendered already. Why can't I recruit it? Qinwu muttered, his brows knitting in confusion. Could it be that even Panzer's combo didn't work? Looking down at the goblin sprawled on the ground, he caught a glint of cunning in its green eyes. You little rat. Trying to outsmart me? Clearly, I haven't put enough pressure on you. Qinwu's temper flared. He stormed off to retrieve a rough rope from his inventory, swiftly tying a noose around the goblin's neck. Tossing the other end over a tree branch, he gave it a harsh yank. Think you're clever? Let's see how you like flying. Submit or else. The goblin hatchling was hoisted off the ground, its legs kicking wildly as the rope tightened around its neck, cutting off its air. Overwhelmed by the fear of suffocation, it lost control and wet itself, warm liquid dripping down its legs. Its green eyes filled with desperation, silently pleading with Qinwu. Qinwu watched coldly, unmoved by its pitiful gaze. He knew there were only two types of goblins in this world, the cunning and deceitful ones, and the deceitful and cunning ones. Unless it experienced soul-crushing pain, it would never truly submit. Qinwu flew the opponent's kite for over 30 seconds, only stopping when the goblin whelp rolled its eyes back and collapsed to the ground, barely breathing. He quickly stepped forward and performed a standard CPR procedure, successfully reviving the little goblin. Do you submit? If not, he'll give you another round. Qinwu threatened, shaking his fist. The goblin whelp was utterly terrified, scrambling backward on the ground with pure fear written all over its face. From now on, I am your boss. You must listen to me. Qinwu continued his intimidation. Otherwise, you'll get a heart-stomping kick from me every day. Although the goblin whelp couldn't understand these strange terms, it had a vivid memory of the pain it had endured. It nodded desperately, signaling its submission. Qinwu reopened the prisoner management interface, and this time, a recruit option appeared next to the goblin's avatar, indicating complete surrender. Without hesitation, he spent 5 dinars to recruit it as a soldier, reducing his balance to 18 dinars. The system then prompted that maintaining this unit would cost 1 dinar per day. Looking at his dwindling in-game currency, Qinwu felt a bit uneasy. In Mount Blade 2, Bannerlord, delaying soldiers' wages would severely drop morale. His current party morale was at 60, barely holding together. To improve it, aside from paying wages on time, he needed to diversify the food supply in the granary. At the moment, there was only grain in storage, so finding additional food sources was imperative. Qinwu untied the goblin whelp and took a closer look at his new recruit. The little goblin's eyes showed nothing but fear and gratitude, as if ready to go through fire and water for its master. This was likely the system's loyalty mechanic at work. Kneel. Roll over. Slap yourself. The goblin whelp followed each command, hesitating only on the last one. However, when Qinwu ordered it to build a controllable nuclear fusion device by hand, the whelp could only stare blankly, clearly unable to comprehend or execute commands beyond its capabilities. Qinwu was thoroughly impressed with this recruitment system. It was practically a training ground for fanatically loyal soldiers. He still had 18 recruitment slots left if he could fill them, he'd have 19 absolutely devoted subordinates. Even if they were all goblins with the strength of human children, their potential for growth through experience points was limitless. Next, Qinwu ordered his new recruit to find a wooden stick and handed it a sharpened wild boar tusk. From now on, your name is Goblin Spear. Watch closely and learn. Qinwu demonstrated. He found a straight, sturdy wooden shaft, fixed the boar tusk to its tip, and reinforced the connection with resin from nearby trees. During the battle, Li Qinwu's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings and quickly noticed deep claw marks etched into the tree trunks. These marks were left by some kind of large beast, with fresh resin slowly seeping from the wounds. This discovery sparked an idea in his way to reinforce his spear. Carefully, he applied the resin to the joints of the spear, ensuring every gap was filled. Then, he placed the spear near the still glowing embers of the campfire to bake. Soon, the resin hardened and turned black under the heat. Li Qinwu tested the spear by trying to bend the wild boar tusk attached to it, but it held firmly in place. Though this method was still primitive, it was far superior to the previous makeshift solution of tying it with grass rope. It wouldn't come loose so easily now. Goblin Spear watched Li Qinwu's every move intently, like a diligent apprentice, and followed along to craft his own weapon. Once Li Qinwu finished his spear, the goblin had also completed his. "Let me take a look," Li Qinwu said, taking the goblin's spear for inspection. To his surprise, the quality of the craftsmanship was unexpectedly good. This scene reminded him of descriptions of goblins in the animations he'd seen in his previous life. These creatures, often referred to as the scourge of the world, were cowardly and despicable but incredibly persistent. While they could be easily killed, they reproduced endlessly. However, when a goblin tribe's population reached a certain size, exceptionally strong individuals would emerge as leaders, causing significant trouble for other races. If such tribes weren't eradicated in time, they would evolve rapidly, much like the orcs in Warhammer 40, progressing from a primitive state where they couldn't even make fire to mastering wooden tools, stone tools, and eventually developing iron and magical weapons. As he watched Goblin Spear enthusiastically fiddling with his newly made spear, Li Qinwu couldn't help but feel a tinge of unease. These seemingly lowly goblins might be far more dangerous than they appeared. Li Qinwu glanced at the sky and thought it wasn't too late yet. Returning to the tribe now would only mean lying on the ground chewing grass, so there was no rush to head back. He decided to do some hunting first to gather resources. Looking in one direction, he whispered to Goblin Spear, "Follow me." Then, he took the lead and started walking. If his memory served him right, there should be a river in that direction. Over the past couple of weeks, Li Qinwu had been observing the movements of the goblin hunting teams, paying special attention to the ones returning from the north with fish. Based on these clues, he deduced that there might be a river to the north. Fishing, after all, seemed much easier than catching small animals. His hunch proved correct. After walking 7 or 8 kilometers north, the view suddenly opened up before them, revealing a massive river. Li Qinwu froze in place. From where he stood, the other side of the river was barely visible. This river was over 5 kilometers wide. But what shocked him even more was the sight of a massive fish-like creature suddenly leaping out of the water, only to crash back with such force that it created a towering splash, like a cannonball hitting the surface. A chill ran down Li Qinwu's spine. That colossal creature looked to be at least 100 meters long. Even from such a great distance, its sheer presence was enough to fill him with dread. Without hesitation, he grabbed Goblin's spear and retreated further from the riverbank, thinking that if such a monster came ashore, the two of them would likely end up as its lunch. However, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he led Goblin's spear along the riverbank in search of smaller tributaries. If the main river harbored dangerous creatures, perhaps the smaller streams would yield something safer, like small fish. Before long, their efforts paid off. They found a crystal-clear tributary teeming with lively fish-rich resource. Goblin's spear, overjoyed, jumped straight into the water, attempting to catch the fish with his bare hands. Li Qinwu rolled his eyes in exasperation. If catching fish were that simple, the goblin tribe wouldn't have resorted to cannibalism. Unsurprisingly, Goblin Spear spent ages flailing around and caught nothing. In the end, he emerged soaking wet, but at least the stench on him had been washed away. As he climbed back onto the shore, dejected, he suddenly noticed some snails crawling nearby. Without hesitation, he grabbed one and popped it into his mouth. Seeing this, Li Qinwu's anger flared. He slapped Goblin Spear hard across the face, the force sending him spinning 3.5 times before the snail flew out of his mouth. Furious, Li Qinwu grabbed Goblin Spear by the neck and shook him violently. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? These things are full of parasites. Do you want to eat yourself to death?" Goblin Spear clutched his reddened cheek, looking at Li Qinwu in confusion, clearly not understanding why he had been hit. Li Qinwu sighed inwardly. Goblin Spear obviously had no concept of parasites. Li Qinwu had long noticed that goblins in the tribe often clutched their stomachs in pain, only to die a few days later or, in some cases, go mad and bash their heads against trees, ultimately succumbing to parasites. Some of these parasites infested the stomach or liver, while others invaded the brain, eventually consuming their hosts entirely and causing excruciating deaths. Seeing Goblin Spear's aggrieved expression, Li Qinwu decided it wasn't worth explaining further. He simply stated, "Without my permission, don't eat anything." Then, he pointed toward a nearby forest. "Go find some straight branches and vines, bring as many as you can." Goblin Spear hesitated for a moment before dashing into the forest. Not long after, he returned with an armful of sticks and vines. Boss, what do you need these for? You can't eat them. They're not for eating, but they'll help us catch food. Watch closely and learn from me. Li Qinwu took the branches and vines, his fingers quickly weaving through them. In no time, a simple fish trap took shape in his hands. Gobspear stared at the unfamiliar contraption in confusion. Though he didn't understand its purpose, his innate learning ability allowed him to quickly mimic Li Qinwu's actions. Before long, a second fish trap was made. Although it was a bit crude, it was functional. Li Qinwu marveled at the goblin's incredible ability to imitate. Taking the two fish traps, he tied them securely with grass ropes. He bent down by the riverbank, picked up a few plump river snails, and skillfully cracked their shells with a stone. He then stuffed the fresh snail meat into the traps. After tying one end of the grass rope to a sturdy branch, he drove the branch deep into the riverbank and gently placed the traps into the flowing water. Now we wait. Li Qinwu motioned for Gobspear to step back, and the two of them sat quietly by the riverbank. As they waited, both of their stomachs growled in protest. Gobspear's condition was particularly dire, having gone the entire day without food. While following Li Qinwu through the forest, he was visibly fatigued. Noticing Gobspear's weary expression, Li Qinwu worried that his companion might falter at a critical moment due to low blood sugar. He retrieved a bag of grains from his system inventory, grabbed a handful, and placed it in Gobspear's palm. Eat, Li Qinwu commanded curtly. Gobspear was astonished by Li Qinwu's ability to summon items seemingly out of thin air, wondering what kind of magic it might be. He hesitated for a moment as he examined the unfamiliar grains in his hand, then popped them into his mouth. Instantly, his face twisted into a grimace. The system had provided unhulled wheat, which was utterly unappealing to the meat-loving goblin. The tasteless, hard grains were like torture to him. He was about to spit them out when he noticed Li Qinwu raising his hand threateningly. If you dare spit it out, they'll slap you straight to your ancestors. Li Qinwu warned. Gobspear felt utterly miserable, lamenting that his leader, a herbivore, was forcing him to eat grass. Reluctantly, and with tears in his eyes, he swallowed the grains, the rough husks scraping painfully down his throat. He offered Li Qinwu a pained smile, only to see him grab another handful of grains and place them in his hand. Resigned, Gobspear continued to choke down the unpalatable meal. After 3 handfuls, Gobspear finally signaled that he couldn't eat anymore. Only then did Li Qinwu stop feeding him. What Gobspear didn't realize was that, despite the unpleasant taste, the grains were highly nutritious and had already relieved his hunger. Li Qinwu also ate a few handfuls of grains. Thanks to his herbivore title, not only did he feel no discomfort, but he also appreciated the natural fragrance of the grains. Still, as a modern man, he made a mental note to research methods for hulling and grinding the grains to improve his meals. Once their hunger was sated, Li Qinwu directed Gobspear to gather more branches and vines. Together, they made over a dozen fish traps. During this process, Li Qinwu's crafting skill proficiency increased to 8 points, leaving him just 17 points away from unlocking his first subskill. With their preparations complete, the two returned to the brook. Gobspear eagerly moved to toss the newly made traps into the water, but Li Qinwu stopped him. Hold on. Let's check the first 2 traps we set to see if we've caught anything. Following Li Qinwu's instructions, Gobspear pulled up the ropes and lifted the traps out of the water. His excitement exploded as he jumped up and down. Fish! We caught fish, he exclaimed. Opening the trap, he found 2 large fish and 4 or 5 smaller ones, each about the thickness of a finger. A bountiful haul. Gobspear picked up one of the larger fish and was about to sink his teeth into it when he suddenly remembered Li Qinwu's warning, no eating without permission. Reluctantly, he put the fish down, his eyes filled with longing and restraint. Li Qinwu had barely put down his large sack when he noticed Goblin Spear's impressive self-restraint. This pleased him greatly. It seemed that the system-enhanced commands were indeed effective in suppressing the feeding instincts of goblins, these otherwise ravenous creatures. He immediately instructed Goblin Spear to gather dry branches and fallen leaves, while he himself took out a fire-starting bow. With practiced skill, he began drilling to ignite a fire. Once the flames sprang to life, he grabbed a small knife made from wild boar tusks and deftly prepared 2 large fish, scaling, gutting, rinsing them clean, and finally skewering them on sticks to roast over the campfire. Before long, the enticing aroma of roasted fish wafted along the riverbank. Goblin Spear stood nearby, swallowing hard, his eager eyes fixed on Li Qinwu, silently pleading for a share. Li Qinwu ignored his longing gaze and instead used a vine to string together the 2 roasted fish, each weighing about 5 kilograms. Muttering a command to store the food, the fish vanished instantly, reappearing in the inventory of Mount Blade II, Bannerlord. This simple action raised the troop morale from 60 to 61. Noticing Goblin Spear's disappointment, Li Qinwu tossed the wild boar tusk knife to him and pointed at several smaller fish lying on the ground. Did you see how I handled the fish earlier? Do the same. Half of these will be yours. Goblin Spear lit up with excitement and eagerly began processing the fish. Meanwhile, Li Qinwu placed the fish entrails into a newly woven fish basket and lowered it into the river. The scent quickly attracted a swarm of fish, and every 10 minutes, he would lift the basket, always yielding a bountiful catch. The two of them worked tirelessly, roasting fresh fish and storing them in the inventory. With Goblin Spear's contribution, the inventory capacity increased from 30 to 40, and the weight steadily climbed. 1040, 1540, 2040. However, they overlooked a critical danger. The fishy smell not only attracted aquatic creatures, but also drew the attention of other, more dangerous predators. Just as Goblin Spear was lifting the fish basket once again, the river surface suddenly exploded with a violent splash. A massive, gaping maw burst out of the water, snapping up the fish basket along with its contents before crashing back into the river with a thunderous impact. Goblin Spear fell back onto the riverbank in terror. Hearing the commotion, Li Qinwu spun around, only to be struck with horror. In the river, a group of monstrous crocodile-like creatures, each over 3 meters long, had appeared. Their bloodshot eyes gleamed with madness as they ferociously tore into the fish basket. Their terrifying bite strength easily crushed the basket, and it was clear that if they bit into a person, the result would be nothing short of catastrophic. A system notification indicating combat mode jolted Li Qinwu back to his senses. These crocodile-like creatures were flagged as hostile units, and defeating them would yield experience points. However, one glance at the crude spear in his hand, and another at the creature's thick, armored scales made him abandon any such reckless thoughts. Instead, he rushed forward, grabbed the trembling goblin spear, and fled toward the depths of the forest without looking back. For monstrous crocodiles, attracted by the stench of fish, emerged from the river. In a few bites, they devoured the fish basket as if it were a snack. Their crimson eyes then shifted toward two goblins on the riverbank, and they began to heave their massive, bulky bodies onto land. Goblin Spear froze in terror at the sight, his entire body stiff and his legs as heavy as lead, unable to move. Seeing this, Li Qinwu grabbed Goblin Spear by the arm and dragged the petrified goblin towards safety. Noticing that Goblin Spear was still in a daze, Li Qinwu delivered 2 sharp slaps across his face. "Damn it! Run, or you'll be fish food." The shout jolted Goblin Spear back to his senses. He glanced at the enormous, rough-skinned crocodiles that had already made it onto the shore and let out a piercing scream before bolting toward the depths of the forest like his tail was on fire. He sprinted several hundred meters without stopping until the river was completely out of sight. Bent over with his hands on his knees, Goblin Spear panted heavily, sweat dripping off his green skin. Suddenly, he realized that Li Qinwu hadn't followed him. By goblin nature, he should have fled without a second thought, but as one of Li Qinwu's soldiers, an unfamiliar sense of responsibility gnawed at him, compelling him to worry about his leader's safety. Defying the typical self-serving instincts of goblins, Goblin Spear gritted his teeth and turned back the way he had come. When he finally found Li Qinwu, he was utterly stunned. Li Qinwu stood about 10 meters in front of the monstrous crocodiles, maintaining a vigilant stance. Each time the crocodiles crawled forward a meter, Li Qinwu would carefully retreat a meter, keeping a safe distance. He was toying with the crocodiles. "Boss," Goblin Spear stammered, wanting to urge Li Qinwu to flee, but Li Qinwu simply waved a hand, signaling him not to interrupt his experiment. Li Qinwu had just discovered that these creatures, identified in the Mount Blade-style system as horned crocs, were extremely slow on land. Their thick, armor-like skin and short legs provided little mobility. Once ashore, they could only wriggle forward clumsily, making them appear laughably sluggish. Curious about how far the horned crocs could pursue him on land, Li Qinwu maintained a safe distance and lured them along. The system had marked these creatures as enemy units, meaning defeating them would yield experience points. Judging by their size, the reward was bound to be substantial. The 4 horned crocs sluggishly chased after Li Qinwu, who calmly retreated in turn. This back and forth continued until they were over 100 meters from the riverbank. Finally, the horned crocs seemed to lose interest and, with deliberate slowness, turned back toward the river. "So, 100 meters is their limit," Li Qinwu murmured, mentally noting this crucial piece of information. He planned to consider how best to exploit this weakness later. "Let's head back," Li Qinwu called out to Goblin Spear, preparing to return to the goblin tribe. The day's harvest was sufficient, and there was no need to linger outside. Staying in the forest after dark could invite encounters with far more dangerous nocturnal creatures. "Wait for me, boss." Goblin Spear hurried after him, still shaken by Li Qinwu's daring maneuver with the horned crocs. Had it been him, his legs would have given out long ago. At this moment, his respect and awe for Li Qinwu deepened further. The two didn't head straight back to the tribe. Instead, they detoured to a safe, shallow stream. They jumped into the water and thoroughly washed themselves. Then, Li Qinwu crushed some herbaceous plants with a stone, spreading the extracted juice over their bodies to completely eliminate any lingering fish smell. Under the rule of the lazy and gluttonous goblin chief, The tribe had long abandoned productive activities and only hunted when desperation struck. This lax lifestyle had left the goblin tribe in a perpetual state of hunger. If the two young goblins returned reeking of fish, it didn't take much imagination to predict the consequences they'd face. After double-checking that neither of them carried any trace of fish odor, they began their journey back to the tribe. Upon arriving near the goblin settlement, Qinwu carefully hid two spears in a dense thicket. Then, the pair crawled through the tall grass, silently making their way toward the tribe. As soon as Qinwu entered the goblin tribe, he noticed something was off. The ground was littered with goblins lying in disarray, clutching their stomachs in agony, rolling around, and letting out piercing cries of pain. A few were already foaming at the mouth, teetering on the brink of meeting their maker. These symptoms, could it be poisoning? Qinwu frowned, deep in thought, and decided to find someone to get to the bottom of this. Nearby, in a patch of grass, he spotted a goblin child leisurely munching on a wild fruit. Qinwu lightly prodded the goblin's back and asked in goblin language, "Hey, buddy, what's going on here? Did you all eat some poisonous mushrooms?" Startled, the goblin child bared its teeth and growled menacingly at Qinwu. Without hesitation, Qinwu responded with 3 sharp slaps across its face. The simple and direct approach worked wonders. Its eyes cleared instantly, and it became as obedient as a model student. "It's the red fruit the hunting party found outside," the goblin child stammered fearfully. "They brought it back, and a lot of the tribe ate it." Then this happened. Qinwu's eyes narrowed as he took in the scene. Judging by the number of goblins writhing on the ground, the potency of this poisonous fruit was no joke. He was about to ask where the fruit was found, but the goblin child explained that only the poisoned hunters knew the location. Before leaving, Qinwu placed a hand on the goblin child's shoulder and grinned. "Kid, I see potential in you. How about sticking with me? It'll make sure you live the good life." Right on cue, the system notification popped up. "Spend 5 dinars to recruit Goblin Child 1. That easy. Qinwu didn't hesitate to confirm. He named his new underling Consumable and warned, "Remember your new name, or there'll be more slaps waiting for you." With 2 underlings in tow, Qinwu set his sights on an adult goblin who seemed less affected by the poison. The 3 of them dragged the groaning unfortunate into the grass. The other goblins, assuming it was just a few starving youngsters trying to cannibalize a comrade, didn't bother intervening and waited to see the drama unfold. "Tell me, where did you find those red fruits?" Qinwu asked bluntly. The goblin clutched its stomach, wailing, "It hurts. I'm dying here." Qinwu had a sudden idea. "Swear loyalty to me, and it'll cure your stomachache." The system notification chimed again. "Spend 10 dinars to recruit Goblin 1. The adult goblin, writhing in unbearable pain, agreed without a second thought. Qinwu wasted no time and paid to recruit the poisoned goblin. He immediately instructed 2 goblin juveniles to help drag the groaning creature toward the back of the mountain. There, a small waterfall flowed year-round, serving as the goblin tribe's water source. "Open your mouth and drink as much as you can." Qinwu pressed the poisoned goblin under the waterfall, letting the icy mountain spring water wash over his face. Although the goblin didn't understand this treatment method, the intense pain made him willing to try anything that might relieve his suffering. He gulped down water desperately until his stomach swelled like a bloated drum. When the timing seemed right, Qinwu quickly searched by the stream and pulled out a flexible aquatic plant root. Skillfully gripping the goblin's jaw, he forced its mouth open and shoved the root deep into its throat. Ugh! The poisoned goblin immediately vomited violently. This process was repeated 3 times, forcing water down, inducing vomiting, then repeating the cycle. By the end, the poor goblin was so weak he resembled a dying fish, collapsing limply into unconsciousness. Qinwu motioned for his underlings to carry him back to the camp. "Boss, are you sure you didn't just kill him?" Goblin Spear asked cautiously. Smack! Qinwu slapped him across the face, leaving Goblin Spear clutching his reddened cheek and staring at him pitifully. Though the poisoned goblin appeared to be on the brink of death, Qinwu knew that as long as they returned to camp, the system would ensure his survival. In the Mount Blade style system, soldiers were either alive or dead. If critically injured, resting in a village, fortress, or town would guarantee recovery. While the toxic fruit had severely damaged his stomach and intestines, for the system, it was nothing that a good night's sleep couldn't fix. At the break of dawn, Qinwu got up to check on the condition of the poisoned goblin. Opening the soldier management interface, he was relieved to see that the troop count had returned to 4, and the goblin that had been poisoned yesterday was fully recovered. In reality, when he nudged the goblin awake, it immediately sprang to life, showing no signs of poisoning whatsoever. In stark contrast, over 30 other goblins from the same hunting party who had eaten the red poisonous fruit did not survive. All of them had perished. "From today on, your name will be Gabuda. Take me to the place where you picked the poisonous fruit," Qinwu instructed the surviving goblin. The 4 of them slipped out of the tribe silently, without alerting anyone. Qinwu first retrieved a spear hidden in the bushes, then followed Gabuda westward from the tribe. They hadn't gone far before Li Qinwu halted the group. He retrieved grilled fish from the warehouse and distributed it among them. The newly added recruit and Gabuda stared in shock. It was their first time witnessing a goblin conjure items out of thin air. However, their amazement quickly gave way to hunger as the fragrant grilled fish captured their full attention. The two goblins devoured the fish ravenously. From now on, no one is allowed to eat anything without my permission, Li Qinwu warned sternly, raising his right hand in a threatening gesture. This is an order. Disobey, and you'll face my wrath. He had no intention of letting another food poisoning incident occur. While he didn't care about the lives of others, he couldn't afford any issues with his own troops. Penniless and unable to recruit new soldiers, losing even one more member would be a devastating blow. The immediate priority was to hunt monsters and earn money. If they failed to find and defeat wild creatures today to earn dinars, morale within the team would plummet, and his three subordinates might leave the group at any moment. Without the system to bind them, they could potentially reveal his secrets, a risk Li Qinwu absolutely could not take. After finishing their meal, the group, led by Gabuda, quickly reached the spot where the hunting party had picked the wild fruit the day before. Boss, look, that's the poisonous fruit. Gabuda pointed to a small shrub, trembling all over. Just the sight of the bright red fruit made his stomach twist in pain. Li Qinwu carefully examined the fruits hanging on the shrub. They resembled strawberries in shape, but had an unnaturally smooth surface and an eerie, vivid red hue. The fact that no small animals had nibbled on such conspicuous fruit was a clear testament to its potent toxicity. Using large leaves, he fashioned a simple container and filled it with the red poisonous fruits. He then led the group quickly northward, arriving at the spot where they had encountered the horned crocodile the previous day. Gobu's spear, he commanded. Do you remember how to make fish baskets? Take the recruit and Gabuda and make a few. Then head to the river to catch some fish. Boss, there's a horned crocodile over there. I don't dare go. Gobu's spear stammered, trembling with fear. Li Qinwu gave him a cold stare, slowly raising his right hand. Seeing this, Gobu's spear immediately straightened up. He'll get it done, boss, he declared, before hurrying off with the other two to gather materials for making fish baskets. While they were away, Li Qinwu busied himself with building a fire and crafting weapons. He found 2 straight wooden sticks and fashioned spears using the last 2 wild boar tusks. As he was using the campfire to harden the resin on the spears, Gobu's spear suddenly came running back, excitedly holding a freshly caught large fish. Well done, Li Qinwu said. Eat something and rest up. Don't screw up when it's time for battle. Li Qinwu took the live fish and retrieved a grilled fish from the storage, dividing it among the 3 goblins. The goblins' eyes lit up at the sight of the grilled fish, and they let out excited cries of woohoo before devouring it ravenously, paying no attention to the meaning behind his last words. Seizing the moment while the goblins were engrossed in their food, Li Qinwu deftly used his fingernails to slice open the belly of the fish, pulling out its innards in one swift motion. He then stuffed the cavity with a handful of bright red poisonous berries. Pressing down firmly on the fish's belly, he watched as the red juice seeped throughout the flesh. Without stopping, he took a stone and crushed the remaining half of the berries into a thick paste, carefully smearing it over the fish's exterior. Finally, he coated the tips of 4 spears with the same deadly red paste. By the time he finished, the 3 goblins had eaten their fill and looked satisfied. Li Qinwu handed each of them a spear coated in poison, gripping one himself in his right hand while his left held a vine from which the poison-soaked fish dangled. Full now? If you're full, follow me, he commanded, striding confidently toward the riverbank. Goblin Mao seemed to catch on to his intentions, his face turning pale. But with the other 2 already following, he reluctantly trudged along. Li Qinwu arrived at the tributary of the river where he had encountered the horned crocodile the day before. In the distance, a few horned crocodiles lounged lazily on the riverbank, basking in the sun, their scales glinting coldly under the light. After careful observation, he singled out a lone horned crocodile and began to approach it cautiously. When the distance closed to about 20 meters, the once relaxed horned crocodile became instantly alert. Its crimson eyes locked onto Li Qinwu, its muscles tensed, ready to attack at any moment. Li Qinwu picked up a stone and hurled it with precision, striking the thick, keratinous armor on the creature's back. Enraged, the horned crocodile opened its massive jaws, emitting a piercing hiss before charging forward like a low-slung tank. Ah! Goblin Mao screamed in terror, instinctively turning to flee. Stop! Form up! Li Qinwu barked, his commanding tone freezing Goblin Mao in his tracks. They had now entered combat mode, and Li Qinwu could enforce orders on his soldiers through verbal commands. The 3 goblins, trembling with fear, stood rooted to the spot, their spears held stiffly as they watched the tank-like horned crocodile barrel toward them, letting out cries of sheer panic. Li Qinwu remained unfazed. He knew the habits of horned crocodiles. These creatures were incredibly fast during their initial burst of speed, but they quickly exhausted themselves and slowed to a crawl. Sure enough, The crocodile's charge faltered after less than 10 meters, its pace dwindling to a sluggish crawl. Maintain formation and retreat slowly with me, Li Qinwu ordered, keeping the group at a safe distance of about 10 meters from the crocodile as they retreated step by step. In truth, Li Qinwu could have handled luring the crocodile on his own. He brought the goblins along partly to test the system's control over his soldiers and partly to build their courage. The four of them retreated slowly. The goblins, now crying and sniffling uncontrollably, still managed to maintain their spear-wielding stance, creating a scene that was both absurd and eerie. Watching them, Li Qinwu couldn't help but shake his head. Was it really necessary to be this scared? Before long, the crocodile was lured about 100 meters away from the riverbank. Judging that the timing was right and fearing the crocodile might lose interest, Li Qinwu decisively threw the poisoned fish. The crocodile, having grown weary of this chase, was just about to give up and return to basking on the riverbank. But as it turned to leave, a pungent, blood-scented object landed right in front of it. The crocodile lowered its head to investigate and saw something it recognized instantly: a fish. Though the fish smelled a bit unusual, the crocodile's simple mind equated fish with food. Without hesitation, it devoured the fish in one bite, then lifted its head, its red eyes fixed expectantly on Li Qinwu, as if waiting for more. Li Qinwu stared back at the crocodile, wondering if the poisonous berries would work on this amphibious creature. The two locked eyes in a tense standoff. After a while, the crocodile, realizing no more food was forthcoming, snorted in frustration and began to turn away. Disappointed, Li Qinwu sighed. It seemed the poisonous berries had no effect on the horned crocodile. According to Goblinda, the berries should induce excruciating pain almost immediately upon ingestion. Yet the crocodile showed no signs of distress even after some time had passed. He decided to abandon the hunt. Without underhanded tactics, there was no way he could take down a creature of this caliber. The system classified horned crocodiles as Tier 3 units, and with the maximum tier being 6, Tier 3 was already formidable, far beyond what he and his ragtag potatoes and broken eggs could handle. Just as Li Qinwu was about to call off the operation, the departing crocodile suddenly froze mid-step, as if someone had pressed a pause button. Moments later, it convulsed violently, its jaws opening wide to emit a shrill hiss. It thrashed its tail and head wildly, its stubby legs clawing at the ground as its body spun uncontrollably, like a berserk top racked with pain. "It works!" Li Qinwu exclaimed in delight. Without hesitation, he raised his spear and advanced, ready to seize the opportunity to take down the poisoned horned crocodile. Li Qinwu didn't charge forward recklessly, knew all too well that acting rashly in such a situation was tantamount to courting death. He gripped his spear tightly, maintained a safe distance, and cautiously observed the situation from the outskirts. The poisoned horned crocodile writhed in agony. Seeing that green figure still flickering before its eyes, it reacted instinctively. It coiled its body tightly, and then lashed out with its tail like a steel whip. Li Qinwu, who had been focusing intently on the creature's every move, leaped to the side the moment he noticed its action. A deafening crack echoed as the crocodile's tail slammed into a massive tree, leaving a deep dent in its sturdy trunk. If that kind of force had struck a human, it would have undoubtedly resulted in broken bones and torn muscles. This ferocious display didn't deter Li Qinwu. In fact, it ignited his excitement even further. To him, the stronger the opponent, the greater the experience points that could be gained upon its defeat. A beast this formidable might even grant him an instant level up. With that thought in mind, he intensified his harassment. He threw rocks and branches incessantly while shouting loudly to provoke the horned crocodile. As a reptile, it was naturally prone to being startled, and sure enough, his actions enraged it. The crocodile occasionally halted, opening its blood-stained jaws to emit hissing, menacing sounds. However, as the poison took effect, the excruciating pain in the crocodile's abdomen finally overwhelmed its endurance. Ignoring Li Qinwu's provocations, it began stumbling toward the river in a desperate bid to escape. This was a primal instinct of wild animals. When injured or frightened, they instinctively retreat to familiar habitats. Seeing this, Li Qinwu grew anxious. He needed to kill the crocodile before it reached the water. If it managed to swim out of the system's designated battlefield, even if it eventually succumbed to the poison, he would gain nothing from the fight. Acting decisively, he ordered his 3 goblin subordinates to block the crocodile's path. Of course, he wasn't sending them to their deaths against such a massive beast. Even all 4 of them combined would barely be a snack. His goal was to create a commotion and intimidate the crocodile. "Everyone make noise. Throw rocks at it. Scare it," Li Qinwu shouted as he led by example, yelling, "Oh ho ho," and hurling sticks and stones at the crocodile. The 3 goblins followed suit, and the scene quickly descended into chaos, resembling a group of primitive hunters surrounding their prey. But the crocodile, maddened by pain, was beyond reason. It single-mindedly pushed forward, determined to return to its familiar waters. Li Qinwu immediately ordered his group to scatter to avoid casualties. Watching his prey inch closer to escape, He racked his brain for a solution and then, a flash of inspiration struck. He swiftly retrieved a length of grass rope from his inventory and fashioned it into a lasso. Carefully approaching the crocodile from the side, he attempted to loop it around the beast's head. The first 3 attempts failed, so he adjusted the size of the lasso and closely observed the creature's movements. It was then that he noticed blood dripping steadily from the crocodile's mouth, leaving a trail of crimson drops behind it. The poison from the red venom fruit, is this potent? Even a monster this huge is bleeding. Qinwu marveled silently. Seizing the moment when the crocodile lunged forward again, he flung the lasso with precision. This time, it landed perfectly, sliding down onto the crocodile's thick neck as it moved. Overjoyed, Qinwu grabbed the rope and sprinted toward a nearby tree, wrapping it around the trunk twice before tying it securely. He then retreated to a safe distance, watching closely to see the final outcome of his hunt. The grass rope wasn't sturdy at all, roughly the thickness of an adult's finger. It seemed unlikely to hold a creature of this size. If the beast struggled with all its might, the rope would probably snap. But this was his last resort. If it didn't work, he'd have to accept failure. After the horned crocodile was tied with the grass rope, it struggled forward a few steps, pulling the rope taut. Qinwu held his breath, his eyes fixed on the rope that could snap at any moment. Seconds ticked by, and miraculously, the rope didn't break. Instead, the horned crocodile collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon. The red poison fruit is taking effect. Qinwu breathed a quiet sigh of relief. The fruit the horned crocodile had swallowed was now wreaking havoc on its internal organs. The fact that it could still move in this condition was a testament to its incredible vitality. Even as its strength ebbed away, the horned crocodile stubbornly tried to crawl forward, its tail thrashing and head jerking, but it was a shadow of its former self. The grass rope, which it could have easily snapped before, now seemed like the legendary binding rope, firmly securing its thick neck and leaving it immobilized. Time ticked by. 5 minutes passed, and the horned crocodile occasionally twitched. At the 10-minute mark, it began convulsing violently, letting out painful hissing sounds. After half an hour, it lay completely still, sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog. If not for the blood-tinged foam bubbling from its nostrils, it could easily be mistaken for dead. Qinwu decided he couldn't wait any longer. If he delayed further, the poison would kill the horned crocodile outright, robbing him of the chance to land the critical strike and absorb the maximum experience points. However, wary of a feigned death and potential ambush, he refrained from approaching it directly. Instead, he turned to the nearby expendable companion and ordered, "You, get on its back." The expendable companion nearly wet himself in fear and refused to comply no matter how much he was yelled at. Frustrated, Qinwu slapped him hard across the face several times, leaving the man yelping in pain but still unwilling to go near the massive beast. Damn it, Qinwu cursed under his breath. He opened the battlefield command interface of Mount Blade, created a separate infantry unit for the expendable companion, and dragged the command flag to precisely position it on the horned crocodile's back. The previously trembling companion was suddenly pulled forward by some mysterious force, walking involuntarily toward the horned crocodile. Before he realized it, he was standing on the creature's broad back. When he finally came to his senses, he was horrified to find himself atop the fearsome beast. "Ah!" The companion screamed in terror, nearly losing his soul. But even after standing on the horned crocodile's back for a while, the creature showed no reaction. Seeing this, Qinwu was confident that the horned crocodile was completely drained of strength. He ordered the companion to step down and cautiously climbed onto the beast himself. Positioning himself carefully, he stepped on the horned crocodile's head. He chose this spot because even if the creature suddenly went berserk, the worst that could happen was being thrown off without sustaining serious injury. Time to end this. Qinwu gripped his spear tightly and drove it into the horned crocodile's eye with precision. The spearhead plunged deep into its skull. The beast's entire body convulsed violently for a moment before going limp. It was completely lifeless. The system notification sounded immediately. Victory achieved. Enemies killed. 1. Enemies captured. 0. Experience gained. 30. Allied casualties. 0. Loot acquired. Grain 2. Monster meat 5. Horned crocodile hide 1. Dinars gained. 90. Level 1-2. Experience 1040. Attribute points 1. Skill points 1. Finally, that was such a pain. Qinwu wiped the blood off his spear and exhaled deeply. After all that effort, the horned crocodile was finally defeated. But it was worth it. Killing just one horned crocodile had leveled him up and earned him 90 dinars, bringing his finances back above the safety line. Qinwu eagerly opened his attribute panel and allocated the attribute point to vitality. His vitality instantly increased from 4 to 5. The change was almost immediate. His body began to grow rapidly, his height shooting up to 1.3 meters, now meeting the standard for an adult goblin. He stared at his transforming body with satisfaction, then allocated his remaining specialization point to sprinting. The sprinting skill promptly improved from 1 to 25. The system notification indicated that accumulating 5 specialization points in a skill would max it out. Next, Qinwu turned his attention to the spoils of battle. The system interface displayed the following: 2 units of grain 2, a basic resource dropped by nearly all monsters; 5 units of magic beast meat, marked as a rare, magic-infused meat that, when consumed regularly, could enhance internal magic reserves and boost overall strength; and most notably, 1 unit of horned crocodile leather, a single, intact hide. The system's detailed description highlighted the leather's value. The back hide was as tough as iron, capable of withstanding sword strikes, while the softer belly hide was ideal for linings. Armor crafted from horned crocodile leather could not only resist physical attacks, but also provide minor resistance to magical damage, making it a superior material compared to steel. Qinwu's eyes lit up as he instinctively touched his only piece of clothing, a handmade grass skirt that barely covered him. Calling it equipment was generous. It was hardly functional. His longing for a full set of armor had become an obsession. Closing the inventory management page, Qinwu's gaze shifted to the horned crocodile's corpse on the ground. There's another hide on that thing, he calculated excitedly. With 1 hide from the system and another from the real carcass, it was a double gain. If he could repeat this process, assembling a heavy infantry unit might not be just a dream. However, reality quickly doused his enthusiasm. Didn't even have a decent knife, let alone the tools needed to craft armor. He couldn't even skin the dead horned crocodile. Frustrated, Qinwu shook his head, realizing that the valuable corpse would have to rot where it lay. He imagined a scenario where a group of big goblins could flip the carcass over, use boar tusks to slice open the softer belly, and salvage at least some materials. Speaking of big goblins, they were the advanced, evolutionary form of goblins. A goblin's unit upgrade path was as follows: Goblin hatchling level 0, Goblin level 1, Big Goblin level 2. Upon evolving into a big goblin, their physique underwent a dramatic transformation, with heights ranging from 1.6 to 1.8 meters, comparable to ordinary humans. However, due to their higher internal magic concentration, big goblins typically possessed strength surpassing that of adult human males. Thinking about upgrades, Qinwu immediately opened the unit management page and discovered that one of his soldiers was eligible for promotion. Without hesitation, he spent 5 dinars to upgrade a goblin hatchling to a full-fledged goblin. The transformation happened in the blink of an eye. The goblin, who had been poking at the horned crocodile's corpse with a spear, let out a startled cry as his body underwent a dramatic change. His bones stretched, muscles swelled, and his entire frame grew taller and sturdier in just a few seconds, finally stabilizing at a height of 1.2 meters. "I've grown taller and stronger," Gob Spear shouted excitedly, pulling Gob Big over to compare their height difference. His eyes sparkled with undeniable joy. For goblins, creatures without any sense of familial bonds, survival was extremely harsh. At least 80 of goblins died during their infancy. If not for Qinwu's intervention, Gobspear's most likely fate would have been starvation or being captured and eaten by adult goblins during a food shortage. However, once a goblin matured into adulthood, their status changed drastically. They gained basic rights and could no longer be killed casually like a youngling's. Execution required the leader's personal action. Currently, there were 3 adult goblins in Qinwu's group, with only Consumable still in the juvenile stage. Consumable looked enviously at the others, who were taller and stronger than him. Noticing this, Qinwu patted his scrawny shoulder and firmly encouraged him. "You need to follow my orders from now on and stop being so timid. Timid goblins don't grow tall." He then turned to Gobspear. "Go catch a few more fish. I need to keep grinding for experience." Gobspear immediately obeyed and left. Over the next few hours, Qinwu used the same method to take down 7 more horned crocodiles, leveling up 3 times to reach level 6. He allocated all his attribute points to vitality, raising it from 5 to 8. As his stats increased, so did his height, which now reached 1.4 meters. His physique began to resemble that of a human teenager. Meanwhile, the group's dinar count had accumulated to 710, sufficient to cover their expenses for a long time. Their material gains were also impressive. The warehouse now contained 8 horned crocodile hides, 3 horned crocodile horns, and 2 horned crocodile tendons neatly stored. The horns were quite small, roughly the size of an average human thumb. According to the system description, these horns were specialized organs evolved by horned crocodiles to detect magical energy flows in reverse, a unique adaptation of this otherworldly creature. More importantly, these horns could be used as magical ingredients, making them highly valuable. Recognizing their potential worth, Qinwu decided to store them safely for future use. As for the 2 horned crocodile tendons, they were even more practical. They served as natural bowstring material. However, crafting a proper bow required a suitable bow frame, which presented a challenge. They lacked sturdy yet flexible materials and appropriate tools for crafting. For now, they had to settle for straight, durable wooden sticks as substitutes. "Spread out and look for straight wooden sticks," Qinwu instructed. The goblins immediately got to work. After some time, Each of them returned with several straight sticks. Li Qinwu carefully examined them and selected two with the best combination of strength and flexibility. Using his sharp nails, he carved grooves at both ends of each stick. Thanks to his increased vitality attribute, not only had his height grown, but his nails had also become longer and sharper, making them usable as makeshift tools. Once the grooves were in place, he tied the horned crocodile tendons to both ends, completing two extremely crude wooden bows. Li Qinwu tested one and found it acceptable. The bowstring provided decent tension when drawn, though it couldn't be pulled too far without risking the bow snapping. He set the bow down and addressed the goblins. Next, go find some branches this thick and straight. He gestured with his fingers to indicate the ideal thickness. The goblins dispersed once again, soon returning with handfuls of branches. Li Qinwu selected the most suitable one, stripped off its bark with his sharp nails, and lit a small campfire. Carefully, he placed the stripped branch near the fire to dry and harden it. This process was meant to dry out the moisture within the branches. As the water evaporated, the wood would warp, but by constantly adjusting its position over the fire, it would gradually straighten. Li Qinwu focused intently as he worked by the campfire, the branch in his hand slowly becoming straighter under the heat of the flames. Before long, he had crafted a wooden stick of moderate length, uniform thickness, and smooth surface. He then placed one end of the stick into the fire, repeatedly charring it until the tip was blackened and carbonized. Picking up a stone, he carefully ground the tip, repeating the process of burning and sharpening several times until he had fashioned a crude arrow. Completely absorbed in his task, he failed to notice three goblins watching his every move, their wide eyes gleaming with curiosity and a thirst for knowledge. Standing up, Li Qinwu knocked the arrow and drew the bow. With a sharp whoosh, the wooden arrow sliced through the air and landed 20 meters away. The three goblins immediately erupted into excitement, jumping and clapping as they let out a chorus of oohs, ahs, and whoa. Idiots, Li Qinwu muttered under his breath, his face betraying a mix of exasperation and resignation. He walked over to retrieve the arrow. Though its range and penetration left much to be desired, having a rudimentary ranged weapon at this stage was already a significant advantage. Besides, with the red poison fruit as his trump card, even a minor wound from a poisoned arrow could prove fatal. Follow my method and make 20 arrows each. Li Qinwu ordered the goblins. Finish them, and there'll be meat to eat. At the mention of food, the three goblins sprang into action, eagerly scavenging for materials and busying themselves around the fire. While they worked on crafting arrows, Li Qinwu wove together two simple quivers using vines. Once finished, he noticed the goblins were still diligently focused on their tasks. He headed to the storage area, retrieving 5 kilograms of magical beast meat. Tearing it into strips with his bare hands, he skewered the pieces onto wooden sticks. Life without proper tools is unbearable, he thought to himself, wiping grease from his hands. This primitive way of living needed to change. Finding suitable tools was now a top priority. As the magical beast meat roasted over the flames, its enticing aroma wafted through the air, even without seasoning. The three goblins couldn't stop swallowing their saliva, but they worked even harder, knowing that failing their task meant no food. Just as Li Qinwu observed his subordinates' industrious efforts with satisfaction, a sudden crack came from a nearby thicket. His sharp ears perked up instantly. He shouted, "Get up! Grab your weapons!" Although the three goblins didn't understand the situation, they immediately picked up their spears and stood by his side, mirroring his serious demeanor. The 4 of them stared intently at the trembling bushes, the tension thick in the air. Li Qinwu slowly drew an arrow coated with red poison fruit and aimed it at the source of the noise. The bushes rustled violently before a green head emerged. It was another goblin. The 4 of them let out a collective sigh of relief. It was just a group of goblins from a nearby tribe. What a scare. The goblin hidden in the bushes caught sight of the 4 and was momentarily stunned. Why aren't they lounging comfortably back at the tribe? What are they doing out here? He thought to himself. If it weren't for the hunting task assigned by the chief, he would have never come out to endure this hardship. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto the skewers of roasted meat by the campfire. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, tickling his nose. His eyes immediately gleamed a deep, hungry green. The next moment, the goblin leapt out of the bushes, charging toward the skewers like a starving dog, completely ignoring the 4 others as his focus zeroed in on the sizzling, glistening meat. Li Qinwu, seeing this goblin rushing forward without hesitation, swiftly raised a leg and delivered a precise kick. The goblin was sent flying back into the bushes, collapsing onto the ground with a groan of pain. At Li Qinwu's current height of 1.4 meters, and with his strength surpassing that of an average goblin, the kick left the goblin incapacitated, writhing in agony. Just as Li Qinwu was about to step forward and question him, a rustling sound came from the bushes. One by one, over 20 goblins emerged, quickly filling the area. Li Qinwu tensed as he realized their numbers, taking a few steps back to regroup with his 3 subordinates. Together, they stared warily at the uninvited guests. The newly arrived goblins immediately fixated on the roasted meat by the fire, their eyes gleaming with greed. One of them, a goblin with a massive scar across his face, stepped forward, his gaze locked on the fragrant skewers. His tongue instinctively ran over his cracked lips. This scarred goblin, nicknamed Scarface, was the leader of the hunting party. The scar on his face was a trophy from a battle with a wild wolf, a feat few goblins survived. This accomplishment had earned him considerable respect and secured his position as the hunting leader, along with his infamous nickname. Scarface reluctantly tore his gaze away from the meat and scrutinized Qinwu with caution. Normally, he would have led his group to snatch the food without hesitation, but Qinwu's height was unusual. Aside from the tribe chief, no goblin in their group was this tall. The two sides remained at a standoff for a while. Meanwhile, the roasted meat on the fire reached its most tempting state, with fat dripping onto the coals and sizzling enticingly. Scarface's mouth watered uncontrollably. Having never tasted such refined food, his rationality was overwhelmed by the aroma, and his primal instincts took over. Casting aside his concerns about Qinwu's unusual stature, he pointed at him and barked, "Hand over the meat, or he'll kill you." Qinwu thought to himself, classic goblin, straight to the point. Instead of getting angry, he smiled and replied cheerfully, "Sure, no problem. But how about you all become my underlings?" Scarface was taken aback by the easy agreement, but the second half of the response confused him. "What? Are you trying to take over?" he roared, enraged. Pointing at Qinwu, he shouted, "You oversized fool. Don't think you're better just because you're taller. I've got the numbers on my side." "Oh really?" Qinwu's expression turned playful as he glanced at the other goblins. With a grin, he said, "Brothers, how about making me your boss? I'm taller and stronger than Scarface, and I can bring in bigger and better prey." He gestured toward the mouth-watering skewers by the fire. "If you follow me, you'll never go hungry. Agree now, and you can start eating that meat right away." Ding! A system prompt sounded in Qinwu's mind. "Would you like to spend 210 dinars to recruit 21 goblins? You can recruit up to 16. Qinwu quickly counted the group. There were 22 in total. It seemed one of them wasn't on board, and judging by the scowl on his face, it was none other than Scarface. The goblin captain was unwilling to relinquish his authority and declined the recruitment offer. However, this did not affect Qinwu's plans. He cheerfully paid the agreed reward and successfully recruited 16 goblins, expanding his team to a full roster of 20 members. Scarface, seeing his subordinates being poached, flew into a rage. "Break his bones for me," he roared. Yet, the expected brawl never materialized. Only 4 goblins, who hadn't been recruited, charged forward in confusion, completely oblivious to the empty space behind them. By the time these unlucky fools reached Qinwu's team, they were met with the cold gleam of 4 spears. As they collapsed to the ground, it dawned on them that they had charged in alone. Enraged by the scene, Scarface bellowed, "Attack! All of you attack!" However, his remaining subordinates exchanged glances and, to his shock, began walking toward Qinwu instead. Scarface assumed his intimidation had worked, but to his dismay, the goblins calmly joined Qinwu's ranks, standing obediently in formation. Qinwu burst into laughter and waved his hand. "Go, teach him a lesson." Before his words fully landed, 19 goblins surged toward Scarface like a tidal wave. Fists and kicks rained down, leaving Scarface rolling on the ground, wailing in pain. Once he was beaten into a swollen mess, Qinwu gestured for his goblins to stop. He stepped forward himself, planted his foot on Scarface's chest, and raised his spear for the final blow. You can't kill me. I am the leader of the chief's hunting team." Scarface sputtered, bloodied teeth falling from his mouth. Qinwu smirked coldly and thrust his spear downward. As life faded from Scarface, he let out one last curse. You're growing tall. Aren't you aiming to become a hobgoblin? The chief, he won't let you grow. You're doomed too. You're doomed." With a few more stabs, Scarface was dead. A system notification confirmed the increase in experience points. Qinwu pondered Scarface's final words. This goblin tribe had over 300 adult goblins, but only 1 hobgoblin as its chief. The imbalance was glaringly unusual. Clearly, whenever a goblin showed signs of maturing into a hobgoblin, the chief eliminated them preemptively. This behavior aligned perfectly with goblin nature. If a goblin evolved into a hobgoblin, it would undoubtedly challenge and kill the chief. The lazy, gluttonous chief might spend his days eating and sleeping, but he clearly understood the threat. At 1.4 meters tall, Qinwu stood out conspicuously among the 1 to 1.2 meter goblins. But as he looked at the 19 loyal goblins surrounding him, a confident smile spread across his face. "Just 1 hobgoblin? What chance do you have against me?" Qinwu integrated the scar-faced goblins into his forces, bringing his army to its peak strength. He planned to lead his troops into battle tonight, intending to strike first before their leader could take him down. By the campfire, he pulled out 2 portions of magical beast meat, tore them into strips, and roasted them over the flames. The aroma of the cooking meat quickly filled the air. Once the meat turned a golden brown, he took out a bag of grains and distributed the grains wrapped in the roasted meat to each goblin. Eat up, Qinwu said as he watched the goblins devour their food ravenously, nodding in satisfaction. The grains provided ample energy. Though the goblins typically disliked the bland taste, when paired with the flavorful roasted meat, they gobbled it down without hesitation. Once the troops were full, Qinwu commanded, "Everyone, find a long, straight stick." The goblins immediately scattered, searching the area for suitable wood. Before long, they returned with various wooden sticks. Qinwu selected the most suitable ones and instructed them to place the ends into the fire to harden. The wood crackled softly as it charred in the flames. Then, he taught the goblins to sharpen the tips with stones, creating simple wooden spears. Turning around, Qinwu handed the grain sack to Gobuda and ordered, "Go pick red poison berries and fill this bag." Gobuda thumped his chest in acknowledgement and dashed into the dark forest. Next, Qinwu carefully observed the newly recruited goblins and quickly identified one with broader shoulders and slightly longer arms. He handed it another bow and said, "From now on, you're Gobu Bao. Watch closely, I'll teach you how to shoot." He guided Gobu Bao step by step, teaching the basics of drawing the bowstring, aiming, and shooting. Although the crude bow had a range of only 20 meters barely suitable for close combat, it was better than nothing. After a few practice rounds, Gobu Bao managed to shoot arrows, though accuracy remained a significant issue. Qinwu instructed it to continue practicing on the side while he turned his attention to the other goblins. "Spear carriers, assemble," he commanded loudly. Opening the battlefield command interface, he grouped all the spear-wielding goblins into a spear infantry unit and had them form a neat line. "Watch carefully and follow my lead." Standing at the front of the formation, he demonstrated thrusting techniques with a long spear. The goblins mimicked his movements, clumsily jabbing their wooden spears back and forth. Qinwu didn't expect to train elite soldiers in such a short time. He only needed them to know how to thrust the spear tip forward. With the system's forced combat functions, this basic training would suffice for the impending skirmish. After drilling the goblins for a while, their movements surprisingly became more coordinated, possibly due to the system's enhancements. This boosted Qinwu's confidence. Over half an hour later, Gobuda returned, panting heavily, with the bag now filled with bright red poison berries. The fruit gleamed ominously under the moonlight. Qinwu inspected the contents and nodded in satisfaction. "Well done." With everything prepared, Qinwu brought out roasted fish for a second meal, ensuring everyone was well fed. Then, he ordered, "Rest here and sleep." The goblins, their bellies full, quickly fell asleep, feeling immensely content. In their hearts, they thought, "Our new leader is amazing." As the night deepened and starlight dimmed, Qinwu softly woke the goblins. "Follow me," he whispered. "The tribe is fast asleep now. This is the perfect time to act." He led the goblins stealthily toward the tribe. Their footsteps were as light as a cat's. The goblins assumed their new leader was taking them back to sleep, completely unaware of the madness Qinwu was about to unleash. He deliberately kept his true intentions hidden, knowing full well that if the goblins learned they were about to fight the leader, they'd panic and ruin everything. It was better to keep them in the dark, drag them onto the battlefield, and use the system's functions to compel them to attack before anyone could react. Thanks to their innate night vision, the goblins had no trouble navigating in the dark. Before long, the group reached the edge of the goblin tribe's territory, concealed in the tall grass. Qinwu raised his hand, signaling them to stop, and whispered, "Crush the red poison berries and coat the spear tips with the juice." The goblins followed his instructions, carefully mashing the berries into a paste and smearing it onto the tips of their wooden spears. Qinwu inspected each spear to ensure the poison was evenly applied. Under the moonlight, the spear tips glistened with a dangerous, deadly sheen. After giving the order for everyone to stay put and remain silent, Qinwu stealthily infiltrated the goblin camp to observe the situation. The camp was unusually quiet. Goblins were sprawled out sleeping wherever they pleased, with no one assigned to keep watch. The group that had been defeated earlier that morning had already been absorbed into his ranks, and a hunting party had yet to return, but no one in the camp seemed to care. The leader, that fat slob, was comfortably snoring away in his straw hut, his thunderous snores echoing through the camp. He hadn't even bothered to send anyone to look for the missing party. It was clear that he treated his goblin subordinates as expendable, casually raising replacements from the young ones whenever numbers dwindled. To him, the goblins were mere cannon fodder. As the leader, he seemed to feel no pressure and spent most of his days indulging in 18-hour sleep sessions. Under the cover of the dark, windy night, Qinwu decided not to wait any longer. With a decisive move, he pressed F1 to select all his units, followed by F3 to initiate a charge. At his command, all his forces surged forward, intending to take down the fat goblin leader with a swarm strategy. Behind him, the goblins under his command looked confused, unsure why their new leader had stopped at the camp's entrance without advancing. Suddenly, as if guided by an unseen force, they grabbed their spears and charged forward, heading straight for the small straw hut in the center of the camp. The sound of their charge startled the other goblins who had been sleeping. They scrambled to their feet, bewildered and clueless about what was happening. Qinwu watched with a sly grin as his 19 goblin spearmen stormed toward the hut. He chuckled to himself, confident that victory was assured. All that was left was for the goblins to skewer that fat slob of a leader with their spears. His lips curled into a smirk as he began to envision his plans for controlling the camp once this was over. But to his surprise, nothing happened. Time passed, and aside from the sound of the wind, there was no commotion. The expected cries of pain from the leader being stabbed to death never came. The goblins holding the spears stood motionless around the leader, as if something was restraining them. Qinwu froze, a sinking feeling washing over him as he suddenly remembered something critical. According to the system's rules, he and the goblin leader were not officially enemies. Moreover, these goblin spearmen were still loyal to the leader and would not attack him without direct orders. At that moment, the leader's snoring stopped. Awakened by the noise, he opened his eyes to see a circle of his subordinates surrounding him. Startled, he let out a loud scream and sprang to his feet. Qinwu panicked, instantly recognizing the gravity of the situation. He quickly drew his wooden bow and fired an arrow. The arrow whistled through the air and struck the leader squarely on the backside. The leader let out a pained yell, reaching back to pull the arrow from his rear. His eyes darted around furiously as he bellowed, "Who shot me? Who dared ow ow ow?" Seizing the moment, Qinwu knocked another arrow and fired again. This time, the leader flailed even more helplessly. Finally, the goblin spearmen seemed to snap out of their stupor, raising their spears and driving them toward the goblin leader with fierce determination. Ark! The leader tried to resist, but was overwhelmed as the 19 spears pierced him from every direction. The sharp tips tore through his body, and blood gushed out in a gruesome display. "Traitors!" The goblin leader roared, but his voice was soon drowned out by his agonized screams. The goblin chief let out a pained roar and suddenly pulled out an iron axe from beneath his beast-hide skirt. The blade gleamed with a cold, menacing light. "Traitor! Die!" he bellowed, and with a powerful swing, the axe smashed into the spear-wielding goblin in front of him, shattering its head into pieces. Qinwu's pupils contracted sharply. Hadn't expected such a primitive tribe to possess iron weapons. It was an unexpected revelation. Fortunately, there was only one iron axe, while he still had 19 spear-wielding goblins under his command. No matter how strong the enemy, it was impossible to fend off so many attackers. Even against adults, 20 fearless little creatures could easily overpower them. The goblin chief swung his axe wildly, slashing through the attacking spear-wielding goblins with unrelenting ferocity. Nearly every swing claimed a life. With his immense physical strength, any goblin struck by the axe was killed instantly. Yet, what filled the goblin chief with dread was the fact that, despite the mounting pile of fallen traitors, the remaining goblins showed no signs of retreat. Instead, they seemed to grow even more frenzied. Surrounding him fearlessly, they lunged with their spears, their relentless courage sending a chill down the chief's spine. This wasn't normal. How could goblins remain undeterred in the face of such brutal casualties? They were recklessly attacking him, defying their natural instincts. He had already slain so many of his kinbi now, the others should have scattered in fear. Yet, they continued to encircle him tightly. The chief tried to break through the encirclement with his sheer strength, but he found himself surrounded on all sides by spear-wielding goblins. The sharp tips of their spears thrust toward him relentlessly, and one misstep could result in a fatal wound. His balance started to falter. The situation was growing increasingly dire. The goblin chief, nearly driven mad with desperation, could no longer afford to wait. He bellowed, "Come, kill them. Kill these traitors." His cry caught the attention of other goblins who had just woken up. They stared in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the shocking scene before them. Their once mighty leader, bloodied and battered, was being attacked by his own kind. Their small minds struggled to grasp this power struggle. "Come, come, kill these traitors." The goblin chief's voice grew more frantic, teetering on the edge of collapse. Even as his axe continued to wreak havoc, cutting down 2 more traitors, his wounds multiplied. Blood poured from his injuries, dizziness clouded his vision, and his strength began to wane. Yet, he stubbornly used what remained of his energy to keep fighting, gasping for breath like a beast. Qinwu watched the battle intently, his heart tightening. He couldn't let the chief keep shouting like this. His cries would only fuel the goblin's bloodlust further. Seizing an opportunity, he gripped his wooden spear tightly and charged at the goblin chief. Just as the chief swung his axe with all his might, he suddenly felt a sharp, excruciating pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he saw a long spear deeply embedded in his gut. The fatal wound elicited a deafening scream, his eyes filled with fury and disbelief. You're a hobgoblin," he snarled through gritted teeth, his voice dripping with hatred, as though he wanted to tear Qinwu apart. A hobgoblin? That explained it. So, this was one of those rare, powerful beings capable of rallying an entire tribe. The chief had failed to notice that someone in his ranks had quietly evolved into a hobgoblin. This wasn't normal. Goblins had an instinct to gather around the strong, yet he had never realized someone so formidable was hiding among them. Qinwu had no intention of engaging in a prolonged confrontation. Seeing the chief covered in blood and weakened, he quickly twisted the spear, the sharp tip tearing through the goblin chief's intestines. The excruciating pain caused the chief to let out an even more agonized scream, his strength draining rapidly. Taking advantage of the moment, Qinwu mustered all his strength and slammed the massive leader to the ground, sending the axe flying far away. The goblin chief collapsed with a thunderous crash, his enormous body hitting the ground like a mound of flesh, kicking up a cloud of dust. His thick layer of fat had protected him from being immediately impaled by the spears, but it had only bought him a little time. Soon, the spear-wielding goblins closed in, driving their weapons into his body. Nearly 100 spears pierced him simultaneously, and his anguished cries echoed endlessly. Although the wooden spears lacked sharpness and the force behind them wasn't enough to deliver fatal blows, each thrust inflicted unbearable pain on the goblin chief. The agony far exceeded the fear of death. Finally, unable to endure any longer, the goblin chief looked weakly at Qinwu, his eyes filled with terror and despair, pleading, spare me." Qinwu glanced back and saw the goblins, who had intended to come to their leader's aid, frozen in place, exchanging uncertain looks. The leader's plea for mercy had shaken their confidence in his orders, and the green-skinned creatures had lost their will to attack. Seeing the threat neutralized, Qinwu raised his hand, signaling the spear-wielding goblins to stand down. He pulled a length of grass rope from his waist, and, with a few quick motions, securely bound the bloodied goblin leader. Then, he picked up the battle axe from the ground and examined it closely. It was just an ordinary axe, neglected and covered in rust, with a blade so dull, it was practically useless. Qinwu pressed the axe against the leader's neck and asked coldly, "Where did you get this axe?" The goblin leader's eyes darted nervously. "Promise you won't kill me, and I'll tell you." Qinwu had no patience for bargaining. He grabbed the wooden spear still embedded in the leader's abdomen and gave it a sharp twist. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the area, as pitiful as the wail of a slaughtered pig. I'll talk. The leader cried out in desperation. "I stole it from a human village to the west." Qinwu was momentarily taken aback. "Humans? There are humans to the west? Tell me more." "Yais," the leader stammered, panting heavily. "If you follow the great river west for 4 days, there's a small village built by humans. I attacked it once, but we were driven back. I managed to snatch this axe during the retreat." Qinwu pressed for details about the villagers' numbers, but the leader seemed at a loss. Noticing this, Qinwu pointed toward the goblin tribe and asked, "Is it bigger than our tribe?" With this point of reference, the leader finally found a way to explain. He hesitantly held up 3 fingers. "It would take this many of our tribes to match the size of that village." Qinwu quickly did the math: about 100 people, give or take. But what concerned him more was the proximity to the forest's edge. If the tribe was only a 4-day journey from human territory, he would need to lead his people deeper into the heart of the magical forest immediately. Drawing on his knowledge from reading fantasy stories in his past life, Qinwu was well aware that goblins were often seen as mere fodder by humans. Furthermore, in this world, goblins had no females and frequently raided other races to reproduce. Encounters with humans would inevitably lead to a fight to the death. "Do you know where the forest boundary is?" he asked. "No," the leader replied, shaking his head. "I don't know exactly where it is, but it's definitely more than 4 days away. This forest is huge." This answer brought Qinwu a small measure of relief. As a reincarnated human now living as a goblin, he had begun to think like one of them. If goblins and humans were natural enemies, his only option was to ensure his own survival. In fact, he was already considering whether to launch an attack on the human village to seize more iron tools. After all, these people weren't his kin from his previous life, so he felt no guilt about it. However, one question lingered in his mind. Why would humans build a village deep within a forest teeming with monsters? The forest of beasts was teeming with danger at every turn. On land, wolves howled and giant bears roared. In the waters, horned crocodiles snapped their bloodthirsty jaws, while deep within the great river lurked an unknown monster, hundreds of meters long. Among the intelligent and communal creatures of the forest were the goblins. In such a perilous and competitive environment, humans had somehow chosen to establish a village right in the middle of the forest of beasts. Was this not the ultimate test of survival? Qinwu furrowed his brows, pondering whether these humans had committed some unspeakable crime and been exiled to this deadly land by mainstream society. Narrowing his eyes, Qinwu fired off a barrage of questions, forcing the goblin chief to reveal every detail about the surrounding area. The chief, trembling with fear, explained that while the forest was dotted with many goblin tribes, most of them were primitive and underdeveloped. His own tribe, by comparison, was relatively large in scale. What's to the east? Li Qinwu demanded coldly. Swallowing nervously, the goblin chief explained that the eastern territory was home to kobolds, medium-sized creatures with dog-like heads, covered in dense fur, and standing between 1.4 and 1.6 meters tall. They were stronger fighters than goblins, but fewer in number. The two species had clashed repeatedly, treating one another as a source of food. However, after many bloody battles, neither side had been able to wipe out the other. Eventually, they reached an unspoken truce, using a massive ancient tree as the boundary. The land west of the tree belonged to the goblins, while the land to the east was claimed by the kobolds. And what about that mountain to the south? Li Qinwu pressed further. A flicker of fear crossed the chief's eyes as he quietly revealed that the mountain's base was riddled with caves, home to cave spiders, extremely dangerous creatures capable of spinning webs and spraying venom. Every goblin who ventured there had never returned. The goblin chief rambled on about his past. He had once been an ordinary member of a goblin tribe, but that tribe was destroyed by a forest demon bear. He had barely escaped with his life. During his time wandering, he gradually grew into a hobgoblin, collecting bits of knowledge about the forest's geography. Eventually, he stumbled across his current tribe and settled there. Weak, stray goblins began to gather around him, and the tribe steadily grew in size. With the goblins providing for him, his life became increasingly comfortable, and he lost all desire to explore the outside world, devolving into a lazy and complacent leader. The questioning concluded. Li Qinwu let out a cold laugh and pressed the edge of his axe against the goblin chief's throat, the sharp blade leaving a shallow cut. If you have nothing more to say, then it's time to go. The goblin chief immediately began trembling with terror, his green skin turning pale with fear. No, I've told you everything. You can't kill me. You can't. He tried to struggle, but his injuries, combined with the effects of the red poisonberry smeared on the weapon, left him completely paralyzed and powerless. Li Qinwu opened the prisoner management panel and glanced at it. The icon representing the goblin chief now displayed recruitable, indicating that the creature had fully submitted in a desperate bid to survive. But Li Qinwu chose not to recruit him. Instead, under the goblin chief's terrified gaze, he swung his axe and cleanly severed the creature's head. Blood sprayed as the head rolled to the ground. This goblin had ruled his tribe for too long, and every goblin recognized him as their leader. Without eliminating him completely, there was no way to fully take control of the tribe. With a swift kick, Li Qinwu sent the severed head rolling into the crowd of goblins, who screamed in panic and scrambled to retreat. Striding to the center of the tribe, Li Qinwu planted his foot on the bloodied head of the former chief. A chilling smile spread across his face as he surveyed the trembling goblins. From now on, I'm the boss. Who's with me, and who's against me? On the second day, as the sun rose again, the goblin tribe welcomed their new leader. As the most physically imposing figure in the tribe, Li Qinwu naturally assumed the position. As a goblin with a human soul, Li Qinwu immediately set about reorganizing the tribe's structure. He divided the members into two groups. Half were assigned to the hunting team, split into 5 squads of 30 members each, tasked with searching for prey in all directions. With a stern expression, he warned everyone. All prey must be brought back for unified distribution. Anyone caught hoarding will face death. The other half were assigned to the labor team, with their first task being to deal with the 30-plus corpses of those who had died from eating the red poison fruit. These bodies had been lying in the camp for 2 days, spreading a foul stench, a testament to the incompetence of the previous leader. Although goblins were as resilient as cockroaches, the risk of a plague from the decomposing bodies could spell the tribe's doom. Once everything was arranged, Li Qinwu recruited 7 new subordinates to form a 19-member squad dedicated to hunting horned crocodiles. From yesterday's experience, he knew the red poison fruit was a powerful weapon against these creatures. The entire day was spent in relentless hunting. They brought down 21 horned crocodiles, allowing Li Qinwu to reach level 10. His vitality increased from 8 to 12, and his height grew to 1.8 meters, making him a standout even among the larger goblins. His running skill reached its maximum level of 5, and he allocated the remaining specialization points to single-handed weapon mastery. By evening, Li Qinwu directed his team to flip over the horned crocodile carcasses and carefully skin them using newly acquired iron axes. They also harvested the horns and tendons from the creatures. The day's haul was impressive. 42 portions of grain, 37 horned crocodile hides, 5 horns, 11 tendons, and 1,890 dinars. As he stared at the 21 horned crocodile carcasses on the ground, Li Qinwu fell into contemplation. Could the meat of these creatures, poisoned by the red fruit, still be edible? The fruit's potent toxicity likely stemmed from magic, but wasting so much meat seemed a shame. He recalled knowledge from a documentary. Many natural toxins are neutralized under high heat. With this in mind, he decided to experiment. He selected a piece of horned crocodile meat, washed it clean, skewered it on a stick, and roasted it over the fire until it was charred on the outside and thoroughly cooked inside. Hey Gobda, come here. Li Qinwu called out. For your bravery today, Hayrace a reward a meat skewer. Without a hint of guilt, he handed the skewer over. Gabuda devoured the skewer with delight, his face glistening with oil. He locked eyes with Li Qinwu, a hint of anticipation in his gaze. Do you feel anything unusual? Li Qinwu asked, staring at him intently. Gabuda scratched his face, hesitated for a moment, then suddenly lit up. No. Oh wait, yes. Li Qinwu tensed up immediately. Spit it out. Boss, Gabuda said shyly. I feel like I'm still hungry. Li Qinwu rolled his eyes and promptly ordered all the goblins to dig in. After all, if anyone died, replacements could always be found, but if nothing happened, it would be a great success. To everyone's relief, over an hour passed, and all 19 goblins remained perfectly fine, showing no signs of poisoning. Li Qinwu secretly exhaled in relief, hypothesizing that either the toxins were concentrated in the horned crocodile's stomach or the high heat had neutralized the toxic proteins of the red berries. This meant the meat wouldn't go to waste. He quickly organized a team to process the horned crocodile carcasses, emphasizing that no one should touch the internal organs. Due to the immense workload, he sent Gobu's spear to the tribe to summon reinforcements. When the backup arrived and saw the piles of horned crocodile meat, they were left speechless. Each horned crocodile weighed over 500 kilograms, yielding at least 300 kilograms of edible meat. This haul was enough to feed the entire tribe for months. The tribe's morale soared as the goblins praised Li Qinwu's leadership, declaring him far superior to the previous chief. Li Qinwu ordered the meat to be transported back to the tribe and strictly forbade anyone from sneaking raw meat that hadn't been properly cooked. Back at the tribe, Li Qinwu oversaw the construction of a massive bonfire in the village center. He assigned teams to wash the meat chunks in the mountain spring and slice them into thin strips for drying. He promised the tribe that as long as everyone worked hard, they would all eat their fill tonight. This promise motivated the goblins, who worked with renewed enthusiasm and efficiency. Before long, thousands of strips of horned crocodile meat were roasting over the bonfire, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. As the sky darkened, the hunting parties began returning one by one. The sight before them left them in disbelief. Li Qinwu inspected the spoils of each hunting group. While the first 3 teams brought back modest but acceptable results, he sniffed each team member to ensure cleanliness, ordering them to bathe in the mountain spring before eating. When it came to the 4th hunting party, however, their haul was pitiful, just a small collection of berries and insects. Li Qinwu frowned and leaned in close to the team leader, immediately catching a strong stench of blood. Fury ignited within him, and he grabbed the leader by the throat, slamming him to the ground. I've said it before, any prey caught must be brought back and distributed by me. BYD sneaking food, huh? Playing mind games with your big brother? Li Qinwu's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the air around them. Furious, he grabbed the goblin by the neck, his grip tightening until the creature was nearly choked to death. Li Qinwu's icy glare, as if staring at a lifeless object, betrayed his disdain. The stench of blood still clung to the goblin, a clear sign it had just returned from battle. At that moment, Li Qinwu burned with anger. Anyone who defied his orders would pay the price. Goblins were creatures with little understanding of restraint. These savage beings could only be subdued through overwhelming strength. Without the power to instill fear, any semblance of control over them would crumble. So, whenever such defiance arose, Li Qinwu struck swiftly and mercilessly. He drew the axe from his waist and, without hesitation, brought it down on the goblin's head. Crack! The sharp sound of bone splitting echoed as the goblin's skull split open, blood spraying everywhere. The creature collapsed, lifeless. Li Qinwu's eyes gleamed with a murderous intent as he coldly ordered the other goblins. Move. 3 in a group, 1 dies. The goblins holding spears froze for a moment, glancing around in confusion as they noticed others in the group already sitting down, bewildered. 3 in a group, 1 dies? What does that even mean? Li Qinwu, seeing their hesitation, raised 3 fingers and folded them down one by one. 3 goblins. Kill one of them. Now hurry up. Realization dawned on the spear-wielding goblins, and they quickly advanced, separating groups of 3 goblins to encircle. Blood splattered, and agonized screams filled the air. Within moments, over a dozen goblins in the hunting party had been struck down. Watching the carnage, a satisfied smirk crept across Li Qinwu's face. This was the effect he wanted: terror. For creatures as irrational as goblins, only fear could force them to submit. However, as the bloodshed continued, Li Qinwu's brow furrowed, and unease crept into his heart. What was once a group of over 30 goblins had now dwindled to fewer than 10. Was his math taught by a PE teacher? How could it have gone so wrong? Frustration boiled over as Li Qinwu barked out an order, his face dark with anger. Stop. Stop everything. You idiots. It's not 3 and 3 die. It's 3 and 1 dies. Do you even understand? Li Qinwu roared. Despite the chaos already caused, the commands had been carried out. Li Qinwu had no choice but to suppress his fury, gritting his teeth as he gave further orders. Carry on. Anyone who disobeys will die. He glared at the surviving goblins, pointing at the corpses strewn across the ground. Look closely. This is what happens when you defy me. From now on, follow my orders, and you'll have all the meat you can eat. Disobey, and you'll die. After reasserting his dominance, Qinwu turned his attention back to inspecting the prey brought in by the hunting party. The prey was simple yet fresh rabbits, wild chickens, bird eggs, berries, and some seemingly ordinary fruits. The quantity was decent, and, oddly enough, none of the team members carried the scent of blood on them. Qinwu felt a small sense of relief and nodded in approval. This was acceptable. Just as he was about to dismiss the hunting party to clean up and eat, something caught his eye. A potato. Qinwu's eyes lit up as he leapt into the pile of prey, snatching up a potato and turning it over in his hands for a closer look. It certainly looked like a potato. He scraped the skin with his nail and brought it to his nose. Inhaling deeply, it even smelled like a potato. Without hesitation, he took a bite. The familiar taste filled his mouth. It was indeed a potato. He nearly exclaimed in surprise, his mind racing with excitement. Holy crap! This is a potato! Qinwu's eyes widened in amazement. He grabbed the kneeling goblin who had brought it back, shaking him violently by the shoulders. Where did you find this? Are there more of them? The goblin, shaken to the point of losing balance, stammered nervously. No. Just this one. Qinwu froze, his fiery anger momentarily replaced by a complex mix of emotions. He stared at the potato in his hand, his thoughts churning like a storm. Found near the cave spider's nest, and there's a lot of it. The roots and stems are everywhere, covering the mountains. The goblin stammered as he reported, his voice trembling with excitement. Hearing this, Qinwu's breathing immediately grew heavy, and his face twisted into an exaggerated grin of sheer ecstasy. His eyes widened so much they seemed ready to pop out of their sockets. Potatoes, he practically roared. A crop that provides a huge amount of starch, grows well in a wide variety of regions, and has an incredibly high yield. He strode forward and clapped both hands heavily on the goblin's shoulders, the force nearly causing the goblin to stumble. Good. Very good. You've done well. Qinwu's voice boomed, drawing the attention of the surrounding goblins, who instinctively perked up their ears. They'll give you a name one year. From now on, you'll be the captain of this hunting squad, and you'll receive double the food rations every day. He paused for a moment, sweeping his gaze over the other goblins. Now, take your team to wash up. After you're clean, you can eat as much dried meat as you want. Hearing this, One Ear's eyes sparkled like stars, and his grin stretched all the way to his ears. In his heart, he was overjoyed. Had he just hit the jackpot? He was a leader now, right? Qinwu, ever perceptive, noticed the envious looks the other goblins cast toward One Ear. Seizing the moment, he decided to establish a clear hierarchy. Reaching into the animal hide pouch at his waist, he pulled out a piece of dried meat and held it up for everyone to see. The meat was just big enough to satisfy a goblin's hunger for a meal. Listen up, he said, his voice firm and authoritative. From now on, every worker will get one piece of meat like this each day. He raised one finger, then added half a finger more. The hunting squad, because of the danger they face, will get 1.5 pieces daily. Finally, he raised 2 fingers. The hunting squad captain will receive 2 pieces. Seeing the goblin's eyes fixed greedily on the dried meat in his hand, Qinwu continued. If we encounter enemies, soldiers who fight in battle will earn 3 pieces a day. And if someone achieves a great merit, they'll be rewarded with 10 pieces at once. One Ear here discovered a valuable crop, so he's being rewarded with 10 pieces of dried meat. Noticing the confused expressions on the goblins' faces, Qinwu realized these creatures couldn't grasp abstract numbers. Squatting down, he pulled more dried meat from his bag and arranged it in small piles of different heights on the ground, giving the goblins a visual representation of the rewards associated with their roles. The goblins' eyes locked onto the pile of 10 dried meats, their gazes filled with unbridled greed. In their simple minds, a straightforward concept had taken root. If they achieved merit, they could earn lots and lots of meat. Over the next few days, under Qinwu's leadership, the tribe began to develop steadily. He assigned the goblins numerous tasks, starting with the construction of a sturdy livestock pen. Using thick wooden stakes, they enclosed a circular area specifically for raising wood rats. Wood rats were large, rodent-like creatures with gray-brown fur. Their bodies were as long as an adult goblin's lower leg. These animals were remarkably docile, indifferent to their surroundings, and constantly eating grass, bark, anything would sustain them. Of course, the reason these creatures hadn't been entirely consumed by the goblin tribe was their exceptional reproductive ability. Their moderate size also made them ideal breeding stock for the goblins. Under the previous leader, the wood rats had been haphazardly tethered to trees, often escaping or falling prey to wild animals. Qinwu insisted on proper management. Not only did he oversee the construction of a dedicated pen, but he also established a rule. Only goblins who achieved merit could earn the right to reproduce. The second structure he ordered built was a nursery. Using sturdy wooden logs and thick foliage, the goblins constructed a shelter 3 times larger than their usual dwellings. At its center, they built a crude earthen bed that could be heated with a fire, ensuring the young goblins stayed warm even on cold nights. Qinwu, having endured constant threats to his life during his own goblin infancy, knew all too well that the tribe's neglect of its young resulted in an infant mortality rate exceeding 80. He was determined to change this, not out of any moral conviction about sparing others the hardships he had endured, but purely for the tribe's future. Population was the key to development. To ensure a sufficient number of adult goblins, the young had to be protected through their most vulnerable stages. Only then could the tribe secure the labor force and combat strength it needed. After completing the nursery, Qinwu turned his attention to building his own residence. He directed the goblins to construct a wooden house using sturdy logs and animal hides. The structure, roughly 40 square meters in size, even had a floor covered with dry grass and animal pelts. Compared to the previous leader's shabby shelter, it was a palace. In a tribe where everyone else slept on the ground, his private house might have seemed indulgent. But as the chief of the tribe, responsible for its prosperity and survival, wasn't he entitled to some comfort? Ordinary goblins only needed to focus on their tasks, while he had to think about the big picture. As the tribe flourished, Qinwu quickly noticed a significant problem. The lack of metal tools severely hindered their progress. Whether it was clearing land, building structures, or hunting, everything was constrained by their primitive tools. Without addressing this issue, the tribe would remain stuck in its primitive state, unable to truly thrive. Standing at the entrance of his wooden house, Qinwu squinted toward the west. It was said that a human village lay in that direction. His gaze grew firm and resolute. A human village, it's time to pay a visit. Qinwu made up his mind to raid a human village. These were humans from a different world, so he felt no moral burden dealing with them. However, looking at the ragtag group under his command, he knew that launching a hasty attack would be a disaster. He needed thorough preparation. The first step was to expand his army. In addition to the 19 system soldiers who were absolutely loyal, he recruited 200 goblins as full-time troops. Each goblin was equipped with a wooden spear, and strict military training began immediately. The training was divided into 3 components: spear thrusting to improve combat skills, running to enhance mobility, and standing at attention to instill discipline. The first 2 parts of the training went relatively smoothly. With the promise of food as motivation, the goblins managed to complete the tasks, albeit with some difficulty. However, standing at attention proved to be the biggest challenge. These naturally restless goblins found it unbearable to stand motionless under the scorching sun for an hour. At first, they barely managed to hold their positions, but soon small movements, whispered conversations, and even outright sitting on the ground became common. Qinwu personally oversaw the training several times, but achieved little success. He was well aware of the importance of standing drills. What seemed like a meaningless exercise was actually crucial for instilling obedience to orders. If the goblins couldn't follow such a simple command, how could they be expected to obey tactical instructions on the battlefield? After repeated failures, even resorting to the use of disciplinary rods to no avail, Qinwu finally lost his patience. He ordered the spear-wielding goblins to line up in formation and declared, "Anyone who moves, speaks, or leaves their post will be executed immediately." This blunt and direct threat of death instantly brought the goblins into line. Under the intimidation of their comrades' sharp spears, they stood completely still for a full 3 hours. Seeing the results, Qinwu nodded in satisfaction. When dealing with goblins, violence, the language they understood best, was the most effective approach. He was confident that with a month of intensive training, this army would develop basic combat capabilities. At the same time, Qinwu didn't neglect preparations for leveling up his forces. Every day, he led his troops to hunt horned crocodiles, not only to gain experience for himself, but also to strengthen his subordinates. These small goblins needed to evolve into stronger hobgoblins if they were to stand a chance against humans. After 2 days of relentless hunting, one of his goblin spearmen finally accumulated enough experience. Qinwu immediately spent 80 dinars in the soldier management interface to upgrade the goblin spearman into a hobgoblin. Gob Spear's height suddenly surged to 1.7 meters. He stared at his muscular body in disbelief, feeling the surge of power coursing through him. His muscles became more defined, and his physique seemed transformed, brimming with strength. Qinwu pulled Gob Spear to the front of the tribe and announced loudly, "Gob Spear has been rewarded with strength for his bravery in battle. From now on, he will be the second great goblin of the tribe." He cast his gaze around the group. "Do you all desire such power? Then show your courage and fight for the tribe." A system notification promptly followed. "You have successfully delivered a speech. Charisma Proficiency 1. Seeing the fighting spirit ignite in the goblins, Qinwu nodded in satisfaction. In the days that followed, the riverbank horned crocodiles became the goblins' primary targets. They were lured ashore and repeatedly ambushed. As experience points accumulated, more and more goblins advanced to become great goblins. These upgraded warriors not only surpassed ordinary humans in strength, but also matched their intelligence. Li Qinwu began focusing on crafting equipment. Using a sharpened axe, he worked on the horned crocodile hides. While the back hide was too tough to process, the softer white belly hide was perfect for making armor. This leather was incredibly durable, capable of withstanding attacks from crossbows and swords. He personally demonstrated the crafting process, cutting the belly hide into front and back pieces, securing them with ropes, and adding shoulder guards, skirt guards, leg guards, and hand guards. The finished product was lightweight, flexible, and offered excellent protection. To signify his status, he crafted a double-layered, reinforced version for himself, complete with a unique helmet made from a horned crocodile's skull. From a distance, he resembled a fearsome crocodile warrior. The other goblins quickly followed his example. Before long, 19 warriors clad in horned crocodile soft armor and wearing crocodile skull helmets stood ready, exuding an impressive aura. The system displayed the attributes of the reinforced horned crocodile soft armor. Name: reinforced horned crocodile soft armor. Weight: 15 kilograms. Armor type: light armor. Defense values: head 12, torso 24, shoulders 13, hands 13, legs 13. Special traits: mild magic resistance, water element affinity, can confuse horned crocodiles. As the equipment and armor were gradually perfected, Li Qinwu's forging skill advanced to 25 points, unlocking 2 skill branches: pottery firing and crossbow crafting. With the sinews of the horned crocodiles, the conditions for crafting crossbows were now met. His gaze turned toward the distant human village, signaling the beginning of an impending battle. In Mount Blade 2, Li Qinwu's smithing skill reached 25 points, triggering a system prompt for him to choose between 2 perks. The first option, pottery crafting, was tempting after all. Pottery is a hallmark of human civilization and could significantly contribute to the development of the goblin tribe. However, given the current circumstances, he ultimately opted for the more practical crossbow crafting. As soon as he pressed the confirm button, a flood of professional crossbow-making knowledge surged into Li Qinwu's mind. Once he fully absorbed the technical details, he glanced back at the 2 crude wooden bows he had made earlier and found them utterly unbearable. These? You call these bows? It's an insult to bowyers, he exclaimed, snapping the 2 bows in half on the spot. Gobu Bao, standing nearby, watched in dismay as his toys were destroyed, his eyes welling up with tears. Stop crying, Li Qinwu said, patting Gobu Bao on the shoulder. Come on, let's make you some real weapons. The 2 ventured deep into the forest to search for pine wood. Known for its excellent durability and flexibility, this type of wood was ideal for crafting crossbows. Considering the limited training time, Li Qinwu decided to focus on making crossbows instead of bows. Crossbowmen only needed to master basic loading and aiming techniques to be combat-ready, making them far easier to train than archers, who required extensive practice. After locating a suitable pine tree, Gobu Bao skillfully wielded an axe, quickly cutting down the tree, stripping off its bark, and sawing it into usable planks. Li Qinwu chose to construct a simple cross-shaped crossbow design, which required only 2 intersecting wooden pieces and a basic trigger mechanism. On the first day, Li Qinwu successfully crafted a crossbow. The test results were impressive. The weapon had a range exceeding 120 meters, and even a standard wooden bolt could pierce a tree trunk to a depth of a fingertip. In the era of cold weaponry, this was essentially a portable, long-range weapon. The system provided detailed specifications for this extremely basic crossbow. It weighed 3 kilograms, classified as a light crossbow, dealt 35 points of piercing damage, had a projectile speed of 70 meters per second, and an effective range of 120 meters. The system evaluation described it as an emergency weapon, noting that due to the lack of proper drying, varnishing, and the use of a wooden trigger mechanism, it might break during intense battles. There was significant room for improvement. Li Qinwu fully understood the system's assessment. With more time and better materials, he could craft crossbows with superior performance. However, for now, these simple crossbows met the immediate needs. He quickly began mass production, single-handedly making 3 crossbows per day, and soon completed 20 crossbows. There was no other way. The entire tribe possessed only 1 axe, which meant productivity was painfully low. However, there was a silver lining: it provided an opportunity to hone their forging skills. Li Qinwu gazed at the lone axe, its faint glint catching the sunlight. The process of crafting crossbow bolts was simple yet efficient. He chose the sharp teeth of horned crocodiles as arrowheads. This task was delegated to other goblins, each responsible for making 40 bolts. Meanwhile, under his guidance, they carefully stitched sturdy quivers using horned crocodile leather. The preparations for their military supplies lasted an entire month, and now, the time for war had finally arrived. Li Qinwu's storage room was packed with dried meat, fish, and grains of plentiful reserve. His 20 elite goblins were equipped with soft armor made from horned crocodile hide and armed with wooden spears and crossbows, fully prepared for battle. 200 ordinary goblins, who had undergone basic military training, stood in neat formations, armed only with crude wooden spears and small stones. Their role was to fill the ranks and harass the enemy. On the eve of the expedition against the human village, Qinwu called to his side and spoke solemnly. From this moment on, I appoint you as the acting deputy leader. While I'm away, you must manage the tribe well. Froze in shock. He had assumed the leader would take him along on the campaign, but was instead ordered to stay behind. He anxiously pleaded, Boss, please take me with you. I want to earn military merits too. Qinwu patted Izhir's shoulder with a firm tone. Don't worry. While I'm gone, as long as you manage the tribe properly, you'll still earn credit. Besides, I'll assign you a few tasks. He pointed to the wooden hut in the center of the tribe and said in a low voice, First, that's my house. No one is allowed to enter. If anyone dares to, they will be executed without mercy. Izhir was startled by this severe warning and hastily nodded in agreement. Don't worry, boss. I'll guard your house tightly. No one will even get close. A cold smile crept across Qinwu's face. Good, I hope so. In truth, he didn't care whether anyone entered the hut. This was merely a test of obedience. He wanted to see if his authority could maintain order among the goblins while he was away. If it did, he would be pleased and continue to value Izhir. If it didn't and the hut was occupied, he wouldn't be angry, he would simply punish the offenders harshly, reasserting his dominance. Either way, he wouldn't lose. Next, Qinwu raised a second finger in front of Izhir. Your second task is to increase the population. The goblins I'm leaving behind number 70, along with over 30 wood mice. These creatures can produce at least 3 goblin infants in a single litter and give birth every 2 weeks. Goblin infants mature in another 2 weeks. By the time I return, I expect the population of the goblin tribe to have doubled. If you can achieve this, you'll be handsomely rewarded. Izhir's jaw dropped in astonishment. Was this even a task? It sounded more like a reward. For goblins, reproduction was instinctual, and fulfilling this desire was a dream come true. His gaze toward Qinwu became reverent, and he thought to himself, the leader's kindness is beyond measure. Qinwu raised a third finger. Your third task is to cultivate the land around the tribe and plant those potatoes you found last time. Huh? Plant potatoes? Izhir scratched his head. But I don't know how to do that. In the goblin tribe, apart from the wood mice, they had never domesticated other plants or animals. To Izhir, farming seemed like an incomprehensible skill. No problem, I'll teach you. Qinwu grabbed a wooden spear, crouched down, loosened the soil, and dug a small hole. He placed a potato inside and covered it with dirt. Standing up, he demonstrated by digging holes at intervals and dropping potatoes into them. Whether they grow or not is up to luck. Qinwu didn't expect this crude method to yield a high harvest. He simply wanted to give the goblins left behind some productive work to do. After all, he couldn't let his brothers fight on the front lines while the goblins at the rear indulged in leisure. Do your best, my acting deputy leader. Qinwu patted Izhir's shoulder and turned to join the assembled troops. With the tribal matters settled, Qinwu ordered his forces to gather. He raised the lone axe high and pointed it westward, his voice ringing out loud and clear. March! To the human village. The goblin army set out, with Qinwu directing the troops to march westward along the Great River. This was no ordinary march, it was an extreme endurance test. Marching 16 hours a day without pause, Qinwu aimed to determine the physical limits of the goblins. The results astonished him. As long as there was sufficient water and food, these green-skinned creatures seemed capable of marching endlessly. Qinwu quickly discovered a marching trick. Whenever the goblins' morale began to waver, he only needed to hand out jerky 1 strip per goblin without even stopping, and they would instantly regain their vigor and continue on. While this method proved highly effective, it consumed an enormous amount of food. Each goblin required 6 strips of jerky per day. Fortunately, over the past month, Qinwu had hunted a large number of horned crocodiles, amassing a significant stockpile. He even encouraged the troops, saying, the faster we march, the more jerky you can eat. With ample provisions, the journey, initially estimated to take 4 days, was completed by midday on the 3rd day. As the army marched along the riverbank, Qinwu suddenly raised his fist, signaling a halt. He sniffed the air, detecting a faint scent carried by the wind smoke. In this magical forest, few creatures possessed the ability to make fire, which meant they were close to their target. Entire army. Set up camp in the forest, eat, and sleep. No talking, no wandering off. Anyone who disobeys will be executed. Qinwu commanded sternly, ensuring the troops remained hidden within the forest to avoid detection by humans and maintain the element of surprise. He divided the large goblins into 2 groups. One, led by Gabuda, was tasked with guarding the smaller goblins, while the other accompanied him to scout the human settlement. String your crossbows, keep your ears sharp, and your eyes wide open. If you see anything unusual, call me immediately. Qinwu instructed as he led his elite team forward, with the large goblins following closely behind. The scent of smoke grew stronger as they advanced, and signs of human activity on the ground became increasingly apparent. Thanks to his scouting skill from Mount Blade 2, Bannerlord, Qinwu could extract detailed information from the tracks they encountered. The system clearly marked the chaotic footprints before him. Track 1, 3 individuals, 3 days ago. Track 2, 5 individuals, 2 days ago. Track 3, 4 individuals, 1 day ago. These small-scale traces led Qinwu to deduce that this area was likely frequented by human hunting parties, indicating they were nearing the main human activity zone. Stay alert. We might encounter enemies here, Qinwu whispered, continuing to lead the group forward. They hadn't gone far when his scouting skill flagged a danger hidden in the grass ahead. Carefully using a wooden spear, he pushed aside the dried leaves and branches, revealing a concealed animal trap. Picking up a stone, he expertly hurled it at the mechanism. With a sharp snap, the trap clamped shut. Qinwu handed the rare iron tool to one of the goblins behind him for safekeeping. The group pressed onward, uncovering and confiscating 4 more traps and various other hazards, all of which Qinwu identified with his scouting skill. After advancing roughly 3 kilometers from their camp, the forest began to thin, and the site of a human settlement finally came into view. However, the scene before him left Qinwu completely stunned. Are you kidding me? How am I supposed to deal with this? They had indeed located a human village, but to his great dismay, the village was fortified with sturdy walls. A patch of land outside the forest had been neatly cultivated, where several human farmers were bent over, working the soil and sowing seeds with practiced, mechanical movements. Behind the field stood a wooden wall about 3 meters high, standing straight and solid, obscuring whatever lay beyond. Through the narrow gaps, the faint outlines of rooftops could be seen, presumably the residential area. Within the enclosure, a watchtower roughly 7 meters tall loomed above, with 2 human guards stationed on it. They were scanning the surroundings while chatting and joking with each other. Each held a longbow that bore a striking resemblance to the English longbow. They wore kettle helmets, chainmail armor, and swords hung at their waists, presenting a well-equipped appearance. Qinwu stood concealed in the shadows of the forest, his jaw clenched as he observed the small, almost militarized fortification. He felt a surge of frustration, wishing he could dig up the remains of the previous goblin leader and give them a few more lashes. Hadn't Bayati described this as a village? Village, my foot. This was clearly a fortress. The system seemed to agree with his assessment. In the Mount Blade system, structures were categorized into 3 types: villages, castles, and towns. Villages primarily served for recruitment and supplies, with limited functionality. Castles, however, were a different story. Players could station a large number of troops there, and their sturdy walls could withstand attacks from significantly larger forces. Castles also allowed for the construction of additional buildings to produce resources or train soldiers. Towns were the pinnacle of development once a player captured one. It could serve as the foundation for domination. The wooden fort labeled Jiannan Tun in the system was indeed classified as a castle. When Qinwu saw the name, he almost burst out laughing. It was a fitting name, clearly chosen by a group of people exiled to this remote area who were trying to find humor in their hardships. Amusement aside, taking down this Jiannan Tun was a daunting challenge. Qinwu had no siege equipment and only a small force of goblins. Capturing a village might have been barely feasible, but going up against a well-fortified castle was like throwing eggs at a stone wall. He pondered in the woods for a long time, but couldn't come up with a viable strategy. Ultimately, he decided to retreat for now and look for an opportunity under the cover of night. Just as he was about to leave, a commotion arose from the direction of the castle. The partially open wooden gate creaked as 3 figures emerged. The first 2 were fully armed soldiers clad in chainmail and equipped with longswords. Between them walked a young man dressed in bright green hunting attire. He carried a longsword and a quiver of arrows at his waist, a longbow slung across his back, and led a hunting dog on a leash. His attire and demeanor made it clear this was a nobleman out for a hunt. Qinwu's eyes narrowed. Judging by the young man's equipment and posture, it was evident that his status was far from ordinary. Things took a turn for the worse when the nobleman, accompanied by the hunting dog, began walking directly toward the part of the forest where Qinwu and his group were hiding. Qinwu's heart sank. He prepared to withdraw immediately to avoid exposing his position. Without a solid plan, he couldn't afford to act recklessly. However, just as he was about to retreat, the hunting dog suddenly perked up, as if it had caught a scent. It started barking furiously in the direction of the forest. "Vic, sit! Vic, sit!" The nobleman shouted in an attempt to rein in the dog, but the animal seemed beyond control, barking madly at the forest's edge as if possessed. One of the guards behind him whispered, "Master Lance, it seems Vic has found prey." Hearing this, the nobleman, apparently named Lance, lit up with excitement. Without hesitation, he released the leash. The hunting dog shot forward like an arrow, heading straight into the forest. Qinwu, who had been preparing to retreat, was forced to stop in his tracks. The dog charged through the farmland, darted past the underbrush, and sprinted directly toward him. Within moments, it leapt at him with ferocious intent, jaws snapping. Li Qinwu's eyes sharpened, his hand already gripping his axe. As the dog lunged midair, he swung his axe with precision. The heavy blade struck the dog's skull with such force that it split the head open, the momentum driving the blade deep into its body. The dog collapsed instantly, its body grotesquely mangled. Moments after the hunting dog fell, Lance and his 2 guards rushed into the forest. Having been exiled to this remote area, hunting was one of the few pleasures in Lance's life. The dog's sudden behavior had convinced him that prey was close by. "Vic, what did you find?" What's Lance called out as he stepped into the forest, but his words trailed off abruptly. He found himself staring into 10 pairs of glowing green eyes. In that instant, his body froze as terror overtook him. Li Qinwu's gaze grew colder. He took in Lance's fine attire and well-fitted gear, recognizing that this man was no ordinary figure within the castle. Now that Lance had walked straight into their midst, letting him leave was out of the question. With a sharp flick of his axe, Li Qinwu flung the dog's corpse aside. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, he launched himself at Lance like a tiger pouncing on its prey. "Jigo Goblin," Lance stammered, finally realizing the danger. He fumbled to draw his sword, but Li Qinwu's fist was already hurtling toward him. With a full-force punch, Li Qinwu's fist smashed into Lance's face, sending the nobleman crashing to the ground. "Young master!" 2 guards, panicked at the sight of their young master being knocked unconscious by a goblin, drew their swords and charged forward in desperation. Li Qinwu had anticipated this. Instead of engaging them directly, he stepped back and shouted to those behind him, "Fire the arrows!" Before his voice had fully faded, 9 hobgoblins behind him released their readied crossbows. With a sharp whistling sound, the bolts flew through the air, striking the 2 guards with precision. Despite wearing double-layered protection chainmail over padded armor, the bolts pierced through their defenses and into their flesh. Fortunately, the armor mitigated the damage, leaving the guards with only minor injuries. Seeing this, one of the goblin archers quickly adjusted his aim. Narrowing his eyes, he targeted the exposed face of one of the guards. The moment he pulled the trigger, the bolts soared through the air, striking the guard squarely in the face and taking him down instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qinwu surged forward while the other guard was momentarily distracted by the pain of his wounds. With sheer force, he knocked the guard to the ground. Before his opponent could recover, Li Qinwu swiftly straddled him, tore off his helmet, and brought his axe down in a clean, decisive strike. With a sharp sound, 12 experience points were added to his tally. The guard's agonized cries alerted nearby farmers working in the fields. Turning toward the edge of the forest, they witnessed the horrifying sight of goblins stripping the guards of their armor. Terrified, the farmers screamed and fled toward the castle. An archer stationed in the watchtower noticed the commotion and immediately rang the alarm bell. The clear, urgent sound of the bell echoed around the castle. Inside the castle, in a tidy wooden cottage, a woman named Hannah was deeply focused on mixing potions. Her workbench was cluttered with glassware, and she occasionally flipped through reference books. Hearing the alarm, she furrowed her brow, assuming it was a routine monster disturbance, and intended to continue her research. However, a rapid, frantic knock on the door snapped her out of her concentration. "Miss Hannah, something terrible has happened. There are enemies in the forest." Hannah immediately put down her work, secured a sword at her waist, grabbed her wooden staff, and opened the door. "What's going on?" "Miss Hannah, the sentries on the wall reported a group of goblins in the forest near the castle. The young master went hunting and encountered them. His fate is uncertain." "What?" Hannah exclaimed, her face pale with shock. Without hesitation, she rushed toward the castle walls. There, the castle's entire defensive force had gathered less than 10 fully armed professional soldiers and over 50 peasants armed with little more than farming tools. She hurried to the side of Mond, the steward in his long robe, and Leo, the knight clad in full armor. Her voice was urgent as she asked, "Steward Mond, Knight Leo, what's the situation?" Steward Mond's voice trembled as he explained. "The farmers spotted goblins at the forest's edge. The young master happened to be hunting nearby with his guards and encountered them. 2 guards have already been killed, their bodies left at the forest's edge, and the young master's whereabouts are unknown." Hannah immediately panicked. Her beautiful face tensed to the point where it seemed water could be wrung from it. "Then why are you all still standing here? Hurry up and send out the troops to bring the young master back." Knight Leo frowned deeply, his face filled with hesitation and worry. He spoke slowly. "Miss Hannah, listen to me. This group of goblins is no ordinary threat. Their strength far exceeds that of common foes. They managed to kill 2 armored guards in an instant. These are not your average enemies. From the farmers' descriptions, these goblins are large, clearly hobgoblins, and they're armed with crossbows." He paused, as though searching for the right words to convey the gravity of the situation. "Miss Hannah, you understand what crossbows mean. They are weapons strictly forbidden by the kingdom's law for private ownership. Even we are not allowed to possess them. Crossbows are reserved for the royal army." Knight Leo let out a deep sigh. Before the young master's father got involved in the rebellion, the Baron's guards had nearly filled their quota of 50 crossbows. But now, we've been exiled to the depths of the enchanted forest, and we don't even have a single crossbow. We're utterly defenseless, barely clinging to survival. It's a pitiful state. Hannah gritted her teeth as her anger flared like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Is that why you refuse to mount a rescue? Are you just going to stand here and watch while the young master is taken away? He could be in danger at this very moment. How can you, as his sworn vassals, just stand idly by and do nothing? The two men exchanged glances, their expressions full of shame. Yet, that shame was not enough to spur them into action. Since their exile to the enchanted forest, they had severed all ties with their former lives of wealth and glory, descending into a state of numb, aimless existence. Knight Leo and Steward Mond exchanged a look, and finally, Mond spoke, his tone somber. Miss Hannah, please calm down. Goblins are bloodthirsty creatures. If the young master has been captured by them, I fear he may no longer be alive. Knight Leo chimed in. Indeed. I know goblins well. These brutes will eat anything, including humans. The young master. He may already have become their dinner. His gaze shifted from Hannah's face to her figure, his words carrying an unsettling undertone. And you know, Miss Hannah, goblins don't have females among them. They reproduce by seizing females of other species. You're well aware of this grim truth. He gave a faint, provocative smile. Miss Hannah, the goblins' numbers are unknown, and they're armed with powerful crossbows. We have fewer than 10 trained soldiers here. The rest are merely farmers. Do you really think we stand a chance of defeating those goblins and rescuing the young master? And do you understand what defeat would mean? For the men, losing might just mean death. But if you were captured, Hannah's face turned pale instantly. She didn't need him to finish the sentence. She already understood the horrors implied. As a Magic Academy apprentice, she knew many things. Goblins, a race cursed by the goddess of life, had never produced females. Worse still, she knew all too well what fate awaited human women if they fell into goblin hands. The thought sent a chill through her, but as a vassal of young Master Lance, she couldn't bear the idea of standing by while he was taken by enemies. Her fury and anguish only grew, boiling over within her. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, Qinwu and a small group lay hidden, quietly observing. He hadn't left, but instead waited patiently to see if the humans would send a rescue team. If the enemy sent only a small force, he planned to strike and weaken the fortress' military strength. However, after waiting for half a day, there was no movement from the fortress. The wooden gates remained firmly shut. Qinwu glanced at the noble young master sleeping beside him, a faint smirk curling on his lips. This so-called noble heir was nothing more than an empty shell of power, abandoned even in captivity. Shaking his head with a cold laugh, he whispered an order to a goblin under his command. Go, gather everyone. Prepare for battle. The three leaders of Jian Nantu were still standing on the city wall, debating whether to send troops to rescue the young master, when Qinwu had already led the goblin army forward. Enemy sighted. A soldier in the watchtower suddenly straightened up, his voice trembling as he sounded the alarm. From the forest emerged a group of goblins. The three leaders immediately stopped arguing and turned their heads toward the forest's edge. They all gasped in unison. From the forest, goblins poured out like a tide, assembling neatly at the boundary between the forest and the farmland. Though their number was just over 200, each goblin held a wooden spear and stood in a disciplined phalanx. Even more astonishingly, among them were 20 larger goblins clad in peculiar leather armor, towering over their smaller counterparts. This sight left those on the city wall in disbelief. Goblins, as a chaotic species, were known for their weak organizational abilities despite being a social type of magical creature. Yet here they were, forming a formation as orderly as a well-trained human army, something utterly unheard of. Miss Hannah stood frozen, her eyes wide with shock at the scene. But what happened next startled her even more. Young master, she screamed, her voice breaking. At the center of the goblin phalanx, a tall wooden pole had been erected. Tied to the top of the pole was none other than the young master Lance, whom she had missed day and night. Lance was still unconscious, completely naked and securely bound, swaying in the wind like a human banner. Miss Hannah's eyes immediately welled up with tears. She drew her long sword from her waist and shouted to the soldiers on the wall. Soldiers, rescue your lord. Charge with me. However, the rousing response she expected did not come. Instead, everyone on the wall stared at her as if she had lost her mind, an awkward silence hanging in the air. Ma'am, do you even hear yourself? One soldier finally broke the silence. There are over 200 of them, and we've got just over 70. Sure, most of them are goblins, but we only have 7 soldiers in armor. The rest are just old farmers with makeshift weapons. In truth, the situation was like a retirement home, facing off against a kindergarten either side, was particularly formidable. For now, they held the advantage of the city wall, which allowed them to remain in a relatively safe position. Abandoning the wall for an offensive would be nothing short of suicidal. Knight Leo cleared his throat, breaking the tension. Miss Hannah, please remain calm. Abandoning the city wall would be unwise. We should observe the situation first. Miss Hannah jumped in frustration at his words, pointing to Lance, who was being humiliated as a makeshift flag. Her voice trembled with anger. Knight Leo, has the magic forest stripped you of your knightly honor? I've never heard of a kingdom's knight standing idly by while their lord is dishonored. Knight Leo, however, merely replied with indifference. Well, last month my warhorse couldn't handle the forest's climate and died of disease. I'm no longer a knight. Miss Hannah's face flushed red with fury, as if she might burst a blood vessel. She was about to continue arguing when Steward Mon suddenly interrupted. Stop bickering and look at the goblins. Meanwhile, Li Qinwu had hoisted the captured noble young master as a flag, intending to humiliate the castle defenders and force them to come out and rescue him. Yet, to his surprise, the defenders remained completely indifferent, merely standing on the wall as if they were watching a show. This reaction confirmed something for Li Qinwu's captive was clearly not an important figure. If the castle defenders didn't even react to him being displayed like this, the young man was probably just some wealthy playboy who'd spent his money on fancy clothes. Scratching his head, Li Qinwu pondered his next move. In that case, he decided to test the castle's actual strength with a feigned attack. But before launching the assault, he planned to distribute the newly acquired equipment among his troops. Li Qinwu carefully inspected the spoils he had just acquired from the noble young master and his guards. The finely crafted noble longsword gleamed coldly under the sunlight. Weighing 1.8 kilograms, it felt perfectly balanced in his hand. Its 78-centimeter blade ensured a swing speed of 103 and dealt 58 points of damage, while its thrusting speed reached 92 and inflicted 41 points of damage. This elegant weapon, favored by the nobility, was not merely ceremonial but also highly effective in combat, far surpassing the quality of ordinary swords. Two battle swords lay neatly to the side. Each weighed 1.5 kilograms and measured 71 centimeters in length. Though standard-issue long swords for humans, their swing speed of 101 and damage of 51, paired with a thrusting speed of 85 and damage of 35, testified to their exceptional quality. The exquisite noble dagger was small and delicate, weighing only 0.3 kilograms. Its 28-centimeter blade, inlaid with rubies, glimmered with a dangerous allure. Not only was it a favored utility knife among nobles, but its swing speed of 127 and damage of 18, along with a thrusting speed of 103 and damage of 34, made it a deadly last resort weapon in close combat. The finely crafted noble longbow was both lightweight and resilient, weighing only 0.8 kilograms. Despite its portability, it could deal 80 points of piercing damage, with ammunition traveling at an astonishing speed of 100 meters per second and an effective range extending up to 180 meters. Meticulously crafted by a master, this longbow was undoubtedly a lethal weapon in the hands of a skilled archer. Two chainmail armors were stacked together, each weighing 12 kilograms. Though classified as light armor, they offered 31 points of body defense and 21 points of shoulder defense. While their protection and coverage were limited, their flexibility and softness made them highly favored. Two kettle helmets, each weighing 2.5 kilograms, sat nearby. These lightweight helmets, commonly used by regular human armies, provided 31 points of defense. The luxurious noble combat attire stood in stark contrast to the two ordinary combat outfits. The noble version weighed 2 kilograms, while the ordinary versions were slightly heavier at 2.1 kilograms. Made of cotton, these light armors offered modest protection, 8 points for the noble version and 6 points for the ordinary version, but served well as padding beneath armor. The noble version was so meticulously crafted that it could even be worn as everyday clothing. A quiver of 36 neatly arranged iron arrows awaited their moment to pierce enemy chests. Without hesitation, Li Qinwu swiftly removed his crocodile hide armor. He first donned the noble combat attire as a base layer, then added a chainmail shirt for extra defense, and finally wore the crocodile hide armor on top. He securely placed a kettle helmet on his head. He claimed the noble longsword, dagger, and longbow, completing his equipment setup. This ensemble weighed over 30 kilograms, a burden most people could not bear. However, with his extraordinary strength bolstered by 12 points of vitality, Li Qinwu felt only a slight weight. The layered protection of 3 sets of armor and the powerful offensive capabilities of 3 weapons filled him with newfound confidence, had transformed into a heavily armored infantryman capable of holding the front line. Gazing at the remaining set of heavy infantry equipment, Li Qinwu pondered for a moment before calling out, "Gobyagong, come here and kneel." Though Gobyagong didn't fully understand the command, he obediently approached Li Qinwu and knelt respectfully. Li Qinwu picked up a guard's sword from the ground, its blade gleaming with a cold light. He gently rested the sword on Gobyagong's head and announced in a loud, commanding voice, "Gobyagong, you have fought bravely and demonstrated exceptional observation skills. When you realized that your bow and crossbow couldn't effectively kill the enemy, you quickly adapted your tactics and aimed for their faces, taking them down instantly. As a reward, I grant you a chain mail, a suit of armor, a sharp sword, and a battle helmet. Hearing this, Gobu Gong was overjoyed, trembling with excitement to the point that he almost wanted to throw himself at Li Qinwu's feet and kiss his toes. Seeing the simple-minded Gobu Gong kneeling there, shaking and unable to even utter a word of thanks, Li Qinwu shook his head with a smile and gestured for him to put on the equipment. And so, Gobu Gong became the first heavily armored crossbowman in Li Qinwu's army, combining long-range attack capabilities with close combat strength. The other goblins looked on enviously, their gazes darting back and forth between Li Qinwu and the remaining equipment on the ground, their faces filled with longing. Li Qinwu surveyed the crowd, finally locking eyes on Gobu Mao. Gobu Mao stepped forward. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Gobu Mao eagerly slid forward on his knees to stand before Li Qinwu. Picking up another sword, Li Qinwu conducted a similar ceremony. You were one of my earliest followers. From capturing the horned crocodile to battling the scar-faced enemy and slaying the chieftain, your contributions have been nothing short of extraordinary. I now bestow upon you a sword, a battle helmet, and a suit of armor. Gobu Mao accepted the equipment, his eyes shining with admiration. Despite frequently enduring his leader's scoldings and slaps, he now felt deeply valued and appreciated. With the distribution of equipment complete, Li Qinwu drew his longsword and pointed it toward the direction of Jiannantan. With a commanding shout, he ordered, "Attack!" The goblins erupted in deafening roars, hoisting wooden ladders as they charged toward the city walls. The defenders atop the walls unleashed a rain of arrows, attempting to repel the goblin assault. Suddenly, Miss Hannah on the wall began chanting a spell. A blazing fireball formed within a magic circle, then shot forth like a meteor into the dense cluster of goblins. With a thunderous explosion, the fireball detonated, instantly killing those it struck directly, their bodies torn apart, while the shockwave sent nearby goblins sprawling to the ground. The devastating explosion was terrifying, akin to a natural disaster for the goblins who lived in the forest. Before they could recover from their shock, a second fireball came hurtling toward them, followed by another earth-shattering blast. This completely shattered the goblins' morale. They dropped their siege ladders, screaming in panic as they fled in disarray, shouting cries of help as they scrambled to escape. At sunrise the next day, Li Qinwu regrouped the troops scattered during the previous night's battle and conducted a head count. The cost of the fight was evident. 5 dead, 14 lightly injured, most with burns, and 1 unfortunate individual who had twisted an ankle. Though the fireball thrown by the macaque-like creature had been dramatic, its actual lethality was limited. The flames didn't cling after exploding, similar to a lighter bursting into flames. If not for the goblins being completely unclothed, even minor burns wouldn't have occurred. Li Qinwu ordered the troops to assemble and brought the 14 injured soldiers to the front. Facing the gathered goblins, he spoke loudly. These 14 were injured in battle. They deserve a reward. He pointed to the couple dozen wooden mice captured the day before. As a reward, you are granted the right to reproduce. Go ahead. The injured goblins were instantly overjoyed, their eyes lighting up. They hadn't expected that being hit by a fireball would earn them such a reward. What a delight. The other goblins, witnessing this, immediately breathed heavily, their eyes brimming with the desire to prove themselves in battle. However, in the following days, Li Qinwu refrained from launching any further attacks. The lack of siege equipment, combined with the presence of a fireball-throwing mage on the opposing side, led him to avoid rushing into action. Instead, he adopted a strategy of wearing the enemy down over time. While the situation appeared to be at a stalemate, the advantage was clearly on Li Qinwu's side. The castle, which served as the human shield, had also become their prison. Li Qinwu only needed to station scouts at the rear of the castle and have his main forces keep a firm watch on the gates to trap the enemy inside. Once the defenders ran out of food, their collapse would be inevitable. Li Qinwu directed the goblins to set up camp, chopping down nearby trees with axes and swords to construct long-term housing. Though the wooden fortress had yet to be taken, he already considered it as good as his. Therefore, he demanded high standards for the construction, digging foundations, erecting sturdy beams determined to turn the area into a second stronghold. He divided the goblins into 2 groups, one to surround the wooden fortress and prevent any escapes, and the other to hunt for wooden mice to ensure the population of goblins could continue to grow. As the days passed, the humans atop the castle walls moved from initial panic to growing unease that became unbearable. On the first day, they saw the goblins using crude tools to dig foundations. On the second day, the goblins erected wooden beams in the pits. By the third day, a small wooden house was already complete, and its quality was surprisingly good, sturdy enough to last 20 or 30 years. Over the following days, more wooden houses sprang up, and the goblins lit campfires, roasting and distributing their captured prey in an organized manner. What shocked the humans even more was the sight of the tallest goblin leading a group of smaller goblins into the farmland, teaching them how to weed and tend crops. This scene left the elderly farmers on the walls utterly dumbfounded. Goblins, creatures of legend typically portrayed as mere background villains, were farming? Who could have imagined such intelligence in these beings? The goblins' clear intent to settle down long-term pushed the residents of the besieged castle into a state of extreme anxiety. Previously, they had clung to the hope that the goblins would retreat if they couldn't breach the fortress. Now, they were forced to confront the harsh reality. In a meeting room within the wooden fortress, a loud slam echoed as Miss Hannah slammed her hand on the table. We can't go on like this. These goblins clearly plan to stay here permanently. If we remain trapped in this castle, we're as good as dead. In the castle's council hall, Miss Hannah gazed at the butler with a grave expression. Butler Mond, how much longer can our food supply last? Butler Mond furrowed his brows and pulled out a yellowed ledger from his pocket. After flipping through a few pages quickly, he replied, at the current rate of consumption, we can last for 2 months. If we implement rationing, we might stretch it to 3. Miss Hannah turned her eyes toward Knight Leo, who sat in the corner. The once imposing knight now wore a deeply troubled expression. Knight Leo, we cannot just sit here and wait for the worst. We must act. Knight Leo slowly shook his head, his face heavy with concern. A frontal breakthrough is impossible. Even if we count the farmers, we only have 70 people in total. The enemy outnumbers us 3 to 1. He paused before continuing. Ordinary goblins aren't the real problem. It's the 20 heavily armored hobgoblins that worry me the most. They're far stronger than average men and equipped with crossbows. Just one of them could easily take on 2 or 3 of us. What about escape? Miss Hannah asked, unwilling to give up. If the situation becomes desperate, we can only try to escort some of our people out through the rear of the castle, Knight Leo replied, his voice low. His words brought a bitter smile to Miss Hannah's face. Indeed, their arrival here had been a grueling 30-day trek filled with casualties. The magic forest was already forbidden territory for humans, and without supplies, retracing their steps was out of the question. Even if someone miraculously made it back to the kingdom, they would face certain death. All of this was because of the failed rebellion led by Master Lance's father. If not for his past merits, the old king would never have shown mercy by allowing them to survive in exile within this forest. As the group sank deeper into their despair, a soldier suddenly burst into the hall, panic written all over his face. My lords, the goblins have brought Master Lance to the walls. The 3 of them were stunned and hurried to the battlements. In the distance, along the dirt path through the fields, several towering goblins carried crude wooden shields, shielding their leader behind them. The largest of the goblins held a grass rope in his hand, the other end tied around their young Master Lance. The goblin leader yanked the rope violently, causing Master Lance to fall to the ground with a cry of pain. He looked up at the figures on the castle walls and let out a desperate plea. Miss Hannah, Butler Mond, Knight Leo, please, save me. Young Master Lance finally regained consciousness after being unconscious for an entire day, only to find himself strung up on a wooden pole like a specimen. The sight of countless goblins surrounding him made his blood run cold. His legs gave way, and a wet patch instantly spread across his trousers. When he was dragged before Qinwu, fear consumed him, leaving him only capable of emitting incoherent, frantic sounds, unable to form a single word. Qinwu eyed the panicked prisoner, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Since he couldn't get any useful information out of him, he decided to let this nobleman play the role of King Louis XVI of France, applying some pressure on the inhabitants of the castle. Young master, from atop the city wall, Miss Hannah's heart twisted in agony as she witnessed her master's humiliating plight, reduced to a plaything for monsters. Instinctively, she moved to rush down and rescue him, but Knight Leo stopped her with a firm grip. Stay calm, Knight Leo warned in a low voice. This is a goblin trap. Look over there. He gestured toward the edge of the forest, where several hulking goblins stood, bows drawn, their arrows aimed directly at them. Butler Mond quickly intervened, reminding her, Miss Hannah, you're skilled in language magic. Perhaps you should listen to what this goblin has to say first. Just as Miss Hannah nodded in agreement, Qinwu acted swiftly. He kicked young Master Lance's knee, forcing the recently upright prisoner to kneel, and pressed his long sword against Lance's neck. Save me, 9 lives. Don't let the goblins eat me. Lance screamed in sheer terror. Stop it, you despicable goblin. You will not disrespect our lord. Miss Hannah shouted angrily, her emotions getting the better of her. Qinwu paused, momentarily stunned. He looked up at the girl on the city wall, then broke into a sinister grin. So he's the lord, is he? Thank you for the clarification, dear mage. Looks like we've caught quite the prize. His chilling laughter echoed ominously. It was only then that Miss Hannah realized her slip of the tongue. Her face turned ashen. Under the questioning gazes of Knight Leo and Butler Mond, she stammered as she translated the exchange, earning their exasperated sighs. From now on, you're to focus solely on translating, Knight Leo ordered sternly. Ask him who he is and why he's invading our territory. Miss Hannah obediently conveyed the question. Qinwu burst out laughing. Humans, you've got it all wrong. The magic forest has always been our domain. The real invaders are you humans. Isn't it only right for us monsters to kill and drive out invaders to protect our homeland? These words left Miss Hannah stunned. She had never imagined being accused of being an invader by a monster. The absurdity of such a reversal rendered her speechless. Upon reflection, as humans, they were indeed outsiders who had built a castle in the magical forest without permission. When she translated these words to Knight Leo and the others, everyone wore expressions of disbelief. After a brief silence, Knight Leo said firmly, "Tell him we will defend this castle to our last breath. His attacks are meaningless." After hearing the translation, Qinwu spat disdainfully in the direction of the castle. "Pretentious fools. How much food do you even have as outsiders? Enough for 2 months at most, right? You're not defending until you grow old. You're defending until you starve to death." This sharp observation caused Knight Leo's expression to falter, but he maintained his composure and retorted, "We don't need 2 months. Within a month, reinforcements will arrive. When they do, you and your monster army will be obliterated by the kingdom's iron forces." The threat gave Qinwu pause. If reinforcements truly arrived, the situation would indeed shift. Just 50 fully armed soldiers would be enough to force him and his goblin troops into retreat. But the lack of intelligence made everything uncertain. These people's identities were a mystery. They could be criminals exiled from human society or an advance post for the human empire's expansion into the forest. If it were the latter, the entire magical forest might already be dotted with similar human strongholds. After weighing his options, Qinwu decided to probe further. He roughly grabbed young Master Lance by the neck, putting on a fierce expression. "Stop bluffing. Aren't you just a group of criminals banished here by the human kingdom? I've scouted the area for miles. There are no other human castles. You're nothing but a stranded force." He continued his intimidation, declaring, "Listen up. Standing before you is the Goblin King, the enslaver of all races, the scourge of the world, the destroyer of gods, the rightful ruler of the magical forest, Arthur Louis Romanoff Qin Shi Huang. Open the gates and surrender to me now, and I may spare your lives, allowing you to serve as my slaves." This string of exaggerated, blustering titles sent a wave of unease through the guards atop the castle wall. After a prolonged silence, someone finally spoke. "Let's discuss the terms for releasing young Master Lance." Qinwu released his grip on young Master Lance's neck, and the latter immediately collapsed to his knees, coughing violently. Watching the disheveled, young master, Qinwu began calculating how to use this hostage to his advantage. This guy seemed to hold a unique position in the castle, important enough to make them uneasy, but not so important that they would surrender outright. 100 axes and 100 hoes in exchange for your lord's pitiful life. Qinwu declared his terms a few minutes later. The three figures atop the city wall fell silent. After a brief pause, Miss Hannah resolutely refused. "Impossible. We will never provide iron tools to monsters like you." This response was exactly what Qinwu had expected. Handing over so many tools would be tantamount to inviting their own destruction. Even if they rescued young Master Lance, they wouldn't last long against a well-equipped enemy. Better to hold out in the castle for as long as possible. Frustrated, Qinwu delivered a harsh kick to young Master Lance, sending him sprawling to the ground. "You're useless, aren't you? I bet you've been skimming wages from your subordinates all this time. They won't even trade 100 axes and hoes for your life. What a failure you are." Young Master Lance cried out in pain and quickly shouted toward the wall. "Miss Hannah, what are you even saying to him? Stop provoking him. Just give him whatever he wants and make him let me go." On the wall, Knight Leo quietly advised Miss Hannah, "Ignore the young master. The less we seem to care, the more likely they'll lower their demands. Trust me." Miss Hannah nodded in agreement, pretending not to hear young Master Lance's desperate pleas. Seeing the indifference of the woman he adored, young Master Lance completely broke down, sobbing and shouting the names of everyone he knew in the castle, begging for someone to save him. The guards on the wall wore expressions of guilt. This was their sworn lord, yet all they could do was watch him grovel for mercy. What made it worse was that they actually had what Qinwu demanded, and plenty of it. They had brought over 300 sets of tools for clearing land, and with so many workers lost, the surplus tools were now locked away in storage. After a lengthy back and forth, the castle's defenders would only offer 10 bags of grain and what appeared to be a valuable glass goblet in exchange for the hostage. This enraged Qinwu to the core. He shouted furiously, "You think I'm a damn 3-year-old? A lousy glass cup for a lord's life? Are you kidding me?" The wall remained silent, further fueling Qinwu's anger. No matter how much he cursed and yelled, the defenders refused to respond. But as his anger boiled, an idea suddenly struck him like a flash of light, and a metaphorical yellow light bulb seemed to hover above his head. Qinwu grabbed Master Lance, who was trembling on his knees, and yanked him upright. He gently patted Lance's fear-contorted face, a sly, meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A shiver ran down Lance's spine, and an involuntary chill made him tighten up. Just as he was about to beg for mercy, Qinwu waved his hand. Two of his subordinates immediately pinned Lance down, forcing his right arm out. Slowly, Qinwu drew his long sword. letting its blade glint menacingly as he traced it back and forth above Lance's arm, as though ready to strike at any moment. Ah, no, please no, Lance shrieked, his voice sharp and panicked, like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. The crowd on the city wall erupted into murmurs and uneasy chatter. Stop! You're not allowed to harm Master Lance. A crisp, resolute voice rang out from the wall. It was Miss Hannah. Li Qinwu looked up at the wall, his smile unchanging. Relax, I won't take his life. At most, they'll just take away his five-finger maiden. After that, they'll let him go. The people on the wall exchanged confused glances, trying to decipher his cryptic words. Take away the five-finger maiden and then release him? What on earth did that mean? Among them, Steward Mond was the quickest to grasp the implication. His expression stiffened, and sweat beaded on his forehead as realization dawned. He understood exactly what this so-called goblin leader was plotting. Is this really a goblin? He thought to himself. To come up with such a sinister scheme, it's downright malicious. Li Qinwu, clearly pleased with himself, continued. Just imagine when your Master Lance returns, missing his five-finger maiden, how much pain, despair, and rage he'll feel. And when he learns that his vassals refuse to trade 100 axes and 100 hoes to save his life, leaving him to lose his five-finger maiden. Just think how much he'll hate you all. Ha ha. I can't wait to see how he treats you after that. Ha ha. Miss Hannah translated Li Qinwu's words to the three people inside the castle, and their faces instantly turned as pale as paper. Even the usually imposing Knight Leo, a burly man of great stature, was now trembling like a leaf in the autumn wind. Damn it, this goblin is ruthless. He's hitting us right where it hurts. Knight Leo stammered. If Master Lance returns missing a hand, and he finds out I was the one who refused to hand over the axes and hoes, he'll probably execute me on the spot. Maybe we should just give him what he wants. The Master's life is more important. Yes, yes, Master Lance's life comes first. Steward Mond quickly chimed in, sweat dripping down his face. They'll have someone select 100 of our most worn-out axes and hoes right away to hand over to this monster. Let's focus on saving the Master. He was already calculating in his mind after all. It was his suggestion not to rescue Master Lance earlier. If he didn't act quickly now, he feared he might face dire consequences later. Miss Hannah glanced at the two men, noting their stark change in attitude. A trace of helplessness flickered in her eyes. When Master Lance's life wasn't directly tied to their own well-being, they were indifferent. But now, they were scrambling to act. Still, if it meant saving Master Lance, so be it. Stop. Don't hurt Master Lance. Miss Hannah shouted at Li Qinwu. We agree to your demands. But how can we trust you'll keep your word? Li Qinwu, satisfied, sheathed his sword. Without warning, he slapped Master Lance across the face twice, hard enough to leave blood trickling from Lance's mouth and knock out one of his teeth. Listen here, Missy, Li Qinwu said in a low, menacing tone. You need to understand you're not the ones holding the power here. I'm not begging you. You're begging me. Now, bring me what I asked for immediately, and take this useless master of yours back. Otherwise, they'll return him to you in a much more damaged state. Let him come back and tear you apart himself. The people on the wall had no choice but to comply. They tossed 100 axes and 100 hoes over the wall. Li Qinwu's men quickly gathered the precious tools, and with a mocking laugh, Li Qinwu delivered a hard kick to Lance's backside before leading his group back into the forest. Finally free, Master Lance wept like a baby, stumbling toward the wall and shouting hoarsely, Open the gate. Let me in. Let me in now. The wooden gate creaked open just a sliver, and Lance squeezed himself through like a slippery eel. Miss Hannah, Steward Mond, and Knight Leo rushed to greet him. As soon as Lance saw Miss Hannah, he flung himself at her like a giant gecko, clinging to her and sobbing uncontrollably, his tears and snot smearing all over her pristine clothes. Miss Hannah suppressed her discomfort, gently stroking his hair. Master Lance, you're safe now. Master Lance, Knight Leo interjected, eager to take credit. Thanks to our negotiations with those monsters, we were able to bring you back safely. If anything had happened to you, I wouldn't have been able to live with myself. Steward Mond quickly removed his coat and draped it over Lance's trembling shoulders, his face beaming with a forced smile. Don't worry, Master Lance. It's all over now. We'll make sure you're safe. Thank you, everyone. I'm so grateful to have you all. Lance bawled, completely overwhelmed. The three of them offered words of comfort, creating a harmonious scene that seemed to radiate unity and loyalty, like a ruler surrounded by devoted subjects. Yet, in the brief moments when Lance wasn't looking, the three of them exchanged glances. And in each other's eyes, they saw the same flicker of guilt. After acquiring a multitude of tools, Li Qinwu's eyes gleamed with excitement. At this moment, he had long cast aside thoughts of the struggling humans barely surviving in the fortress. His mind was consumed with a single, resounding idea: construction. He immediately mobilized all the goblins, leaving only the hobgoblin to continue monitoring the humans in the city. The rest were fully devoted to the intense construction work. The sound of axes echoed continuously as trees crashed to the ground. The sturdy trunks were processed on-site into beams, and stored underground. The goblins, working like tireless excavators, tilled the land and sowed the potato seeds they had brought along. Once every goblin had a place to call their own, Qinwu embarked on a new venture. He instructed the goblins to dig a large pit, fill it with wood, ignite it, and then seal it tightly with soil. The next day, when the pit was uncovered, it was filled with gleaming black charcoal. With fuel secured, he wasted no time in searching along the riverbanks for clay. It didn't take long before he found an ideal source. Demonstrating the art of pottery making himself, he molded the clay into shapes and fired them in a kiln. Even if the first attempts failed, it didn't matter. Taught the goblins to grind the failed pieces into powder and mix it with fresh clay to improve the success rate significantly. By the end of the day, a batch of brand new pottery was complete. Pots, bowls, and plates of all kinds were ready for use. Qinwu lined the cooking pots up and gathered all the goblins. Holding a ceramic bowl high, he proclaimed in an excited voice, "Brothers, from today onward, we bid farewell to the savage days of eating raw meat and drinking blood. This is not just a small step for our tribe, it's a giant leap for the goblin race. You may not fully understand what this means yet, but time will reveal everything. Today is a holiday. Eat to your heart's content." The goblins cheered wildly, lighting bonfires and setting up the ceramic pots. Clear water was poured into the pots, and chunks of meat and vegetables were added to the boiling water, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. From this moment on, the goblins under Qinwu's command completely abandoned the practice of eating raw food. Violators would face whipping. On the city walls, the humans silently observed everything. In recent days, the goblins had been completely focused on construction without launching any attacks. The edge of the forest had steadily receded, replaced by more and more goblin huts. A sizable village was taking shape. The humans were astonished by the goblins' rapid pace of development. For humans, such a large-scale project would require not only vast amounts of money and food, but also a lord and scribes working tirelessly day and night to accomplish. Miss Hannah, Butler Mond, and Knight Leo stood atop the city walls, their expressions grim as they gazed at the growing goblin village across the way. The commotion earlier that morning had led them to believe an attack was imminent, only to discover it was a feast being held. What unsettled them even more was the aroma of the meat stew wafting over, awakening their hunger. Who would have thought goblins could cook such delicious food? Worse still, while they had enough grain to last 3 more months, they had already run out of water. At the beginning of the castle's construction, they only considered defending against monster attacks and never anticipated being besieged by enemies. Thus, they failed to account for a reliable water source. Now, this critical oversight had plunged them into a dire situation after being surrounded by goblins for over a month. The water supply within the castle had long dried up. They relied solely on Miss Hannah, who tirelessly used her magic to condense water elements to keep the supply going. She spent her days pacing back and forth along the walls, her pale face marked by heavy dark circles, her slender frame swaying with exhaustion. Early that morning, an enticing aroma wafted into the castle. Miss Hannah's keen sense of smell could distinguish the rabbit meat, venison, fresh carrots, and onions in the soup from the enemy camp. The rich scent made her involuntarily swallow hard. Damn it, these bastards are making a ruckus so early. What are they after? Celebrating the festival of the light god? She muttered under her breath. Standing beside her, Butler Mond also caught the scent and couldn't help licking his chapped lips. Without fresh vegetables, I've been constipated for ages. Knight Raymond sighed and added, the soldiers are growing weaker without meat to sustain them. Worse still, ever since the young master was rescued, he's locked himself in his room and become a completely different person. As the three worried over the low morale within the castle, a burly goblin spear-bearer strode up to the base of the wall. Hey, is the human female who speaks goblin here? Our boss has something to ask. Miss Hannah translated this to her companions and cautiously replied, what does your leader want to ask? The boss says today is an important day, and the goblins are entering a new era. The goblin spear-bearer scratched his head. But I don't really get it. He told me to ask what date it is today, so he can write it in the textbooks. The three exchanged puzzled glances, but Miss Hannah still answered truthfully, April 20th, year 4352 of the Age of the Gods. The goblin spear-bearer muttered the date a few times under his breath before suddenly raising a bulging sack. The boss wants to make a trade this bag of vegetables for a set of writing tools. He added, by the name of our boss the Goblin King, enslaver of all races, scourge of the world, destroyer of the gods, sole true ruler of the magical forest, Arthur Louis Romanoff Chin Shirhuang, I swear, the vegetables are definitely not poisoned. After some deliberation, Butler Mond tossed down a set of writing tools. The vegetables were inspected and found to be safe and harmless. The castle's leaders shared the rare fresh produce, temporarily alleviating their constipation, while the ordinary residents had no choice but to endure their hardships a little longer. Meanwhile, in the goblin camp, the goblin spear-bearer, having delivered the writing tools, had already gone off to eat. As for Qinwu, he spread out a piece of parchment, dipped his quill in ink, and focused intently on his work drafting the grand blueprint for what would one day become the capital of the Goblin Empire. Li Qinwu sketched a simple city plan on a piece of parchment. His fingers traced across the paper, outlining a clear road network, sewer system, farmland zones, livestock areas, and even the contours of a commercial district. His determined gaze revealed his decision to develop a grand-scale town based on the foundation of Jiannan Fort. Humans had chosen this location for good reason. The surrounding terrain was flat, the soil loose and fertile. By clearing the large trees, vast tracts of arable land could be made available. The site was only about 200 meters from a major river, providing a geographical advantage for future development into a port city. Most critically, humans had already cultivated a ring of fertile farmland around the wooden fortress. The grain produced from these fields was sufficient to sustain Li Qinwu's troops for the long term, freeing them from the need to hunt and allowing their labor to focus entirely on construction. After completing the plan, Li Qinwu stepped out of his wooden hut, holding a wooden spear. Behind him, a team of goblin workers carrying axes and hoes stood in neat rows, awaiting his orders. Li Qinwu began drawing lines on the ground, the spear's tip leaving clear marks in the soil. The goblins followed closely behind, immediately digging at the marked spots. When Li Qinwu drew a square, the goblins built it into a house. When he drew a straight line, they dug it into a sewer. With ample food supplies, the goblins worked at an astonishing pace, and wooden houses and ditches sprang up like mushrooms after the rain. To Li Qinwu's delight, the first batch of goblin offspring, nearly 200 new lives had been born. Li Qinwu assigned 10 experienced goblins to oversee these young ones, relocating them to a specially constructed nursery. The nursery was warm and dry, providing each goblin infant with a daily serving of thick meat and vegetable stew. With such rich nutrition, the goblin offspring grew rapidly, typically leaving the nursery to join the workforce within just 10 days. As the population grew, Li Qinwu began implementing an ambitious project. He noted that overseeing the construction of numerous wooden houses had significantly improved his engineering proficiency, which was about to reach 25 points. The first selectable engineering skill, cement, was highly appealing to him, and he was eager to unlock it by raising his proficiency to the required level. To achieve this, he initiated a special project. He first instructed his workers to dig irrigation channels in the fields, while the goblins cut large quantities of timber, meticulously drilling holes in the wood to preset joint positions. Although the wooden components were roughly crafted, they were functional. Once all the wooden parts were ready, Li Qinwu led his team into the river to begin installation. The waters were home to numerous horned crocodiles, which seemed to dominate the riverbanks and posed a significant obstacle to the construction. However, Li Qinwu had anticipated this. He assigned heavily armored goblins wearing horned crocodile leather to handle the installation. This disguise confused the crocodiles, making them mistake the goblins for their own kind, allowing the construction to proceed smoothly. Massive wooden beams were painstakingly driven into the riverbed. Li Qinwu personally worked atop the beams, directing the workers as they installed the pre-made wooden components one by one. Over time, a colossal wooden structure began to take shape in the river, its outline becoming increasingly clear. The project took nearly 15 days to complete. During this time, the first batch of goblin offspring had fully matured. Out of 237 newborns, 218 survived, a remarkably high survival rate. Li Qinwu assigned older goblins to guide the newcomers, integrating them into various work teams. These new members became a fresh source of strength for the tribe, further accelerating the pace of construction. The humans on the city walls watched as the forest's edge receded further and further into the distance, replaced by expanding tracts of cultivated land. More houses were being built at the boundaries, and countless goblins labored tirelessly on the fields, living their lives. Confusion clouded the humans' eyes. Was this world accelerating? How could such a massive amount of work be completed by a group of monsters in such a short time? What baffled them even more was that the hobgoblins had recently been working in the river. At first, no one could make out what they were installing underwater. But as time passed, an old farmer holding a hoe suddenly widened his eyes and shouted, "By the light god, it's a water wheel. They're installing a water wheel." The crowd turned to look at one another in disbelief, a sense of absurdity washing over them. A water wheel was an incredibly complex piece of machinery, requiring precise design and skilled craftsmanship. Those massive water wheels, towering 4 or 5 meters high and capable of lifting water to the shore, were feats of engineering. How could goblins possibly construct something like that? Impossible. They're just monsters. There's no way they could build a water wheel. Miss Hannah shook her head frantically, inwardly cursing the absurdity of it all. They're goblins, not humans. They're just mindless creatures. Besieged by goblins, tormented daily by fear and dwindling resources, the residents of the city were on the verge of despair. Now, seeing the goblins accomplish tasks that only humans were believed capable of, they were both terrified and shaken. Their pride as humans was crumbling. If even goblins could achieve what humans could, then what did that make them? A strange sense of competitiveness drove Miss Hannah to pace back and forth between the city walls and her small wooden hut 10 times a day, hoping for the goblins' water wheel project to fail. By the time the second wave of over 300 goblin juveniles had grown old enough to join the workforce, Qinwu's water wheel project was complete. The massive circular wheel stood in the river, spinning ceaselessly as the current turned it. The wheel transported water to higher ground, where it cascaded down into carefully designed wooden aqueducts. These aqueducts, held aloft by wooden supports, stretched for 200 meters toward the farmland. The water was channeled into neatly arranged grid-like irrigation ditches. An old farmer, witnessing this scene, exclaimed once more, "With these irrigation channels, we can water the fields anytime. Crop yields could increase by at least 20." His body trembled, and an expression of envy appeared in his eyes. A human was actually envying goblins. In contrast, Miss Hannah appeared utterly dejected, muttering under her breath, "Impossible, impossible, they're just goblins, just goblins." Meanwhile, after completing the water wheel and irrigation system, Qinwu gave the goblins a day off to feast and celebrate. He found them to be incredibly simple and hard-working, feed them well, occasionally enforce discipline, and they would complete tasks with 100 efficiency, without any slacking. The goblins were truly straightforward and reliable. Qinwu opened his personal attribute panel. With the completion of the water wheel, his engineering skill proficiency had reached 23, just 2 points away from unlocking a choice of minor skills. His gaze shifted to the wooden fortress, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. With 2 waves of goblin juveniles now born, his forces had grown to 600. It was time to fully reclaim what was rightfully his. Qinwu immediately initiated a new project, dividing the goblins into 3 teams. One to monitor the human fortress, another to chop down trees, and the third to dig foundations. Once the foundations were excavated to a sufficient depth, tall wooden beams were driven into the ground. The goblins then used interlocking structures to build upward. Qinwu was constructing towering arrow towers, capable of directly targeting the buildings within the wooden walls. For arrow towers began to rise at the 4 corners of the fortress. Once completed, they would be able to strike any target within the fortress indiscriminately. This development left the residents of the city deeply troubled, but there was little they could do. The goblin population below had grown to 6 times their own, making any resistance futile. All they could do was watch helplessly as the 4 wooden towers grew taller by the day. Finally, by the time the third wave of goblin juveniles was born, the arrow towers, standing an imposing 9 meters high, were completed. Qinwu climbed to the top of one of the towers with a longbow in hand. He ordered a fire basin to be placed beside him. Taking a specially crafted wooden arrow, its tip wrapped in dried grass and soaked in animal fat mixed with flammable resin, he lit the arrowhead in the fire. Glancing at the panicked and chaotic wooden fortress below, he drew the longbow to its full extent and released the flaming arrow. The rocket was launched at a sharp angle, arcing over a distance of more than 200 meters before piercing the wooden fortress and embedding itself in the roof of a house layered with dry straw. The flames on the arrowhead instantly ignited the straw, and the fire spread like a serpent, quickly consuming the entire rooftop in bright orange and red flames. "Fire! Fire!" The soldier stationed in the wooden fortress's watchtower shouted in alarm, his face filled with panic. He frantically rang the alarm bell, its clanging echoing throughout the fortress. Chaos erupted among the inhabitants as they scrambled to fetch water buckets and wet cloths, rushing to extinguish the fire. However, the fortress had been under siege by goblins for some time, and its water supply was severely depleted. Despite their frantic efforts, they managed to contain the blaze, but the wooden house was reduced to ashes. The rescuers were left covered in soot, their clothes tattered, with burn marks marring their arms and faces, looking utterly disheveled. What was even more terrifying was that this devastation was caused by a single flaming arrow. If the goblins on all 4 enemy towers launched a full-scale attack, the entire wooden fortress would be engulfed in flames within moments, leaving no survivors. "What do we do? What do we do? Think of something." Miss Hannah's voice was sharp with panic as she clasped her hands tightly, looking desperately at the 2 men beside her for a solution. But Sir Leo stood there with a grim expression, his brows furrowed in deep thought, while Steward Mon slumped his shoulders in resignation, sighing heavily. Finally, Sir Leo spoke, his voice heavy with despair. "There's nothing we can do. The 4 towers they've erected give them a clear view of our every move, and their forces have increased so rapidly that they've completely surrounded the fortress. We have nowhere left to go." Miss Hannah's face turned ashen at his words, her lips trembling slightly. No way out? Is this really the end for us?" Sir Leo nodded solemnly. He drew a sharp dagger from his belt and handed it to Miss Hannah. The blade glinted coldly in the sunlight. "At least we still have the time to choose our own fate. Miss Hannah, you're a woman, you know what will happen if the goblins capture you. I don't need to spell it out." His voice was low. "May you find peace in the kingdom of light." Miss Hannah's hands trembled as she took the dagger, tears welling up in her eyes. She didn't want to die. As one of the top 10 students of the Royal Academy of Magic, she had a bright future ahead of her. Yet here she was, facing the prospect of ending her life in this desolate magical forest. How had it come to this? Large tears rolled down her cheeks as she shakily brought the dagger to her neck. The cold touch of the metal made her shudder involuntarily. Sir Leo and Steward Mond closed their eyes, unable to bear witnessing the scene. The fear of death loomed large. Miss Hannah hesitated, her hand trembling as she fumbled with the dagger, unable to find the courage or the right angle. Finally, she lowered the blade, thinking that perhaps finding some magical potion to drink might make it easier. At that moment, a commotion stirred within the goblin ranks surrounding the fortress. A burly goblin, carrying a shield, cautiously approached the walls. "Is there a female who speaks goblin tongue up there?" the goblin shouted gruffly. "Our boss says he's willing to give you a chance to surrender and live." Miss Hannah froze in surprise and instinctively translated the words for the two men beside her. The three exchanged glances, their breathing quickening. None of them wanted to die. Even if the offer came from goblins, they were desperate to grasp at this lifeline. Miss Hannah stepped to the edge of the wall and leaned over, her voice still trembling. "What does your leader propose?" The goblin puffed out his chest and called out loudly. "Our boss says we outnumber you 6-1, and we can burn this fortress to the ground whenever we please. Your lives are in his hands. But this fortress is well built, and he doesn't want to destroy it. Humans are also valuable laborers. You can become the boss's slaves and work for him. Those with knowledge will be granted higher positions, and your lives will be spared." Miss Hannah quickly translated the goblin's words to the others. Sir Leo furrowed his brows, contemplating for a moment before saying, "Ask him how he intends to guarantee our safety." Miss Hannah asked truthfully, and Goblin Spear scratched his head, his long, sharp nails scraping over his greasy scalp. Narrowing his small yellow eyes, he strained to recall his leader's tone, then straightened his skinny frame and mimicked, "Humans, I curse your ancestors. Surrender or not. Give me a clear answer." His voice was sharp, spittle flying as he spoke. "The boss said if you don't surrender before launch, he'll unleash a barrage of fire arrows and turn you all into roasted pigs. If you want to surrender, throw your armor and weapons off the wall." He suddenly remembered something and added, "Oh, right. Especially the human female who can use magic. Your staff must be tossed down. The boss wants to see it." Miss Hannah turned and whispered with the other two for a moment. Her golden hair shimmered in the sunlight, and her face was etched with worry. Finally, she turned back to Goblin Spear, her voice firm but tinged with a slight tremor. "You must promise not to harm the women." At her words, Goblin Spear's face immediately twisted into an impatient expression. He waved dismissively and turned to leave, his retreating figure radiating disdain. "Decide to surrender or not, I'm out of here. So annoying, acting like I'm begging you or something." He kicked a small stone out of his path, his demeanor exuding indifference. To him, this negotiation seemed utterly pointless. His boss clearly had the power to wipe out these humans, so why waste time talking? Wouldn't it be much simpler to burn everything down and enjoy roasted meat? On the city wall, Miss Hannah, Butler Mond, and Knight Leo watched Goblin Spear's retreating figure, each lost in their own troubled thoughts. Butler Mond nervously stroked his beard, while Knight Leo gripped the hilt of his sword so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Should they surrender? These were goblins. They were dealing with those green-skinned creatures infamous across the land. The atrocities committed by goblins were widely known. Entire human villages in remote areas had been ravaged by goblins, leaving behind scenes of unspeakable horror. Women rescued from destroyed goblin lairs were often scarred, both physically and mentally, their eyes devoid of life. Could they really trust these merciless goblins? The three fell into silence, unable to find an answer and with no solution at hand. Time ticked by, and the sun climbed higher, bringing them closer to the goblins' deadline. In the distance, goblin archers had already begun climbing their towers, preparing to launch fire arrows. The sharp arrowheads gleamed ominously under the sunlight. At this critical moment, young Master Lance emerged from the room where he had been hiding. His pale face and dark-rimmed eyes betrayed his weakened state, and he looked thinner than before. Staggering slightly, he made his way to the three of them. His voice was weak but resolute. "Miss Hannah, Butler Mond, Knight Leo, we should surrender." The three were startled by his words and immediately surrounded him, expressing their concern for his condition. Miss Hannah reached out to steady his trembling frame, while Butler Mond quickly handed him a water flask. Young Master Lance shook his head and gave a bitter smile. "The three of you, when my father failed in his rebellion against the crown, His Majesty gave us a choice: immediate execution or exile to the magic forest. We chose the magic forest." He paused, his gaze sweeping over their tense faces. Who doesn't know that entering the magic forest is a near-certain death sentence? Yet we still chose it for that slim chance of survival. He lifted his head to gaze at the goblin army assembling in the distance and continued, "How is this situation any different? Back then, we begged the king for our lives. Now, we beg the goblins. Our lives are once again in the hands of others. So why not continue to show submission? Even if there's only a 10% chance of survival, staying alive is better than dying, isn't it? What could be worse than death? Sigh. Hearing his words, the three simultaneously slumped their shoulders, as if all their strength and with it, the last shred of their dignity had been drained. They exchanged silent glances, their eyes filled with helplessness and despair. Qinwu checked the time. It seemed about right. Yet, there was still no sign of surrender from the humans. With a determined expression, he picked up another wooden arrow, lit it in the fire basin, and drew his bow. The flames on the arrowhead flickered in the soft breeze, casting a glow over his resolute face. He thought to himself that it would be a pity to burn down the wooden fortress. It could be useful for storing supplies. But since the humans refused to surrender, there was no other choice but to destroy it and rebuild. Just as he aimed and was about to release the arrow, a commotion arose from the city walls. Human soldiers were shouting loudly, seemingly trying to grab his attention. Narrowing his eyes, Qinwu looked up to see the soldiers on the walls removing their armor piece by piece and tossing their swords and shields down to the ground below. The crisp sound of metal striking the earth echoed in the silence. Next came the farmers. After a moment's hesitation, they too threw down their axes and hoes. Miss Hannah stood among the crowd, her slender fingers gently brushing against the glowing runes on her magic staff. A trace of reluctance flickered in her eyes, but she clenched her teeth and threw it down as well. Sir Leo moved the slowest. With great effort, he unfastened the clasps of his armor, piece by piece, letting the metal plates fall to the base of the wall with heavy thuds. Finally, he gripped the hilt of his long sword, the weapon that had accompanied him through countless battles. His knuckles whitened as he held it tightly, unwilling to let go. After a long pause, he released it, his eyes filled with the anguish of losing a trusted companion who knew that from this moment on, the loyal partner of his campaigns would no longer belong to him. Seeing the humans on the wall surrender their weapons, Qinwu let out a triumphant laugh, his voice echoing across the silent battlefield. He quickly descended from the watchtower and strode toward the front line, shouting to Gobu's spear, "Gobu spear, send someone to collect the weapons." At his command, Gobu's spear sprang into action, leading a group of goblins to scurry to the base of the wall. They eagerly gathered the spoils of war, their greed evident. Without their weapons, the humans were utterly defenseless, like lambs awaiting slaughter. A few minutes later, the gates of the wooden fortress creaked open. The humans inside shuffled out slowly, their steps heavy with defeat. At the forefront were grim-faced men, followed by women clutching their children tightly, instinctively forming a protective circle around the little ones. Qinwu's sharp gaze swept over the crowd, quickly assessing the situation. There were 73 men, 21 women, and 3 children under the age of 10. Satisfied with their surrender, he gestured lightly, and a group of goblins immediately rushed forward with coarse ropes to bind the humans' hands. The humans instinctively resisted, but the goblins quickly raised their crossbows and spears, growling menacingly like wild beasts. Faced with this threat, the humans had no choice but to lower their heads and allow themselves to be bound. The ropes dug into their flesh, leaving red marks. After tying up the men, the goblins turned their attention to the women. At this point, a few goblins began to reveal their base desires. Their breathing grew heavy, their eyes glinted red, and they let out unsettling chuckles of kukuku, pulling and tugging at the women as they tied them up. The human women cried out in alarm, their voices trembling with fear. Miss Hannah, witnessing this, struggled to step forward and shouted at Qinwu with fury and despair, "Goblin Chief, you gave your word. You promised to protect our lives." Qinwu cast a cold glance at the unruly goblins. Without hesitation, he drew his long sword, the blade gleaming icily in the sunlight, and pointed it directly at the offending goblins. "Disobey orders, and you die?" Before the words had even faded, the elite goblins under his command surged forward like wolves. The dozen or so goblins who had been harassing the women barely had time to react before they were cut down, their screams silenced as they collapsed into pools of blood. The human women, terrified by the sudden bloodshed, huddled together, trembling uncontrollably. Qinwu, his sword still in hand, surveyed the scene. The blood dripping from the blade left small crimson stains on the ground. The younger goblins present were visibly shaken, lowering their heads in fear, not daring to meet his gaze. Here, Qinwu's voice was as cold as ice. "My orders are law, absolute and unwavering. Even if it costs you your life, you will obey. What I forbid, you will not do. What I command, you will do, even if it means death. Disobedience will be punished by death." The assembled goblins, cowed by his thunderous authority, fell silent. Even their breathing grew cautious. With a disdainful snort, Qinwu sheathed his sword, the metallic scrape of the blade sliding into its scabbard breaking the tense silence. He gestured again, and a new group of goblins stepped forward to continue binding the human women. This time, none dared to step out of line. Miss Hannah finally relaxed, but her gaze turned curious as she studied Qinwu. This goblin was different. The aura he exuded seemed entirely out of place among his kin, who constantly radiated a sense of chaos. He seemed more human than a creature of darkness. After the binding work was complete, Qinwu gestured for his subordinates to bring over a wooden chair. He sat down casually, towering over Miss Hannah as he commanded, "Make your people kneel and pledge their loyalty to their supreme master." This humiliation caused a flicker of anger to cross Miss Hannah's face. Knight Leo immediately tugged at her sleeve, signaling with his eyes to the goblin army around them, armed and ready, their predatory gazes fixed on her. Only then did Miss Hannah fully comprehend their predicament. They were prisoners and had no choice but to comply. The crowd, after hearing Miss Hannah's translation, exchanged uneasy glances. Yet under the threat of spears and crossbows, they reluctantly knelt in unison. Qinwu crooked a finger at Miss Hannah. "You come here." Miss Hannah, filled with wariness, instinctively stepped back, her hands clutching her chest. Qinwu smirked, a trace of mischief in his expression. "Ah, such a cautious and beautiful sorceress. What is your name?" "Hannah. Hannah Dulong." Her voice trembled slightly. "Very well, Miss Hannah," Qinwu said with a satisfied nod. "From now on, I appoint you as my personal translator. Whenever you hear me say, 'within 3 meters,' you must immediately comply and come within 3 meters of me, ready to follow my orders. If you fail to do so, I will kill your people." His voice suddenly rose. "Now, within 3 meters." Miss Hannah flinched, fear creeping up her spine. Stand next to this goblin leader? She was terrified that this monster might pounce on her at any moment. Her legs felt like they were made of lead, refusing to move. Qinwu, noticing her hesitation, slowly pulled out a crossbow and aimed it at the kneeling young master lance. Miss Hannah gasped in shock and quickly rushed to Qinwu's side, stepping into the midst of the goblin horde. She felt as though she had entered a den of beasts, her skin crawling with unease. But for the safety of her people, she endured. Qinwu grunted in satisfaction, lowering the crossbow. He then raised his voice to announce, "Listen up, humans. I am the Goblin King, the enslaver of races, the scourge of the world, the destroyer of gods, and the rightful ruler of the magic forest. Arthur Louis Romanoff Qin Shirwang." He swept his gaze over the kneeling humans and continued, "From this moment on, you are my slaves, my property, my currency. In my kingdom, only those with value may survive, and value comes in ranks. The lowest value is labor, and the highest is knowledge and skill." His tone grew serious. "The questions I ask next will determine your status. Think carefully before you answer. And do not leave. If you do, your death will be slow and painful. Now, tell me, who here is an expert in metallurgy? This includes finding minerals, smelting iron, or even basic blacksmithing. Those with such skills, step forward." After speaking, Qinwu nudged Miss Hannah's side with his elbow, signaling her to translate. Miss Hannah recoiled in disgust, but quickly relayed his words to the group. A commotion stirred among the crowd. An elderly man with a face full of wrinkles pulled a young man forward, shuffling on their knees. The old man trembled as he spoke. "Goblin Master, my son and I are blacksmiths from Lord Lance's estate. We know how to forge swords and armor, build blast furnaces for smelting iron, and we have some knowledge of locating iron and coal deposits." He finished, both father and son looking up at Qinwu with apprehension. "Talents. Top-tier talents." Qinwu was ecstatic. He pointed at the two and roared at the other goblins. "From now on, these two are core members of the tribe. Anyone who dares harm them will die." He personally stepped forward, untying their ropes and helping them to their feet before guiding them aside. Then, he glanced back at Miss Hannah. "Within 3 meters." Miss Hannah hesitated but reluctantly moved closer to him. Qinwu gestured toward the father and son, instructing her, "Tell them that if they work hard here, their lives will only get sweeter." Miss Hannah's lips twitched. It sounded like the kind of empty promises big merchants in the capital made to their subordinates. Still, she translated his words faithfully. The blacksmiths felt a mix of relief and concern, realizing their fate was now tied to this goblin leader. Qinwu continued to identify skilled individuals from the crowd: brewers, carpenters, silkworm farmers, papermakers, leatherworkers, and more. These were all experts carefully selected by young Master Lance. Each of them possessed a valuable skill, and Qinwu promised them all a better future as long as they worked diligently. Of course, there were also useless individuals: 7 professional soldiers and the towering 1.9-meter-tall Knight Leo. When Qinwu asked Knight Leo about his skills, the knight proudly declared that he was a warrior, even puffing out his chest, which rivaled that of a bodybuilding champion. In his mind, if this goblin leader valued even farmers so highly, surely he would be made a general. But Qinwu simply waved dismissively and declared, "This guy and his 7 soldiers will be the lowest-ranking slaves. They'll clean latrines and dig canals. Useless. What are you so proud of?" As all humans declared their surrender, a system notification sounded in Qinwu's ear. Ding! The victory notifications popped up one after another. 7 enemies killed, 97 captured, 520 experience points gained. Friendly casualties, 18. The system automatically tallied the loot. 35 stacks of grain neatly piled, 28 sickles gleaming coldly, 25 logging axes arranged in order, 19 hoes scattered haphazardly, 11 daggers with sharp edges, and 8 armed swords glinting under the sunlight. Additionally, there were 17 tattered cloth garments, 8 damaged armored outfits, 5 kettle helmets, and 1 broken chainmail. Dinars collected, 3,890. Ding! The system notification rang again. Qinwu has changed ownership and is now under your control. Current prosperity level, 280. A selection box appeared. Choose your approach to Qinwu. 1. Forgive. 2. Pillage. 3. Completely destroy. Li Qinwu's gaze lingered on the pillage option for a moment. According to the Mount Blade system rules, pillaging would yield a large amount of resources and dinars, but would cause severe damage to the castle and drastically reduce its prosperity. With a current prosperity of only 280, already far below the normal level of over 1,000, Li Qinwu decided to develop this as a base. He decisively chose Forgive. The system then asked if he wanted to rename the fortress. Without hesitation, Li Qinwu typed Gobfort into the input box. A confirmation notification immediately followed. After acquiring his first castle, Li Qinwu promptly began reorganizing. The castle management interface showed a garrison capacity of 80. He first transferred 19 goblin chiefs into the castle and then recruited new soldiers from the goblins working outside. Each recruitment required a payment of dinars. He continued until the 80 slots were filled, spending a total of 400 dinars, leaving him with 5,640 dinars. Although these goblins, converted into system soldiers, could only operate near the castle, they were capable of maintaining order, preventing human escapes, and benefiting from training bonuses. Over time, they could even surpass the level of the goblin chiefs. Even better, their wages were only half that of regular soldiers, and the expenses could be offset by castle taxes. Li Qinwu opened the castle construction panel, revealing the current buildings. A level 1 barracks providing 80 garrison slots. A level 1 smithy with 2 workers out of a 20-person capacity, capable of producing 2 tools or 1 battle sword per day. And a level 1 lumberyard with only 120 of its workforce filled. Level 2 farmland, equipped with an irrigation system, has increased crop yields by 20. Level 1 city wall. 1 vacant building slot available. Possible constructions include training camp, provides daily experience points to station troops. Warehouse, increases the castle's resource capacity. Prison, holds more captives and reduces their chances of escape. Moat, defensive fortifications surrounding the city wall. Additionally, due to the presence of skilled workers in papermaking, brewing, and textile production, specialized workshops for these crafts can also be constructed. Li Qinwu carefully examined the construction options, his gaze moving between the choices. After a brief moment of deliberation, he decisively selected the training camp for the vacant slot. A training camp can boost the experience of the garrison troops. The earlier it's built, the greater its long-term benefits, he thought to himself as he tapped the confirmation button. Next, he reassigned 80 garrison troops as laborers. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and Li Qinwu's perspective soared upward, transitioning into a bird's-eye view of the land. The sudden change startled him for a moment, but he quickly adapted to this new management mode. From above, he could clearly see the outline of the castle, the surrounding walls, the orderly farmland, and the slowly turning water wheels. At the center of his vision, a green square labeled training camp stood out prominently. Experimenting with his thoughts, he discovered he could effortlessly move the square around, as if playing a real-time strategy game. He surveyed the surrounding area and eventually chose a relatively flat forested region to place the training camp's virtual model. After confirming the location, the 80 goblin troops sprang into action. Carrying axes, shovels, and other tools, they began felling trees and leveling the ground in an orderly fashion. A notification popped up in the top left corner. Construction time, 48 days. This system is incredibly efficient, Li Qinwu marveled to himself. With this, managing castle construction will be so much easier. After setting up the training camp, the system prompted him to plan the second sequence of construction. Once the training camp was completed, the troops would automatically begin the next project. Li Qinwu didn't rush to make a decision, but instead opened his attribute page to review his engineering skill tree. The completion of 4 arrow towers had earned him 25 engineering proficiency points, unlocking a choice between 2 skills. 1. Coal kiln. Unlocks the coal kiln structure, which takes 32 days to build and efficiently produces coal. 2. Lime kiln. Takes 35 days to construct, efficiently produces lime, but can only be built on limestone deposits. Without hesitation, Li Qinwu chose the lime kiln. Whether for paving roads or constructing buildings, lime is an essential material, he reasoned. It's definitely a key resource for development. After confirming his choice, he returned to the castle construction interface and saw that the lime kiln had been added to the list of available buildings. He immediately set it as the second sequence project. His perspective shifted back to the bird's eye view. and he tried dragging the lime kiln to various locations. However, the building icon remained red no matter where he placed it. The system prompted, "Cannot be placed. No limestone deposit found." What now? Li Qinwu scratched his head, then noticed an option on the interface labeled Auto-Locate Suitable Building Site. Without hesitation, he clicked it. In an instant, his perspective shot northward like an arrow, finally stopping at the edge of a large mountain. Here, the lime kilns icon turned green, indicating it could be constructed. The mountain was about a kilometer away from Goblin Castle, clearly visible from the city walls. It was evident that the mountain contained abundant limestone deposits, making it an ideal location for the lime kiln. Li Qinwu clicked confirm, satisfied as the second construction project entered the queue. Now, all he had to do was patiently wait for the projects to be completed. Li Qinwu clicked on the construction options for the textile mill, paper mill, and brewery in turn, watching them queue up in the building list. These system-designated structures had unique advantages. Not only could real-world workers produce goods in them, but the system itself would also generate identical items and store them in the warehouse. It was similar to the time he hunted the horned crocodile. When a hide was skinned in reality, the system would simultaneously produce another, effectively doubling the yield. Looking at the blacksmith shop, Li Qinwu frowned. There were only 2 workers currently, and the daily output was far from ideal. He clicked on the recruitment button, only to find the recruitment list empty, with the system notifying him no suitable blacksmiths available in the territory. After a brief moment of thought, he brought Miss Hannah to the blacksmith shop and handed over 20 goblins to the Father Anson blacksmith duo. These goblins, drooling and nibbling on their fingers, looked adorably silly. "From today onward, your job is to teach them the art of blacksmithing," Li Qinwu said with a cheerful smile. The blacksmith stared at the clueless goblins in dismay. The elder blacksmith, Tai Oka, immediately knelt down and pleaded, "My lord, blacksmithing is a skilled trade, and on top of that, we can't even speak their language." "Language barriers aren't a problem," Li Qinwu said, waving his hand dismissively. "Just teach them through gestures. These little guys are eager to learn." As he spoke, he drew the long sword from his belt and waved it in front of a goblin who was still chewing on his fingers. "Want this?" he asked. The goblin immediately stopped nibbling, its eyes fixed on the shiny sword as drool began dripping from its mouth. "Want it?" it exclaimed. Li Qinwu smacked the goblin on the head, shoving it toward the blacksmiths. "If you want it, then learn blacksmithing properly. Once you've mastered it, you can make one yourself. Plus, you won't have to go to war, and you'll still get a full stomach." At these words, the 20 goblins instantly crowded around the blacksmith duo, chattering excitedly in goblin language. With Hannah translating, the blacksmiths reluctantly agreed. "Good," Li Qinwu said, patting them on the shoulders. "Remember, attitude is what matters most. Whether or not they succeed is one thing. Having the right attitude is another. Show me some dedication." With that, Li Qinwu turned and walked away, leaving the blacksmiths to face a group of overly enthusiastic green-skinned goblins. "Father, can these goblins really learn blacksmithing?" the younger blacksmith asked worriedly. "And if they can't, will that big goblin come after us?" "The order's been given. What choice do we have?" the elder blacksmith sighed. "We'll teach them seriously. If they can't learn, it won't be our fault." He lit the furnace, melting down a dozen swords along with the full body armor of Knight Leo. Goblinburg was still in its developmental stage, and weapons like swords, designed purely for combat, were an unnecessary luxury. Axes, on the other hand, could serve both as tools for labor and as weapons. As for the Western-style full-body armor, Li Qinwu had tried to wear it, but couldn't fit into it. It was custom-made for Knight Leo's measurements. Since it was useless, he decided to melt it down. However, he kept the large sword as his primary weapon. After leaving the blacksmith's workshop, Li Qinwu took Miss Hannah to the carpenter. There, he arranged for 20 goblin apprentices to join him. Next, he headed to the farmlands outside the castle, where he found some elderly farmers hard at work. He assigned 3 goblins to each farmer, tasking them not only with learning agricultural techniques, but also with keeping a close watch on the farmers. If anyone attempted to escape, the goblins were instructed to kill them without hesitation. After finishing these tasks, Li Qinwu stretched and turned to look at Miss Hannah, who stood beside him. "Within 3 meters," he suddenly shouted. Startled, Miss Hannah flinched and reluctantly moved closer to him. Li Qinwu studied her carefully, a look of appreciation spreading across his face. Miss Hannah was undeniably beautiful, tall and slender, with long red hair that shimmered with an alluring radiance. She looked like the quintessential heroine of a fantasy world. Unfortunately, Li Qinwu was a goblin, and the way she looked at him was filled with disgust and fear. Still, everything else about the situation seemed perfect to him. He had once read online that magical girls' feet supposedly carried a unique fragrance, and even their excretions were said to be pink and not too unpleasant. Miss Hannah, standing before him, was his target. His curiosity burned like a flame, and he couldn't stop thinking about it. "Ha ha ha." Li Qinwu let out an eerie laugh, sending shivers down Miss Hannah's spine. Without warning, He grabbed her hand and dragged her into a wooden cabin. We're already nearly 30 chapters into this story, he muttered to himself. As a goblin, it's about time I started acting like one, or the readers might lose interest. Miss Hannah's face was filled with terror, her heart sinking into despair. Was this really happening? She closed her eyes tightly, bracing herself for what was to come. She knew resistance was futile. Perhaps compliance would make it end sooner. She recalled what young Master Lance had once told her. Staying alive is the most important thing. Qinwu shut the wooden door behind them, rubbed his hands together, and smirked wickedly, looking like a scheming cartoon villain. He whispered, "Today, I'm going to investigate whether magical girls' feet smell bad and whether their excretions are really pink." With that, he bent down, bringing his nose close to Miss Hannah's feet in an attempt to sniff them. Miss Hannah was consumed by despair, but didn't resist. She simply kept her eyes shut tightly. Fighting back seemed pointless. Compliance might be her only hope for an end to this nightmare. Qinwu sniffed her scent, then suddenly froze in place. Miss Hannah, confused, peeked at him through barely opened eyes. Why was he hesitating? Shouldn't he have acted immediately? Qinwu stood there, speechless, his face a mask of shock. Miss Hannah stared at him, baffled, her mind racing with questions. "Let me smell again," Qinwu muttered to himself. He grabbed her arm, raising it high, and pressed his nose to her armpit, taking another deep sniff. "Ugh, disgusting," Qinwu exclaimed, gagging as if he were about to vomit. Qinwu let out a sudden roar and leapt 3 meters away as if he'd been burned. His face was etched with terror, and his body instinctively pressed against the wall. As a goblin with an extraordinary sense of smell, the stench from that brief moment nearly suffocated him. Miss Hannah was completely stunned, frozen in place and unable to comprehend the situation. She instinctively raised her hand and took a quick sniff under her arm, only to be overwhelmed by the pungent odor. Gasping for air, she quickly dropped her arm, her cheeks instantly turning a deep shade of red. She was dressed in a tightly sealed mage's robe, made of thick leather and coarse fabric, paired with knee-high leather boots. The outfit's impeccable seal, while practical, had become her downfall, trapping all the odors within. Flashes of memory rushed through Qinwu's mind. Laboring friends at construction sites, their dorms filled with piles of sweat-soaked shirts and socks, fermenting after a hard day's work. The smell emanating from Miss Hannah now was the perfect recreation of that memory. What kind of monkey liquor is this? This is a biological weapon, he ranted internally as he hurried toward the door. "Auntie," Qinwu said awkwardly as he opened the door and quickly stepped outside. "Let's talk tomorrow. For now, maybe you should, freshen up a bit." With that, he slammed the door shut. Outside, Miss Hannah's furious roar echoed. Her face had turned from a rosy pink to a deep crimson, resembling a bomb about to detonate, with steam practically rising from her head. "Ah!" she screamed in a mix of anger and humiliation. "Rejected by a goblin. How dare he? This isn't even my fault." She stomped her foot in frustration. Having been under siege for an entire month, the castle had long run out of water. Every drop of magical water she conjured was prioritized for drinking, leaving no time for personal hygiene. Not bathing for over a month off course ID smell. Even girls can't avoid it. We're all like this, damn it. Before dawn broke, Qinwu was already standing atop the walls of Gobfort. Standing tall, he took a deep breath and shouted into the city below. Within 3 steps. His powerful voice echoed through the quiet morning, startling many of the residents. Doors creaked open, and curious faces peeked out from windows. These humans had all been gathered and housed inside the fortress by Qinwu. Once the gates were shut, the place functioned more like a prison, making management easier. A few minutes later, Miss Hannah came rushing over in a fluster. Her hair was disheveled, her clothes untidy, and dark circles shadowed her eyes clearly. She had been abruptly roused from her dreams. As she reached Qinwu, she instinctively tried to smooth down her messy hair. Qinwu scrutinized her appearance. After being called out for her unkempt look yesterday, this monkey sorceress had clearly made an effort. Her mage's robe looked spotless, her shoes gleamed, and her overall demeanor seemed much more polished, exuding a newfound charm. Hee. Qinwu cackled as he circled behind Miss Hannah, placing his hands on her shoulders. She froze instantly, her mind racing with all sorts of horrifying scenarios. Was it going to happen again today? Why had she bothered to clean herself up so well? Maybe being unkempt was the best defense after all. As her thoughts spiraled, Qinwu leaned in close, his breath warm against her ear, sending a shiver down her spine. "Miss Hannah, teach me magic," he whispered. "G.H. I won't give in to—" "Wait, what did you say?" "I said, teach me magic," Qinwu repeated, spreading his hands. "Miss Hannah, why is your face so red? Surely you're not imagining something strange, are you?" Well." Miss Hannah stammered, completely thrown off by the turn of events. Seeing her flustered reaction, Qinwu sighed inwardly. While this monkey sorceress was indeed beautiful and stirred something within him, as a goblin, he understood the harsh reality. Goblin offspring were emotionless creatures of destruction. He couldn't bear the thought of fathering children who would grow up as bloodthirsty, incommunicable monsters, possibly even vying for his position someday. Fortunately, he had the mount and blade system, which allowed him to marry female lords through system certification. Offspring from such unions would be normal humans, with a fixed 100 affection level toward their father that would never decrease. Once grown, they could become upgradable NPCs, join the army, or even manage towns and lead troops. However, Miss Hannah was currently just an ordinary NPC. Her affection level wasn't high enough for her to qualify as a certified female lord in the system. Once Miss Hannah realized that Qinwu merely wanted to learn magic, she breathed a sigh of relief and began explaining the basics. Magic is essentially the manipulation of magical energy particles in the air. To use it, you need to store magic within your body using specific magical symbols. Then, by arranging these symbols in a particular sequence, you can channel the magic outwards to cast spells. The path to learning magic follows a strict sequence. First, mastering the common human language, then studying ancient Elvish, and only after that delving into magical script. Why can't we just start with magical script? Qinwu asked curiously. Miss Hannah gave him a look as if he were a fool and patiently explained, it's a progressive process. The common human language forms the foundation of ancient Elvish, and ancient Elvish, in turn, is the basis of magical script. Legend has it that magical script originated from the gods, with each character containing the laws of the world's operation. To comprehend its mysteries, one must have a deep understanding of the languages of various races. It's like building a house. Learning the simpler languages first is laying the foundation. Diving straight into magical script would be like constructing a castle in the air. Qinwu suddenly understood. In that case, teach me the common human language first, then ancient Elvish, and finally magical script. Miss Hannah looked him up and down, her tone dripping with sarcasm. You? Learn the common human language? Yes, Qinwu replied confidently. Even if it's not for magic, mastering the human language will help me manage your kind more effectively. This remark left Miss Hannah trembling with anger. She let out a cold huff, thinking to herself, this goblin is too naive. The differences between the languages of various races aren't as simple as swapping out vocabulary. They stem from the physiological characteristics and living environments of each race. It's far more complex than learning modern foreign languages. But Qinwu wasn't worried. He believed he could overcome these challenges by improving his intelligence and specializing in magical skills. As he toured the territory with Miss Hannah, he would point at objects that caught his interest and inquire about their names in the common human language. Miss Hannah was startled by his earnest attitude toward learning and asked curiously, magic has many branches. Which one do you want to study? Are there wood-based spells that can boost crop yields? Or earth-based spells for digging canals and building houses? Maybe fire-based spells that can continuously provide heat? He asked. Miss Hannah leaned back in disbelief. You want to use sacred magic for manual labor? Don't you want to learn powerful spells like fireball, lightning blade, mind control, illusions, or even weather manipulation? Weather manipulation? Qinwu's eyes lit up. Couldn't that be used for artificial rainfall to improve crop yields? You seriously only want to use magic for these trivial things? Miss Hannah exclaimed, utterly incredulous. Qinwu frowned as he studied the elegantly dressed and proud Miss Hannah. Suddenly, he realized something. In human society, magicians likely enjoyed a lofty status, and people pursued magic more for social standing, like taking civil service exams to become officials rather than truly improving people's lives. The two stared at each other, each harboring a deep disdain for the other's values. Qinwu was determined to master the common tongue of humans. For a long period, he almost treated Miss Hannah as his lifeline, forcing himself to communicate with her in halting, fragmented sentences. It must be said, learning a foreign language was truly a tormenting endeavor, so tedious that it nearly drove Qinwu mad. Especially when compared to those humans who constantly proclaimed their love for learning, it was as if they were the polar opposite of goblins. Despite his distaste for the process, Qinwu suppressed his frustration and pushed himself to grasp the language. Ever since capturing Cobalt, he had felt an unshakable sense of urgency, as though some lurking danger was steadily approaching. If he couldn't grow stronger now, when that moment came, he feared he would be nothing more than prey, helpless against the blade. Therefore, whether it was building his territory, training his troops, or improving himself, Qinwu threw himself into his efforts as if he were fighting on an invisible battlefield. Miss Hannah was astonished by Qinwu's determination. She could see how much he loathed learning the common tongue, yet he persevered, forcing himself to improve step by step. What kind of resolve must it take for a goblin to go against its very nature and achieve such progress? Time flew by, and half a month later, Cobalt welcomed a new wave of goblin offspring, pushing their numbers past 800. Feeling the strain on food supplies, Qinwu ordered a halt to breeding activities to temporarily curb population growth. Fortunately, during this time, the land he had cultivated expanded significantly, with large quantities of potatoes being planted. The granaries would soon be full, and when that happened, Goblin could once again experience a population boom. During this period, relations between humans and goblins remained delicately peaceful. Humans were surprised to discover that goblins were not as savage and bloodthirsty as the rumors claimed. Not only did they refrain from harassing human women, but they also displayed remarkable restraint. Any goblin unable to control their impulses faced immediate execution by Qinwu's orders, with their bodies hung in the forest as a warning to the younger generation. Overall, the tensions between the two races in Goblin were not as severe as expected, and their relationship even grew more stable. At this point, Goblin's development seemed to have hit a bottleneck. Qinwu decided to lead a group back to the original goblin tribe. He planned to bring in some human farmers and crops to initiate dual-track development. After all, putting all his eggs in one basket was too risky. If Goblin were ever destroyed by humans or monsters, the goblin tribe would at least have a chance to continue thriving. Thus, he assembled a group comprising 20 elder goblins, 300 young goblins, 20 experienced human farmers, the blacksmith and his son, Knight Leo, all the human soldiers, Butler Raymond, young Master Lance, Miss Hannah, as well as various vegetable seeds and 100 sets of farming tools. Essentially, he brought with him anyone he deemed a potential threat, leaving behind only the more submissive human farmers. Before the expedition set off, Qinwu called Gobda to his side. Gobda, I need you to stay here and manage Goblin, he said firmly, looking directly at the elder goblin. We need a senior goblin station here to keep the young ones in check. Gobda froze, momentarily unable to respond. Boss, I can't do it. I'm afraid I'll mess things up. Please, take me with you. Qinwu placed a reassuring hand on Gobda's shoulder, his tone gentle yet resolute. Gobda, stop making excuses. This is an order. Don't worry, I'll leave 80 goblins in the castle to support you. If any humans try to escape, capture and execute them. If the young goblins cause trouble, punish 3 and make an example of 1. With these 2 rules, Goblin will remain secure. Gobda nodded silently. Though still uneasy, he saw the unwavering determination in Qinwu's eyes. He understood the weight of this responsibility on his shoulders and knew he could no longer back down. In the castle, you don't have to do anything except clear the land I've planned out. In your spare time, train the new generation of goblins in military drills. For those who disobey, execute them on the spot. The more you kill, the more wood mice will spawn. In short, just keep the castle secure. When I return, the credit will go to you, and you'll get 100 strips of jerky as a reward. Qinwu said, turning to leave. The castle was guarded by 80 system soldiers and over 800 new generation goblins. Unless 200 professional human soldiers attacked, there was little chance of danger. Miss Hannah trailed behind the group, turning back with every step, a trace of unease in her heart. Concern flickered in her eyes, as if she were worried about the human women in the castle. Seeing her expression, Qinwu laughed heartily and reassured her, relax, the human women in the castle are professional textile workers. They're my high-value currency ID, never let them come to harm. Still uneasy, Miss Hannah asked, after you leave, will your people still follow your orders? Qinwu patted his chest and promised, as long as the humans don't try to escape, my people won't harm them. The group marched on until dusk, when Qinwu ordered a halt to prepare dinner. The goblins used large ceramic pots to boil water, starting to process dried meat and vegetables. Suddenly, Qinwu shouted, 3 meters close. Miss Hannah stormed over, exasperated. Can you please call me by my name? I'm not 3 meters close. Ignoring her outburst, Qinwu pointed at a ceramic pot where crocodile meat and vegetables were cooking. In a cold tone, he said, cook, hurry up, eat well, and sleep early, we're marching again at dawn. Qinwu usually cooked for himself, wary of the goblins' poor hygiene. Now that Miss Hannah was here, he naturally assigned the task to her. Before long, the meal was ready. The two ate out of ceramic bowls with chopsticks. After finishing, Qinwu spread a tattered cloth by the campfire and lay down to sleep. Miss Hannah curled up in a corner, her heart heavy with unease. Sometime later, Miss Hannah awoke to Qinwu's voice near her ear. 3 meters close. Startled, she opened her eyes to find his large green face alarmingly close, almost touching hers. She nearly screamed, but Qinwu quickly covered her mouth. Don't scream. No screaming, he whispered harshly. Miss Hannah's face was filled with fear. Qinwu kept her mouth covered for a moment before loosening his grip slightly. No screaming. He'll let go. Understand? She nodded, and he released her. In a low voice, he said, follow me. Carrying a massive knight's greatsword weighing 8 kilograms, Qinwu led the way, the moonlight glinting off the heavy blade. Miss Hannah followed closely behind. Where are you taking me? She asked softly. Inspection, Qinwu replied curtly. The two quietly circled to the edge of the temporary camp. Qinwu had set up sentry posts at 4 corners and wanted to check if the goblins were diligently standing guard. To his dismay, the first post revealed 2 goblins fast asleep on duty. Furious, Qinwu stormed over and slapped one of the goblins awake. You two have a death wish, he roared. Everyone assemble. At his shout, the entire camp of goblins woke up, grabbing their weapons and gathering around him. Mistaking the commotion for an enemy attack, they nervously prepared for battle. Once all the goblins were assembled, Qinwu spat on the ground in anger. These two fell asleep on duty. If an enemy had attacked, would all be dead. Breaking military discipline means execution on the spot. Raising his massive greatsword, he swung it down without hesitation, beheading the two negligent sentries. Turning to face the rest of the goblins, his voice thundered with rage. I've said it countless times, discipline cannot be relaxed. You can ignore me, but if I catch you slacking, the consequence is death. Look at this. This is what happens when you break the rules. Standing nearby, Steward Mond and Knight Leo observed the scene. Leo remarked, he's truly something else. Mond, surprised, asked, you understand goblin language? Do you know what's happening? Leo chuckled, gesturing toward the two headless bodies on the ground. Do I need to understand? Two goblins fell asleep on duty and were executed on the spot. I've seen this plenty of times. Back when I served under Lord Lance's father, I often caught lazy soldiers. But Wed just flogged them. He's brutal straight to execution. TSK. Mond watched Qinwu's furious demeanor with unease, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. This goblin, he thought, was destined to become a great menace in the future. The troops had been marching for 2 days, but their progress was far slower than expected. In this mixed force of goblins and humans, the human soldiers appeared particularly fragile. They frequently needed to rest, collapsing onto the damp ground to catch their breath when their strength gave out. While the swarms of mosquitoes in the rainforest were little more than a minor nuisance to the goblins, they posed a serious threat to the humans. By the second day, one of the human soldiers had already fallen ill with a persistent high fever caused by insect bites. Miss Hannah had no choice but to stay by his side, repeatedly casting low-level healing spells. At night, the rainforest was thick with moisture, and the human soldiers, lacking camping equipment, lay directly on the cold, wet ground. By morning, they awoke sore and stiff, the dampness seeping deep into their bones. To protect these valuable members of the group, Qinwu immediately ordered the pace of the march to slow. He instructed the goblins to use nearby materials to construct simple wooden beds from felled trees. These makeshift beds were placed near the campfires at night to shield the humans from the chilling ground. 3 days passed, and by the pace of an goblin unit, they should have already reached their destination. But now, Qinwu estimated they hadn't even covered half the distance. On the morning of the 3rd day, as the group crested a mountain ridge, Qinwu suddenly caught a strong whiff of goblin scent on the wind. He was puzzled. This area was still far from the tribe's settlement, so why was there such a strong presence of his kin? Could it be a hunting party sent by the tribe? But their hunting range shouldn't extend this far. With heightened vigilance, Qinwu led the group forward. Pushing through dense undergrowth, they finally emerged into a clearing, and the sight before them was startling. Nearly 100 goblins lay sprawled on the ground, many of them injured, their faces etched with despair. Qinwu immediately recognized their leader, a goblin named Yizir One Ear. Before he could ask any questions, Yizir burst into tears, ran up to him, and fell to his knees, clutching Qinwu's legs tightly. Boss Wowo, our home is gone. Qinwu's chest tightened, and he quickly helped Yizir to his feet. What happened? He asked. Through sobs, Yizir recounted the events. During Qinwu's absence, he had followed orders to cultivate the land and plant potatoes, successfully growing the tribe's population to 500. However, the Cobalt tribe to the east suddenly launched an attack. They had somehow recruited a group of 5 to 6 maternal ogres. These thick-skinned, dim-witted giants followed the Cobalt's commands and obliterated the goblin settlement. Yizir had no choice but to flee westward with the surviving members of the tribe, hoping to find Qinwu and seek his help. After hearing this, Qinwu stroked his chin, his expression surprisingly calm. The destruction of the old settlement didn't bother him much. It hadn't held anything of great value anyway. Besides, his current mission was to rebuild the tribe from scratch. However, with the Cobalts already at their doorstep, whether for reclaiming their dignity or ensuring the safety of the surrounding environment, they had to be eliminated. Qinwu frowned deeply and turned to Yizir, asking, how many Cobalts are there? And how many ogres? Yizir scratched his head and extended a rough hand, spreading his 5 fingers wide. The number of ogres is exactly the number of fingers on one hand, and there are a bit more Cobalts than the number of people in our tribe before. 5 ogres, and around 300 to 400 Cobalts, Qinwu murmured to himself, then turned to assess his own forces. At the core of his troops were 19 burly elite goblins, each clad in tough crocodile hide armor, wielding sharp axes or finely crafted crossbows, with thick wooden shields strapped to their backs. Behind them stood 300 goblin warriors, meticulously trained over 2 months through grueling drills and a brutal selection process. Among them, 52 carried 2-meter-long iron spears and wooden shields, while the rest were equipped with modified farming tool scythes, axes, and hoes, all reforged into makeshift polearms. This iron-equipped force could easily slice through kobolds like cutting through melons, but the presence of Ogresgiant units posed a thorny challenge. After a moment of thought, Qinwu suddenly shouted, "Within 3 steps!" Miss Hannah appeared beside him, her expression displeased, but he ignored her demeanor and asked directly, "Do you know about ogres?" Miss Hannah nodded. "Tell me everything you know about ogres." Although puzzled by Qinwu's intent, Miss Hannah answered truthfully. Ogres are magical creatures with massive appetites and low intelligence. Adult ogres stand 5 to 6 meters tall, live for 300 to 400 years, and have a natural affinity for earth-based magic. Their skin is extremely thick and develops stony keratin as they age, making older ogres even tougher. Additionally, they have strong regenerative abilities and can even regrow lost limbs. She paused before continuing. Ogres possess high resistance to both physical and magical attacks. They're omnivorous, eat enormous quantities, and have a strong sense of family. They usually live in groups of 5 to 7, consisting of parents, children, and grandchildren. Qinwu took a deep breath, his frown deepening. Damn it. Magical resistance, physical resistance, giants, and immense strength. How the hell am I supposed to deal with this? His fingers unconsciously tapped the weapon at his waist. Do ogres have any weaknesses at all? If ogres had no exploitable weaknesses, Qinwu would have no choice but to retreat. Fighting such an enemy heathen was a losing battle. It would be better to find another place to develop. Miss Hannah shrugged. If they have a weakness, it would be their low intelligence and slow movement. Suddenly, she remembered something and added, "Oh, and their strong family bonds can be a vulnerability. Some mages, in order to obtain magical materials, capture ogre cubs while the adults are out hunting. They then use the captured cubs to threaten the entire family, luring them into a large pit to drown them, thereby harvesting a significant amount of earth-based magical resources." Hiss. Qinwu gasped and unconsciously took 2 steps back, eyeing Miss Hannah warily. Are human mages really that unscrupulous? Miss Hannah froze for a moment, then quickly waved her hands in denial. Hey, what's with that look? I'm just a mage apprentice. I've never done anything like that. Qinwu coughed, choosing not to respond. Capturing ogre cubs was definitely out of the question. He suspected the kobolds had already taken the cubs hostage. Otherwise, how could they command an entire family of ogres? This meant the only option was to rely on brute force and face them heathen. With the ogre's high physical and magical defenses, his current weapons were almost useless against them. However, an image of a ballista flashed through Qinwu's mind. If paired with iron-tipped bolts, it might just be effective against the ogres. Qinwu called Tyluok over and described in detail the ballista he had designed. In his previous life, Qinwu had watched a documentary featuring a simple, yet highly practical Roman ballista. Its structure was predominantly made of wood, except for the strings. On both sides, there were rotating wheels that 2 soldiers could take turns cranking to gradually tighten the string. It was simple but efficient. The two discussed for half an hour and finally reached a consensus, with Qinwu confirming the feasibility of the design. He instructed the goblins to cut down trees, while he and Tyluok used knives and axes to carefully craft the intricate gear components. After 4 hours of intense work, the first ballista was completed. It measured 1.8 meters in length and 1.3 meters in width, with a massive weight that required at least 8 people to carry. For the ballista string, Qinwu braided 5 crocodile tendons together, weaving them like a rope. When tightened, this mechanism could generate immense kinetic energy. As for the ammunition, he simply carved a suitable wooden shaft and attached an iron spearhead to its front. Qinwu ordered 2 large goblins to operate the crank mechanism. The rotation process was slow, taking the 2 goblins 2 minutes to fully draw the string. This meant the ballista could only fire once before needing to be reloaded, leaving no room for a second shot if the target wasn't hit. Qinwu aimed the adjusted ballista at a massive tree that required 4 people to encircle it, and gently pulled the trigger. With a sharp whoosh, the heavy bolt shot out instantly, sending wood splinters flying as it pierced straight through the tree trunk. The iron spearhead embedded itself fully into the tree, stopping only when it lodged firmly on the other side. Everyone stared in awe. A cold smile played on Qinwu's lips as he thought to himself, "This will do the trick." At close range, the ballista's kinetic energy likely surpassed that of a small caliber firearm, making it powerful enough to deal with ogres. He immediately ordered the team to work through the night to produce 5 more ballistas. By dawn the next day, all 5 were completed and successfully test-fired, functioning smoothly. With these deadly weapons ready, Qinwu gave the command to set out, leading his army toward the Cobalt tribe. Carrying the ballistas slowed the group's progress. After 2 days of arduous travel, Qinwu and his team finally arrived at the familiar forest. The air was thick with the scent of wild beasts. Qinwu's heart sank. There was no doubt this was the lingering scent of kobolds. Clearly, these creatures had completely taken over the goblins' hunting grounds and claimed the area as their own. Snorting coldly, Qinwu resolved to make the kobolds pay the price. Scanning the surroundings, He realized the dense forest could hinder the ballista's range. They needed an open battlefield. While he was deep in thought, Iji suggested, "Boss, why not head to the area near the cave spiders? The ground there is covered with potato roots, and there are no large trees blocking the view." Li Qinwu immediately agreed and led his troops toward the cave spider territory. Upon arrival, he found the environment indeed ideal for the ballistas. In the distance stood a barren mountain, its surface covered in black-gray rocks, with cave spiders faintly visible moving among the crags. The surrounding hills were similarly devoid of tall trees, and the ground was covered with abundant potato roots. The potatoes in this area seemed to thrive unusually well. Li Qinwu chose a small hillside and directed his troops to set up the ballistas there. The ballistas were aimed toward the forest. If the enemies emerged, they would be within 500 meters of the ballista positions. The open terrain offered a clear line of sight with almost no obstructions. Everything seemed ready. Li Qinwu ordered his men to cut some potato stems and scatter them on the bed crossbows. Then, he instructed the other goblins to hide among the potato vines. He walked further into the forest to observe the crossbow positions and nodded in satisfaction. The camouflage was excellent, leaving almost no trace. With everything in place, Li Qinwu turned and commanded Ijier, "Take your men and attack the kobolds in the tribe. See if you can lure them over here." Hearing this, Ijier's eyes widened in terror, his gaze filled with unmistakable fear. Before Ijier could protest, Li Qinwu raised a hand to cut him off. "Don't be scared. I'm not asking you to fight. Just lure the enemies over here. Kobolds have an excellent sense of smell. You'll definitely recognize your scent. All you need to do is pretend to approach their tribe, throw a few stones to provoke them, and let them chase you back here." This. Ijier hesitated, his face still written with fear. Indeed, kobolds had an incredible sense of smell. When Ijier had led the goblins in an escape from the kobold tribe before, there had been 200 of them. However, thanks to the kobolds' relentless pursuit, their numbers had been halved. Only by running far enough into the territory of a powerful magical beast where the kobolds dared not follow had they narrowly avoided complete annihilation. Seeing Ijier still hesitating, Li Qinwu grew impatient. With a sharp shing, he unsheathed the great sword on his back and held it against Ijier's throat. "I'm not negotiating with you. Go execute the mission right now, or you'll lose your head." Startled by the threat, Ijier suddenly remembered that the boss was not someone to trifle with. Li Qinwu was infamous for his 3 strikes, 1 kill approach, which he called purging the team. Hastily, Ijier nodded and promised to carry out the mission. Only then did Li Qinwu put away his great sword, patting Ijier on the shoulder with a softened tone. "Don't worry, you'll be rewarded. If you succeed, I'll count this as a military achievement for you. I'll give you 100 pieces of dried meat and 2 wooden mice as wives." Hearing this, Ijier's fear was instantly replaced with excitement at the prospect of having his own wooden mice. "Boss, I'll get it done. No problem," he shouted enthusiastically before rushing into the forest with his subordinates. Li Qinwu lay back down among the potato vines, patiently waiting. Bored, he idly dug at the soil beneath him, wondering aloud, "Why is this dirt so dark?" Behind him, Tyron was holding a black stone. Noticing colorful specks on its surface, his expression suddenly shifted. Time ticked by. Li Qinwu, chewing on a blade of grass, waited with nothing to do. About half an hour later, a commotion finally arose from the forest. Spitting out the grass, Li Qinwu shouted, "They're coming. Everyone stay down." Ijier and his men emerged from the forest, looking panicked. He dashed to where Li Qinwu was lying, gasping for breath and nearly collapsing from exhaustion. "Boss, mission accomplished. The kobolds from the tribe are all following us," he reported between heavy breaths. Li Qinwu glanced toward the edge of the forest and frowned. "I don't see anything." "Boss, they're waiting for the ogre. That big guy is a slow walker," Ijier explained, then added, "Oh, by the way, boss, there's only one ogre, and the number of kobolds is much smaller now." Li Qinwu was momentarily surprised and questioned further, but Ijier shook his head, saying he didn't know why. After a moment of thought, Li Qinwu speculated that the main force of the kobolds must have returned to their original territory after conquering the goblin tribe. They had likely left only a small group of kobolds and 1 ogre to control the hunting grounds. This unexpected turn of events worked in his favor. If there were only a small number of kobolds and 1 ogre, the 5 bed crossbows should be more than enough to handle them. Li Qinwu felt his chances of victory increase significantly. "Take your men and move 50 paces forward. Stand in a line," he ordered Ijier without hesitation. "Huh." Ijier was stunned. Growing impatient, Li Qinwu slapped him. "Just do it." "Got it." Ijier immediately led his men forward 50 paces and lined them up neatly. At that moment, the pursuing kobolds arrived. Leading them was a towering 5-meter-tall ogre, pushing aside 2 small trees as it emerged. It carried a massive wooden club and moved like a walking mountain of flesh. Its skin, covered in cracked, dirt-like calluses, looked incredibly tough. Surrounding the ogre were around 100 kobolds, either naked or draped in crude animal hides. They wielded rough, stone-made weapons and gathered in a disorderly mob, resembling a band of ragtag soldiers. Although they had entered the Stone Age, the addition of an ogre as a giant unit explained how they had managed to decimate Aegir's forces before. Amidst the crowd of kobolds, one stood out, a shaman towering at an impressive height of 1.6 meters, far surpassing the usual 1.3 to 1.4 meter stature of his kin. Adorned with beast bones, draped in animal hides, and clutching a darkly glowing staff crafted from a bull's bone, he was a stark contrast to his fellow tribesmen. As he gazed at the 100 or so goblins on a small hill in the distance, armed with wooden spears and stones, and standing in formation, a disdainful smirk curled his lips. To him, kobolds were naturally equipped with armor-like skin, sharp claws, and fangs, not to mention their enslaved ogres. That these inherently cowardly goblins would dare face them heathen was puzzling, even laughable. The shaman sniffed the air, his nose twitching as he detected a faint, enticing aroma. According to the laws of the magical forest, the sweeter the scent, the easier the prey. He casually dismissed the faint trace of human scent mixed in and raised his staff high, giving the order to attack. Kill them, turn them into food. At his command, the kobolds erupted into a chorus of barks and yelps. One of them swung a thorny whip, striking the ogre's flank. Though the pain was negligible for the massive creature, its face twisted in humiliation as it trudged heavily toward the goblin formation. Qinwu observed the scene intently, noticing the agony etched on the ogre's face. He deduced that its child must have fallen into the hands of the kobolds. When the ogre stepped within 150 meters of range, Qinwu sprang from his makeshift cover of potato vines. Unveiling the ballista hidden beneath, he took aim and decisively pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A massive bolt shot through the air, piercing the ogre's abdomen and embedding itself 50 centimeters deep. Almost simultaneously, 4 other ballistae fired. 2 missed their mark, inadvertently skewering a few kobolds, while the remaining 2 struck the ogre's chest and shoulder. The ogre let out a deafening roar of agony, collapsing to its knees as it spewed a torrent of blood. Before the kobolds could recover from their shock, the goblin archers under Qinwu's command unleashed a volley of arrows. The rain of projectiles found their mark, taking down several kobolds. Continuing to fire his nobleman's bow, Qinwu shouted at the top of his lungs, "Charge! Kill them! Earn your glory!" Spurred by his command, 300 goblins armed with spears and polearms roared as they surged down the hill, launching a ferocious assault on the enemy lines. With a burst of speed from the downhill charge, the leading spear-wielding goblin let out a blood-curdling scream as it plunged into the chaotic kobold ranks. The sharp tip of its spear gleamed coldly, piercing through the chests of over 10 kobolds in the first wave, sending blood spraying into the air. Following closely behind was the goblin horde, wielding makeshift weapons like hoes, sickles, and axes, their crude edges glinting in the sunlight. While these weapons were numerous, their lethality was lacking. They often required 7 or 8 strikes to bring a kobold down, leaving it howling in pain on the ground, but rarely dealing a fatal blow. In contrast, the spear proved its worth as the king of close combat weapons. With a single thrust, its sharp head pierced through a kobold's body, claiming its life almost instantly. Without the protection of the ogre, having already endured a barrage of crossbow bolts, and now overwhelmed by a goblin force 3 times their number, the kobolds' fear was palpable. Their ranks began to falter, showing signs of collapse. The kobold shaman, seeing the tide of battle turn so drastically, was struck with panic. He quickly raised his bone staff adorned with eerie runes, chanting an incomprehensible incantation while leaping and dancing frantically like a possessed witch doctor. The ritual lasted about 10 seconds. Then, with a sudden force, the shaman slammed his staff into the ground, tilted his head back, and let out a deafening howl. The kobolds who heard this cry underwent an immediate transformation. Their breathing grew heavy, their eyes turned blood red, and guttural howls erupted from their throats in response. Without hesitation, they lunged at the goblins, tearing and biting with claws and fangs. Within moments, they reduced a goblin to a mangled mess of flesh and blood. The shaman's berserk magic temporarily stabilized the crumbling kobold formation. He glanced up at the slope and saw a group of larger goblins in the distance firing arrows, some operating powerful weapons. His sharp eyes caught sight of 2 hobgoblins turning a mechanism, clearly preparing one of those devastating weapons, something that, like his own magic, required time to ready. They mustn't fire that weapon again. The kobold shaman growled through clenched teeth, his gaze shifting to the ogre kneeling on the ground, coughing up blood. He resumed his frenzied ritual. With each chant and wild step, a mass of dark purple energy began to coalesce at the tip of his bone staff, growing denser and more tangible with every passing moment. Go! With a final shout, he thrust his staff forward. The condensed energy shot out like an arrow, streaking into the ogre's massive body. The ogre's eyes, once clear, were now consumed by a swirling purple-black mist. In the ogre's mind, Horrifying visions unfolded, his family slaughtered before his eyes. His father, who had been by his side for 100 years, his 80-year-old child, even his quarrelsome wife all lay dead in pools of blood. And the culprits? The small green creatures on the hillside. Rarg! The ogre unleashed an earth-shaking roar, blood gushing from his wounds. Ignoring the searing pain of the embedded crossbow bolts, he charged up the slope on his massive legs, each step shaking the ground. Anything in his path, be it kobold or goblin, was trampled into unrecognizable paste. Qinwu's blood ran cold as he saw the ogre charging straight for him. The creature's massive frame made the ground tremble like an advancing mountain. He quickly glanced at the ballista, where the hobgoblins were desperately cranking the mechanism to reload, but it was clear they wouldn't make it in time. Damn it! Qinwu cursed, stepping forward to buy the hobgoblins more time. He swiftly raised his bow, firing 2 arrows aimed at the ogre's eyes, but neither hit their mark on the moving behemoth. Realizing his efforts were futile, he discarded the bow and unsheathed his greatsword, lowering his stance into a combat-ready position. Roar! The ogre reached Qinwu, its face twisted in rage, and raised a tree trunk as thick as Qinwu's waist, slamming it down with terrifying force. Qinwu's reflexes saved him, rolled to the left just in time to avoid the crushing blow. The trunk struck the ground where he had stood moments before, sending black soil flying and leaving a deep crater. Seizing the brief opening after the ogre's attack, Qinwu sprang to his feet. With a flash of cold steel, his greatsword slashed across the ogre's thick waist, cutting deep into its flesh. Swinging this thing felt no different from swinging a chunk of iron, likely comparable to the massive sword Guts wielded before obtaining the Dragon's Lair. Qinwu gripped the sword's hilt tightly with both hands and swung the colossal blade toward the ogre's waist. The clash of metal against flesh produced an ear-piercing screech, but the full-force strike left only a faint white mark on the ogre's thick skin, causing almost no real damage. The ogre roared in fury, raising a log as thick as a tree trunk and sweeping it horizontally at Qinwu. His eyes sharpened in focus as he swiftly rolled to the side like a nimble cat, narrowly dodging the deadly attack. The log whistled past, grazing his hair. Rising to his feet, Qinwu rested the massive sword on his shoulder, sweat dripping down his forehead. His eyes remained locked on the ogre's every move. This creature is incredibly strong but far too clumsy, he calculated silently. Its attacks are wide and reckless, leaving obvious openings. It's slow to react. I can definitely keep it occupied for a while. Just one more minute, and the 5 ballistae will be fully loaded. This monster won't stand a chance. With that thought, a faint smile played on his lips as he took another step back, effortlessly evading the ogre's third powerful strike. His fearless stance, challenging the giant with nothing but his mortal frame, left the humans watching from behind trembling with anxiety. Many covered their mouths, afraid that any sound might distract him. Meanwhile, Steward Mond quietly approached Miss Hannah, lowering his voice as he spoke. Miss Hannah, you should consider doing something to assist the goblin leader. Miss Hannah froze, a slight frown crossing her face. I never thought you would suggest helping a goblin. A look of helplessness appeared on Mond's face as he explained. Miss Hannah, without this base, we won't survive in the magic forest. We have no choice but to rely on this goblin leader. Despite being a monster, he has shown an unusual level of rationality and a strong adherence to order. Just look at how many unruly goblins he's executed to maintain discipline. At least under his rule, no humans have been harassed to death by goblins. If he dies, his goblin forces will surely collapse, and then we'd either be captured and eaten by other goblins or by kobolds. I understand. Miss Hannah replied softly, but she quickly realized her staff was in Qinwu's possession. Without it, she couldn't cast any powerful spells and was left with only a few minor support spells at her disposal. On the other side of the battlefield, the Cobalt shaman observed Qinwu holding his own against the ogre while the 5 formidable ballistae steadily approached readiness. The shaman immediately sensed the danger of the situation. His eyes glowed with a sinister purple light as he began a strange, rhythmic dance, chanting an eerie incantation. A mass of swirling purple-black energy began to gather at the tip of his bone staff, growing larger and more concentrated. When the energy reached its peak, the shaman thrust his staff forward, sending the dark energy hurtling like an arrow directly at Qinwu's back. Qinwu, fully focused on the ogre in front of him, was completely unaware of the danger behind him. The purple-black energy struck his back with precision. Though his crocodile hide armor absorbed part of the impact, about 70% of the energy seeped into his body. The moment it entered, Qinwu's eyes turned an eerie purple-black, and his entire body froze as if struck by lightning. In his mind's eye, reality faded away, replaced by a hazy yet overwhelming vision, the future. He saw his goblin tribe grow into a vast empire with millions of goblin subjects, dominating the region. Yet, at the height of its power, the empire was suddenly attacked from all sides by humans, elves, dwarves, dragons, and other powerful intelligent races. Within mere months, The empire he had painstakingly built was utterly destroyed. In the vision, Goblin King Qinwu stood atop the tallest tower of the capital's castle, watching in despair as the allied forces of the other races mercilessly slaughtered his people. Pain, screams, and blood filled the battlefield. Qinwu stood frozen in place, gripping a broken sword, his eyes flickering with an eerie purple-black light. In his hallucination, a blood-red dragon was breathing scorching flames, reducing his kingdom to ashes. The terrifying vision left him completely incapacitated, oblivious to the imminent danger. Seizing the opportunity, an ogre raised a tree trunk-sized club and swung it toward him. At that critical moment, Miss Hannah, hiding in the rear, acted decisively. A pale blue energy orb shot from her hand, passing through Qinwu's body. The strange purple-black energy instantly dissipated, and clarity returned to his eyes. Regaining his senses, Qinwu saw the club hurtling toward him and instinctively rolled aside. The club grazed his clothes and smashed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and leaving a massive crater. Cold sweat dripped down his back as he turned to see a kobold shaman furiously cursing. It was then he realized the source of his earlier hallucination. Be careful. Don't get hit by his fierce spell. Miss Hannah's timely warning reached him. Clenching his teeth, Qinwu recalled the helplessness and humiliation of witnessing his nation's destruction. He thought to himself, a fierce spell truly formidable. He quickly adjusted his strategy, positioning himself with his back to his allies. This way, he could keep an eye on the ogre's movements while staying alert for the kobold shaman's casting. After a few exchanges with the ogre, a voice from behind shouted, "Boss, we're ready. Get out of the way." Qinwu dove out of the combat zone just as 5 crossbow bolts whizzed through the air, striking the ogre at close range. 2 pierced its chest, 2 its abdomen, and 1 its thigh. The ogre let out a blood-curdling scream as the purple-black mist in its eyes vanished. It collapsed with a thunderous crash, blood gushing uncontrollably. With the greatest threat eliminated, Qinwu immediately commanded, "Go. Kill the kobolds and capture the shaman with the bone staff alive." The goblins howled and charged into the fray. The battle was decided. Carrying his great sword, Qinwu approached the rear and said to Miss Hannah, "You saved my life. I'll grant you one reasonable request." Miss Hannah thought for a moment before replying, "Return my staff." Qinwu gazed at her for a moment before using storage magic to summon the staff. This display of magic left Miss Hannah visibly surprised. As she reached out to take it, Qinwu pulled the staff back and asked with a meaningful tone, "Miss Hannah, once you have your staff, you won't stab me in the back, will you?" A noble mage would never stoop to such treachery. Miss Hannah retorted with a huff. Only then did Qinwu hand over the staff. "I hope so, Miss Hannah. You wouldn't want to find out how I deal with traitors." On the battlefield, the kobolds' burst of energy was short-lived. Their exhausted figures were quickly surrounded by the overwhelming goblin army. The cold gleam of spears intertwined with the shadows of pole arms, accompanied by waves of anguished cries, as the kobolds fell one after another. A system notification popped up. You have achieved victory. Enemies killed, 57. Enemies captured, 21. Experience gained, 560. Allied casualties, 0. Loot. Grain 56, kobold fangs 12, stone axes 11, stone picks 8, beast hide armor 28. Dinars gained, 1780. Level up, 1113. Attribute points 2, skill points 2 inch. Qinwu smiled with satisfaction. This battle had directly leveled him up twice. He quickly opened his attribute panel and, after careful consideration, allocated the 2 attribute points to intelligence. The 2 skill points were invested in engineering, a crucial skill for accelerating development. At this moment, his attribute panel displayed. Basic info. Name, Qinwu. Race, Goblin Hobgoblin. Title 1, Bloodthirsty Tyrant Effect. Increases Goblin Obedience. Title 2, Just and Fair Effect. Enhances Subordinates Initiative. Level, 13. Experience 124980. Mana, 0. Faith, Primal Goblin Deity. Detailed attributes. Vigor 12. One-handed weapons 12. Two-handed weapons 19. Polearms 8. Control 0. Bows 11. Crossbows 5. Throwing weapons 1. Endurance 0. Riding 0. Running 28. Smithing 41. Cunning 0. Scouting 19. Tactics 5. Roguery 3. Social 0. Charm 3. Leadership 5. Trade 0. Prayer 0. Intelligence 2. Stewardship 8. Medicine 1. Engineering 28. Magic 0. Noticing that his running skill had reached level 28, a system choice box appeared. 1. Increase party movement speed by 5. 2. Slightly improve party health. Qinwu unhesitatingly chose the first option. Mobility is the key to victory in any era. After handling the upgrades, he walked toward the battlefield. The captured kobolds were tied up and pressed to the ground. These creatures had a sense of smell more than double that of goblins, and if they could be recruited, they would significantly bolster the tribe's strength. Suddenly, a furious woof, woof, caught his attention. It came from a kobold shaman pinned down by two hobgoblins. Despite its disadvantage, the shaman bared its teeth and snarled fiercely. Qinwu picked up a broken spear from the ground and delivered 3 heavy blows, subduing the savage creature. Blood trickled from its mouth, and its gaze became submissive. As he opened the prisoner management interface to recruit this spellcasting elite unit, he froze in shock. It was an NPC. Qinwu gasped, quickly opening the quest panel for further investigation. Recruit a companion 01. The task notification from the Mountblade system chimed. Qinwu's eyes were resolute. He knew this first task had to be completed. The goal: acquire 2,000 dinars, 50 renown, and recruit a companion. Only then could he raise his family rank from 0 to 1. With the rank increase, the troop capacity would expand from 20 to 40. Dinars and renown were already in abundance for Qinwu, leaving only the recruitment of an NPC companion. He pondered for a moment. Miss Hannah, though an NPC, had previously turned down his invitation to join his team. Qinwu thought to himself that if he couldn't find a suitable female lord in the future, he might have to settle for Miss Hannah, though he refrained from using forceful means. His eyes shifted to the kobold shaman nearby, and a faint smile curved his lips, a glint of determination flashing in his gaze. Within 3 steps, he suddenly shouted, his voice echoing across the silent clearing. Miss Hannah immediately reacted, running to his side. Raising the wooden stick in his hand, Qinwu pointed it at the kobold shaman and commanded sternly, "Tell him to join my army." Miss Hannah quickly began translating. The kobold shaman bared his teeth, growling lowly, as if muttering curses. Miss Hannah translated. He says that noble kobolds will never submit, that lowly goblins are merely food, and once the chief arrives, all goblins will become dung. Hearing this, Qinwu's eyes narrowed slightly, and a spark of fury ignited within him. Without hesitation, he raised his stick and struck the kobold shaman's head with a loud crack. The wooden stick collided with the shaman's skull, sending his head reeling with each blow. Qinwu shouted angrily, "Noble kobolds? Lowly goblins? Chief, dung!" Each strike landed heavily on the kobold shaman's head, leaving his face bloodied and swollen. His eyes began to glaze over. With a final swing, Qinwu brought the stick down with a resounding snap, breaking it in half. The kobold shaman collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from his head, yet he stubbornly clung to consciousness. Qinwu glanced at the fallen kobold shaman without mercy, grabbing a larger wooden stick and preparing to strike again. The kobold shaman, seeing the impending blow, let out a desperate cry and quickly dropped to his knees, pleading, "Awo." Miss Hannah turned to Qinwu and softly reminded him. He says as long as he gets enough food every day, he's willing to serve you and join your army. Qinwu smiled faintly, tossing the stick aside and opening the prisoner management interface. The kobold shaman's icon now clearly displayed recruitable. Without hesitation, Qinwu clicked the recruit button and paid a fee of 2,860 dinars. At that moment, the kobold shaman officially joined Qinwu's team. With a bloodied NPC added to his ranks, Qinwu patted the kobold shaman's shoulder, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. "Good. From now on, you're part of the family. I, as your leader, will treat you well." The kobold shaman bowed his head, blood trickling from his mouth, his swollen face making him look even more grotesque. Yet, he managed a peculiar smile, seemingly grateful for Qinwu's words. The system interface displayed the kobold shaman's stats. Name, Dogu Wu. Race, Cobalt. Level 9. Magic power, 120. Affinity, Dark Faith, Cursed Dragon. Vitality, 7. One-handed weapon proficiency, 5. Two-handed weapon proficiency, 2. Polearm proficiency, 3. Control, 2. Bow proficiency, 0. Crossbow proficiency, 0. Throwing weapon proficiency, 9. Endurance, 2. Riding proficiency, 0. Running proficiency, 13. Smithing proficiency, 0. Cunning, 4. Scouting proficiency, 12. Tactics proficiency, 1. Roguery proficiency, 1. Social, 1. Charm proficiency, 0. Leadership proficiency, 2. Trade proficiency, 0. Prayer proficiency, 22. Intelligence, 9. Steward proficiency, 8. Medicine proficiency, 1. Engineering proficiency, 28. Magic proficiency, 68. Qinwu studied the stats, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. With 68 points in magic proficiency, this new companion had earned his high expectations. Resting his hand on the kobold shaman's shoulder, Qinwu spoke softly, "Not bad. Good. From now on, your family, and I, your leader, will not let you down." The kobold shaman, blood still smeared across his face, maintained that grotesque smile. It was clear that any resistance he once had was now completely gone. Qinwu was about to draw another pie for himself when his attention was suddenly captured by the ogre lying on the ground, groaning in pain. The enormous creature was pierced with ballista bolts, its body riddled with wounds like a porcupine, yet it was still alive. It mumbled a series of indistinct sounds, blood frothing from its mouth and nostrils, suggesting severe internal bleeding. Li Qinwu walked over to it, gazing down at the massive beast. He couldn't help but marvel at its incredible vitality despite such grievous injuries. It was still clinging to life. He ordered someone to bring over a ballista, ready to finish it off. With a creature of this size, a headshot would surely yield a high experience reward, probably at least a few hundred points. As the ballista was being adjusted, Miss Hannah approached Li Qinwu and pointed at the ogre. Just now, it said something like Gugu Gaga. It seemed to mean don't die. Li Qinwu paused, then asked, Gugu Gaga? What does that mean? Miss Hannah shrugged. I'm not entirely sure. Ogres are not very intelligent, and their language is a mess. But I guess those words might mean father and mother, or perhaps son and daughter. Li Qinwu recalled the first time he had taken down an ogre with a ballista. The Cobalt shaman had used a fear spell to enrage it, reviving its will to fight. The hallucination the ogre experienced at the time might have been of its family being harmed, which could explain its overwhelming fury. Meanwhile, Gobo had already loaded the ballista, preparing for the fatal shot. Boss, it's ready. Li Qinwu looked into the ogre's eyes. Tears mixed with blood were streaming down its face, and for a moment, he felt a pang of sympathy. He turned to Miss Hannah and said, Ask it if it's willing to join my forces. Miss Hannah was taken aback. What? Are you serious? This ogre is dangerous. It's not mentally stable and can't be tamed. Li Qinwu remained firm. Just ask it. Reluctantly, Miss Hannah complied and began communicating with the ogre in its language. After a while, she turned back to Li Qinwu and shook her head. It says, Little Green and Furry are bad. Little Green hurts everyone, and Furry took Choo Choo and Meow Meow. Li Qinwu scratched his head, finding its speech reminiscent of a child with a low IQ. Without realizing it, he mimicked its tone. Miss Hannah, tell it that Little Green is not bad, it's good. Furry is the bad one. Tell it to play with Little Green. Little Green will feed it and help it fight the bad Furry to rescue Choo Choo and Meow Meow. Miss Hannah muttered under her breath. What's so good about goblins? Li Qinwu shot her a glare, signaling her to translate. She sighed and resumed her conversation with the ogre. After some back and forth, Miss Hannah turned to Li Qinwu again. It says it won't trust you unless you swear by Boom Boom. Li Qinwu frowned in confusion. Boom Boom? Who's that? I know, Miss Hannah said confidently, puffing out her chest. Boom Boom is ogre speak for the Earth Goddess. According to legend, the Earth Goddess has 4 children: the Thunder Giant, the Mountain Giant, the Plains Giant, and the Ogre. The Ogre is her youngest child, smaller than its siblings and less intelligent. Whenever the Earth Goddess delivers divine messages to her children, earthquakes occur, accompanied by rumbling sounds. That's why ogres call her Boom Boom. Understanding dawned on Li Qinwu. He immediately raised his hand and solemnly declared, I swear by the Earth Goddess Boom Boom that I will rescue this ogre's family from the Cobalts. The surroundings fell silent as Li Qinwu's vow echoed in the air. As the words fell, the ground suddenly began to rumble and shake. Li Qinwu stumbled, glancing around in astonishment. At that moment, a deep and resonant female voice echoed in his ears. You said it yourself. The earthquake abruptly ceased. Li Qinwu turned to Miss Hannah, his eyes filled with disbelief. Did you just say that the Earth Goddess's divine presence causes earthquakes? Miss Hannah was equally stunned, stammering. Yes, that's right. Hiss. Li Qinwu drew in a sharp breath. Does this mean the oath is officially recognized now? Just then, a crisp system notification sounded in his mind. The message detailed the task information. Not only had the Earth Goddess taken notice of him, but she had also assigned him a mission to rescue Dongdong's family. The rewards for completing the mission were substantial 1,000 experience points, a 5 boost to all attributes from the Earth Goddess's blessing, Earth element affinity, and mastery of the ogre language. However, failure would result in a curse of weakness upon touching the ground and hostility from the ogre clans. Immediately after, the system notified him that an ogre had joined his forces. Li Qinwu quickly opened the soldier panel and saw a level 7 ogre named Dang Dang listed. Upon reviewing Dongdong's stats, he was shocked to see an astonishing vitality value of 120. No wonder this creature had survived so many crossbow bolts. However, the 3 intelligence score confirmed the ogre's lack of intellect. With the help of the goblin warriors, they began carefully removing the bolts embedded in Dongdong's body. Each bolt pulled out brought with it copious amounts of blood and shredded flesh, creating a gruesome scene. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Dang Dang merely howled a few times and, despite the severe blood loss, remained alive and resilient. Holy gadoodoo, Dang Dang suddenly muttered. Li Qinwu turned to Miss Hannah for help. He says he's hungry and wants something to eat, Miss Hannah explained. Li Qinwu immediately ordered his men to bring out the stored dried meat. It wasn't until Dang Dang consumed an amount equivalent to half a crocodile's weight in meat that he finally signaled he was full. Even more astonishing, as he ate, the terrifying wounds on his body began to heal on their own, quickly forming scabs. Half an hour later, Dang Dang had recovered enough to move around. Just as Li Qinwu was preparing to lead the team back to the tribe, Tioka came rushing over, holding a dark stone that shimmered faintly with an unusual luster. "Chief, this is high-grade iron ore," Tyoka exclaimed, pointing toward the black mountain inhabited by spiders. "That mountain is practically a massive open-pit iron mine, and the quality of the ore is exceptional." After Miss Hannah translated, Qinwu's eyes lit up. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely, Chief," Tyoka replied earnestly. "This is the best iron ore I've ever seen. Tools made from it would be of outstanding quality." Clutching the piece of ore tightly, Qinwu's breathing quickened. "Tyoka, if I provide you with enough manpower, can you smelt the iron?" Seeing Tyoka nod confidently, Qinwu was overjoyed. "Tyoka, if you can smelt iron, I'll grant you one reasonable request." After the battlefield was cleared, Qinwu led his people back to the tribe. The goblin settlement before him was now in ruins. His small wooden hut had been reduced to rubble. The ground was riddled with cobalt-dug holes, littered with excrement and animal bones. The entire settlement had turned into a massive garbage pit. Egier let out a mournful howl as he saw the potatoes he had painstakingly planted dug up and scattered all over the ground. With trembling hands, he picked up a handful of the remaining potatoes and began sobbing uncontrollably. "I worked so hard to grow these, and now they're all destroyed, all ruined." Qinwu's face darkened immediately at the sight of the ruined crops. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to the goblin shaman standing beside him, sending him tumbling to the ground with a yelp. "Damn it! Why did you destroy the crops?" Qinwu roared angrily. The goblin shaman immediately dropped to his knees, letting out a series of pitiful howls, pleading for mercy. Since Qinwu couldn't understand the kobold's language, he turned to Miss Hannah for help. Miss Hannah translated. "He says kobolds like living in burrows and don't eat plants. They didn't know those things were food, so they dug them all up." Qinwu glanced at the goblin shaman, whose wide, pitiful eyes stared up at him. He let out a cold snort, but decided not to pursue the matter further. Now that they were all on the same side, there was no point in dwelling on the past. Saying too much would only harm unity. He turned to Miss Hannah and instructed, "Tell him to start learning goblin language immediately. It's too troublesome to rely on translation for communication. Also, hand over all the kobold prisoners to him. If anyone dares to escape or cause trouble, he'll hold him responsible." After giving his orders, Qinwu called Iron Oak over and pointed to the pile of horned crocodile hides on the ground. "Iron Oak, it'll give you manpower and tools. Make 20 sets of horned crocodile armor tailored to the size of the goblin warriors." He then gestured toward Dang Dang, who was busy digging up and eating potatoes. "Make a full set of armor for him too, and do it quickly. The sooner you finish, the sooner we'll march on the Cobalt settlement." Iron Oak responded with a firm yes, assuring Qinwu that he would complete the task as quickly as possible. The armor Qinwu wanted was to be crafted from the horned crocodile's toughest backplates, a material with exceptional defensive properties comparable to iron armor, though difficult to work with. Fortunately, Iron Oak had brought a complete set of blacksmithing tools from Goblin Fortress, including several iron chisels. The craftsman used the chisels to punch small holes in the crocodile hide, connecting them into lines to cut out the backplates. Using the crocodile tendons as bindings, they could assemble a set of durable horned crocodile armor. Qinwu was determined to crush the kobolds decisively while minimizing his own casualties, so he placed great emphasis on equipping his troops. In addition to the horned crocodile backplates, he distributed all the crocodile soft leather to the regular goblins, instructing them to craft protective gear and boots. With this soft armor, the goblins, despite their smaller stature, would have a much better chance of surviving on the battlefield. This was also a reward for their bravery in defeating the kobolds in the previous battle. Once the production tasks were assigned, Qinwu began rigorous military training. Every goblin, except those involved in crafting, was required to participate in drills running, formation practice, thrusting exercises, and array training. Under the strict discipline of 3 lashes, 1 execution, the goblins diligently completed all the training. Even Qinwu's system soldiers were not exempt from training. With his command capacity upgraded to 40 troops, he recruited 20 more regular goblins to bring his unit to full strength. Leading his expanded force, Qinwu set off with great urgency toward the riverbank. Their next target, the horned crocodiles. In the forest about 100 meters from the riverbank, Qinwu was directing the goblins as they set up the ballista. Turning to Miss Hannah beside him, his expression grew serious. "You and Dang Dang coordinate your actions. Take him farther away for now, so the horned crocodiles don't see him and get alarmed. Once the horned crocodiles come ashore, you direct Dang Dang to attack from the side and cut off their retreat." Miss Hannah sighed, lightly patting Dong Dong's tree-trunk-thick leg. She led the ogre, who only understood her commands, to a position off to the side. Silently, she mulled over her ever-expanding role: translator, language teacher, and now tactical commander. Since being captured by this goblin, the relentless workload had left her mentally and physically drained. Thinking back to her days as a mage apprentice, when her mentor would boss her around and she barely got 6 hours of sleep a night, it somehow seemed easier in comparison. This is so exhausting, she muttered resentfully as she walked away. Li Qinwu then ordered Gobu Mao. Go get some fish to lure the horned crocodiles ashore, the more, the better. Gobu Mao sprang into action. Li Qinwu silently hoped to attract more horned crocodiles after all. According to the mechanics of Mount Blade, the more enemies you defeated, the more experience points, dinars, and loot you could gain, with a chance to score rare items. 10 minutes later, Gobu Mao returned, clutching a large pile of fish entrails reeking of a strong, pungent smell. Behind him trailed more than 20 horned crocodiles, drawn by the scent. Get ready. Li Qinwu jumped onto a ballista, waiting for the crocodiles to come within the lethal range of 20 meters. Fire! At his command, 5 bolts shot out with a sharp whistle, pinning 5 horned crocodiles to the ground. Some died instantly, while others thrashed helplessly under the weight of the bolts. Seeing the remaining crocodiles continuing to advance, and knowing there wasn't enough time to reload, Li Qinwu shouted, "Within 3 steps. You can go now." Miss Hannah immediately signaled Dang Dang to attack. The massive creature charged forward in a few powerful strides, grabbing 2 crocodiles by their tails. Swinging them like a windmill, he slammed them to the ground with a thunderous crash. The impact left the crocodiles with broken bones and unconscious. Dong Dong's sudden appearance threw the crocodile group into chaos, causing them to scatter in all directions. But their cumbersome movements on land were no match for the ogre's speed. Dang Dang easily caught up to any stragglers, repeating his tail grabbing, swinging, and slamming technique. Even when some crocodiles attempted to counterattack, their teeth couldn't penetrate the thick, hardened skin on Dang Dang's limbs. Within minutes, the last crocodile, which had managed to flee over 70 meters, met its end as Dang Dang caught up and smashed it to death. Li Qinwu, spear in hand, instructed Dang Dang to flip over the unconscious crocodiles one by one. He then methodically pierced their hearts, ensuring they wouldn't recover. This battle rewarded him with the substantial experience of nearly 10 horned crocodiles. After taking down several waves of horned crocodiles, Li Qinwu leveled up twice, earning a large amount of dinars and a mountain of materials. Without hesitation, he allocated all his attribute points to vitality and invested his specialization points into two-handed weapons. The heavy greatsword he wielded was currently his most reliable weapon and would remain the core of his combat strategy for the foreseeable future. He decided to master this weapon and commit to the path of the heavy sword. After leveling up, he opened his inventory to review the spoils of battle. Over 20 horned crocodiles had been slain, and the loot was noticeably more abundant. 2 new items stood out the most. Horned crocodile egg. Bury the egg in the sand and wait 15 days to hatch a horned crocodile hatchling. Horned crocodile gland. Emits an extremely pungent odor that attracts all horned crocodiles within a 3-kilometer radius. It is a rare magical material. Li Qinwu stared at the 2 new materials, pondering for a few seconds. The egg wouldn't be immediately useful, though it might be worth hatching later to see if the creatures could be domesticated for farming, potentially yielding a steady supply of meat. The gland, however, seemed exceptionally practical. His eyes lit up. This item could save him the trouble of luring monsters. By setting up a battlefield in advance and placing the gland, the horned crocodiles would flock to him on their own, essentially becoming walking experience points. After several days of intense monster grinding, Li Qinwu's level skyrocketed to 18. He remained steadfast in allocating all his attribute points to vitality, laying a solid foundation for the tougher battles ahead. His vitality stat had now reached 17, and his height had increased to 185 centimeters. His muscular frame was now sharply defined, resembling a freshly forged iron tower. Even his head appeared slightly more angular due to the growth and strength. His progress not only bolstered his own power, but also benefited the goblins in his unit, who gained experience overflow and successfully advanced to higher ranks. All of them evolved into hobgoblins. Additionally, Li Qinwu's first Tier 3 unit emerged Goblin Spear. The goblin who had been his earliest follower finally accumulated enough experience through consecutive battles to evolve from Tier 2 to Tier 3. The Tier 3 units offered 3 branching options: Goblin Rider, Goblin Warrior, and Goblin Archer. The first option, Goblin Rider, was a cavalry specialization requiring 15 vitality, 20 control, 15 endurance, 15 cunning, 10 social, and 10 intelligence. It also required mastery of riding and polearm skills, with each skill gaining 100 proficiency. However, Li Qinwu immediately ruled out this option. There were no suitable mounts available at the moment. The second option, Goblin Warrior, was a melee-focused path. It required 20 vitality, along with 15 control, 15 endurance, 15 cunning, 10 social, and 10 intelligence. The unit needed to master one-handed, two-handed, and throwing weapons, with each skill also receiving 100 proficiency. This path offered a versatile and powerful melee combatant. The third option, Goblin Archer, was a ranged specialization. It required 15 vitality, 20 control, 15 endurance, 15 cunning, 10 social, and 10 intelligence. The unit needed to excel in bows, crossbows, and running, with all relevant skills gaining 100 proficiency. Considering Goblin Spear's extensive use of melee weapons, Qinwu decisively spent 200 dinars to promote him to Goblin Warrior. He clicked Confirm Upgrade, and Goblin Spear, who had been chatting and laughing with the other goblins, suddenly let out a startled cry. Under the watchful eyes of the others, his frame rapidly grew taller, stopping only at 1.8 meters. His body underwent dramatic changes as his muscles swelled, and the strength coursing beneath his skin seemed ready to burst forth. The soft leather armor he wore, crafted from horned crocodile hide, was now stretched to its limits, on the verge of tearing. Goblin Spear felt the overwhelming power surging through him, as if he had been infused with the strength of 9 dragons. His eyes, filled with both excitement and newfound reverence, turned toward Qinwu. Seizing the moment, Qinwu delivered a rousing speech to the goblins, extolling the virtues of courage and envisioning a bright future. He painted an inspiring picture of hope and opportunity, igniting their spirits. The goblins listened with fervor, their morale visibly soaring. Thanks to this effective rallying cry, Qinwu quietly gained 1 point of charisma proficiency. As time passed, Qinwu's army training entered an intense phase. Day by day, the warriors honed their skills through combat with horned crocodiles, gaining experience through real battles. During this period, Gobu Bao finally accumulated enough experience to meet the promotion criteria. Without hesitation, Qinwu upgraded him to a full-fledged archer and equipped him with a standard human longbow, replacing the makeshift crossbow he had been using. While the crossbow was easy to handle, the standard longbow, now that his proficiency had reached 100, offered far greater combat potential. A few days later, 3 more hobgoblins reached the level of Tier 3 soldiers. Qinwu decisively promoted all of them to Goblin Warriors, significantly enhancing the army's frontline combat capabilities. Just as Qinwu was preparing to continue training his troops, Dog Shaman hurried over, speaking in broken goblin tongue. "Boss, tomorrow is the day I must deliver prey to the tribe. If I fail to send enough food to feed 100 kobolds for a day within 3 days, the chieftain will consider it a betrayal and lead an army to annihilate us." "Tell me more about the Kobold tribe," Qinwu demanded. Dog Shaman began to explain. In the eastern forest, vast hunting grounds were dominated by numerous kobold tribes. These tribes often waged war against each other over hunting territories. Even those strong enough to destroy the goblins hesitated to act, fearing that neighboring tribes might seize their females during a moment of weakness. However, everything changed with the arrival of a kobold named Longya. This formidable warrior from the far east had scales covering his body and was rumored to possess the blood of a true dragon. He subdued an ogre family and began his conquest by capturing the first kobold tribe, initiating a campaign of unification. Later, he dispatched a fraction of his forces to effortlessly annihilate the goblin tribe in the west, leaving Dog Shaman behind to oversee the area and ensure regular tribute of prey. After hearing the report, Qinwu's gaze turned sharp. This ambitious figure from the east had already amassed an army of over 1,000 no ordinary foe. Yet, Qinwu did not fear the challenge. To become the king of the forest, he would inevitably have to face Longya. Victory would grant him established territory, while defeat might force him to retreat to Goblin Fortress or even live a life of exile, constantly pursued. 3 days from now, you will return to the Kobold tribe, Qinwu said to the anxious Dog Shaman. I will ensure enough prey is prepared for delivery. Don't worry, as long as the delivery is on time, no one will suspect your defection. While Dog Shaman puzzled over why they were still sending supplies to the enemy, Qinwu turned and called for Haotsai. Go gather red poison berries, as many as you can, he ordered. The supplies were quickly gathered, and a large quantity of red poison fruits was harvested. Qinwu immediately ordered his men to go hunting, and soon the captured prey was brought back. Qinwu instructed his people to crush the red poison fruits into juice. Using small knives, they carefully made incisions in the abdomens of the prey and poured the toxic juice inside. Once the prey was prepared, all of it was strung together. Qinwu called over Doggo Wu and said, "Take 20 kobolds with you and deliver this meat to the kobold tribe. Once the delivery is done, leave immediately. When you return, I'll count this as a military merit for you. Food, shelter, and female koboldsia can choose whatever you want." Doggo Wu's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, and his tongue instinctively stuck out. Woof woof. Mission guaranteed, woof woof. Doggo Wu and the 20 kobolds set off swiftly with the poisoned meat, heading toward the kobold tribe. Qinwu hoped the poisoned meat would create chaos within the tribe, killing as many as possible. After watching Doggo Wu's team depart, Qinwu summoned Knight Leo and 7 soldiers to his side. "Look here," Qinwu said, pointing to the prepared soft armor made from horned crocodile leather and wooden shields with axes. "I'm giving you a chance to free yourselves from slavery. Pick up these weapons and fight alongside me. If we defeat the kobold tribe, I will grant you your freedom." Knight Leo exchanged glances with the other soldiers before finally speaking. "Chief, if we help you defeat the kobolds, Can you not only free us, but also grant us a position of some standing? Hannah, the translator standing nearby, froze in surprise, her gaze puzzled as she looked at Knight Leo. Knight Leo let out a helpless sigh, his expression tinged with bitterness. They truly had nowhere else to go now. After hearing the translation, Qinwu asked, "You don't plan to return to the human world?" Knight Leo shook his head with a bitter smile. "The human world has no place for us anymore. Those who have participated in rebellions are shunned, even in other countries. Compared to that, here with you, we at least have a chance to carve out a place for ourselves through strength." Qinwu was pleased with Knight Leo's pragmatism. "Very well, Knight Leo. I hereby appoint you as the leader of this group of 7 human soldiers. Lead them as part of my army's flank. Once we achieve victory, I will grant you a piece of land where you can live the life of a human landowner. As for the consequences of betraying me, that's something you do not want to find out." Meanwhile, Doggo Wu's team trekked over mountains and through valleys, eventually arriving at a massive banyan tree. The tree's trunk was so thick that it would take at least 20 people to encircle it. Towering over 50 meters tall, the tree was bare, its branches covered in black crows. The entire tree exuded a gray, deathly aura, and the surrounding land was barren, as if tainted by some mysterious power. Doggo Wu glanced at the tree and felt a creeping unease. As a follower of the cursed dragon, he instinctively recognized the ominous power the tree symbolized. Urging the group to quicken their pace, Doggo Wu led them past the banyan tree area and into the kobold-controlled hunting grounds. The ground here was crisscrossed with narrow paths, worn down by the kobolds' constant foot traffic over time. These hunting trails allowed Doggo Wu's team to blend in and move much faster. By the time night began to fall, they finally reached a sprawling cluster of kobold settlements. The kobold tribe was even larger than Doggo Wu had anticipated. Groups of kobolds moved about, some burrowing underground to create homes, while others constructed makeshift tents from animal hides. If Qinwu were here, he would undoubtedly be shocked to discover that the kobold tribe had already developed pottery. Many kobolds gathered around bonfires, placing clay pots over the flames to stew a hodgepodge of meats. The meat, unbled and unwashed, was boiled without any seasoning, releasing a fishy stench that filled the kobold settlement, sharp and nauseating. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that only a minority of kobolds possessed pottery. Most of the tribe still tore into raw meat with their teeth, blood dripping down their chins. This could be due to a shortage of pottery, or perhaps their natural preference for raw food. Dog Shaman stepped across the boundary of the tribe, swallowing nervously as tension crawled up his spine. Qinwu's warning echoed in his mind. Hidden among the game he brought back were highly poisonous fruits, fatal to anyone who consumed them. Poisoning his former employer was a grave risk. If discovered, he would undoubtedly face a brutal death at the hands of the tribe. But now that he was deep in enemy territory, Dog Shaman had no choice but to muster his courage, straighten his back, and stride forward. The tribe's interior was a scene of utter squalor. Barks and growls echoed incessantly, while the stench of blood and excrement mixed with the acrid smell of unwashed kobold bodies, creating a nauseating atmosphere. The ground was littered with filthy water, feces, broken bones, and even fragments of twin-tailed sprites and kobold limbs. The entire area resembled a massive garbage dump. Dog Shaman's team carried large amounts of meat as they moved forward, drawing the intense, greedy gaze of every kobold around them. Many of the kobolds were already restless, itching to snatch the meat. When a filthy kobold reached out a claw to steal some meat, Dog Shaman let out a cold snort. Raising his bone staff, he chanted a quick incantation, releasing a weakened version of a fierce spell. Dark purple energy instantly enveloped the would-be thief, who let out a blood-curdling howl as his eyes were consumed by the dark mist. The kobold collapsed to the ground, writhing and screaming in terror as if experiencing the most horrifying vision of his life. This display stunned the surrounding kobolds. Realizing that Dog Shaman was not to be trifled with, they backed away in fear. Dog Shaman snorted again, preparing to lead his team onward, when suddenly, a group of tall, heavily armored kobold elites blocked their path. The elite kobolds wore armor made of bone, and their leader wielded a crude stone hammer. The leader pointed his hammer at Dog Shaman and barked, "Shaman, why did you attack one of your own? Explain yourself." Dog Shaman straightened his posture, adopting an air of arrogance. "That thief tried to steal the meat I'm offering to Chief Longfang. I used my magic to teach him a lesson." The bone-armored kobold leader nodded slowly. "Your reason is valid. You are without fault." He then turned to the still wailing kobold on the ground and declared, "You, who dared to steal tribute, are guilty." With a swift motion, the stone hammer was raised high and then brought down with a sickening crunch. The thief's skull shattered instantly, brain matter splattering across the ground as he died on the spot. The bone-armored kobold leader turned back to Dog Shaman. "Follow me. I will escort you to deliver your tribute." Dog Shaman followed him to a tinted area where the ground was stained black from years of accumulated blood and grease. This was where the kobolds usually placed their offerings, but the tents were currently empty, devoid of any meat. After setting down the meat, Dog Shaman was about to slip away quietly, his heart uneasy from the deed he was about to commit. But the leader's next words froze him in place. You are the first to deliver tribute this month. You have earned the right to meet Chief Longfong and present him with the finest cut of meat. Dog Shaman, who had been eager to flee, was momentarily stunned. His beady eyes darted as a bold idea flashed through his mind. If he could deliver the poisoned meat directly to Chief Longfong and eliminate the leader, would the goblin boss reward him with 10 female kobolds as a prize? Grinning slyly at the thought, he rubbed his hands together, his eyes narrowing into crescent moons as he let out an insidious chuckle. Hey-ha! Woof woof woof. The dog shaman picked a kunkin from the prey and was about to present it to Longya, but was stopped by a bone-armored kobold. Chief Longya prefers his food cooked, the bone-armored kobold growled, his sharp canines flashing as he spoke. Take this bird and cook it before offering it. I'll take you to find a clay pot. The kobold led the dog shaman through the camp to a roaring bonfire, where several clean clay pots were arranged. The dog shaman swiftly plucked the feathers from the wild chicken with little care, tossed the whole bird into a pot, added water, and set it over the fire to boil. Once the chicken released its enticing aroma, he carefully carried the steaming broth toward Longya's residence. Longya's dwelling was an imposing beast-hide tent, still reeking of blood and the scent of prey. Pushing aside the heavy curtain at the entrance, the dog shaman found Longya and his followers seated together, ready to eat. Longya sat on a throne meticulously crafted from the bones of various wild beasts. His stature was immense, commanding an aura of authority even while seated, like a towering mountain. His body was covered in the coarse fur characteristic of kobolds, but glimmering patches of golden scales peeked through here and there. This peculiar appearance gave his skin an uneven, almost diseased look, as fur and scales intertwined irregularly. This was a telltale sign of Longya's mixed heritage, was a hybrid of a dragon and a kobold. Though he carried the blood of dragons, it was far from pure, leaving his scales scattered and unevenly distributed. Longya's golden, glowing eyes turned toward the tent's entrance, catching sight of the dog shaman entering with the steaming bowl of soup. Chicken soup is here, the dog shaman announced with a sly grin, carefully placing the bowl on the rough wooden table. He could feel the weight of every kobold's gaze fixed on him. The dog shaman swallowed nervously, his tongue flicking out instinctively to cool himself like a dog under stress. The food's all ready. Why isn't anyone eating? The kobolds in the tent all turned their attention to Longya, seated at the center. These kobolds were once leaders of their own tribes, but had submitted to Longya after being defeated. Without his command, none dared to make a move. Longya surveyed the room, his expression one of satisfaction. He reached into the pot and tore off a plump, juicy chicken leg. Just as he was about to take a bite, his nose wrinkled. Something about the smell was off. Longya froze mid-motion, his golden pupils narrowing as he brought the chicken leg closer to his nose for a careful sniff. After a moment, he identified the scent. It was the distinct aroma of red poison fruit. His golden gaze slowly shifted to the scrawny dog shaman standing before him, a faint, dangerous smile curling his lips. A traitor, is it? Interesting, Longya said in a low, menacing voice. The dog shaman trembled under Longya's piercing stare, instinctively tucking his tail between his legs. He felt his bladder threaten to give out. I didn't mean to intrude. I'll just leave now, he stammered, turning to flee. You're not going anywhere. Longya's thunderous command stopped him in his tracks. The dog shaman froze, barely daring to breathe. Longya rose from his bone throne, his towering figure nearly brushing the top of the tent. With heavy, deliberate steps, he approached the dog shaman, a playful but menacing smile on his face. He began circling the trembling shaman like a predator toying with its prey. The dog shaman's trembling grew more violent, his teeth chattering audibly, producing a clack-clack-clack sound. Suddenly, Longya stopped, his towering frame casting a shadow over the shaman. He held out the suspicious chicken leg. Dog shaman, you've done well guarding the goblin tribe for me. This chicken leg is your reward. The dog shaman flinched, his mind screaming alarm. She knew the chicken leg was poisoned. The goblin chief had assured him that a single bite would lead to instant death. There was no way he wanted to test that claim. His tongue darted out faster, and he began panting heavily, consumed by fear. His panicked behavior was so obvious that the other kobolds in the tent began whispering among themselves. Why aren't you eating? Longya's voice turned icy. Could it be there's poison in it? And you're too scared to eat? Longya's cold voice rang out, causing Dog Wizard to whimper in fear. He quickly grabbed the drumstick and cautiously took a bite. Oh no, Chief Longya, stop joking around. There's no poison in this chicken leg. It tastes amazing. Dog Wizard grinned and hurriedly urged the other kobolds. Eat, everyone, eat. Chief Longya, you too. What are you all staring at? Without hesitation, Longya returned to his seat, tore off another drumstick, and devoured it with no concern. The other kobolds, seeing this, eagerly extended their claws, tearing apart the chicken legs and finishing every last bit. Dog Wizard, seeing Long Ye eat without issue, was overjoyed. In his mind, he envisioned his boss rewarding him with 10 female kobolds as a prize. Ecstatic, he turned to the others and said, "I won't disturb you any longer. Haha, I'm leaving now." Just as he turned to leave, Long Ye's words froze him in place, causing him to lose control of his bladder in sheer terror. Dog Wizard, you're quite an incompetent sorcerer, aren't you? You don't even know that red poison berries lose their toxicity when cooked. Long Ye's words cut through Dog Wizard's heart like a blade of ice. He was so terrified that he nearly wet himself, stumbling as he tried to flee. However, 2 kobold guards outside the door blocked his way. Dog Wizard collided with the chests of the 2 large kobold guards, bouncing back and nearly falling into his own puddle of urine. The surrounding kobolds were stunned, unable to understand why this guy would try to poison Longya. However, seeing his pathetic state, everyone wore mocking smiles, secretly waiting to see how Dog Wizard would beg for mercy. To everyone's surprise, Dog Wizard didn't plead for forgiveness. Instead, he slammed his fist on the ground and shouted angrily, "Ah, damn it. Since you've all figured it out, I won't act anymore. I am the infamous Goblin King, enslaver of all races, scourge of the world, destroyer of gods, rightful ruler of the magic forest, Arthur Louis Romanoff Chin, Shi Huang's lackey. I poison the chicken soup. Even if it doesn't kill you, none of you will survive. Soon, the Goblin King, enslaver of all races, scourge of the world, destroyer of gods, Arthur Louis Romanoff Chin Shi Huang, will lead his army to crush you all. None of you will live." Ha ha ha. Dog Wizard's laughter was maniacal and piercing. The kobolds exchanged confused glances, wondering how this guy could simultaneously be the lackey of so many figures. Longya crooked his finger slightly, and the 2 kobold guards at the door immediately entered, pinning Dog Wizard down. Longya coldly ordered, "Take him away and interrogate him. Extract every piece of information from his mouth." The guards obeyed, dragging Dog Wizard away. Soon after, his agonized screams echoed from outside. Longya sat in his seat, his expression darkening as he pondered the information in Dog Wizard's rant. Goblin King, enslaver of all races, scourge of the world. These titles clearly signified a formidable enemy that required serious attention. However, despite being tortured until midnight, Dog Wizard remained silent. Even though he was beaten bloody, his face swollen beyond recognition, he stubbornly maintained a defiant posture. Longya couldn't help but admire his resolve, wondering what kind of brainwashing had made him so loyal. But Longya didn't care whether Dog Wizard would talk or not. He knew the goblin forces accompanying Dog Wizard wouldn't share his unwavering loyalty. Sure enough, the guards soon extracted critical information from other kobolds. A force of several hundred goblins had already returned to the goblin settlement. Hearing this, Longya's lips curled into a dangerous smile. He thought to himself, "Looks like there's another battle to fight." However, before his smile could fully form, the situation took a dramatic turn. The meat Dog Wizard had brought had already been consumed by other members of the kobold tribe. Most kobolds disliked cooked food, but nearly all of them had been poisoned. Worst of all, the elite kobold warriors, who had been the first to receive the meat, were now clutching their stomachs in agony, groaning, vomiting, and even coughing up blood. As over 100 elite kobolds collapsed in pain, Longya's expression turned ashen, rage boiling within him. He looked at the fallen tribe warriors and took a deep breath, letting out a low, icy chuckle. It seems some people have lived far too long. On the other side, Qinwu, who was busy working on a new type of crossbow, suddenly heard a system notification. Ding. Your companion, Doggo Wu, has been captured by Longya. What? Qinwu almost dropped the tool in his hand, his face filled with disbelief. The faint mixture of the red poison fruit and meat was nearly undetectable. Even the keen nose of a kobold would struggle to notice it unless they sniffed carefully. At most, they'd catch a trace of fruity fragrance. By all accounts, as long as Doggo Wu dropped the poisoned meat and left, nothing should have gone wrong. This guy must have meddled unnecessarily, disobeying orders. Clenching his fists, Qinwu felt anger rising. Though he knew the kobold tribe would be enraged and an inevitable showdown was approaching, he looked at the 5 modified ballistae before him and felt a surge of confidence. If that's how it's going to be, then let's see who truly rules this forest. At dawn the next day, after ensuring his soldiers were well fed and hydrated, Qinwu led his troops westward. Given their advantage in ranged weaponry, he needed to choose an open battlefield. After traversing mountains and hills, a massive banyan tree came into view. The land within a onomile radius was barren, devoid of any vegetation, a perfect battleground. The troops quickly secured the high ground, positioning the 5 ballistae at the highest point. The goblins skillfully used vines to bind sharpened stakes into defensive barricades, placing them on both flanks to force the enemy into a frontal attack, allowing Qinwu to focus his elite forces there. Standing atop the eerie, gray-black banyan tree, Qinwu kept a vigilant eye on the kobold tribe's direction. In the distance, startled birds took flight from the forest, signaling the enemy's imminent arrival. "Sir, this tree feels wrong," Miss Hannah called out loudly from below. "I can sense an ominous magical presence." Li Qinwu glanced at her, his tone slightly impatient. "Do you even need to say that? Look at the pitch-black trunk. Look at the barren surroundings. Does this require some profound knowledge? If you've got something to say it quickly. I'm busy. Dandan can be of great use," he added, his voice carrying the weight of the pressure from the approaching enemy forces, which outnumbered them 2 or 3 to 1. Miss Hannah let out a dissatisfied huff and turned to leave. "Miss Hannah," Li Qinwu suddenly called out sternly, stopping her in her tracks. "If I lose, you must escape back to the human world. It's a vast place. There's bound to be somewhere you can find refuge. Don't return to Goblinburg. If I fall in battle, the goblins will revert to chaos, covering themselves in mud to mask their scent." With that, he resumed staring intently at the distant forest. Miss Hannah froze in place, clutching the hem of her clothes, her face filled with unease. Li Qinwu stared intently at the distant forest, his brows furrowed, his gaze sharp as a blade. The sea of trees was increasingly disturbed by startled birds taking flight, their dark masses streaking across the sky. The commotion grew louder, and the birds' flight paths edged ever closer. Finally, after a tense wait of several minutes, a piercing and resonant horn sounded from the forest's edge, echoing through the mountains like a call to arms. "They're here." Li Qinwu drew a sharp breath and shouted decisively down the hillside to the goblin troops, his voice firm and commanding. "The enemy is here. Form ranks as planned." Before his words had fully landed, the goblins sprang into action. Their movements were chaotic yet swift as they rushed to their assigned positions. In the blink of an eye, orderly formations had taken shape at the base of the slope. At the forefront stood Li Qinwu's elite unit, 40 goblin warriors and 8 human soldiers, all system troops. Fully equipped with heavy horned crocodile armor and sharp iron weapons, their shields gleamed coldly under the sunlight. They were the most reliable defense of the entire army. Positioned just behind them were 30 goblin spearmen, nimble and clad in light armor. Hidden behind the heavily armored warriors, their spears poised through the gaps in the shields, they were strategically placed to weaken the enemy's charge. On the flanks, 100 goblins were stationed on each side, concealed behind chevaux de frise, armed with various polearms. Their formation was tight and disciplined. These were Li Qinwu's earliest followers, who had survived multiple brutal, 3-out-of-phone elimination rounds, endured 6 hours of grueling daily training, and thrived on a steady supply of magical beast meat. Many had grown taller, with 3 or 4 dozen now exceeding 1.3 meters in height, showing signs of evolving into hobgoblins. Though not system troops, they had been rigorously trained by Li Qinwu into capable soldiers. Clad in soft horned crocodile armor and wielding finely crafted weapons, they formed a solid defense line with the aid of the chevaux de frise. At the rear were over 30 goblin archers, commanded by Gobu Bao. They wielded heavy bows and crossbows previously used by retired hobgoblins, forming the core of the army's ranged firepower. Finally, at the very back, 5 modified ballistas stood ready, their ammunition specially designed by Li Qinwu. While the details of this weaponry were left unsaid, its devastating power was unmistakable. As the goblin army held their positions with unwavering focus, the opposing forest edge erupted with a symphony of responding horns. Moments later, a massive enemy force began to emerge from the dense trees. A tide of kobolds flooded out of the forest, their movement shaking the ground faintly. Leading the charge were over 100 large kobolds, standing between 1.6 and 1.8 meters tall, their muscular bodies and rugged frames comparable to the hobgoblins of the goblin army. These large kobolds, with their natural claws, fangs, and thick fur, once held a clear advantage over hobgoblins in unarmored combat. However, in the context of full-scale warfare, where both sides were now equipped with armor and weapons, this innate superiority had diminished. Clad in crude bone armor and wielding stone hammers, axes, and makeshift wooden shields, their equipment was noticeably inferior to Li Qinwu's elite troops. Behind these large kobolds came roughly 1,000 smaller, disorganized kobold soldiers. Their sizes varied, and their fur was mottled in every imaginable shade, resembling a pack of feral dogs unleashed onto the battlefield. The scene was chaotic and almost comical, with kobolds barking, squabbling, and even urinating on the spot, plunging their ranks into temporary disarray. These ragtag soldiers carried no weapons, exhibited no battlefield discipline, and seemed more like a chaotic mob than a fighting force. Their plan appeared to rely solely on teeth and claws to clash head-in with the armored goblin troops, a laughable notion, despite their fierce demeanor. Amidst the chaos of the kobold mob, the true spectacle emerged. 4 towering ogres lumbered forward, their massive arms hefting a colossal, weighty palanquin. Atop the palanquin sat a throne constructed from beast bones, and seated upon it was Longya, the kobold army's commander. His imposing figure gleamed with a golden radiance, as if bathed in sunlight. His piercing golden eyes narrowed as he surveyed the goblin formations on the hillside, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. The lowly goblins had not, as expected, charged recklessly like a tidal wave. Instead, they had formed a disciplined and fortified battle line, a sight that irritated Lanya greatly. He cast a glance at his own chaotic, unruly force, his expression darkening further. Humph. He snorted coldly, his gaze icy. Lifting a massive, uniquely shaped blade of unknown material that glimmered faintly with a bluish hue, he swung it forward, pointing directly at the goblin formations. His voice thundered with authority. Attack! These goblins were surprisingly capable of forming battle formations, which reminded Lanya of his homeland in the east. There, armies also employed strategic formations, and those that mastered this skill often outperformed disorganized forces. He decided to first send out a ragtag group of kobolds to test the goblins' true strength. Upon receiving the order, hundreds of ordinary kobolds howled and charged toward the goblin high ground. They moved with no discipline, their barking chaotic and incessant, their formation loose and disorganized. From his perch in the trees, Qinwu's sharp eyes noticed the enemy's movements. He immediately shouted down to the goblin ranks below. Prepare for battle. The enemy is approaching. Hold the front line. I'll calculate your military merits afterward. Load the ballistae with wooden bolts and get ready to fire. The goblins stationed by the ballistae sprang into action, quickly placing long wooden bolts into the grooves of the ballistae and pulling the triggers without hesitation. These bolts lacked iron tips, instead made from sharpened, fire-hardened wooden stakes, cheap but effective. Qinwu had long ordered the preparation of hundreds of such bolts. 5 bolts whistled through the air, flying hundreds of meters before landing accurately amidst the densely packed kobold ranks. The bolts pierced through each kobold they struck, pinning them mercilessly to the ground. The wounded kobolds let out agonized screams, writhing in pain rather than dying instantly. Terrified, the surrounding kobolds scrambled away from their fallen comrades, unwilling to offer aid, as if avoiding a plague. The goblins quickly reloaded the ballistae. One goblin in particular, Dang Dang, crouched beside a ballista, expertly operating the big toy. Within seconds, he wound the ballista's crank to full tension, readying it for another shot. Under his skilled hands, the ballista fired at an impressive pace of 1 round every 7 to 8 seconds, while the other 4 ballistae maintained a slower rhythm of 1 round every 2 minutes. A barrage of long wooden bolts rained down upon the kobold ranks, pinning one after another to the ground. Their howls of pain and chaotic barking echoed across the battlefield as their advancing formation became visibly more disorganized. From his vantage point in the tree, Qinwu observed the growing chaos among the kobolds. Once they closed the distance to about 200 meters, he decisively called out to Gobo Archer, "Begin indirect fire." Gobo Archer immediately relayed the command to the goblin archers, "Raise your crossbows. Fire." Even before finishing his sentence, he had already loosed an arrow. Over 30 goblin archers raised their crossbows in unison, launching a volley of arrows into the air. The arrows arced gracefully before landing precisely among the kobold ranks, taking down several more. "Reload!" Gobo Archer shouted again, continuing to fire arrow after arrow without pause. The goblins followed suit, lowering their crossbows to reload. They used their feet to brace the bow arms while leveraging their waist and shoulders to draw the strings, a technique that engaged multiple muscle groups, allowing even the weaker goblin youths to reload with ease. The goblins reloaded with remarkable efficiency, firing a shot every 12 seconds on average, creating a dense barrage of projectiles. Under such relentless assault, the kobolds' disarray worsened significantly. Qinwu keenly observed that the kobolds' cohesion was nearing complete collapse. Despite their numbers approaching 1,000, these untrained, disorganized troops posed little real threat. The time to strike had come. He leapt down from the tree, donned his helmet, drew his greatsword, and swiftly advanced to the front lines. "Hold the line at all costs," he commanded loudly, then turned to the heavy infantry. "Heavy infantry, charge with me." With a roar, Qinwu issued commands through the battlefield interface, selecting the heavy infantry unit and ordering them to follow him. Leading the charge, Qinwu brandished his greatsword and plunged into the kobold ranks. Behind him, the heavily armed goblins and human warriors surged forward, forming an unstoppable tide of steel. Qinwu scanned the battlefield, quickly identifying the weakness of the kobolds, nothing more than a disorganized mob. Their desperate advance, relying solely on ballistae and crossbows, was already at its limit. Any additional pressure would surely break them. Without hesitation, he charged toward the front of the kobold formation. His massive 8-kilogram greatsword sliced through the air in a deadly arc. With a sickening squelch, one kobold was cleaved in two. The blade's momentum carried it into the waist of a second kobold, disemboweling it as he withdrew the sword. The system notification chimed. Two-handed weapon proficiency 1. Behind him, 40 system soldiers surged forward, shouting battle cries as they plunged into the kobold ranks. Shields bashed, axes swung, and in mere moments, dozens of enemies were felled. Knight Leo, wielding a massive battle axe, roared to his comrades, "Brothers, glory and freedom await us. No more being slaves." Standing at 1.9 meters tall and boasting a muscular frame of 1.5 Norse, the towering warrior kicked a kobold with such force that the unfortunate creature let out a piercing scream, knocking over several others behind it. Leo raised his shield and charged again, sending yet another kobold flying. His battle axe danced with surprising agility, and within seconds, 3 kobold heads had burst like overripe fruit. Watching Qinwu's wild, unrestrained swings with his greatsword, Leo couldn't help but think to himself, "Man, that's not how you're supposed to use a teammate." By now, Qinwu was completely immersed in the thrill of battle. System notifications kept ringing in his ears. Ding. Two-handed weapon proficiency 1. Ding. Experience 4. Amid the bloodshed, his manic laughter echoed, and to the terrified kobolds, this blood-soaked, laughing human seemed like a demon incarnate. The arrival of heavily armored goblins only worsened the kobolds' plight. Their claws and fangs were utterly useless against the goblins' impenetrable armor, leaving them helpless to be slaughtered. Finally, a despairing wail shattered the rhythm of the battle as the kobolds turned and fled in panic. Qinwu wiped the blood from his face and decisively ordered a pursuit. They chased the fleeing kobolds to the forest's edge, roughly 300 meters away, before halting. There, the enemy's elite forces awaited, for ogres guarding their leader. As Qinwu caught his breath and prepared to retreat, he felt a piercing gaze. Following it, he spotted a towering kobold adorned in gilded armor, seated regally on a bone throne carried by the ogres. The two ambitious leaders locked eyes. The kobold, known as Longya, rose slowly, gripping a grotesquely shaped longsword. He pointed it at Qinwu, seemingly about to deliver some grand speech about destiny. But before he could utter a word, Qinwu spat a thick glob of saliva, raised his middle finger, and adopted the swaggering stance of a street thug, shouting fiercely, "What the hell are you staring at, huh?" Longya couldn't understand goblin language, but insults didn't require translation. Veins visibly bulged on his forehead, his face flushed red with anger as he bellowed, "You filthy goblin! He'll tear out your throat, break your bones, and slaughter every single one of your kin." Qinwu coldly watched Longya rant like a mad dog from across the field. With a look of disdain, he casually picked at his ear and turned to leave. He couldn't understand the pointless threats anyway. There was no need to waste his time. Seeing the goblin dare to ignore his threats, Longya's fury exploded. He whipped around to face the large kobold beside him and snarled through gritted teeth, "Prepare for battle. Kill every last goblin." The order was met with immediate action. Several former kobold tribe leaders hurriedly began rallying their forces. The scattered kobolds, who had been routed earlier by Qinwu and his goblins, were dragged out from their hiding spots and forced to regroup around the large kobold leaders. Longya surveyed his assembled elite kobold forces with a satisfied smirk. In his mind, their overwhelming numbers far outmatched the goblins, ensuring his victory. Qinwu and his group returned to their position, and from a distance, he noticed the kobolds regrouping. His eyes sharpened instantly. Wasting no time, he gestured decisively to his goblin troops, signaling them to form ranks and prepare for the oncoming battle. This time, the large kobolds are here. It's their core force. "Be cautious," Qinwu said in a low, commanding tone. He then issued orders to the goblins manning the ballistae. "Aim at the ones with shields. Once they're halfway here, switch to barrel arrows. Goblin archers, wait until they're within range, then fire freely. Don't target those with shields, aim for the ones without." 5 ballistae were quickly aimed at the advancing kobold ranks. At Qinwu's command, thick wooden bolts were unleashed with a deafening whoosh. The sheer force behind the bolts tore through the kobolds' crude shields with ease, shattered their bone armor, and plunged deep into their bodies, pinning them to the ground like grotesque specimens. The devastating scene sent shockwaves through the kobold ranks, sparking panic among them. Yet these large kobolds, being the elite warriors who outnumbered regular kobolds by a ratio of 7 or 8 to 1, were too proud to scatter so easily. However, what awaited them was an even deadlier onslaught. Having suffered several strikes from the ballista bolts, the kobolds had closed the distance to about halfway. At this point, the goblin ballista operators began reloading with a different type of ammunition, a cylindrical container known as a barrel arrow. This specialized payload contained 6 iron-tipped arrows, salvaged from human weapons. Though the arrows were slimmer and shorter than the massive ballista bolts, they carried significant force and could be fired in a spread pattern, mimicking the effect of a shotgun blast. The drawback was its shorter-range barrel arrows were effective only up to 700 meters, compared to the 900-meter reach of regular bolts. Against shielded foes, the effective range was even shorter. Qinwu's sharp eyes gauged the distance. When the kobold forces closed to roughly 400 meters, he shouted at the goblins manning the ballistae, "Fire!" The 5 ballistae unleashed their payloads simultaneously, filling the air with a piercing whistling sound. The wooden barrels were propelled forward with immense force, but soon lost their momentum due to air resistance, breaking apart mid-flight. What followed was the release of 30 iron-tipped arrows, raining down in a deadly spread across the Cobalt ranks. Screams erupted instantly. The arrows tore through the crude wooden shields and embedded themselves deep into the bodies of the large Cobalts. This single volley claimed the lives of over 10 Cobalts, causing the entire formation to waver and descend into chaos. Dragon Tooth, stationed at the rear, widened his eyes in shock. These goblins possessed such terrifying weapons. A second volley could not be alloyed. An immediate charge was the only option. Dragon Tooth roared down the line. Sound the horn. As the horn's deep blare echoed, the wavering Cobalt army was instantly reinvigorated. They let out a chorus of howling battle cries, surging forward in a frenzied charge, determined to break through Qinwu's defenses in one decisive strike. Hold your ground. Everyone, hold your ground. Prepare for impact. Qinwu shouted as he swiftly operated the battlefield control interface, pressing the number key 1 to select the heavy infantry, then F8 to activate the shield wall formation. The heavily armored soldiers immediately tightened their formation and raised their shields in unison. He darted to the goblin spearmen positioned behind the heavy infantry. Spears. Extend them. Find the gaps and thrust through. The goblin spearmen reacted instantly, pushing their spears through the gaps between the shields, securing the spear shafts tightly under their arms. Within 3 steps. Waterball spell. Waterball spell. Qinwu turned and yelled toward Miss Hannah, who was positioned at the rear with Dang Dang. Miss Hannah quickly moved behind the heavy infantry, raised her staff, and began chanting. Soon, a water ball the size of a water cooler barrel formed at the tip of her staff. Go! She hurled the water ball onto the ground in front of the heavy infantry. Casting the spell 4 times in quick succession, she soaked the entire front of the battlefield. Just as she began to form a 5th water ball, the Cobalt charging units reached the front lines. The Cobalts crashed into the shield wall with a cacophony of snarls, but the anticipated collapse of the formation did not occur. Standing in the front row were Tier 3 goblin warriors, larger and more resolute than their peers. They held the line firmly, resisting the impact. A fierce shoving match ensued as the 2 sides clashed. Thrust! 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 Qinwu shouted hoarsely, grabbing a spear and thrusting it wildly above his head. Though he couldn't see if his attacks landed, the occasional EXP-24 notification confirmed their effectiveness. At the rear, the goblin archers found themselves unable to fire as the melee left no clear line of sight. Worse, Cobalts had surrounded the Chevauxtefries on both flanks. Despite the goblins' desperate efforts to fend them off with polearms, some Cobalts managed to wriggle through the gaps, attacking goblins and even seizing their weapons. Move to the sides, fire at close range, the goblin archer leader commanded decisively, leading by example as he rushed to the flank. He shot an arrow point blank into a Cobalt's head, almost face-to-face. The other crossbow-wielding goblins followed suit, firing at 0 range. Though risky, this tactic ensured nearly perfect accuracy. With the polearm-wielding goblins providing cover, the flanks were soon stabilized. Thrust! Thrust! Give it everything you've got, thrust! Qinwu's furious roar echoed across the battlefield. His voice, sharp as a whip, lashed at the nerves of the goblin spear-wielders, driving these well-trained warriors to execute each stabbing motion with mechanical precision, like soldiers in a drill. The fruits of their rigorous training were on full display, spears forming a dense forest, each thrust accompanied by the agonized cries of the gnolls. A grotesque pile of corpses quickly accumulated in front of the shield wall. However, the gnolls were not a species to surrender easily. Brandishing crude stone hammers and axes, they launched frenzied assaults on the shield wall, entirely disregarding the danger of being impaled by the spears. The goblin warriors held their ground with practiced ease, occasionally bashing the gnolls back with their shields or seizing an opening to deliver lethal axe strikes, each blow splitting a gnoll's skull with chilling efficiency. Qinwu's vigilant gaze swept across the battlefield. The enemy's overwhelming numbers had fully encircled the front line, with gnolls surging forward in a chaotic frenzy. Adding to the disarray, the ground had been rendered treacherously slippery by Miss Hannah's earlier water spell, causing gnolls to tumble repeatedly in the mud. Sensing the perfect opportunity, Qinwu decisively discarded his bloodstained spear and swiftly opened the battlefield command interface. He selected Dang Dang, the independently grouped ogre, and issued the charge command. Leisurely lounging by a tree moments ago, Dang Dang erupted into action, grabbing a massive tree trunk and letting out an earth-shaking roar as he charged into the enemy ranks. The heavily armored infantry immediately dispersed to clear a path for Dang Dang. The gnolls, mistaking this for a breach in the line, surged forward in pursuit, only to find themselves face-to-face with the colossal behemoth. Terror gripped them, and they turned to flee, but the slippery mud betrayed them, sending them sprawling. Dang Dang tore through the enemy like a terrifying meat grinder, swinging the tree trunk with devastating force. Gnolls were sent flying or crushed underfoot, their numbers dwindling rapidly as 4 or 5 fell in mere moments. The surviving gnolls, their morale shattered, scattered in every direction. A few of the braver gnoll warriors attempted to counterattack, hacking furiously at Dongdong's massive legs, but their primitive weapons were utterly ineffective against his crocodilian armor and thick, keratinous skin. Instead, these minor injuries only served to enrage Dangdang further. His attacks became even more ferocious, the massive tree trunk transforming into the scythe of death, leaving nothing but carnage in its wake. Even gnolls grazed by his swings were sent flying like broken kites, landing with shattered bones and torn muscles. With Dangdang single-handedly breaking through the enemy line, Qinwu seized the moment and led his entire army in a full-scale assault. Wielding his greatsword, he charged into the fray himself, unleashing a merciless slaughter that left no foe standing. Qinwu led his troops in a fierce attack, swiftly breaking the Cobalt army into disarray. Overwhelmed with fear, the kobolds fled in panic, leaving chaos and destruction in their wake. Qinwu, commanding his elite system soldiers, pursued them relentlessly down the slopes, cutting down enemies one after another. As he watched the enemy forces retreat in disarray, Qinwu couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. Still harboring doubts about the capabilities of the goblin warriors, he had only dared to pursue with 40 of his elite troops. He worried that if the goblins became too bloodthirsty, they might ignore orders and charge recklessly into the enemy camp, leading to their annihilation. Worse still, his forces lacked reliable commanders to lead the troops effectively. If he had a stronger command structure, a full-scale assault could have completely wiped out the enemy by now. Once this is over, I must start grooming goblin leaders who can take charge on their own. Qinwu resolved silently. Meanwhile, his sword drove mercilessly into the back of a towering kobold, earning him 24 experience points. When the troops advanced to within 300 meters of the kobold stronghold, Qinwu decisively ordered them to halt the pursuit. Pushing further would be far too risky. Turning to face the distant and enraged Longya, he raised a defiant middle finger and spat. 3 days, I'll take your life in 3 days. Ignoring Longya's murderous glare, Qinwu calmly led his forces back to safety. The battle dealt a devastating blow to the kobolds. Over 300 were killed or injured, their corpses littering the battlefield, and their morale plummeted to an all-time low. In stark contrast, the goblins suffered only single-digit casualties, and even those bodies were reclaimed by their own side. The overwhelming disparity in losses shook the kobold army's confidence, sowing doubt even among their tribal leaders. One kobold chieftain couldn't help but voice his concerns to Longya. "My lord, if this continues, our warriors will be wiped out." But Longya silenced him with a cold glare, forcing the chieftain to retreat in fear. Ignoring his subordinates' protests, Longya issued orders for a third assault. From his throne of beast bones, he snapped off a piece of bone and hurled it at a towering ogre over 6 meters tall. Though the 200-year-old giant's eyes flared with anger, after locking eyes with Longya for over 10 seconds, he ultimately chose to submit. "The probing ends here," Longya declared to the uneasy kobold leaders. "Now, send in the ogres. Once they smash through the goblin defenses, follow them and tear those green skins to shreds." News of 4 ogres joining the battle reinvigorated the kobold leaders, who hurried to assemble their forces. Yet none of them noticed the flicker of doubt in Longya's eyes. His gaze lingered on a goblin named Dandang, who was idly playing with mud on the goblin front lines. Why is this ogre helping the goblins? Longya wondered. Does he truly not care about his own offspring? Qinwu noticed the enemy deploying 4 ogres. His eyes narrowed as he turned to Miss Hannah beside him and called out, "Miss Hannah," asked Dandan if those 4 are part of his family. Miss Hannah immediately crouched down and began speaking to the peculiar goblin in a strange, rapid language. Upon hearing her question, Dandan's eyes widened, and he leaned forward, gesturing wildly with excitement while uttering a flurry of quick syllables. "He says those are his Gugu Gaga and Guga Gagu, but Juju and Mimi aren't there," Miss Hannah translated. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Qinwu frowned slightly and deduced from the context. "It's probably his grandparents and parents, but his kids aren't here." His gaze locked onto the 4 massive ogres as he strategized his next move. At that moment, one of the goblin archers stationed at the ship's ballista urgently shouted, "Boss, the enemy is within range. Should we switch to iron-tipped bolts and fire?" "No, absolutely no shooting." Qinwu barked firmly, his eyes glinting with resolve. He was acutely aware of his mission to rescue Dandan's family. Failure would mean invoking the Earth Goddess's curse, and had be forced to become a pirate king of fate he had no interest in. As the 4 ogres approached, Qinwu leaned towards Miss Hannah and said, "Miss Hannah, tell Dandan to let his family know that Little Green is here to help them fight the bad fluffy ones. Once the bad fluffies are defeated, Little Green will take them to find Juju and Mimi." Miss Hannah nodded and quickly relayed the message to Dandan. After hearing it, Dandan immediately let out a series of loud howls directed at the 4 ogres. The previously aggressive ogres abruptly halted in their tracks, their massive forms standing completely still. An exchange began among the ogres. Mom, Dad, Grandpa, Grandma, Dandan called out urgently. These little green guys are good. They're here to help us fight the bad dogs, and after that, they'll take us to find the kids. The muscular, middle-aged ogre on the other side furrowed his brow and responded. Kid, these little guys are usually bad news. Are you sure the little greens aren't tricking you? Dandan patted his chest in reassurance. No way. The Boom Boom has spoken. It said we can trust the little greens. Otherwise, Boom Boom would make their leader go limp. The middle-aged ogre exchanged hushed words with the other three ogres. After a brief discussion, they reached a consensus. Kid, the middle-aged ogre said gravely. Juju and Mimi are being held by the golden bad dog. We can't help the little greens, or it might hurt Juju and Mimi. But in honor of the Boom Boom, we won't fight the little greens either. Hey, race the deal. We'll stay right here and won't help anyone. If the little greens defeat the golden fluffies and rescue Juju and Mimi, then we'll help them fight the fluffies. Miss Hannah quickly relayed the result of the conversation to Li Qinwu. Hearing this, a smile spread across his face. The ogres had decided not to assist the kobolds, making the upcoming battle significantly easier. The moment of reckoning had arrived. Li Qinwu straightened his back, took a deep breath, and gave a booming command to the goblins around him. Move out of formation. Assemble into phalanxes, as we've practiced. The goblins surged out of their positions like a tide, swiftly forming tightly packed formations in front of the battlefield. Heavy infantry created one phalanx, while spear wielders formed another. 100 goblins with long spears assembled into one group, followed by another group of equal size. Archers and crossbowmen lined up in the rear. This complex series of formations was completed in just 30 seconds, a remarkable display of discipline for an army of the cold weapons era. Raise your weapons. Li Qinwu commanded loudly. Advance. Kill. 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 The goblin phalanxes raised their various weapons, marching in perfect unison as they chanted kill in unison. The advancing kobolds froze in place at the sight of this disciplined and menacing display. In stark contrast to their own chaotic ranks, the enemy's orderly formations, gleaming weapons, and polished armor struck fear into their hearts. Stay together. Advance. Thrust. Slash. Kill, kill, kill. Li Qinwu's voice boomed like a war drum, uniting the goblins into a single, cohesive force. Under his command, every goblin felt an unprecedented sense of power, as if they were no longer individuals but parts of a finely tuned war machine. The kobolds were gripped by an unprecedented terror. Especially the 4 ogres. These stood frozen in place, unable to move, as the enemy ogres roared and advanced relentlessly. You, get to the front and hold the line, or die. Lanya roared in fury, noticing some kobolds itching to flee. His alien-shaped blade pointed directly at the kobold leaders beside him. Under his menacing glare, the leaders whimpered and rushed into the kobold ranks, barely managing to stabilize the panicked troops. Lanya's gaze locked onto the motionless ogres, his face brimming with murderous intent. Damn it! I should have brought the ogre cubs, he cursed inwardly, though he knew there was no other choice. The ogre cubs, though young, were over 2 meters tall like small giants, impossible to control and only fit for confinement. Moreover, threatening the cubs in front of adult ogres would surely provoke those massive beasts to charge at him with reckless abandon, reducing him to pulp. Damn it! Goblins can communicate with ogres? These cursed creatures. Lanya clenched his teeth, feeling the tide of battle slipping out of control. On the battlefield, the arrival of the kobold leaders at the front lines slightly calmed the chaos. They used every ounce of their hard-earned authority to rally the troops, forcing them to confront the goblin phalanx head-on. As the two sides drew close enough to see the wrinkles and stray hairs on each other's faces, Li Qinwu let out a thunderous roar of kill and leapt into the kobold ranks. He moved with sweeping strikes, felling 2 enemies in an instant. The heavy infantry followed with a deafening battle cry, raising shields and swinging axes as they charged into the fray. Goblins wielding spears chattered and shouted, their weapons forming a forest of deadly points that pierced through the bellies of kobolds one after another. The battle quickly turned ferocious. The goblins, with their disciplined formation and the protection of their crocodile hide armor, completely suppressed the kobolds, whose close-range attacks relied on their fangs and claws. Li Qinwu, like a killing machine drenched in blood, cut down dozens of enemies single-handedly. He leveled up twice amidst the carnage but had no time to allocate his attributes. His battle cries echoed across the field, inspiring the goblins to press forward with unwavering courage. In just 10 minutes, the kobolds had lost a fifth of their forces and finally broke. One kobold leader, still shouting, "Don't run," was kicked to the ground by Li Qinwu. His greatsword plunged through the leader's chest, ending his life. Li Qinwu flicked the blood off his blade and watched the remaining kobolds flee in disarray into the forest. At the edge of the woods, Lanya shot him a final, venomous glare before vanishing into the dense foliage. The battle was over, and Li Qinwu was gasping for air. He looked down at his blood-stained sword and armor, fatigue washing over him. Despite his exhaustion, he couldn't wait to check the victory statistics. The system notification chimed in his ears. Victory achieved. Enemies killed, 489, prisoners captured, 56, experience gained, 612. Allied casualties, 5. Loot acquired, 69 units of grain, 35 stone axes, 18 bone knives, 80 tempered beast hide garments, 60 dog teeth, 1,234 dinars. Noticing that he had leveled up twice, Qinwu immediately allocated his attribute points to intelligence and invested the remaining specialization points into engineering skills. He opened the storage and distributed the beast hides, stone axes, and bone knives to the goblins. Though crude, these items could slightly enhance the goblins' combat effectiveness in the absence of iron weaponry. After gathering all the goblins who had participated in the battle, Qinwu carefully observed each one. Those whose stature noticeably surpassed that of regular goblins and showed signs of breaking through were recruited into the main force, filling the vacancies left by fallen system soldiers and restoring the unit to full strength. Reflecting on the ferocity of the fight, the front line had suffered the loss of 1 goblin warrior and 4 hobgoblins. Considering they had faced an enemy force twice their size, such losses were inevitable. Fortunately, with the advantage of crocodile-scale armor and iron weapons, they managed to eliminate over half of the kobolds. Qinwu felt a sense of relief as he promoted 4 experienced hobgoblins to goblin warriors. Looking around the blood-soaked battlefield, corpses were strewn everywhere. The kobold losses were particularly devastating, especially among their elite forces, the large kobolds, who were almost entirely wiped out. While only 5 system soldiers had been lost, over 100 ordinary goblins had perished. Even with crocodile hide armor and iron polearms, the goblins' inherent physical weakness was hard to overcome, and many were dragged out of formation and brutally killed by the enemy. Seeing the expressions of exhaustion and relief on the surviving goblins' faces, Qinwu knew that if it hadn't been for the unfavorable terrain that trapped them, some might have fled the battle. Now, a critical decision lay before him. Should they press the attack? The kobold shaman and the young ogre were still in Longya's hands, and the task given by the earth goddess remained incomplete. Further conflict with the kobolds was inevitable. However, the troops were utterly exhausted, and their victory had relied heavily on pre-established defensive positions. Advancing into enemy territory without preparation, especially against a potentially mobilized population, would drastically reduce their chances of success. Considering that the kobold shaman and the young ogre were likely safe for the moment, Longya wouldn't dare harm them. Fearing retaliation from the 5 adult ogres, Qinwu decided on a temporary retreat. The troops needed rest before they could confront the kobolds again. As he gave orders to clean up the battlefield and prepare for withdrawal, Goblin Mao approached him. "Boss, should we roast these kobold corpses?" Qinwu glanced at the 56 kobold prisoners and, after a moment of thought, shook his head. "Spread the word. Eating kobold corpses is strictly forbidden. Anyone who disobeys will face military punishment." Qinwu stood on the makeshift command platform, gazing at the bustling scene of the tribe before him. In his mind, he had already sketched the blueprint of a future monster kingdom. This would be a nation primarily composed of goblins, where various intelligent creatures could coexist harmoniously. He understood that in this land, every group, including the kobolds, should have its rightful place. To maintain long-term stability among multiple groups, mutual respect was just as essential as the dominant race's military deterrence. Fortunately, with an abundance of food now, there was no need to sow the seeds of division at this early stage. Upon returning to the tribe, Qinwu immediately instructed Miss Hannah to heal the injured goblins and kobold captives one by one using her magic. Once their wounds were treated, he had his people prepare a hearty meal for the kobold captives and announced to them, "From this day forward, you are part of this tribe. As long as you work diligently, you'll have meat to eat every day." These kobolds, whose intelligence barely surpassed that of goblins, were unable to fully grasp the situation for now. However, under the dual influence of full bellies and the intimidating goblin spears, they quickly settled down. After a day of rest, Qinwu immediately began focusing on the tribe's production and construction efforts. He first dispatched a team of goblins to the forest to hunt for woodrats. Offering the reward of reproduction rights to those who performed well. Expanding the goblin population was an urgent priority. Only with a sufficient number of soldiers could the kobold tribes be completely eradicated. The construction projects were carried out in 3 phases. The first step was weaving simple enclosures out of branches to house the woodrats. The second step, with the aid of 5 ogres, was building a nursery. These large creatures easily drove felled trees into the ground as foundation posts using massive stones, completing the task in less than a day. Finally, they began constructing a blast furnace. The previous battles had shown that goblins wielding spears were incredibly lethal. One thrust was often enough to kill, resulting in over 100 kobold casualties. In contrast, long pole weapons proved much less effective, accounting for fewer than 50 deaths on the battlefield. To enhance combat efficiency, Li Qinwu decided to form a dedicated spear unit, which necessitated the production of steel weapons. With Miss Hannah's help as a translator, Li Qinwu worked closely with Taiyuk to develop a smelting plan. First, a team was sent to collect high-quality ore from the spider-infested open-pit mines, which the ogres would then crush. To improve efficiency, Li Qinwu had 2 stone hammers, each the size of a human head, crafted. This allowed them to process a ton of, or using just 3 bags of grain. They also set up clay kilns to produce charcoal, while dispatching the fastest goblin archers to Goblinburg to retrieve limestone, and 300 militarily trained goblins as reinforcements. In the midst of waiting for supplies, Taiyuk brought exciting news. They had discovered the key material needed to build the blast furnace refractory clay. To smelt iron, a blast furnace is required. Based on Li Qinwu's current circumstances, he had 2 options. One was a disposable blast furnace, which could be crudely constructed using clay to form a column-like structure. It could only be used once, producing slag-like pig iron of low quality and yield. The other option was a reusable blast furnace capable of processing a large amount of iron ore at once. This furnace required refractory bricks for its interior, capable of withstanding high temperatures, and it needed openings at different heights for blowing air, discharging slag, and extracting molten iron. Li Qinwu decided to construct the reusable blast furnace. Leading a team, he arrived at the bank of a fast-flowing river and selected a flat area as the site. Turning to Taioka, he asked if the location was suitable, and Taioka nodded in agreement. With a wave of his hand, Li Qinwu commanded, "Start building." The goblins and ogres sprang into action. The ogres began moving large stones to narrow the river channel, making the current even stronger. Next, they drove wooden stakes into the rushing waters and erected a water wheel. The water wheel was connected to a bellows system, capable of continuously supplying air to the furnace to raise its internal temperature. The construction of the water wheel consumed most of the tribe's labor force, causing other tasks to come to a halt, and even delaying the birth of new goblin offspring, which made Li Qinwu slightly anxious. Fortunately, Gobu Gong returned with a large amount of limestone and 500 goblins, mobilizing nearly all the manpower from Gobu Fortress. With this influx of resources, the construction of the water wheel accelerated significantly, and before long, a fully operational water wheel and automated bellows system were completed. With the water wheel in place, Taioka began building the blast furnace using refractory bricks. These bricks were made by mixing fire-resistant clay, found nearby, with limestone, and then firing them. Li Qinwu, having some knowledge of refractory clay, knew its composition made it suitable for brickmaking. If fire-resistant clay hadn't been available, quartz could have been used as an alternative. The design of the blast furnace and water wheel was mostly derived from theoretical knowledge Li Qinwu had gained from the Traveler's Encyclopedia. However, he was unsure how well these theories would work in practice. To ensure success, he spent considerable time discussing and refining the plans with Taioka, whose expertise eventually gave him the confidence to proceed. Li Qinwu and Taioka personally took part in constructing the blast furnace, carefully laying the bricks while continuously exchanging ideas and occasionally modifying and optimizing the design. Miss Hannah stood nearby, wide-eyed in amazement. She could hardly believe that goblins and humans could collaborate so seamlessly, even conversing like friends. She was perplexed and, if not for the language barrier, would have eagerly joined their discussion. She couldn't grasp how such an unlikely partnership might spark something extraordinary. For Li Qinwu, despite the goblin's reputation, Taioka's skills and experience were invaluable assets in realizing his vision. After some time, the first batch of goblin offspring was born, and the blast furnace was finally completed. It stood about 5 meters tall and 1.5 meters in diameter, resembling a rough, cylindrical structure. Beside it was the bellows, powered by the water wheel. On either side of the furnace were 2 wooden towers, allowing operators to climb to the top and feed in iron or powder and coal. Li Qinwu and Taioka ascended one of the wooden towers, facing each other, ready to begin the first smelting operation. They started feeding fuel into the furnace. Li Qinwu first placed twigs and branches into the furnace and ignited them, quickly adding coal powder. As the bellows activated and the water wheel began to turn, the temperature inside the furnace rose rapidly. Taioka called out, "Feed the ore." Li Qinwu swiftly scooped up a handful of ore powder with a shovel and poured it into the furnace, followed by Taioka adding powdered limestone and another handful of coal. The first smelting of molten iron had officially begun. The process was carried out with meticulous precision, layer by layer. They only dared to add the next layer after the previous one had completely burned through. This continued until Taioka assessed the state of the furnace and gave the signal to stop. The entire smelting process lasted nearly 10 hours, from dawn until dusk. Li Qinwu and Taioka stood in front of the towering furnace, their faces blackened with soot, their expressions weary yet focused, their eyes never leaving the furnace's fiery opening. "It should be ready now," Taioka said hesitantly. He lacked confidence. This was, after all, their first attempt at this new smelting method. Success or failure hinged entirely on this single batch. Let's open the furnace. Li Qinwu nodded, equally uncertain but resolute. The two of them grabbed iron rods and approached the furnace. Taioka used his rod to pierce the slag outlet. With a sharp hissing sound, a stream of molten red slag gushed out. Taioka stared intently at it, his expression shifting as a flicker of joy lit up his eyes. He dashed toward Li Qinwu and held up 8 fingers. Li Qinwu's face broke into a broad grin. An 80% success rate, more than enough to be exhilarating. Once most of the slag had been discharged, Taioka gestured to signal that the molten iron outlet could now be opened. Li Qinwu nodded in acknowledgement. After working together for so long, they had developed a seamless, wordless understanding. Even without Miss Hannah translating for them, their coordination was no longer an issue. Li Qinwu raised his rod and precisely pierced the molten iron outlet. In an instant, a blazing stream of molten iron poured out like a fiery river, glowing brilliantly in the twilight. The sight of the vivid, molten red iron made Taioka let out a loud cry of excitement. It worked! It worked! He shouted, nearly leaping into the air. Li Qinwu threw his head back in laughter and gave Taioka a hearty punch on the shoulder, his face alight with triumph. Conquering the entire magic forest begins with this batch of molten iron. He patted Taioka on the shoulder, giving him a thumbs up. From now on, you and your son are no longer slaves. You're free to come and go as you please in my tribe. You'll live in the best houses, wear the finest clothes, and eat the best food. Once my tribe grows strong, it'll grant you land to call your own. In the terms of the human kingdom, it'll name you Baron Taioka. Miss Hannah stood by, momentarily stunned, before hurriedly translating his words, albeit with some stammering. Freedom, power, status, things once unimaginable for someone like Taioka were now being handed to him with ease. Meanwhile, she, once a prodigious mage among thousands, had been reduced to playing the role of translator. Her heart churned with mixed emotions. After hearing the translation, Taioka fell to his knees with a thud, his voice choked with emotion. My lord, as long as you ensure my son's safety, I will serve you with unwavering loyalty. Li Qinwu helped him to his feet, satisfied. Well done, Taioka, but your work isn't over yet. Though the molten iron had been extracted, it was still raw iron, high in carbon content, brittle, and unsuitable for crafting weapons. To forge weapons, the carbon content needed to be reduced. Standing before the furnace, Li Qinwu squinted at the dazzling molten iron, a plan already forming in his mind. Too much carbon makes cast iron, which is brittle. Too little carbon makes wrought iron, which is too soft. Only when it's somewhere in between do you get steel, and steel is what I need, he explained. This step wasn't particularly difficult, and Taioka was well versed in the process. They could introduce airflow into the molten iron to encourage oxidation and burn off the excess carbon. Or they could use the traditional folding and hammering method, repeatedly heating and hammering the metal to remove impurities bit by bit. Since they didn't yet have a reheating pipeline, hammering was their only option. Fortunately, Taioka was a seasoned expert in this field. And now, they had a human-powered hammer, the ogres. Li Qinwu instructed his men to feed Dang Dang and his family well, then brought them to the furnace. Pointing to the glowing block of raw iron on the anvil, he bent down with a grin. Come on, Dang Dang. Let's play a game called Big Hammer Smashes the Red-Hot Iron. Play it well, and there's a reward waiting for you. Dang Dang sat beside the iron anvil, gripping a massive hammer in his hand. What would be a deadly weapon in the hands of a human seemed like a mere toy in his sturdy grasp. He swung the hammer methodically, the rhythmic clang, clang, clang of metal striking metal resonating through the air, creating a unique symphony of iron. Nearby, Taioka occasionally stepped forward to adjust the position of the iron block until he found it satisfactory, then shouted for Dang Dang to stop. At that moment, he reached into his pouch and tossed a potato to Dang Dang. Dang Dang caught the potato, took a delighted bite, and his face lit up with a satisfied smile. He let out a hearty laugh. Oh, 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 his way of expressing joy at receiving a reward. It seemed he had forgotten all his fatigue. Originally, the massive hammer and anvil were designed for the ogres to improve their efficiency in forging iron. The ogres hammered away at the iron blocks until they were shaped to the desired form, after which Taioka would cut them into suitable sizes to craft iron spearheads. That day, Li Qinwu finally held the first polished, gleaming iron spear in his hands. Overcome with emotion, he could hardly contain himself and gathered the entire tribe. Holding the spear aloft, he addressed the bewildered goblins with excitement. This is a day to remember. From this day forward, we officially enter the Iron Age. Our productivity will soar, our soldiers will wield iron weapons, and we have taken a crucial step towards civilization. After his passionate declaration, Li Qinwu said no more and immediately ordered everyone to stop working and start eating. Although the goblins didn't fully understand his speech, the sight of food overshadowed any concerns about the details. As long as there was food, they were happy. The celebratory atmosphere quickly spread throughout the group. Meanwhile, Steward Mond approached Miss Hannah and couldn't resist asking what Li Qinwu had said. Upon hearing Li Qinwu's civilization declaration, Mon's unease deepened as he looked at the iron spear held high in Li Qinwu's hand. Goblins were creatures of chaos. How could they possibly develop peacefully here? Biting his finger until the skin tore and blood flowed, his anxiety grew. If Li Qinwu truly managed to establish a nation of monsters, what would it mean for humanity? The next day, however, the goblins realized that Li Qinwu had no intention of letting them continue their carefree lives. He initiated large-scale training, and before long, the freedom-loving goblins found themselves thrust into a hellish training ground. Standing before 5 battalions of 100 goblins each, Li Qinwu carried a massive sword on his shoulder and held a thick wooden stick in his hand. He roared, "Stand up straight. Anyone who dares to move gets 10 strikes with the stick. 3 offenses, and you're done." The 500 goblins stood like statues in perfectly aligned formations, their chests out and heads held high, gripping heavy wooden clubs in their right hands. Their eyes were fixed firmly ahead, not daring to flinch as if they were true soldiers. Under Li Qinwu's stern authority, no one dared to disobey. Those who had tried were already hanging from the surrounding trees as a grim warning. Originally, there had been 6 battalions, but over the course of the brutal training, more than 100 goblins had perished. Li Qinwu sighed, knowing that goblins, as creatures of chaos, required harsh discipline to be trained. He quickly observed that out of every 10 goblins, there were all sorts of personality-dim-witted ones, those with communication issues, devotees of corn, followers of Slaanesh, lazy individuals, and more. To instill discipline in them, he could not afford to go easy. Ultimately, he had to transform into a ruthless taskmaster, relying on sheer force to mold these goblins into a functioning army. The rise of the Goblin Legion. Any order not followed after being repeated 3 times will result in execution. That was Li Qinwu's decree. With over 300 goblin hatchlings already placed in the nursery and set to mature in 15 days, replacements were not a concern. His ruthless enforcement had an immediate impact. Out of 600 goblins, only 100 were executed before the rest fell in line, obedient and attentive. This demonstrated that goblins were not unintelligent. Their minds were simply clouded by base desires in their natural state. Li Qinwu strode toward the formation of goblins, his eyes sharp and predatory, scanning each one like a blade cutting through the air. Every goblin he looked at froze in place, pupils shrinking and bodies tense as if strung on a bowstring, not daring to even blink. The white baton in his hand was a constant reminder of his authoridio weapon stained with the brain matter of disobedient goblins, a fact that every one of them understood all too well. After surveying the group, Li Qinwu nodded in satisfaction. From his military perspective, these goblins would be combat-ready in 2 months with proper training. Coupled with the blacksmith's daily output of 30 spearheads, the day of the Cobalt tribe's annihilation was fast approaching. Casually tossing the baton aside, Li Qinwu addressed the assembled goblins with a commanding shout. "All of you, half-hour break. Dismissed." The goblins responded in unison before breaking formation. Some collapsed to the ground immediately, gasping for air. Standing motionless for an hour had been a grueling ordeal for these chaotic creatures. Once, a brave goblin had attempted to escape the tribe, hoping to live freely as a wild goblin. Li Qinwu, however, had chased him down with a group of kobolds over a 30-kilometer pursuit. Upon capture, the goblin was subjected to fist punishment. Every goblin in the tribe was ordered to punch him 10 times. With over 500 goblins, the unfortunate escapee had been reduced to a bloody pulp by the end. To drive the lesson home, Li Qinwu had the entire tribe urinate on the remains. This harrowing experience left a deep psychological scar on the goblins, ensuring that no one dared to attempt escape again. As the goblins scattered to rest, Li Qinwu called over Goblin Spear, one of the more competent individuals in the group. "Take 4 warriors and assign 1 to each formation. Teach them how to use spears. Keep training until dinner." "Yes, sir," Goblin Spear replied, bowing respectfully. Li Qinwu turned and began his routine inspection of the settlement. His first stop was the Special Forces unit. These larger goblins were undergoing professional training under Knight Leo, who was personally instructing them in the effective use of shields and axes to enhance their combat skills. Other human soldiers were conducting unknown training sessions. Despite the language barrier, demonstrations, gestures, and practical exercises were helping the goblins rapidly improve their abilities. Next, Li Qinwu visited the farmland, where humans and kobolds worked together to cultivate the land. A single human, overseeing 10 kobolds, could efficiently manage large plots of land. Among the laborers, the once proud Master Lance and Butler Mond had been reduced to digging in the dirt, like common laborers. The drastic change in status had left their faces twisted with bitterness, resembling nothing more than a pair of disgruntled vagrants. At the edge of the fields, Li Qinwu found an elderly farmer to consult. Having picked up some human language, he managed to communicate through gestures and simple words. The farmer explained that the forest soil was exceptionally fertile, with favorable weather conditions allowing for 3 wheat harvests per year. However, to further increase production, they would need to build irrigation systems like those in Goblin Fortress and plow the land more deeply. Qinwu rewarded the farmer with 10 pieces of dried meat and promised to allocate workers to dig irrigation canals. As for deep plowing, an idea struck him. Why not use the ogres? If we craft them tools like massive picks from the deep-sea titans, they could plow the fields while dragging equipment. Clearing 10 acres a day wouldn't be a problem. After making a round, Qinwu arrived at the nursery. It was a simple wooden hut built from rough timber, but its interior was thoughtfully arranged. Thick layers of straw and fur lined the beds to provide warmth, and adult goblins worked in shifts to ensure a steady supply of food and water. Except for those born with disabilities, the survival rate of the goblin infants here was remarkably high, just as resilient as the legendary twin-tailed pixies. It happened to be feeding time. A goblin with one ear led a group of a dozen goblins, carrying a large clay pot filled with steaming hot meat porridge. Upon spotting Qinwu, the one-eared goblin quickly set down the pot and scurried over to greet him. Boss. Qinwu scrutinized the goblin with a satisfied smile. Not bad. Looks like you're on the verge of evolving into a hobgoblin. The one-eared goblin grinned sheepishly. As the acting deputy leader, he was diligent in his duties, so Qinwu had rewarded him with 100 strips of crocodile jerky. The goblin had devoured them in just 10 days, and the magical properties of the meat seemed to have taken effect. Signs of evolution were beginning to show. Had grown to a height of 1.5 meters and seemed poised to grow even taller. However, from eating so much meat, he had become round and plump, resembling the previous leader in an amusing way. How's the hunting going lately? Is it manageable? Qinwu asked. Not bad. The one-eared goblin replied honestly. With the crossbows, hunting has become much easier. Plus, the fish traps by the river ensure we don't run out of prey. The only issue is that the kitchen staff is stretched thin. They're busy from morning till night. The tribe now had over 1,100 members, including 300 young goblins. Among them, more than 500 were full-time soldiers. Around 100 kobolds and humans worked in farming. Another 100 were blacksmiths, and only about 100 were left to handle hunting and logistical support. The one-eared goblin oversaw these workers, managing fish traps, preparing meals, organizing hunts, and caring for the young goblins. He was so overworked that he feared he might develop fatty liver. Qinwu patted his shoulder reassuringly. My hard-working deputy leader, thank you for your efforts. The manpower shortage is only temporary. Once the next generation of goblins grows up, you'll get first pick for reinforcements. Keep up the good work, things will keep getting better. The one-eared goblin shivered slightly, sensing something ominous in his leader's words. To avoid being worked to death, he quickly suggested, Boss, how about we raid other tribes? The hunting teams often encounter other goblin tribes while out. There have been conflicts, but with our crossbows, we've never lost. Qinwu's eyes lit up. How many are there on the other side? How many hobgoblins? The numbers vary, the one-eared goblin explained. Some tribes have as few as 50, while others have over 200. As for hobgoblins, each tribe usually has only one. That's the rule for goblin tribes. Only one hobgoblin can lead a tribe. If anyone shows signs of evolving, the leader will eliminate them. That's why goblin tribes can't grow stronger unless the leader evolves to a higher tier themselves. Only then will they allow other hobgoblins to exist, which improves the overall quality of the tribe. Qinwu made a quick decision. One ear, prepare a few guides for me tomorrow. They'll take care of those wild goblins myself. He realized that training soldiers alone wasn't enough. Real combat opportunities had to be seized. After the previous battle, Qinwu deeply realized the predicament of lacking a commander capable of leading troops and executing complex tactics. This operation provided a perfect opportunity to test his subordinates' ability to lead and potentially discover a few promising commanders. The nursery was bustling with activity. Was directing his subordinates to carry in food, while the goblin hatchlings swarmed forward, chattering noisily. Grabbed a wooden ladle and banged it forcefully against the edge of a pot. Duong, duong, duong. Quiet. Get your bowls. Line up. His thunderous roar silenced the hatchlings instantly. The little ones obediently went to fetch their clay bowls, quivering slightly. Standing to the side, Qinwu carefully observed the goblin hatchlings, now 5 days old. Thanks to sufficient nutrition, these tiny creatures had already developed basic motor skills. What astonished him even more was the goblin race's remarkable inheritance ability. The hatchlings were born understanding goblin language, could speak within 3 days, and had already formed a rudimentary worldview. Their rapid development far surpassed that of human children. A human child typically takes 10 years to acquire basic survival skills, yet goblins could discern danger and exhibit a clear inclination to admire strength within just 5 days. However, this seemingly powerful racial inheritance appeared to have a critical flaw. Once goblins reached adulthood, they could no longer gain further ancestral knowledge, leaving them cognitively stagnant at the level of a 10-year-old human child. Coupled with their chaotic nature, frequent infighting, attacks from magical beasts, natural disasters, and famine, their race struggled to thrive. Worse still, they had lost the ability to produce females, plunging their inheritance system into complete disarray. According to the system's entries, the goblin god had been besieged and killed by other deities, which made Qinwu realize that this world harbored many intriguing secrets. As he pondered the path forward, a sudden outburst from Izhir interrupted his thoughts. The goblin pulled out a small branch from his waist and yanked a line-cutting hatchling out of the queue. Swinging his arm wide, he delivered a series of sharp blows. Dare to cut in line, do you? Little brat, if you don't learn discipline now, you'll never survive the first round of 3 draws and 1 kill out there. The punished hatchling's rear turned bright red as it wailed loudly, then was sent to stand facing the wall by the door, forbidden from eating. Qinwu stood there, dumbfounded. The sight of Izhir, with his round belly, wearing a shirt made of beast hide, a grass rope tied around his waist, one hand on his hip and the other clutching the stick, was the spitting image of a stern school disciplinarian. What surprised him even more was that Izhir had not only mastered these disciplinary methods, but also understood concepts like numbers 50, 100 despite Qinwu never teaching him such things. As for the punished goblin hatchling, Qinwu speculated that if left unchecked, the little one would likely grow up to be a troublemaker, either scheming and meeting a grim end, stealing and being hanged, or bullying others and taking pride in it, only to be executed during military drills for breaking rules. But now, Izhir's strict bamboo shoot stir-fry might instill the importance of discipline in the young goblin early on, laying the groundwork for enduring the 3-hour posture training required for their comingafage ceremony. Just as humans need to instill discipline in children from a young age, goblins too must be guided early to adapt to their harsh survival laws. With this thought, Qinwu waved over Izhir, who had just finished distributing the food. Smiling warmly, he announced, "Oh, my dear brother Izhir, you've been promoted. From now on, you are the tribe's executive deputy chief, with the additional title of chief disciplinarian." The next day, Qinwu gathered all the spears from the tribe and distributed them to a team of 100 goblins. He selected 5 commanders from his system's soldiers, Gobuma, Gobu archer, and 3 goblin warriors, and instructed them to take turns leading the goblin team in attacks against wild goblin tribes. To motivate them, Qinwu introduced a reward. Whoever captured the most prisoners would earn the title of Invincible General and receive 100 strips of dried meat. Although the title sounded somewhat absurd, the allure of the dried meat was enough to energize the 5 goblin commanders. Qinwu clearly stipulated that the 5 commanders would take turns leading the team, while the other 4 could only observe and were not allowed to intervene. On the first day, warrior number 1 led the 100 spear-wielding goblins in an attack on a wild goblin tribe of approximately 300 members. Warrior number 1 believed that the larger the tribe, the more captives they could capture, so he targeted this sizable enemy group. However, things did not go as he had anticipated. As they approached the tribe, they were spotted by the opposing hunting party, which quickly sounded the alarm back at the tribe. Soon, the leader of the wild goblins rallied his forces to resist, and the 2 sides clashed in a fierce battle. Although the wild goblins greatly outnumbered them, Qinwu's goblins were equipped with spears and crocodile hide armor, making them unfazed by the numerical disadvantage. With a flurry of spear thrusts, the wild goblins cried out in pain. During the charge, the wild goblins had little chance to fight back and scattered into the underbrush, leaving no opportunity to capture prisoners. Warrior number 1 was left utterly bewildered by the outcome. After the battle, they tallied the results. Warrior number 1 had managed to capture only 22 prisoners. Although they had killed over 100 wild goblins, Qinwu valued the number of captives far more than the enemy's corpses. Disappointed by such a poor performance, he gave warrior number 1 a critical evaluation. However, it was worth noting that the goblins themselves had performed admirably. The spear-wielding goblins, in particular, emerged unscathed despite facing triple their numbers, thanks to their superior equipment and coordinated teamwork. Impressed by their performance, Qinwu rewarded them by promoting 20 brave goblins to the roles of squad leaders and vice leaders, each receiving 10 strips of dried meat. These new leaders would command small squads of 8 goblins and take on essential military leadership duties within the tribe. This arrangement sparked subtle changes among the remaining goblins who had not participated in the battle. Watching their peers get promoted, some ambitious goblins felt a surge of determination. They began striving quietly, believing they too might have a chance to climb the ranks and earn greater rewards. On the second day, the spears were redistributed to another group of goblins. This time, warrior number 2 led the team. Unlike the reckless approach of warrior number 1, warrior number 2 opted to wait until nightfall to launch the attack. As one of the earliest system soldiers recruited by Qinwu, warrior number 2 had participated in the nighttime coup with him and had gained considerable experience in night combat. As such, he decided to employ a night raid tactic. However, the wild goblins' vigilance was clearly superior to that of ordinary tribes. Halfway through their approach, warrior number 2's team was spotted by nocturnal sentries, and the enemy swiftly raised their guard. Even so, Warrior number 2 remained composed. Letting out a furious curse, he immediately ordered the spear-wielding goblins to launch a full assault. The battle erupted within minutes. Despite being detected, Warrior number 2's team used their superior weaponry and the advantage of night to overwhelm the enemy. In the chaos, many wild goblins managed to flee into the underbrush, but a significant number were caught off guard and captured. When they counted the captives, Warrior number 2's results far exceeded those of Warrior number 1. He successfully captured 60 prisoners 3 times as many as Warrior number 1. Although the surprise attack's effectiveness had been limited, Warrior number 2 clearly demonstrated more strategic thinking and made full use of the advantages of night combat. Qinwu was pleased with this outcome. While the raid did not meet all his expectations, Warrior number 2's performance was a marked improvement over Warrior number 1's failure, leaving Qinwu feeling somewhat gratified. Although his combat performance wasn't perfect, Qinwu noticed his progress, which was exactly what he had been hoping for. Warrior number 2 had upgraded his tactics based on Warrior number 1's approach, demonstrating excellent critical thinking, the very mindset Qinwu sought to cultivate. As a reward, Qinwu gave him 10 strips of jerky. Noticing Warrior number 1 staring blankly, Qinwu couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Before Warrior number 3 set out, Qinwu gathered everyone for a brief meeting. Brothers, our equipment, organization, and morale are now strong enough to dominate 90 of the forces in the Demon Forest. Victory is the bare minimum. To truly excel, you must use your brains. I want to see your thought process, to see each of you improve upon the tactics of those before you. Think hard, how will you surpass the previous plans? Hearing this, Warrior number 3 appeared deep in thought as he led his team out. He spent an entire day pondering before deciding to launch a nighttime attack, but with a twist to his strategy. He led his troops in a fierce charge into the wild goblin tribe, striking down any resistance and capturing the cowardly goblins. Meanwhile, he himself stormed straight to the center of the tribe to confront their leader. The goblin leader, though stronger in stamina by over 10 points, could only withstand 3 rounds before Warrior number 3's axe split him in 2. Your leader is dead. From now on, I am your new leader. Warrior number 3 roared at the surrounding goblins, holding the severed head of their former leader aloft. The wild goblins froze upon seeing their leader's demise. Many didn't flee but instead lowered their heads and submitted to being tied up. In the end, the results were tallied. 30 goblins were killed in the initial assault, while over 160 wild goblins were captured, more than the sum of all previous missions combined. Qinwu patted Warrior number 3 on the shoulder, giving him a thumbs up. Well done. You struck down the enemy leader with lightning speed, intimidating the entire tribe. I see your strategic thinking and reward you with 10 strips of jerky. Also, I'm giving you a name. From now on, you'll be called Gobking. Qinwu casually came up with the name, and Gobking's cheeks flushed red. Seeing the envious glances from his comrades, he felt a surge of pride and a newfound sense of honor. On the 4th day, it was Gobmo's turn to lead the mission. As one of Qinwu's earliest followers, Qinwu took extra care and deliberately placed him later in the rotation, allowing him to learn from the experiences of his predecessors and devise an even better strategy. Gobmo pondered for a long time before deciding to stick with a nighttime assault and the decapitation tactic. However, he made a bold decision to split his forces. He believed that Gobking's strategy was already impressive, so to surpass it, he had to capture even the escaping wild goblins. Thus, he planned to surround the entire wild goblin tribe, personally take out the leader, and have the spear-wielding goblins encircle the enemy to prevent any escape. The plan sounded flawless, but its execution had some gaps. Gobmo divided the spear-wielding goblins into 4 groups to encircle the tribe, while he charged in and successfully killed the leader. However, due to poor communication, the spear-wielding goblins lacked coordination, and the encirclement was incomplete. As a result, dozens of wild goblins managed to escape. Despite this, Qinwu was overjoyed. He had always hoped to train officers capable of executing divided force tactics, and Gobmo's bold attempt was a welcome surprise. Qinwu praised him enthusiastically and rewarded him with a whole day to play with the wood mice. Next, it was Gobgong's turn to take on the mission. The other warriors watched him with a mix of amusement and skepticism. They believed that tactics had already evolved to near perfection with Gobmo's strategy, leaving little room for Gobgong to innovate. However, Gobgong's approach left everyone stunned. He chose neither a nighttime attack nor an encirclement strategy. Instead, he had the spear-wielding goblins hide far away while he infiltrated the wild goblin tribe alone. Acting solo, he successfully avoided the patrols. As he neared the tribe, he drew his bow, aimed without hesitation, and released an arrow that struck the wild goblin leader straight in the head. The goblins froze, stunned by the sight of their leader being killed with a single arrow. Gobgong calmly walked into the tribe, chopped off the leader's head with his axe, and declared confidently, "From now on, I am your leader." Any objections? This time, not only did he capture the entire tribe, but he also left the remaining 4 warriors deeply impressed. They all turned to Li Qinwu, awaiting his judgment. Li Qinwu stroked his chin and smiled faintly. This is the power of advanced weapons over traditional tactics. Watch and learn, everyone. I hereby declare Gobgong the invincible general and reward him with 100 strips of jerky. The other 4 warriors looked on with a mix of envy and admiration, while Gobgong proudly waved his bow, thoroughly satisfied with his accomplishment. In the following days, 500 spear-wielding goblins split into groups and launched frequent raids to hunt down and capture wild goblins roaming the surrounding areas. This served both as training and expansion, resulting in the capture of a significant number of laborers. Whenever they caught wild goblins, they would beat them mercilessly, ignoring any distinctions, until the captives submitted, their cries of pain echoing through the air. Li Qinwu promoted the most outstanding spear-wielding soldiers to take charge of taming these wild goblins. The first step involved 3 hours of standing in military formation, forcing the wild goblins to stand tall and upright in the ranks. Anyone who dared to move was immediately struck with a military baton. The spear goblin squad leader patrolled the formation with a cold glare, ready to deal with violators. Those caught breaking the rules were marked with a white chalk line on their bodies, and after 3 offenses, they were executed on the spot with a spear without hesitation or mercy. The wild goblin taming training lasted 3 days. While short, it was rigorous and highly effective. As the tribe was in desperate need of manpower, any goblin that could show basic obedience was immediately assigned to labor duties. Out of every 10 wild goblins, 7 or 8 were typically tamed successfully. These newly integrated civilized goblins quickly bolstered the tribe's population, filling positions in logistics and hunting teams. With these additions, the tribe's operations regained their efficiency. The spear-wielding goblins spent their days chasing and capturing wild goblins, not only expanding the tribe's forces, but also honing their military skills. The 5 squad commanders gradually developed basic command techniques through continuous combat experience. Meanwhile, the blacksmith's workshop was producing an increasing number of spears, and now half of the spear-wielding goblins were equipped with iron-tipped weapons. The tribe's military strength grew steadily, and the time to eliminate the kobolds was drawing near. Li Qinwu himself began leading hunting expeditions for horned crocodiles. This served 2 purposes: to allow the physically superior hobgoblins to advance and improve the overall strength of the forces, and to address food shortages. The tribe's population had surged, and with the fields still a month away from yielding crops, the community relied heavily on the 100 crossbow-wielding goblins in the hunting team and the wild potato fields near the mines. These resources were barely sufficient to sustain daily operations, but a large-scale military campaign would drastically increase food consumption, which the current supplies could not support. To quickly stockpile wartime provisions, Li Qinwu personally led the hunting parties, taking advantage of the system's enhanced drop rates to aggressively hunt horned crocodiles. Before long, the warehouse was filled to the brim with system-provided meat, easing the logistical pressure. However, just as things were looking up, an envoy suddenly arrived from Longya. To his surprise, the envoy brought along an unexpected old acquaintance, the captured dog-headed shaman. The shaman was now a pitiful sight. One leg crippled, his body covered in scars, his fur patchy and falling out, his head entirely bald, and even his tail severed. He looked utterly wretched. Li Qinwu clicked his tongue in disdain, having assumed the shaman had long been executed by Longya. He hadn't expected him to still be alive. What Li Qinwu didn't know was that as a system-designated NPC, the dog-headed shaman had an innate loyalty to him. Despite enduring torture, the shaman had never betrayed him. Longya, astonished by this unyielding loyalty to an enemy, couldn't help but feel a sense of respect and decided to keep him alive out of curiosity. The meeting was arranged at Li Qinwu's new residence. The Cobalt envoy, wearing a necklace of beast teeth across his chest, bowed deeply to Li Qinwu with utmost respect and said, "Honorable Goblin Chief, my lord Longya sends his regards. There have been serious misunderstandings between us. As neighbors, we should strive for harmonious coexistence." Li Qinwu's gaze lingered on the battered and broken state of the dog-headed shaman. With a cold sneer, he pointed at the shaman and said, "This subordinate of mine was reduced to half a person by your hands, and you call that a misunderstanding?" The envoy maintained a calm tone. "Goblin Chief, your follower once poisoned the tribute meat, resulting in the deaths of nearly 100 of our warriors. Chief Longya showed great leniency by sparing his life. Now, we return him to you as a gesture of goodwill. What is your response to this?" Li Qinwu's eyes widened as he stared at Yinyan's dog shaman, unable to hide his shock. This creature's poisoning skills were astonishing, taking out over 100 kobold warriors in one go. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. If the poisoning hadn't succeeded, and Longya had led 200 kobolds into battle, the outcome would have been hard to predict. Seated on the crude throne made of beast bones, Li Qinwu felt a mix of luck and discomfort as the rough surface pressed painfully against him. The throne had been left behind by Longya during his hasty retreat and was now displayed as a trophy in Li Qinwu's quarters. However, its shoddy craftsmanship made it an extremely uncomfortable seat. Rising to his feet, Li Qinwu pointed at the bone throne and addressed the messenger. I accept Longya's gesture of goodwill. The monster forest is vast, and there's no need for us to fight each other. You can take this pile of bones back. Consider it my response. He paused, his tone turning serious. However, my mage has informed me that the ogres are furious because their children have been imprisoned. They're growing increasingly restless, and I can't restrain them for much longer. If you want lasting peace, release the ogre younglings and let them reunite with their families. Yes, Goblin Chief. I will faithfully convey your message to Chief Longya. The messenger said with a respectful bow, his face lighting up with joy. To him, retrieving the throne they had failed to take last time was already an achievement. After the messenger left with the bone throne and Li Qinwu's message, Hannah, the translator, approached him cautiously and asked in a low voice, "Do you really intend to coexist peacefully with them?" Li Qinwu cast her a cold glance, his voice low but every word sharp and deliberate. "Remember this, Miss Hannah. In this world, there are only two kinds of goblins: those who are cunning and deceitful, and those who are deceitful and cunning." With that, his gaze shifted to the dog shaman. The shaman, noticing Li Qinwu's eyes on him, immediately tensed up, stammering nervously, unsure of what to say. Li Qinwu raised his large hand, and the shaman instinctively let out a whimper, shutting his eyes tightly, thinking he was about to be struck. But instead, Li Qinwu's hand gently landed on the shaman's bald dog head, softly ruffling it. "You've had it rough," Li Qinwu said with a sigh. While the shaman's predicament was partly self-inflicted, he had indeed completed his mission, taking out so many kobolds and significantly contributing to the victory. "Boss," the dog shaman was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with emotion. "Boss, this kindness is too great. I can never repay it." "Enough with the whining," Li Qinwu interrupted. "You spent so much time with Longya. Tell me everything about their current situation." The dog shaman took a moment to compose himself before recounting what he knew. After his defeat, Longya had immediately returned to his tribe to prepare for war. Among kobolds, the physical differences between males and females were minimal, but females were typically valued for their ability to bear young and were usually protected within the tribe. However, faced with the threat of outsiders, even the female kobolds had been mobilized. Additionally, Longya was working to integrate more wild kobold tribes to bolster his forces. By the time the dog shaman was released, Longya's tribe had doubled in size and was undergoing military training, equipping kobolds with wooden spears and shields, clearly learning from their previous defeat. Li Qinwu merely scoffed at this information. He now had access to iron weapons, which could easily crush those still stuck in the Stone Age. His goblins reproduced quickly and matured rapidly. While they were often unruly, his strict military discipline, where failure to pass training meant execution, had created a highly organized and disciplined force under immense pressure. Can Longya train his soldiers like this? Out of 100, you might need to kill 20 good ones, and over 40 bad ones, to whip them into shape. Can kobolds even handle that kind of attrition? Li Qinwu laughed heartily, then continued leading his troops to hunt horned crocodiles, paying no heed to Longya's movements. After all, once his preparations were complete, he was determined to wipe Longya out. 3 days later, the kobold envoy once again stepped into the goblin camp, this time accompanied by an ogre cub towering at a height of 2 meters. The cub's skin was a grayish-green, and though still young, it already possessed an adult's physique. Its eyes revealed a mix of confusion and fear. Seeing this, Li Qinwu immediately gestured with a wave of his hand. Several goblins quickly ran to the construction site and summoned 5 adult ogres who had been carrying stones. As soon as the towering figures saw the cub, the atmosphere became charged with emotion. "Mimi!" The 5 ogres roared in unison, their voices filled with disbelief and overwhelming joy. They rushed forward, surrounding the cub and wrapping their thick arms tightly around it. Their wails of happiness echoed throughout the camp. Miss Hannah, standing nearby, softly translated, "They're saying Mimi has finally returned, and they'll never be separated again." Li Qinwu nodded slightly, recalling the story Dang Dang had once told him. This ogre family had lived a simple, peaceful life in a mountain cave. During a time of food scarcity, all the adult ogres went out to search for sustenance, leaving only 2 cubs to guard their home. It was then that the Longya tribe seized the opportunity to raid the cave, abducting the 2 cubs as leverage to control the entire ogre family. Li Qinwu turned to the kobold envoy, his gaze sharp. "There's still one more ogre cub in your hands. If you truly want peace, release him as well." The envoy's face twisted into a forced smile, his sharp teeth glinting in the sunlight. "Goblin Chief, while the Longya chief desires peace as well, he also needs assurances. The other ogre cub is well taken care of, and perhaps, if we achieve lasting peace in the future, the Longya chief might release him." Li Qinwu snorted coldly, fully understanding the subtext of the envoy's words. If the 2 tribes went to war, and Li Qinwu dared to deploy the ogres in battle, the Longya tribe would kill the remaining cub in retaliation. This didn't concern Li Qinwu, however. Even without the ogres, he was confident that his goblins alone could crush the Lanya tribe's forces. Impatiently, he waved the envoy away and turned to head toward the riverside smithy. Over the past few days, the smithy had produced over 500 iron anchors, equipping all the elite goblin troops. The iron weapons gleamed with a cold, menacing light under the sun. "Chief, what should we produce next?" Tyoka asked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Qinwu surveyed the surroundings and thought for a moment. "Make 40 iron helmets with visors to improve the warrior's survival on the battlefield." Considering the goblin warrior's lack of ranged attack capabilities, he added, "Also, produce a batch of javelins. That way, when our warriors engage enemy infantry, they can first throw a volley of javelins to disrupt their charge formation." After assigning the new production tasks, Qinwu continued leading his troops in training and leveling up. Over time, the number of system-enhanced goblin warriors steadily grew. Finally, one day, Gobo Bao gained enough experience to level up, becoming the first Tier 4 unit under Qinwu's command. Goblin Veteran Archer. Vitality, 25. Control, 30. Endurance, 25. Cunning, 25. Social, 10. Intelligence, 10. Bow, crossbow, and running skill proficiencies all upgraded to 200. Without hesitation, Qinwu spent 250 dinars to hit the upgrade button. In an instant, Gobo Bao's body underwent a noticeable transformation. Its muscles swelled, especially those used for shooting, such as the chest, back, shoulders, and arms. The enhancements made it seem as though it had been fortified with advanced technology, reaching at least the strength level of a Kuno. Brimming with excitement, Qinwu dragged Gobo Bao to the wilderness, eager to test its archery skills. He pointed at a tree 100 meters away. "Shoot that tree." Gobo Bao moved swiftly, raising its bow and letting loose an arrow almost instantly. With a sharp whoosh, the arrow struck the distant tree trunk with precision. "Impressive, quick and accurate," Qinwu praised, then pointed to a tree even farther away. "Now shoot that one, 150 meters out." After a brief aim, Gobo Bao released another arrow, which also hit its mark. "Beautiful," Qinwu shouted in excitement, deciding to up the challenge. This time, shoot the tree with red leaves 200 meters away. This time, Gobo Bao took a little longer to aim, raising the bow high to account for the distance. The arrow soared through the air in a graceful arc, but it fell just short, landing on the ground in front of the red-leafed tree, missing by a hair. Goblin Archer shook his head in disappointment. The lightweight bow in his hands clearly failed to meet his expectations. Qinwu, observing the ease and precision with which Goblin Archer handled his shots, immediately realized the issue. Without hesitation, he strode to the armory and fetched a finely crafted noble bow. "Try this one," Qinwu said, offering the noble bow. Goblin Archer accepted it, running his fingers along the bow's polished frame. After pulling the string a few times to test its tension, a satisfied expression crossed his face. This bow has the strength I need," he remarked. With practiced efficiency, he knocked an arrow, his sharp gaze locking onto a distant target. Moments later, the arrow whistled through the air and struck the red tree 200 meters away with unerring accuracy. "Excellent. A true marksman," Qinwu exclaimed, overjoyed. Without hesitation, he gifted the noble bow to Goblin Archer, recognizing the immense strategic value of having a sharpshooter capable of striking targets at such a distance. The day's training yielded outstanding results. All 40 system soldiers advanced to level 3 Goblin warriors, and among them emerged a level 4 veteran archer. Additionally, 500 Goblin spearmen completed their training, fully equipped with weapons and ready for battle the next day. As evening fell, Qinwu hosted a grand banquet. The feast was lavish, with an abundance of food and drink. Tribe members ate heartily, while others sought entertainment near the beast pens, showing no signs of concern for the upcoming conflict. They all understood that earning military achievements would not only bring extra rations, but also a chance to rise in rank. Everyone was eager to prove their worth. After the banquet, Qinwu returned to his modest wooden cabin with Dog Shaman. Lying on the animal's skin-covered wooden bed, he stared at the rough ceiling. The Dog Shaman, clutching his staff, stood nervously by the bedside. "Boss, are you sure about this? The fear technique doesn't cause physical harm, but the process is quite painful," he said hesitantly. "Stop stalling and get on with it," Qinwu urged. With a resigned sigh, the Dog Shaman began his spell. A dark purple energy began to coalesce, eventually forming a mist that seeped directly into Qinwu's body. His breathing quickened, but he did not resist. Instead, he embraced the fearsome energy. As his consciousness began to waver and the purple-black fog clouded his eyes, Qinwu slipped into a dream of the future. He saw the monster forest years later, transformed into a vast and thriving monster empire. The once untamed wilderness had been reshaped into orderly farmland. Towering ogres, like living plows, hauled heavy tools, while goblins with hoes followed behind, meticulously tending the soil. An intricate network of irrigation channels crisscrossed the land, punctuated by large water wheels every 100 meters, drawing river water into the fields. The harvested crops were loaded onto carts by goblins and transported to villages established by intelligent monsters, then distributed to larger towns and cities. This empire, home to tens of thousands of villages and thousands of towns, was inhabited by over 10 intelligent species, including goblins, humans, kobolds, and ogres, all recognized as lawful citizens of the empire. Though occasional conflicts arose between the races, Qinwu's policies ensured steady progress for the empire until one day, the so-called forces of the Good and Orderly Alliance launched an all-out assault. In the west, humans; in the south, orcs; in the north, elves; and in the east, dwarves. Nearly 100 crusading armies gathered and launched a fierce assault on the empire from all four directions. These armies invaded the empire's territory, slaughtering any magical creatures they encountered with ruthless efficiency. Farmlands were trampled, villages burned, and cities occupied, acts befitting only warriors of chaos and evil. They showed no remorse, simply because their target was an empire composed of 80 intelligent magical beings. Even those of their own kind who had joined the empire for various reasons were shown no mercy. Humans deemed their kin heretics and hung them in the streets. Elves branded their kin as blasphemers and incinerated them with magical flames. Orcs threw their kin into arenas to be torn apart by beasts. Dwarves cast their kin into the darkest caves, leaving them to starve to death. Faced with the threat of annihilation, the empire's supreme ruler, Qinwu, immediately initiated a wartime mobilization, swiftly organizing nearly 100 legions to defend the homeland. In the early stages of the war, the empire gained the upper hand thanks to its more advanced weaponry and progressive military strategies. Some legions even managed to push the front lines back to the human capital. However, the gods intervened, sending their chosen champions Heroesto the mortal world. These divine-blooded heroes, wielding their sacred artifacts, were powerful enough to single-handedly annihilate entire legions. The empire's forces suffered devastating losses. To make matters worse, mythical creatures from ancient legends awoke from their hidden lairs and joined the assault on the empire. These colossal and terrifying beings possessed overwhelming destructive power, impervious even to magical attacks from enchanted weapons. Under such relentless attacks from all sides, the empire's defenses crumbled in less than a year. The crusading armies advanced all the way to the empire's capital. Tens of millions of the empire's citizens perished in the massacres, forbidden spells erupted like nuclear bombs across towns, and the destruction of factories and farmland left the empire in ruins. The empire existed in name only. Standing atop the heights of the capital, Qinwu gazed down at what was once a flourishing land. His golden armor was dented and battered, his sword broken, and his body bore the scars of countless battles. All that remained of the empire's former glory was rubble and ash. The capital, once a proud city home to nearly 1 million intelligent magical beings, had been the heart of the empire's achievements in economics, technology, and culture. The grand highway that once spanned the empire from north to south, a symbol of its progress, was now a wasteland. In the distance, enemy forces roamed freely, capturing citizens of the empire and executing them in corners. Steel war machines rampaged through the streets, destroying the infrastructure that had once been the empire's marvel. The air was thick with the stench of blood and smoke, and the shadow of death loomed over every corner of the city. At that moment, a golden dragon descended from the skies, hovering before Qinwu. Her massive golden eyes, larger than Qinwu himself, gleamed with unrestrained mockery as she stared at him. With a burst of dragon fire, Qinwu's body was obliterated in an instant. The empire, at last, was no more. Qinwu suddenly woke up from a nightmare, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. In the vivid hallucination, he had witnessed his homeland being invaded and his compatriots mercilessly slaughtered. The deep-seated shame and indignation coursing through him made his heart race uncontrollably. He turned sharply, his eyes radiating such intense killing intent that his loyal companion, the dog-like creature Wu, recoiled in fear, stumbling and falling to the ground. It was only then that Qinwu realized he was still trapped in the remnants of the hallucination. Rubbing his sore eyes, the murderous aura dissipated, though he remained visibly drained and exhausted. Wu, what I saw in the fierce spell, was it really just an illusion? He asked quietly. Wu, relieved to see his master had regained his composure, exhaled deeply and explained, "Boss, I only gained this spell by offering tribute to the cursed dragon's idol. I don't fully understand how it works." Qinwu responded softly. "So, you're like a specialist, someone who knows how to use a phone but doesn't understand the technology behind it. If you want to learn more spells, you'll have to keep offering tribute to the cursed dragon." He paused thoughtfully. Unlike Hannah, who's more of an academic type, she can analyze the principles of magic and even create her own spells. Wu added, "The cursed dragon's sister is the fabled dragon. Maybe their magic has some common ground." Qinwu gestured for Wu to leave, then gazed at the humble ceiling above, murmuring to himself, fear magic, and prophecy magic. Could they really be connected? The next morning, over 600 soldiers gathered in formation at the center of the tribe. At the forefront stood Qinwu system soldiers, fully equipped with crocodilian heavy armor, iron-faced helmets, battle axes, javelins, and wooden shields. Behind them were 5 goblin units, clad in crocodilian light armor, wearing rigid crocodilian helmets, and armed with short spears. Each unit was commanded by a system soldier. The results of 2 months of rigorous training were evident. The soldiers stood in perfect formation, eyes forward, exuding discipline and solemnity. Qinwu surveyed the troops with satisfaction before declaring loudly, "Warriors, today marks the day you reap the rewards of your sweat and blood. From this moment forward, we are the disciplinary army. Disciplinary army. Disciplinary army. Disciplinary army." The synchronized chants echoed like thunder. Qinwu raised his hand, and the chanting ceased abruptly. Remember the motto of the disciplinary army: punish enemies, punish beasts, punish gods. Those who stand in our way shall perish, even if they are gods. Kill, kill, kill. The soldiers' morale surged, their battle cries filled with unrelenting determination. Drawing his longsword, Qinwu pointed toward the Cobalt tribe's direction. The forest of monsters cannot accommodate 2 large intelligent species. For the future of our tribe, for your own glory, follow me to battle. Seize victory, earn titles. Amid deafening roars, the disciplinary army marched forth on their campaign. Move out! A commanding voice echoed through the formation, igniting a surge of excitement across the entire tribe. The goblin army, armed with spears, stood in orderly ranks, their gear gleaming coldly under the sunlight. Standing on either side of the formation, the hunters left behind to guard the tribe gazed on with envy in their eyes. This army was not only well equipped, but also had the chance to earn rewards through military achievements. A group of goblin younglings jostled to the front of the crowd, their wide eyes fixed on Qinwu as he issued orders, their innate admiration for strength deeply stirred. Among the crowd bidding farewell were not just goblins. Humans, ogres, and kobolds had also gathered. The burly ogres let out loud, guttural cries of "Oh! Oh!" their way of wishing the little green soldiers success in recapturing the stolen jujui. The kobolds, on the other hand, were too preoccupied marveling at the army's imposing presence to express any objections to the fact that this force was marching to attack their own kin. In an era where ethnic identity had yet to awaken, having a full stomach in the goblin tribe was more than enough. At the back of the crowd, the figure of Butler Mond could be glimpsed, his expression dark and severe. He watched Qinwu's every move, a growing sense of unease gnawing at him. Qinwu was in the process of transforming the untamed goblins into an organized, disciplined social force. Combined with their astonishing reproductive capabilities, this power, once fully developed, could prove even more terrifying than the evil dragon. As the army disappeared into the distance, Butler Mond quietly approached young Master Lance, who was on his way to work. These days, Lance had shed his once luxurious silk garments for coarse linen attire, his skin tanned, and his frame sturdy from labor. When Butler Mond suggested escaping, Lance nearly toppled headfirst into the irrigation ditch. "Are you out of your mind?" Lance hissed, keeping his voice low. The last goblin deserter was hunted down over 30 miles away. But Butler Mond was relentless, carefully laying out the favorable timing for an escape. However, to his surprise, Lance let out a sigh, his gaze shifting to the newly cultivated fields nearby. "And what would we return to?" Lance said softly. "Ever since Father joined the rebellion, we've lost our place in human society. Here, at least, I've found a simple life work, harvest, and enough to eat." The chief said that while the cultivated land belongs to the collective, individuals are granted 60 years of usage rights. "Isn't that as good as having my own land?" Butler Mond stood frozen in place. In the young master's shining eyes, he saw a genuine yearning for this humble, honest way of life. The Mond steward stared at young Master Lance in utter disbelief. The former human noble was now bent over, toiling in the fields, and claimed to have found inner peace working as a farmer under a goblin warlord. "Young master," the steward exclaimed, his voice filled with anguish. "That goblin leader is a catastrophic threat. Goblins have always been a chaotic and disordered race. Any tribe that grows too large inevitably collapses. Scholars have shown that the largest wild goblin tribes barely exceed 400 members. But look at this place: over 1,000 goblins, organized, with no infighting, no divisions." He took a few hurried steps forward, his voice growing more frantic. "This goblin warlord commands 500 trained soldiers now, but in the future, he could expand to 5,000, or even 50,000. Do you realize what it would mean for this world if goblins mastered order? It would be a disaster of unimaginable proportions. We must return to the human kingdom at once, warn the High Council, and send an army to eradicate this goblin warlord before it's too late." Lance furrowed his brow and remained silent. With Miss Hannah and Knight Leo already away on their missions, the steward's desperation grew. He was practically hopping in frustration, pinning all his hopes on young Master Lance. After a long pause, Lance finally turned and walked back to the fields. As he dug into the soil, he spoke calmly. The rise or fall of the kingdom means nothing to me. I just want a peaceful life. Besides, my entire family was killed by the kingdom, yet here among the goblins, our losses have been minimal. As the leader said, this is the monster force tweet are the invaders. It's only natural for him to enslave us. Stop trying to persuade me, Mond. I won't leave with you, nor will I betray them. If you want to go, you'll have to go alone. Mond staggered backward, horrified by what he saw as Lance's fall from grace. His mind raced with images of Qinwu's accomplishments building water wheels, digging canals, reclaiming farmland, constructing blast furnaces, and training soldiers for war. Under his leadership, the once chaotic goblins had become astonishingly organized. For the sake of humanity's future, this goblin warlord had to be stopped. Even if Mond had to go west alone, he would deliver the warning. Meanwhile, Qinwu led his army into Cobalt-controlled territory. Although the shortest route passed through the gray-black banyan tree, he chose to avoid it to prevent any potential plague from the hundreds of rotting Cobalt corpses left behind by earlier battles. Instead, he had Dog Shaman guide the troops on a detour. After half a day of travel, the army finally reached the Cobalt hunting grounds. In the forest, the movements of Dragon Fang's Cobalt sentries could be faintly seen. As soon as the sentries spotted the approaching goblin army, they turned to flee and report the attack. But the air was soon filled with the whistling of arrows. Gobo Bao, wielding a noble's bow, picked off the sentries one by one within sight. However, a few managed to escape, using the dense forest as cover. Boss, there were too many trees. A few of the sentries got away, Gobo Bao reported. Qinwu, however, seemed entirely unfazed by the situation. No worries, we never expected to take out all the sentries. Just eliminate as many as possible and make sure they don't get close enough for reconnaissance. The troops advanced along a narrow hunting trail, flanked by towering ancient forests. The dense canopy blocked out the sky, casting the path into shadow. The trail was so tight that only one person could pass at a time, forcing the group into a long, single-file line. Suddenly, Dog Shaman, who was leading the way, came to an abrupt stop. He lifted his nose high, sniffing the air intently. Boss, there's a strong stench up ahead. Looks like there's a small kobold tribe nearby, less than 100 of them. Upon hearing this, Qinwu immediately drew his longsword and gave the order to attack. The goblin warriors quickly unsheathed their weapons and advanced in formation. After a few hundred meters, the trail opened into a clearing. Scattered within it were a few shabby animal hide tents and rudimentary caves. However, the charging goblins soon froze in their tracks. The clearing was occupied by only a dozen or so elderly kobolds, many of them frail, with patches of fur missing and emaciated figures. Instead of panicking at the sight of the goblins, the old kobolds simply lay on their backs, exposing their bellies in a gesture of complete surrender. Boss, do these old guys count towards military merit if we kill them? Goblin Spear, gripping his axe, hesitated as he asked. Qinwu waved his hand, signaling the troops to lower their weapons. No need to kill them. This doesn't count as military merit. We'll set up camp here and rest for the night. We'll resume the fight tomorrow morning. Lady Hannah glanced at the feeble kobolds and walked up to Qinwu, speaking softly. What's your plan for dealing with them? Qinwu was busy tossing dried meat and vegetables into a boiling clay pot. Without looking up, he replied, ignore them. I'm here to overthrow the Longya regime, not commit genocide. In the future, the kobolds will be subjects under my rule. There's no need to slaughter harmless elders. Lady Hannah pondered for a moment before offering a suggestion. Chief, if you want a race to truly submit, force alone isn't enough. You also need to show them kindness. Her sudden use of formal honorifics made Qinwu chuckle. Considering that she was a potential marriage candidate in the Mount Blade system and her advice was reasonable, decided to humor her. Leave the dishwater for these old kobolds, he barked to the troops. Your lord is a merciful soul. On the morning of the second day, the troops resumed their march. Along the way, they passed through villages abandoned by the kobolds, with only a few elderly and weak individuals left behind to guard them. The entire unit moved forward unimpeded, encountering no resistance. Qinwu squinted his eyes, fully aware of the situation. This was Longya deliberately consolidating his forces in preparation for a decisive battle. By the third day, when the troops reached the kobolds' central settlement, the dog priest's nose twitched violently. With a grave expression, he warned, the scent ahead is unusually strong. There's a massive gathering of kobolds. Qinwu immediately issued orders to prepare for battle. The troops emerged from the forest in an orderly manner, forming neat ranks in an open field. Before them lay the kobolds' core settlement, a chaotic sprawl of animal hide tents and underground burrows. Over 2,000 kobolds stood ready, lined up along the settlement's edge. Their threatening barks rose and fell in waves, creating a deafening cacophony that grated on the nerves. My lord, Knight Leo rode up to Qinwu, his face pale with urgency. The enemy outnumbers us 4-1. I suggest we retreat for now and reconsider our strategy. Li Qinwu's gaze remained fixed on the disorganized kobold ranks opposite him. A confident smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Knight Leo, have your men ready for battle. Today is a day for the history books. Let it be written that on September 12th, year 4352 of the divine calendar, the disciplinary army, under my command, annihilated the Longya regime and established the empire's dominance over the magic forest. Knight Leo couldn't fathom the source of the goblin warlord's confidence. What he didn't know was that Li Qinwu's assurance stemmed from the technological superiority of iron weaponry, rigorous military training, and the strict three-tin-kill policy that forged unmatched discipline among his forces. While Longya could muster 2,000 troops on home ground, this chaotic army lacked even the basics of formation and coordinated combat, let alone the capability for sustained warfare. Striding out from the ranks, Li Qinwu called out loudly to the opposing forces. I know many of you are fighting against your will. You should be living peaceful lives in your own hunting grounds, but Longya has forced you into this. Now, I offer you a choice. Leave the battlefield, and I will eliminate Longya, freeing you from his tyranny. Inwardly, he added silently. Of course, that means he'll be the one ruling you instead. As Miss Hannah translated his words in real time, the kobold ranks began to stir. Many of them were forcibly conscripted females, a point of contention that had long angered the tribal leaders. Upon hearing Li Qinwu's proclamation, these minor leaders wavered even further. Just as the kobolds began to show signs of restlessness, a thunderous roar erupted from the rear. A group of burly kobolds emerged, carrying a throne made of beast bones. Longya sat atop it, his gaze cold and piercing as he stared down Li Qinwu. Watching Longya's evident fondness for the uncomfortable, ostentatious throne, Li Qinwu couldn't help but inwardly sneer what a ridiculous thing to bring onto a battlefield. Longya raised his grotesque blade, pointing it at Li Qinwu. The weapon's edge gleamed coldly under the sunlight. Foolish people, he bellowed, his voice echoing across the battlefield. That goblin is nothing more than an outsider, yet you choose to trust him over your own kin? If we cannot unite and crush them now, you will all end up as slaves to these invaders. Do you think their leader will be more merciful than me? His words struck like a thunderclap, silencing the previously restless kobold army. Indeed, as despicable as Longya might be, he was still one of their own, while the goblin was undeniably an outsider. Seeing that morale had steadied, Longya swung his grotesque blade with a fierce motion. Attack! Kill these invaders. All of you charge. Crush them. He dared not give Li Qinwu another chance to shake the army's resolve and immediately ordered an all-out assault. This time, he abandoned any pretense of strategic probing and resorted to the most primitive tactic, overwhelming numbers. It was a desperate choice. Out of his force of over 2,000, only about 500 were properly organized. The rest were nothing more than a disorderly mob. In such circumstances, he had no choice but to rely on sheer numbers, sending his troops forward in a chaotic frenzy to engage the enemy in a brutal clash. In contrast, Li Qinwu had already demonstrated exceptional leadership by leading 500,600 men on a 3-day march to launch a direct attack on Longya's stronghold. Retreating to the rear with Miss Hannah, he raised his voice and shouted, "Warriors! For the safety of the surrounding tribes, the evil regime of Longya must be eradicated. This is the founding battle of the Punishment Army, and victory will be ours. Raise your spears and punish the enemy. Kill 3 and you'll be promoted to vice captain. Kill 5 and you'll become a squad leader. Kill 10 and you'll earn the rank of vice company commander. Fight for glory. Fight for honor. Charge." His words ignited the troops like a spark on dry tinder, instantly setting their spirits ablaze. The 500 goblin warriors, their eyes burning with determination, raised their spears like a forest of deadly points and let out a thunderous roar. Their collective momentum overwhelmed the opposing force of over 2,000 kobolds. The sight of their sharp, unwavering spears caused the charging kobolds to falter. They were afraid. That hesitation proved fatal. The kobolds' charge lost its force, and those in the rear pushed forward, inadvertently shoving their comrades into the goblins' spear range. The first splatter of blood marked the start of complete chaos as both sides clashed in a brutal melee. Yet the battle unfolded in stark contrast. The goblin warriors, disciplined and well-trained, brought down kobolds with precise, lethal strikes. In contrast, the kobold army descended into disarray. Some even discarded their weapons mid-charge, resorting to claws and teeth in a desperate frenzy. This undisciplined rabble, upon reaching the goblin lines, inflicted little damage and instead fell in droves, their bodies piling up as lifeless corpses. Li Qinwu designed spears for the goblins, each measuring 1.5 meters in length, already the maximum manageable size for the goblins, who stood only about 1 meter tall. While these shorter spears couldn't form a Macedonian-style phalanx, they proved highly effective in close combat. He organized the goblin unit into 3 rows, each consisting of 33 goblins. The front row stood with their spears poised, while the second row remained ready to provide immediate support. If enemies managed to breach the first line of defense, the second row would swiftly thrust their spears forward, ensuring the formation remained unbroken. This tactic proved highly effective in battle. Even when kobolds recklessly lunged at the frontline goblins, attempting to tear through their crocodile hide armor with sharp teeth, they were swiftly skewered by precision strikes from the rear ranks before they could cause significant harm. Under the strict enforcement of brutal military discipline, this goblin army displayed astonishing combat prowess. Unlike the constantly howling kobolds on the other side, the goblins feared the consequences of disobedience far more than the enemy. 500 to 600 goblins relentlessly pushed back a force of 2,000 kobolds, advancing with the unstoppable momentum of a bulldozer. From a distance, Lanya watched in horror as his army melted away like snow under the spring sun, his face twisting in utter despair. He could hardly believe that his painstakingly assembled force of over 2,000 was being routed. The goblins not only outnumbered his troops, but were also better equipped and executed their tactics with flawless precision. In a moment of desperation, Lanya decided to take a gamble. He turned to a peculiar kobold beside him. This one had been shaved completely bald, its exposed skin covered in strange, glowing runes. The time has come. Release that thing. The ruined kobold hesitated, its face clouded with concern. Chief, our soldiers are scattered all over the battlefield. With my current power, I can't fully control it. It might harm our own forces. Do it now. Lanya snarled, glaring fiercely. If we lose, it's all over. They'll slaughter every male and enslave every female. The ruined kobold was silent for a moment before turning to run toward the tribe's encampment. Moments later, the ground began to quake. Qinwu, still reveling in the triumph of his well-trained army's performance, suddenly noticed the increasingly violent tremors beneath his feet. His gaze shifted warily toward the depths of the kobold camp. Suddenly, a colossal creature smashed through the tents and began making its way toward the battlefield. It was a massive, gray-black beast, its body encased in thick, armored hide. Towering at 7 meters tall and over 10 meters long, its sheer bulk rivaled that of 2 full-grown ogres side by side. 6 enormous legs, as thick as tree trunks, supported its gargantuan frame. A single, massive horn jutted from its head, and 4 glowing, menacing eyes scanned the battlefield. Its silhouette resembled that of a gigantic rhinoceros. What the hell? Qinwu exclaimed, staring in shock at the terrifying monster that had just appeared. Qinwu abruptly yanked the still-stunned dog wizard to the front. What the hell is this? He shouted angrily. Is this really a giant armored beast? That guy can actually control a giant armored beast. He must have sold his soul to the cursed dragon. The dog wizard muttered anxiously. He couldn't possibly control such a massive giant armored beast, unless he offered something extremely valuable as a sacrifice to the cursed dragon or pledged to serve the cursed dragon's soul for eternity after his death. Only then could he achieve such a feat. Qinwu couldn't make sense of what the dog wizard was saying and grew increasingly impatient. He slapped the dog wizard hard. Damn it, that thing is coming closer. Say something useful now? The slap jolted the dog wizard back to his senses, and he quickly regained his composure. Boss, back when I was with the Cobalt tribe, I knew another follower of the cursed dragon. He practiced a soul-stealing technique that allowed him to enter the bodies of animals and control them. But even then, the most he could manage was controlling a giant bear. Controlling a creature as massive as the giant armored beast would be impossible without an enormous cost to the spellcaster. Qinwu's eyes widened, and he asked urgently, is there any way to stop it from getting closer? Can your fear spell drive the giant armored beast mad? The dog wizard shook his head frantically. No, boss. The fear spell can only affect the beast itself, but it won't work on the external soul controlling it. A glimmer of hope flashed in Qinwu's eyes as he caught onto the critical detail. So, you're saying if we kill the spellcaster and sever the connection to the external soul, we can solve this? The dog wizard nodded hastily. Exactly. If the spellcaster is killed, the giant armored beast will revert to its wild nature and at least stop advancing toward us. He pointed to the wooden tower mounted on the giant armored beast's back. A group of about 10 kobolds stood on the tower, seemingly guarding something. Boss, I'm certain the spellcaster is inside that wooden tower. Even if he's offered his soul to the cursed dragon and enhanced his magic, controlling such a massive beast remotely is impossible. The spellcaster must be in direct contact with the beast's skin to reduce the strain of maintaining control. Qinwu finally let out a sigh of relief. At least they now had a clear target. However, when he looked at the giant armored beast's massive legs and towering 7-meter frame, he couldn't help but frown. He thought to himself, how are we supposed to get up there? That colossal creature keeps moving, and one wrong step could get us crushed into nothing. To make matters worse, the giant armored beast had no obvious places to climb, and the vibrations from its movements made it even harder to approach. This is a real headache, Qinwu muttered to himself with a wry smile. As he pondered their next move, his peripheral vision caught sight of a ballista nearby. The cramped surroundings had prevented the ballista from being used effectively so far. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as an idea struck him. "Goblin warriors, get over here and lift the ballista. Quickly," he shouted. A group of goblin warriors rushed over, pairing up to hoist the ballista. Qinwu led the team into the forest, maneuvering to the side of the Cobalt encampment. The forest was dense with towering trees and thick undergrowth, making progress difficult for the goblins carrying the ballista. Fortunately, the giant armored beast moved slowly, pausing every now and then before taking a few more steps, its movements as erratic as a lagging warrior. Qinwu speculated that the beast and the invading soul might be struggling for control, and he decided to seize the opportunity to move faster. When they reached a concealed position, Qinwu ordered a halt. "Set it up here." The goblin warriors quickly set up the ballista and loaded it with iron-tipped bolts specifically designed for piercing armor. These bolts, forged by iron orcs, had far greater penetration power than modified spears and packed a devastating punch. Once everything was ready, Qinwu's sharp gaze locked onto the giant armored beast's side. "Aim for its flank. Fire." The ballista's string twanged, and 5 massive bolts shot out, burying themselves deep into the beast's side. The metal tips penetrated over 20 centimeters into its flesh. However, despite the bolts tearing through its hide, the giant armored beast seemed unfazed. It continued to march forward, its steps steady and powerful. Struck by 5 crossbow bolts, the massive armored beast neither let out a scream nor showed any signs of distress, as if nothing had happened. Qinwu squinted his eyes, observing carefully, and immediately understood why the foreign soul controlling the beast's body didn't have full mastery over it. Normally, pain should be perceivable, but this beast didn't even register the most basic sense of pain. Without the ability to feel pain, it's naturally impossible to have complete control over the body, Qinwu thought to himself, recalling relevant theories from EVA. Although the crossbow bolts failed to inflict substantial harm, they served perfectly as climbing ladders. The bolts embedded in the beast's underbelly provided a pathway for the warriors on the ground to climb onto its back. Without hesitation, Qinwu drew his great sword, its steel blade glinting coldly under the sunlight. "Brothers, follow me," he commanded, leading the goblin warriors in a charge. Fear flickered in the goblins' eyes. After all, their enemy was a colossal beast. Whoever climbs up and kills the man on the beast will be promoted to company commander. Qinwu shouted loudly. He could have used the system to forcibly command the troops to advance, but that would have significantly diminished their initiative. To execute a complex tactic like climbing up to kill the sorcerer, their voluntary action was essential. His words ignited a spark among the warriors. The goblins immediately sprang into action, their eyes gleaming with greed. As level 3 system-certified soldiers, their intelligence was already comparable to that of adult humans. Having served under Qinwu for so long, they had long harbored ambitions to rise through the ranks. The role of company commander, the highest military position available to them at the moment, was their ultimate dream. The goblins' innate greed was fully awakened, everything for the sake of power. Over 40 goblin warriors charged at the beast with ferocious cries. The fastest among them reached the beast's feet first, leapt up, grabbed hold of a crossbow bolt, and began climbing. On the wooden tower atop the beast's back, a large kobold spotted the climber. He quickly lifted a heavy stone and hurled it down. The stone struck the goblin warrior squarely on the head. Despite wearing an iron helmet, the impact left the goblin dazed. Letting out a sharp scream, he fell to the ground, only to be crushed into pulp under the beast's massive foot. "Throw the javelins. Take them down," Qinwu ordered decisively. The goblin warriors immediately hurled their javelins toward the beast's back. Amid the dense rain of javelins, 3 large kobolds atop the beast were struck and fell, screaming. The remaining 40 goblins quickly overwhelmed the dozen or so remaining enemies and resumed their climb up the beast. In the distance, Longya watched anxiously. He couldn't allow the goblins to reach the top. Leaping down from his throne of beast bones, he led over 30 large kobolds in a charge toward Qinwu. Noticing the incoming enemies, Qinwu promptly led half his troops to intercept them. Longya's 20 elite kobold guards, with their robust physiques, clashed fiercely with the goblin warriors, and the two sides fought to a standstill. Qinwu faced off against Longya directly, starting with a powerful overhead slash. Longya blocked with his curved blade, the clash of metal ringing out sharply. Qinwu quickly withdrew, then lunged forward with a thrust aimed at Longya's face. Longya dodged with a quick sidestep. Not giving his opponent any respite, Qinwu immediately crouched and executed a sweeping leg attack, but Longya agilely leapt to evade it. Seeing Qinwu still crouched and not yet upright, Longya seized the opportunity to counterattack, raising his blade for a decisive strike. However, he didn't realize that Qinwu had anticipated this. Swiftly grabbing a handful of dirt from the ground, Qinwu crushed it and flung it directly at Longya's face. Caught off guard, Longya quickly shut his eyes and retreated several steps to create distance. Furious, he roared at Qinwu. "Cheap tricks. That's not the act of a true warrior. I challenge you to an honorable duel." Qinwu, unfazed, casually cleaned his ear and called out, 3 meters. Instantly, the translator, Miss Hannah, appeared at his side. Before he could ask, Miss Hannah translated directly. He said, "You're not a real man and wants to duel you." Li Qinwu chuckled and reached behind him, pulling out a loaded crossbow. "I accept the duel," he said with a grin. Miss Hannah immediately spotted the crossbow hidden behind his back. She exaggeratedly leaned back in a tactical retreat, her eyes filled with sympathy for Lanya. How could this poor, honest golden-haired beast possibly outwit a cunning and treacherous goblin? As Miss Hannah finished translating Li Qinwu's words, Lanya let out a howl and charged forward with his massive, oddly shaped blade. Having been caught off guard by the goblin earlier, he was determined not to make the same mistake again. Die! Lanya roared, rushing forward in an attempt to take Li Qinwu down with a single strike. Oddly enough, Li Qinwu remained standing in place. He neither dodged nor raised his weapon to defend himself, all while wearing a peculiar smile. A flicker of doubt crossed Lanya's mind, but his momentum was too strong to stop. "No matter, just die for me," he bellowed. At the very moment Lanya closed the distance and swung his blade down, Li Qinwu swiftly drew the crossbow from behind his back and fired a bolt straight into Lanya's chest at point-blank range. The arrow sank deep, with only half protruding from the wound. Arg! Lanya howled in agony, staring in disbelief at the bolt lodged in his chest. Li Qinwu gave him no chance to recover. He quickly leaped back to create distance, reached behind him to grab another loaded crossbow from his stash, and fired another bolt at Lanya's chest. Lanya desperately dove to the side, narrowly avoiding the second shot. Sensing an opportunity, Li Qinwu closed the gap, swung his greatsword, and cleanly severed Lanya's tail. Arg! Woof woof! Lanya let out a pained, dog-like yelp. But before he could grieve over his lost tail, Li Qinwu's greatsword was already hurtling toward him. Lanya rolled to the side just in time, evading the fatal blow by a hair's breadth. Li Qinwu pressed on relentlessly, ready to strike again when Lanya's personal guards finally intervened. A large kobold wielding a stone axe swung it with tremendous force, striking Li Qinwu's chest and forcing him to stagger back a few steps. The kobold followed up with a series of savage axe swings, but each blow glanced off Li Qinwu's crocodile-scale armor, failing to inflict any real damage. Regaining his balance, Li Qinwu lunged forward, ramming into the kobold and sending it stumbling backward. He then unleashed a sweeping strike with his greatsword, cutting the kobold down with a single blow. With the obstacle removed, Li Qinwu turned his attention back to Lanya, only to find that during the brief delay, Lanya had already been whisked away by 2 kobold guards. More kobolds formed a defensive line, blocking Li Qinwu's pursuit. Damn it! Li Qinwu cursed, joining a group of goblin warriors to engage the kobolds in combat. Within minutes, they had wiped out the remaining defenders. Scanning the battlefield, Li Qinwu realized that Lanya had long since fled. Frustrated but undeterred, he shifted his focus to the towering armored beast. With no distractions left, the goblin warriors concentrated their efforts on scaling the massive creature. One goblin found the perfect angle, leapt into the air, grabbed hold of a crossbow bolt lodged in the beast's side, and pulled himself up. Using his feet to hook onto another bolt, he managed to secure his position on the beast's underbelly. A kobold stationed on the beast's back noticed the threat and leaned out dangerously to hurl a stone at the climber. The goblins on the ground immediately threw spears to provide cover, but even as the kobold was struck by the projectiles, it managed to drop the heavy stone. The goblin clinging to the beast's side let out a muffled groan as the stone struck his shoulder. Yet, gritting his teeth, he held on tightly, refusing to fall. Li Qinwu let out a sigh of relief, only to see another kobold raising a stone, ready to throw. Swiftly, he pulled a crossbow from the warehouse, aimed, and fired. The arrow hit the kobold squarely, and with a shrill scream, it fell into the wooden tower, dropping the stone harmlessly. Taking advantage of this opening, the goblin warrior clinging to the side of the massive armored beast quickened his climb. Each time a kobold tried to hurl a stone, Li Qinwu suppressed them with precise crossbow fire. One kobold attempted a sneak attack with a wooden spear, but was yanked down from the tower by Li Qinwu, who grabbed the spear and pulled with force. Amid the chaos, the goblin warrior seized the moment, leaping nimbly into the wooden tower on the beast's back. Though Li Qinwu couldn't see what was happening inside, the repeated screams of kobolds assured him of the warrior's success. Suddenly, the colossal armored beast came to a halt. Its basketball-sized eyes, once clouded with a purple-black mist, cleared to reveal their original black and white pupils. The beast froze momentarily, then let out an earth-shaking roar and turned to charge toward the kobold settlement. Like an unstoppable bulldozer, it plowed through tents and obstacles, leaving destruction in its wake. Sensing danger, the goblin warrior quickly climbed out of the wooden tower and leapt at the right moment, landing safely in a beast-hide tent. The armored beast, meanwhile, stormed into the forest and disappeared from sight. Without hesitation, Li Qinwu rushed toward the tent, worried about the warrior's condition. Before they could reach him, The goblin warrior emerged on his own. Removing his helmet, he grinned broadly, holding up the severed head of a Cobalt. "Boss, I did it. I want to be a captain now." Qinwu enthusiastically clapped him on the shoulder. "Of course. You were amazing. What's your name? From now on, you're the first captain promoted in the disciplinary army for meritorious service." The goblin warrior's smile froze. "Boss, you don't remember? I'm Haotsai. You gave me that name yourself." Only then did Qinwu take a closer look at the warrior and suddenly recall. It was Haotsai, a name he had casually given in the past. Due to his average performance, Qinwu had nearly forgotten about him. But today, Haotsai had achieved remarkable success. As it turned out, Haotsai had been holding back his determination. Watching other veterans become captains, he, as someone personally named by the boss, was eager to prove his worth. While Qinwu was feeling a bit embarrassed for forgetting the name of such a loyal warrior, the main force of the Cobalt army was still locked in fierce combat with the spear phalanx. His eyes suddenly caught sight of the golden tail left behind by Longya on the ground. A spark of inspiration struck him. He hurried over, picked up the tail, and tied it to a branch, raising it high. 3 meters around me. Qinwu shouted. Lady Hannah, who had been watching from the edge of the battlefield, jumped at the sound and quickly ran to his side. Qinwu immediately issued a command. "Shout it loud, Longya is dead. Surrender, and you'll be spared." Miss Hannah saw the golden tail and immediately understood Qinwu's intentions. She quickly cast a spell and shouted in Cobalt language. "Longya is dead. Surrender, and you will not be killed." Her voice, amplified by magic, echoed loudly across the battlefield, reaching every corner. Hearing that their leader was dead, the Cobalts, already low on morale, looked at each other in confusion, unsure of what to do. Qinwu and Miss Hannah advanced closer to the battlefield. While Hannah continued to shout for surrender, Qinwu held the golden tail high, ensuring that every Cobalt could clearly see it. The Cobalts froze in shock. In their entire tribe, only Longya possessed such a radiant golden fur. For Cobalts, losing one's tail was an immense disgrace. According to their traditions, a challenger had to cut off the old leader's tail to claim leadership. With Longya's tail severed, he had lost not only his status but also his dignity as a male in their eyes. In that instant, the Cobalts' morale completely collapsed. Chaos ensued as some fled into the forest, while those trapped by the goblin spear line had no choice but to drop their weapons and expose their bellies and surrender, a unique gesture of submission among Cobalts. Qinwu ordered the goblin spearmen to surround the surrendering Cobalts, effectively bringing the battle to an end. At that moment, a system notification rang in his ears. Victory. Enemies killed, 56. Enemies captured, 760. Experience gained, 130. Allied casualties, 2. Loot acquired. Grain X5, stone axes. Dinars earned, 340. However, Qinwu paid little attention to these rewards. Since the main force in this battle had been the goblin spearmen, and the system favored elite units, the battle had little to do with him directly. If he had personally commanded the elite troops, the experience gained would likely have been enough to level him up several times. But now, he could only look at the meager rewards with mild disappointment. Closing the system panel, Qinwu turned to Miss Hannah. Within 3 meters, tally the casualties. Use healing spells on the injured. Without hesitation, Miss Hannah got to work. Despite her exhaustion, she showed no complaints. Given that there were few literate individuals in Qinwu's army, the burden of the task naturally fell heavily on her. She worked tirelessly, her face glistening with sweat, while Qinwu stood nearby directing operations, though he too felt drained. "Speargob, report here." Qinwu suddenly called out. Speargob, covered in blood and with untreated wounds, rushed over in a battered state. Qinwu instructed, "Take some men and separate the captured Cobalts. Divide them into males, females, and larger Cobalts. Tie up the larger Cobalts and the females. Keep a close watch on them. Leave the others for now if they escape. It's fine." Speargob nodded and immediately set out to carry out the orders. Qinwu knew his forces were too limited to guard all the captives. By securing the most valuable targets, the larger Cobalts, and the females, the rest would pose little threat. Next, Qinwu called over Bogob. "Take 30 warriors and dog shaman to hunt down Longya. He was hit by my crossbow bolt coated with red poisonberry juice. He won't get far." Bogob acknowledged the command and led the group in pursuit of Longya's escape route. Having arranged everything, Qinwu took a deep breath and surveyed the battlefield strewn with corpses. With a bold laugh, he proclaimed, "From today onward, there will no longer be any organized armed forces in the monster forest. This marks the unstoppable rise of my power." However, his laughter abruptly ceased, and his expression grew serious. He suddenly recalled the vision of his nation's downfall and the golden dragon that delivered the final, fatal blow. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt a surge of emotions welling up within him like an unstoppable tide. Qinwu opened his personal interface and carefully reviewed the combat results. The recent elimination of several large kobolds had leveled him up to 20, earning him 1 free attribute point. Without hesitation, he allocated it to intelligence, raising the stat to 5. As the point was added, a refreshing sensation swept through his mind like a cool breeze. His thoughts became remarkably clear, and his memory and learning abilities improved significantly, sweeping away the sluggishness he once felt. While he was immersed in the joy of his enhanced attributes, Miss Hannah cleared her throat lightly and approached to report on the battlefield situation. We lost 68 soldiers, with 32 severely injured. 3 knights under Leo's command were killed, and several others sustained minor injuries. We eliminated 32 large kobolds and 712 regular kobolds. Qinwu nodded in satisfaction. Losing fewer than 100 soldiers to annihilate over 7 times that number of enemies proved the effectiveness of his prior tactical planning and troop training. Seeing his pleased smile, Miss Hannah quickly reminded him, "My lord, the soldiers are restless. They are eagerly waiting to see what rewards you will grant them." As promised before the battle, this victory allowed for the promotion of over 200 vice captains and more than 100 squad leaders. This suited Qinwu perfectly. Was planning to expand his forces, and the new units would need experienced officers. However, the pressing issue now was how to manage the conquered kobolds. Victory was only the first step. Preventing ethnic conflicts and maintaining order was the true challenge. How many wild kobolds still roamed the forest? 2,000, 3,000, or even more. While these scattered kobolds posed no immediate threat, earning their genuine allegiance and integrating them into construction and military efforts was the key. Perhaps due to his enhanced intelligence, Qinwu quickly devised a solution. He surveyed the captives before him, divided into 3 groups. Over 40 large kobolds, more than 200 female kobolds, and over 400 male kobolds. Instead of struggling to manage so many prisoners, he decided it would be wiser to release the least valuable group, the male kobolds. This would not only demonstrate mercy, but also reduce the burden of management. Additionally, the released prisoners could spread word of his power and reputation. With this in mind, Qinwu led Miss Hannah to the male kobolds and, in a commanding voice, declared, "Listen carefully. The evil Dragonfang regime has been destroyed by me, and you are now free. From this day forward, you are all subjects of Meth Goblin King, subjugator of all races, scourge of the world, destroyer of gods, and the sole legitimate ruler of the magic forest, Arthur Louis Romanoff Qin Shi. I have decided to show mercy and grant you permission to return to your homes." When the translator conveyed his words, the male kobolds erupted in cheers. Having witnessed the overwhelming power of the goblin steel spears firsthand, being allowed to return safely to their hunting grounds was nothing short of a miracle to them. Qinwu scanned the surroundings, silencing everyone present with his commanding presence. Then, in a tone that brooked no argument, he declared, "I have won this war and claimed this land. From this moment on, everything here belongs to me, including all the game. If you wish to live on my hunting grounds, you must continue to offer tribute to me." His sharp gaze swept over the kobolds standing before him. "You have 1 month. Inform all the leaders of your tribe to come to my settlement. I will redistribute the hunting grounds. If anyone fails to show up, don't blame me if they lose their territory." As soon as he finished speaking, he gestured for the goblins to lower their spears and release all the male kobolds. Watching the kobolds scatter in panic, Qinwu sighed inwardly. If used wisely, these kobolds could cultivate vast stretches of barren land. But he understood clearly that building a modernized monster nation required the integration of all races. Pure enslavement would only stifle their initiative, and a slave-based society would ultimately have limited growth. Qinwu then ordered his troops to ransack the kobold settlement. This was the heart of Longya's territory, home to thousands of kobolds. Although this primitive tribe had little in the way of food or valuable items, their numerous animal skin tents were a rare treasure. These tents could solve the goblin tribe's housing problems, at least giving those still sleeping on the ground a place to shelter from the elements. The troops remained stationed there for 2 full days, mainly because the goblin archers pursuing Longya had yet to return. Though the system indicated the archer's life status was stable, Qinwu couldn't help but worry. Just as he was considering sending out a search party, the goblin archers finally returned with their warriors. Goblin archer and dog shaman approached Qinwu, their faces filled with guilt. They explained the pursuit in detail. Dog shaman had used his keen sense of smell to track Longya's bloody trail eastward, but his limp had slowed their progress. Worse still, Longya's scent had split into 3 directions, as he and 2 of his personal guards deliberately separated and used Longya's blood to confuse the trackers. After hearing their report, Qinwu let out a sigh. Despite losing a tail and being struck by a poisoned arrow from the Red Poison Nation, Longya had survived, likely due to the protection of his draconic bloodline. Seeing the 2 visibly distressed, Qinwu reassured them. "You did your best. If you couldn't catch him, so be it. Prepare to return to the settlement." At that moment, Dog shaman's eyes suddenly lit up. "Boss, we may not have found Longya, but I discovered where he hid the ogre infants. Li Qinwu's eyes lit up with joy upon hearing that the ogre infant had been found. The mission entrusted by the Earth Goddess was about to be completed. He immediately ordered Dog Shaman to lead the way. Under Dog Shaman's guidance, the group arrived at the entrance of a cave. The cave mouth was tightly sealed with large rocks, leaving only a fist-sized air hole at the top. Sniffing the air, Dog Shaman pointed to the entrance and explained, "While tracking Longya earlier, I caught a strong ogre scent here, exactly like those big ones in the tribe." Leaning closer to the cave entrance, Li Qinwu indeed detected the distinct, pungent odor of an ogre. He silently thanked his luck. In Longya's haste to escape, he had only managed to seal the entrance, leaving no time to harm the infant inside. As the goblins worked together to remove the rocks, the scene inside gradually came into view. A roughly 2.5-meter tall ogre infant lay weakly on the ground. When Li Qinwu saw it, he couldn't help but gasp. The child was emaciated to the point of being skin and bones, its oversized head contrasting sharply with its frail body, resembling a giant lollipop. "Get him out quickly," Li Qinwu ordered. When the ogre infant was dragged out of the cave, it was too weak to stand, teetering on the brink of life. Li Qinwu immediately retrieved some magical beast meat from his storage space and began feeding it to the infant. Catching the scent of meat, the infant eagerly devoured it. After finishing the first piece of meat, the infant's previously dull eyes regained a faint spark of vitality. It looked at Li Qinwu with an expectant gaze, as if sensing a familiar presence from the small green goblin. Li Qinwu continued feeding, and the infant obediently accepted the food. After consuming an amount equivalent to the food needed for nearly 100 goblins, the once skeletal body began to show signs of recovery. Replenished with energy, the ogre infant sat cross-legged, curiously observing Li Qinwu. When Li Qinwu reached out to touch its bald head, it not only didn't flinch, but also grinned warmly. Calling over Miss Hannah to translate, Li Qinwu informed the infant that its family was waiting for it back at the tribe. After hearing the translation, the infant excitedly waved its arms and legs, immediately standing up to follow Li Qinwu. Watching the infant occasionally nibble on its fingers or scratch its backside with childlike innocence, showing no signs of trauma from its captivity, Li Qinwu marveled at the resilience of the child's spirit. A few days later, the team returned triumphantly. Along with a haul of beast-hide tents and female kobolds, Li Qinwu's return brought joy to the goblins who had stayed behind. Some goblins jokingly remarked that while wood rats were nice, the fluffy kobolds seemed even more appealing. After arranging for the troops to rest for 2 days and conducting a burial ceremony for fallen soldiers, as well as awarding military honors, Li Qinwu took the ogre infant to the riverside blacksmith shop. When Dang Dang, the blacksmith, saw the little green goblin return with Choo Choo, he immediately dropped his tools and ran over to embrace the infant tightly, letting out a cry of joy. Other ogres quickly gathered around, their cheers echoing across the blacksmith shop. Watching the ogre family reunite, Li Qinwu felt a sense of relief and satisfaction. At that moment, a notification sound chimed in his ear. Ding! With the completion of the Earth Goddess's mission, Li Qinwu felt a warm current surge through his entire body. His frame emitted crisp cracking sounds as his muscles swelled like they were inflating, and his height shot up to nearly 2 meters. His entire demeanor transformed. Standing beside Miss Hannah, who was 1.7 meters tall, he towered over her by more than a head. Clenching his fists, Li Qinwu could feel the surging power within him. Not only had his strength reached an astonishing 67 nuwa, but even as he stood still, he could sense an endless stream of energy flowing from the earth. This was the blessing of the Earth Goddess, granting him extraordinary stamina that allowed him to run hundreds of kilometers without exhaustion. What thrilled him even more was the newfound clarity of his mind. His proficiency in the ogre language enabled him to directly understand the roars and gestures of Dongdong's family, without needing Miss Hannah's magical translation. All 5 of his attributes had significantly improved. Vitality 22, Control 5, Endurance 5, Cunning 5, Social 5, and Intelligence 10. As Li Qinwu basked in his joy, Taiyok cautiously approached him to ask about the next steps. Li Qinwu quickly composed himself and began outlining a new plan. He decided to temporarily halt spear production and instead prioritize the creation of farming tool shoes, axes, sickles, saws, and, most importantly, pickaxes designed specifically for the ogre's large physiques to enable deep plowing. To Li Qinwu, these massive, incredibly strong ogres were like the ultimate heavy machinery. With the Earth Goddess's blessing, they were nearly tireless. Equipped with the right tools, they could engage in large-scale land cultivation, laying the foundation for increased food production and the tribe's expansion. Taiyok accepted the task with respect. Li Qinwu then issued additional orders to expand the blast furnace, water wheel, and bellows, and instructed Taiyok to train more blacksmiths. He also promised to record every contribution Taiyok made. Taiyok immediately pledged his unwavering loyalty, as long as he and his people were protected. Just as Li Qinwu felt satisfied with his plans, Ijier approached him nervously. The deputy chief trembled all over, suddenly dropping to his knees. In a fearful voice, he reported that during the leader's absence, a human had escaped, and their attempts to recapture them had failed. Li Qinwu's expression turned cold, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. The butler Mond had escaped, and as a slave no less. The severity of this act fueled his anger. What happened? Explain yourself. His voice was low, carrying a restrained fury. Ijier trembled, stammering as he spoke. Li Qinwu, after you led the team away, the butler Mond. He escaped. I'm not sure how he got his hands on food and horned crocodile leather, but he took some scraps and even stole an axe. Once he had everything ready, he immediately fled westward along the river. Li Qinwu furrowed his brows, torn between admiration for Mond's cunning and anger at his betrayal. The responsibility of managing the tribe now rested entirely on Ijier. Since Li Qinwu's departure, the tribe had been running without pause. The hunting teams needed direction, the blacksmiths required supervision, and even the goblin infants in the nursery had to be carefully monitored to prevent them from harming each other. On top of it all, Ijier was so busy he didn't even have time to eat properly, let alone indulge in his favorite cassava, which he had almost forgotten to sneak. Ijier paused, lowering his gaze. The day after you left, I was counting the human farmers and found one missing. I tried asking around, but I don't speak their common tongue, so I couldn't communicate. I didn't even know who was missing. He looked away, his expression evasive. In the end, I had no choice but to order the hunting team to stop what they were doing and chase after the escapee. Li Qinwu's heart sank. He pressed further. You didn't take the kobolds with you? I can't communicate with them. And they wouldn't have been able to track who escaped. The hunting team had to go alone, Ijier replied. Li Qinwu's frown deepened. While he understood Ijier's limitations, Mond's escape was far from a simple matter. Ijier continued. We followed the tracks he left behind and eventually found the discarded axe and some wood shavings by the river. But after that, there were no more clues. His voice was heavy, as though suppressing all his disappointment. Li Qinwu cast a cold glance at Ijier but couldn't help secretly admiring Mond's slyness. Mond was like an old fox nearly 50, with one foot in the grave, yet he managed to pull off such a calculated escape. He seemed like an ordinary butler, but he had anticipated pursuit. Knowing he couldn't outrun the hunting team, he had prepared a raft, stolen horned crocodile leather to avoid river dangers, and navigated downstream toward the human world. Li Qinwu had to admit, the man had exceptional cunning and timing. If Mond were still here, especially with Miss Hannah acting as a translator, communication between the races would have been seamless. But now, it was too late to dwell on what could have been. Li Qinwu patted Ijier on the shoulder, his tone softening slightly. This isn't your fault. You did well. Arrange for the construction of 100 coffins. Take a day to rest. They'll handle the rest. Ijier sighed in relief, bowing slightly as he retreated. He knew Li Qinwu had given him a chance to catch his breath, and for that, he was grateful. Li Qinwu turned to Miss Hannah, who had been standing silently nearby, and noticed her pale face. She understood the meaning behind his Gazmon's escape would place the humans remaining in the tribe in an extremely precarious position. Her mind began to race with possibilities, and the more she thought about it, the more complicated the situation seemed. Just as she was lost in thought, Li Qinwu's icy voice cut through the silence once more. Miss Hannah, go and summon young Master Lance. Miss Hannah's heart sank. Indeed, how could young Master Lance not know about Butler Mond's escape? She opened her mouth to speak, but froze under the icy gaze of Li Qinwu. Swallowing her words, she turned and left to summon young Master Lance. Moments later, Miss Hannah returned, not only with young Master Lance, but also with Knight Leo in tow. Li Qinwu glanced at Knight Leo, who could only shrug helplessly, his expression conveying, "This was my former leader, I can't just stand by and do nothing." Li Qinwu's gaze shifted to young Master Lance. The time spent laboring had transformed this former nobleman beyond recognition. His skin was deeply tanned, his frame now muscular and robust. There was no trace of the elegant young nobleman he once watched. Looked every bit like a seasoned farmer. Seeing him in this state, Li Qinwu's anger subsided slightly. This young man had caused no trouble since arriving, dedicating himself entirely to farming. It seemed he had genuinely adapted to life here. Although Butler Mond must have informed him before fleeing, Lance's decision to stay spoke volumes about his stance. However, how to deal with him would still depend on his actions moving forward. Do you have anything you'd like to say to me? Li Qinwu offered him the chance to explain. Young Master Lance slowly knelt down, his expression calm and composed. My lord, I am the son of a noble family from the kingdom of Sassos. My family's fief lies near the kingdom's borders. I am among the elite of the elite. The kingdom of Sassos shares a border with the forest of beasts, and with the pace of your current development, it won't be long before you come into contact with the kingdom. You need to understand the kingdom's politics, military, culture, and the composition of its noble family's knowledge that only someone like me, who has received a noble's education from birth, can provide. With that, he fell silent. Li Qinwu's brow furrowed slightly. This young master lance was indeed clever, offering no excuses, only stating his value directly. And that value was, without a doubt, tempting. In the forest of beasts, where could one find another noble so well-versed in the inner workings of a human kingdom? As Li Qinwu pondered, Miss Hannah kept casting meaningful glances at Knight Leo. Knight Leo's lips twitched in exasperation. He understood her intent all too well. Remembering his past service under Lance's father and the kindness Lance had shown him, he sighed deeply and addressed Li Qinwu. My lord, I am willing to give up my military merits for this campaign. Please spare young Master Lance's life. Are you certain this is worth it? Li Qinwu asked. Knight Leo nodded reluctantly. He then crouched down, meeting young Master Lance's gaze. Young Master, after this, we owe each other nothing. I hope you will agree to dissolve the bond of lord and vassal between us. A complex array of emotions flickered in Lance's eyes: bitterness, helplessness, relief, and a glimmer of hope for the future. Knight Leo, despite how your family has forced you into this situation, your unwavering support means more to me than I can express. From today onward, you are a free man. I hope you'll look after yourself in the future, Uncle Leo. Their gazes met briefly, and they exchanged a knowing smile before both turned to Li Qinwu. In truth, if Knight Leo had insisted on keeping his military merits, Li Qinwu wouldn't have executed young Master Lance. However, now that Leo had willingly relinquished his accolades, Li Qinwu seized the opportunity to offer a resolution. He spoke. In that case, I pardon Lance for his failure to report the matter. As for you, Knight Leo, your military merits will be nullified. If you can accept this, then let us part ways. The group bowed deeply to Li Qinwu and then dispersed, each going off to attend to their own matters. After handling the tribe's affairs, Li Qinwu felt a wave of exhaustion. He returned to his luxurious wooden cabin, removed his armor, carefully placed his weapons aside, and enjoyed a relaxing hot bath. Finally, he sank into his fur-covered bed. As his body relaxed, he closed his eyes, his mind racing as he contemplated the various issues exposed by Mon the steward's escape. The tribe currently consisted of 4 races: goblins, kobolds, humans, and ogres. Communication, especially with the ogres, was often hindered by their reliance on gestures during interactions. Although the tribe was still small and Miss Hannah served as a makeshift translator, Li Qinwu realized that if the tribe grew to tens or even hundreds of thousands in the future, such temporary measures would no longer suffice. We need a universal written language, Li Qinwu murmured to himself, determination flashing in his eyes. He envisioned a bold plan to create a new writing system based on the goblin language, which all members of the tribe would be required to learn. He knew this undertaking would be immensely complex, far beyond what he could achieve at present, but it was a crucial first step. However, the most pressing issue at hand was the shortage of administrative talent within the tribe. Li Qinwu understood that if he were to leave, nearly all the management responsibilities would fall on Yizir's shoulders. Fortunately, Yizir was skilled in mathematics. Without him, the tribe's order might have already collapsed. Yet this was not a sustainable solution. After being away for just a few days, Li Qinwu returned to find Yizir visibly thinner. At this rate, the poor goblin might work himself to death. Li Qinwu began devising a solution. An idea for quickly cultivating administrative talent emerged in his mind. He could select promising goblins, especially those with the potential to evolve into greater goblins from among those who had achieved military merits. By teaching them mathematics and transitioning them from military roles to leadership positions in hunting or farming teams, he could assess their capabilities. Those who excelled could even be promoted to assist the deputy leader in daily operations. This approach would not only nurture new administrative talent, but also provide recognition and opportunities for meritorious individuals, creating a win-win situation. As for whether these goblins could handle management roles, Li Qinwu wasn't too concerned. The intelligence of greater goblins was comparable to that of humans, and their military discipline and combat experience made them rational and dependable. For now, simple management could rely on basic arithmetic using Arabic numerals, which would suffice. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Li Qinwu's consciousness began to fade. A faint smile curled his lips as he murmured to himself, teaching goblins math, this has to be a first across all the worlds. 2 days later, on a small hill northwest of the goblin tribe, 5 goblin phalanxes stood in disciplined formation. They wore soft crocodile hide armor and gripped polished spears that gleamed under the sun, standing as still as statues. Behind them, the goblin hunting team, 30 members per group, stood in equally neat rows, their expressions tinged with a hint of confusion. Further back, kobolds, ogres, and humans gathered outside the training grounds, seemingly awaiting further instructions. All eyes were fixed on the mountaintop, where over 100 freshly dug graves were neatly arranged. Beside each grave lay a wooden coffin, containing the remains of goblin soldiers who had died in battle. The goblins stood by the graves, their expressions filled with confusion. They could not understand why Li Qinwu had gone to such great lengths to bring back the bodies of their fallen comrades, and why so many resources were spent crafting wooden coffins for burial. Although they didn't comprehend the reasoning, the leader's orders were absolute, and they obeyed without question. Human observers stood at the back. Unlike the bewildered goblins, the humans were all too familiar with the scene. It was unmistakably a military funeral. In the human world, such ceremonies were typically presided over by the high priest of the god of light, with citizens laying flowers and soldiers receiving dignified burials. Yet, the protagonists here were goblins, leaving the humans filled with questions. Do monsters also honor their fallen? Despite the turmoil of doubts in their hearts, the humans maintained a solemn demeanor, standing silently in respect. Qinwu, dressed immaculately and with a solemn expression, stood before the crowd. He scanned the gathering, his gaze sharp and commanding, before declaring in a powerful voice, "Soldiers, your minds are still clouded, your thoughts chaotic. You have yet to understand the concepts of nation and identity. You are puzzled by my actions." His voice echoed through the mountains. "But that's all right. Over time, as culture develops and knowledge grows, you will awaken to a sense of nation and identity. You will come to understand why we stand here today, dedicating so much effort to bury these fallen warriors. When that day comes, you will return here to pay your respects to these brave souls." After speaking, he stood silently, giving the goblins time to process his words. A faint stir arose among the goblin ranks. The soldiers furrowed their brows, their expressions uneasy, as if something was beginning to take root in their minds. A strange, unfamiliar emotion was emerging. As a chaotic species, goblins instinctively resisted such feelings, but their resistance was futile. Qinwu's plan was already in motion. Through a series of social reforms, he intended to guide them, allowing these emotions to gradually take hold of their primitive minds, ultimately leading the entire goblin race toward a civilized society. At Qinwu's command, the goblins picked up their tools and began burying the coffins. They dug and shoveled, their sweat soaking through their coarse clothing. After more than an hour of labor, the mountaintop was adorned with over 100 neatly arranged burial mounds. Qinwu personally placed a wooden plaque at the forefront of the cemetery. Carved into the plaque in the common human language were the following words: "Here lie 70 goblin warriors and 3 human soldiers. They perished during the tribal conflicts of the Age of Ignorance, making significant sacrifices for local security and the future prosperity of their people." 4352 of the Divine Calendar, October 1st. Qinwu took a white rose from his pocket and gently placed it in front of the plaque. He bowed his head and closed his eyes, entering a moment of silent mourning. The goblins, seeing his actions, followed suit, bowing their heads in imitation. Though their minds wandered aimlessly, at least their gestures matched the occasion. At the back of the group, Knight Leo stood alongside Miss Hannah. After hearing Hannah's translation, Leo's face lit up with genuine admiration. "Now I understand why that old man Mond was so determined to return to the human world. Just look at this goblin. Everything he does is aimed at transforming a wild goblin tribe into a structured nation. And honestly, I believe he'll succeed within 10 years. Miss Hannah nodded in agreement. This peculiar goblin had repeatedly shattered her understanding of the world. Suddenly, she remembered something and turned to Leo. "The names of your 3 soldiers are also inscribed on the plaque. What do you think about that?" Knight Leo crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on Qinwu, who stood in silent mourning. He remained silent for a long time. Seeing no response, Hannah decided not to press further. Leo's thoughts were deeply conflicted. In one hand, he felt comforted that his soldiers were being honored after their deaths. On the other hand, the ones recognizing them were goblins. Was this an honor or an insult? He couldn't make sense of it. This peculiar goblin warlord truly baffled him. After the memorial ceremony, Qinwu began assigning official positions. This time, a company commander position was appointed, along with 30 squad leaders and 100 deputy squad leaders. Since this was a collective battle, all military merits were distributed proportionally. Determining how to allocate rewards to each individual naturally became a topic of discussion. Qinwu decided to allow the company commanders to select the bravest warriors, giving them priority for recognition. The remaining soldiers would have their achievements recorded and be rewarded at a later date. To address potential feelings of unfairness, he arranged for material rewards. Each person received 50 strips of dried meat. Additionally, to ensure the goblins who weren't promoted remained content, Qinwu allowed them to seek out the woodrats for 3 days of indulgence. He even suggested they could bring their dried meat to trade with the Cobalts. Qinwu had previously confirmed this arrangement with the dog shaman, who assured him that as long as there was enough dried meat, the kobolds were willing to cooperate, as their moral concerns were not overly complex. Reassured by this, Qinwu saw the simple moral systems of the monsters as an advantage for fostering interspecies integration. After the appointment ceremony concluded, the atmosphere in the tribe was jubilant. The promoted goblins felt they had risen above their peers, walking with pride and confidence, while those who weren't promoted were still in good spirits due to the material rewards. Qinwu announced the start of a 3-day celebration, after which the tribe would embark on an era of comprehensive development. The goblins, clutching their dried meat, eagerly sought out female kobolds, kicking off the festivities. Over the next 3 days, nearly all the female creatures in the tribe became pregnant, setting the stage for a population boom. Qinwu stood before the countless burial mounds, then turned and walked away. He had deliberately scheduled the funeral and the rewards together to instill a sense of honor among the goblins. As creatures with relatively detached emotions, it was no easy task to cultivate a sense of honor within the goblins. However, without honor, how could an army march toward the future? Qinwu hoped the goblins would associate their fallen comrades with the rewards, creating the illusion that death equaled recognition. In the future, funerals would become even grander and more elaborate, instilling the belief that such sacrifices were worthwhile. After the 3 days of celebration, the spear-wielding goblins barely had time to reflect on the wild revelry before Qinwu dispatched them into the forest to hunt. By now, the tribe's population had surpassed 1,500, and with the next wave of offspring, the number of mouths to feed would exceed 2,000. This meant the tribe's food demand was about to skyrocket, and Qinwu felt an unprecedented pressure. To meet this challenge, he had to deploy more hunting teams while also transitioning the fishing and hunting tribe into an agrarian society before the forest's resources were depleted. A new era of large-scale development had begun. Trees were felled one by one, stumps were uprooted, and ogres lined up wielding titan-like pickaxes. With a powerful pull, they unearthed half a meter of soil. Following behind were goblins and kobolds with hoes, carefully cultivating the land and sowing wheat, potatoes, and various seasonal vegetables. The primeval forest gradually gave way as farmland expanded like a spreading virus. Crude dirt roads were laid alongside the fields, and Qinwu established 100-person villages at regular intervals. These settlements would eventually span the empire from south to north. Beyond agricultural development, the scale of the blacksmith workshops also continued to expand. The iron orcs erected a second water wheel, a second large bellows, and a second blast furnace. The blacksmith shop had been upgraded to a steel workshop, and under Tai Oka's leadership, there were now 50 skilled goblin blacksmiths capable of independently crafting various swords, knives, and farming tools. Additionally, 100 goblin apprentices were learning the trade, handling the creation of simple raw pieces. Currently, the tribe had 1 blacksmith for every 10 members on average, making metal tools abundantly available within the community. After over a month of intensive construction, the once filthy and chaotic goblin settlement had undergone a complete transformation. Rows of neat wooden houses now stood in place, and large swathes of the surrounding forest had been cleared to create fertile farmland. The tribe's population had surged to an astonishing 2,000 people. Feeding such a large population posed a significant challenge, but fortunately, the kobolds released earlier by Qinwu had proved invaluable. Leaders of various kobold tribes came forward to pay homage, kneeling before Qinwu and swearing their allegiance, pleading for the right to hunt. Generously, Qinwu allowed them to retain their current hunting grounds, requiring only 30 of their catch as tribute. The kobold leaders bowed repeatedly, expressing their gratitude for his benevolence. From then on, the kobolds delivered their prey to the goblin tribe daily as tax payment, replenishing the tribe's food reserves to a safe level. The large population provided Qinwu with abundant labor, enabling him to push forward multiple projects simultaneously. He established a rudimentary school, mandating that all goblins holding official positions must receive basic education. The curriculum was extremely simple, learning the 10 Arabic numerals and the rules of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. That was all. No further knowledge was required. Although the goblin tribe had no written language, this was not an issue. As long as they mastered basic mathematics, the tribe's administrative system would take a significant step forward. The role of teacher naturally fell to Eg, a self-taught mathematics prodigy. Qinwu dictated a teaching plan, guiding Eg to educate the goblins in the school. He also implemented a motivational system combining carrot and stick tactics. Goblins who failed to learn were harshly punished, while those who succeeded were rewarded with meat or allowed to copy cassava. So far, the school's graduation rate was impressive, with at least 90 of students successfully completing their studies. In addition, Qinwu planned to construct a city wall to enclose the tribe's core residential area. In this era of cold weapons, the defensive value of a city wall was self-evident. He also hoped that building the wall would allow the tribe to be officially recognized as a town by the system. This would enable him to station system troops within the town and manage the territory more efficiently through the system interface. Qinwu believed that if they were going to build a wall, it had to be done right. Wooden walls were too flimsy, so he decided to construct stone walls instead. Building stone walls required quarrying materials, which was not a problem since stones were abundant in the nearby mountains. However, finding a suitable adhesive was more challenging. Fortunately, the lime kiln in Goberg had been completed, and lime could now be supplied for the construction of the walls. Qinwu quickly organized the tribe's tasks and led a team to Goberg. 3 days later, after traversing mountains and forests, Qinwu arrived at Goberg. He found that the settlement had not changed much since his last visit, except for a slight increase in population and a modest expansion of farmland. Shaking his head in disappointment, he realized that without his guidance, the goblins lacked initiative. While the goblin tribe under his leadership was approaching the scale of a small town, Goberg remained stagnant, which left him feeling disheartened. Qinwu and his team entered the fortress, where Gobda, the goblin in charge, came forward to greet him enthusiastically. Boss, Qinwu acknowledged him with a nod. Report on Goberg's situation. Gobda scratched his head awkwardly, seemingly unsure where to begin. After hesitating for quite a while, Gobu finally spoke, gesturing animatedly with his thick fingers in the air. The population of Gobu Fort is this large, and the new land we've cultivated is this much. The grain planted by the humans has already been harvested for one season, filling the warehouses to the brim. Plus, the meat from hunting and fishing has been dried into jerky and piled up like small mountains. Qinwu, watching his exaggerated gestures, felt his head start to ache. He quickly waved his hand to interrupt. Stop gesturing. Go gather your subordinates, I'll have someone do an inventory. Fortunately, his system-trained soldiers had undergone math training, and the statistics were completed swiftly. Gobu Mao came running to report. Boss, the results are in. Gobu Fort currently has 1,400 adult goblins, including 200 large goblins. Our food reserves can feed 1,000 people for 2 months. The existing farmland is enough to establish 5 villages of 100 people each. Qinwu nodded, calculating the sizable resources in his mind. He opened the system management interface to carefully review the warehouse data. 53 axes, 53 hoes, 889 portions of grain, 264 portions of meat, 105 portions of fish, and 1,050 bags of lime. The iron tools were limited, clearly because the iron ore brought by humans had been used up, and the blacksmiths had only managed to forge this much. However, lime reserves were abundant, with nearly 2,000 bags in total when combined with the real-world stockpile. After the inventory was complete, Qinwu immediately issued an order. Gobu, allocate half of the manpower. I want to build a hardened road directly connecting Gobu Fort to the tribe. Seeing Gobu-da's puzzled expression, Qinwu personally took him to the lime kiln for a demonstration. He gathered lime and sand from the riverbank, mixing them with water in the right proportions to create a small cemented surface on the spot. The road needs to be wide enough for 10 large goblins to walk side by side, he said, patting Gobu on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll be here to guide you. In the days that followed, Qinwu stayed in Gobu Fort, teaching the goblins step by step how to use cement to build roads. Although it was his first time doing this in practice, he quickly figured out the techniques based on his previous knowledge. He crafted various tools, stone rollers to compact the ground, wooden tools for handling lake mud, as well as mixing tools and simple measuring devices. To speed up progress, Qinwu returned to the tribe and transported over 1,000 additional bags of cement from the warehouse. He then formed a second construction team, enabling simultaneous work on both ends of the road. He understood clearly that once this road was completed, the tribe's iron tools and Gobu Fort's lime could be exchanged efficiently. A month later, both construction teams had fully mastered the techniques. Qinwu handed over responsibility for the road project to Gobu and began contemplating the tribe's future development. That night, as Qinwu lay in bed, he allowed himself a rare moment of relaxation. However, at his bedside, Dogowu stood with his staff, looking worried. Boss, are you really going through with this? Fear magic is truly painful. Doesn't it bother you? The dog sorcerer couldn't understand why the boss was so obsessed with the fear spell. Most people would be traumatized for a lifetime after experiencing it just once. Yet, their boss repeatedly volunteered to undergo it. Did he have some peculiar hobby? Qinwu shot the dog a fierce glare and barked. You don't know anything. I suspect the fear spell can help me foresee the future. I need to prepare for potential trouble. Now cast the spell, or it'll teach you a lesson. The dog sorcerer let out a reluctant whimper before grudgingly beginning to chant. A dark purple energy gathered at the tip of its staff. With a wave, the energy shot into Qinwu's body. He didn't resist, instead relaxing to welcome the power. The purple-black mist quickly engulfed his vision, and in an instant, he was plunged into a deep state of fear once more. This time, however, the hallucination wasn't as distant as before. Qinwu noticed the scene shifting around him. Farmland, water wheels, and villages appeared just as vivid as yesterday, but they weren't remnants of a bygone era. Instead, they seemed to depict a future not far away. In particular, he saw glimpses of an unfinished paved road he had personally overseen. Realization struck him. These events might unfold within the next year. The visions became even more vivid. Near Goblinburg, a settlement he had helped build, a small village of about 100 goblins had appeared. The goblins carried hoes, returning exhausted to their wooden homes at dusk, ready to devour a hearty communal meal before collapsing into bed. But the peace was short-lived. Suddenly, a massive fireball descended from the heavens, exploding violently and obliterating a wooden house. More fireballs followed, raining destruction upon the village like artillery shells. Flames consumed the settlement in moments, killing most of the goblins. The survivors stumbled out of their homes, bewildered and terrified, unable to comprehend the chaos. Before they could react, a hail of arrows pierced through the air, striking goblins with deadly precision. Then, figures clad in strange armor stormed into the village, unleashing a brutal massacre. Their every strike was lethal, their speed and strength beyond human comprehension. In less than 5 minutes, the village was reduced to ruins. The four invaders were strikingly different in appearance. One was a towering warrior clad in heavy plate armor, wielding a massive shield that sent goblins flying with every charge. Another was a mage, adorned with a pointed hat and wielding a staff, conjuring a relentless barrage of fireballs. The third was an elven archer, dressed in lightweight leather armor, whose every arrow found its mark with deadly accuracy. But the most eye-catching of them all was a young man with short brown hair, clad in partial plate armor. He appeared no older than 17 or 18, of average height, yet his combat abilities were extraordinary. His single-handed sword was intricately engraved, with a hilt resembling an open-armed goddess. His movements were as swift as the wind, and with one strike, he cleaved a beam as thick as a man's waist clean in two. After annihilating the goblins in the village, the young man radiating an aura of confident warmth seemed to be the leader of the group. Pointing his sword towards Goblinburg in the distance, he led his team in a relentless assault. Within half an hour, Goblinburg was reduced to a blazing inferno. The group then marched along the paved road, systematically wiping out every goblin village they encountered. In just one day, they eradicated all the settlements of 100 goblins or more, advancing steadily towards the goblin stronghold. Qinwu, commanding 5 goblin squads, launched a desperate counterattack, but their efforts were futile. The invaders were unstoppable, and the battle quickly turned into a massacre. Nearly all the goblin warriors were defeated. In the end, Qinwu led 40 elite troops in a final stand against the intruders. A fierce battle ensued, with Qinwu personally engaging the young leader in combat. But the fight ended swiftly. One devastating swing of the youth's sword cleaved Qinwu in two. As his consciousness faded, Qinwu caught a glimpse of the mage embracing the young leader. Stroking his ornate staff, she exclaimed with admiration, "Wow, our brave hero has become even stronger. Quack! I'll crush you, you meddling hero. I'll smash your face in." Qinwu jolted awake from his nightmare, drenched in cold sweat. Instantly, he leaped onto his feet on the bed, his eyes wide open, his face twisted in a snarl. He began furiously throwing punches into the air, a jab, a hook, and finishing with a fierce spinning kick. His movements were chaotic and wild, like a man possessed. In the corner, Dog Wu, his companion, let out a terrified yelp and quickly cowered against the wall, trembling as it covered its head with its paws, its eyes filled with fear. Qinwu continued his frenzied outburst, swinging his fists in the empty air for a good while before finally stopping. His chest heaved as he gasped for breath. This nightmare was different from the ones he had before. It seemed to show a vision of the future 1 year from now. A team of 4 heroes ventured deep into the monster forest, and, with only their combined strength, utterly destroyed the monster kingdom he had painstakingly built. The terrifying power of those 4 made Qinwu's heart race to a staggering 180 beats per minute. The scenes from the nightmare were vivid and haunting. His army charging forward, only to crumble like melting snow. And then, even when he personally led his fearless troops into battle, all he could manage was to severely wound the burly man with the massive shield before being cleaved in two by the hero's sword. A wave of intense frustration surged through him. He refused to let such a fate come to pass. Qinwu abruptly threw open the door, took a deep breath, and puffed out his chest like a bellows. "Everyone within 3 meters," he roared, his voice booming like a shockwave that spread throughout the entire goblin settlement. Moments later, a disheveled woman with messy hair and dark circles under her eyes hurried over. This was Miss Hannah, who stood before Qinwu with a scowl on her face. "What now?" Miss Hannah snapped through gritted teeth, her irritation evident. What kind of nonsense was this goblin up to again? She had basically become his personal assistant, constantly at his beck and call. Even her sleep was being interrupted, and she could feel her hormones going haywire. Her skin was about to break out with acne any day now. Qinwu completely ignored Miss Hannah's death glare and, speaking rapidly, asked, "Have you ever seen 4 people in the human kingdom? A huge guy with a door-sized shield, a crazy thunder mage who roasts everything, a flat-chested, Sundara elf girl with a bow, and a short-haired, sunny, warm-hearted guy? Isn't that the hero party blessed by the goddess of life?" Miss Hannah interrupted before he could finish. "How do you know them?" "The short-haired sunny guy you're talking about is Leon, the 375th blessed of the goddess of life, the divine emissary on earth, also known as the hero," Miss Hannah explained. Sir Leon is not only incredibly powerful, but also upholds the knightly virtues. He's renowned across all 4 human kingdoms as a paragon of virtue, and his companions are all exceptional individuals as well. I once saw Sir Leon from afar in the royal capital. He's so handsome. Miss Hannah clasped her hands over her face, swooning as if little hearts were floating above her head. Li Qinwu's expression, however, grew increasingly grim. It seemed the visions in his nightmare were indeed real. Otherwise, how could they align so perfectly with reality? If that were the case, then everything he saw in the nightmare, the heroes destroying his forces and him being slain by Leon, was likely to happen. Grabbing his greatsword, Li Qinwu pushed past the still dreamy Miss Hannah and stepped outside to stand before a thick wooden beam. Planting his feet firmly, he assumed a battle-ready stance. What are you doing? Are you planning to tear the house down? Miss Hannah grumbled in frustration as she was shoved aside. Li Qinwu didn't respond. He took a deep breath and slowly raised his greatsword. When he felt his strength reach its peak, he let out a loud shout and unleashed a full-force strike. The thick beam, which would take the arms of an adult to wrap around, was sliced cleanly in two by his sword. The roof, now unsupported, began to shake, and ceramic tiles tumbled down with a series of clatters. Miss Hannah hurriedly dashed out of the wooden house, stomping her foot in anger. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Li Qinwu sheathed his sword without a word, giving Miss Hannah only a cold, sidelong glance. Miss Hannah couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. How reckless, she muttered under her breath, grumbling words no one could understand. Great thunder roast chicken sorceress. What nonsense. It's just some fireball spells and a bit of thunder magic, nothing groundbreaking. Even chaining fireball spells isn't that impressive, anyone could do it. Such underdeveloped skills. She struggled to maintain a calm exterior, but her words grew increasingly incoherent. Li Qinwu heard her voice, but chose not to respond. He pushed open the wooden cabin door, stepped inside, and shut it behind him. The air inside was heavy with silence, mirroring the unease in his mind. His thoughts spiraled into worries about the future. In the illusionary realm, the hero Leon had effortlessly sliced through wooden beams as if they were tofu. The sheer display of power left Li Qinwu deeply shaken. He knew that even with all his might, carefully bracing himself and calculating the perfect angle, he could barely achieve the same feat, yet Leon had done it with a casual swing, and his 3 companions were equally formidable. The 4 of them alone could obliterate everything Li Qinwu had built. The thought filled him with helplessness and despair. Should I just give up? He murmured to himself, clenching his fists tightly. The idea of abandoning his stronghold and everything he had worked for was unbearable. But then another chilling thought struck him. What if the hero's party had some way to track him down? Goblin society was structured in such a way that all authority and knowledge were concentrated in the hands of the leader. If the hero's party had come this far, they would undoubtedly target the leader without hesitation. And that leader unfortunately was him. Li Qinwu's heart grew heavier. He began pacing back and forth inside the cabin, his mind racing to devise a plan. The more he thought, the more agitated he became. Eventually, exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he unknowingly collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. Though his body could endure several days without rest, the lingering effects of the fierce spell had drained him, leaving him unusually fatigued and hypersensitive. In the end, his mind succumbed to the pull of dreams. In his dream, Li Qinwu suddenly recalled a phrase from videos he used to watch on Bilibili in his previous Lithia line that had gained widespread popularity among the community of transmigrators. Guns are a form of magic, ballistics are a path. 1 part sulfur, 2 parts charcoal, 3 parts salt, petter, add a bit of sugar, and you've got the Tsar Bomba. The words echoed in his mind, as if illuminating a new path forward. He furrowed his brows, feeling as though he had uncovered a spark of inspiration within those familiar lines. To the west of the monster forest lies the human world. An ancient legend has been passed down on this land. In primordial times, when gods still walked the earth, they divided the continents into several regions, each ruling their own domain. Every god created unique races in their own image. However, the gods mysteriously vanished, leaving their creations to spread unchecked. As tectonic plates shifted and merged, conflicts arose among the races. Humanity, as one of the most powerful races, not only repelled foreign invasions, but also endured countless internal struggles, eventually establishing a balance of power with 4 nations governing the southwestern continent. The kingdom of Sazos shares an extensive border with the monster forest. The forest, rich in magical elements, breeds formidable magical beasts that frequently invade human settlements, causing devastating casualties. To combat this, the kingdom constructed a continuous line of fortified castles along the border. It was this imposing defensive line that made Mon the steward's return journey exceptionally arduous. Now, he was in rags, battered and bruised, looking as though he had aged 30 years overnight. But he had finally returned to the human world. Using a secret passage known only to the nobility, he crossed the border and infiltrated deep into the heart of Sazos. Driven by a mission to expose the truth about Li Qinwu, Mond traveled westward for months, cautiously concealing his presence. As a rebel, he knew that one misstep could lead to utter ruin. His plan was to locate old acquaintances in the capital and use their influence to convey the threat of the goblins to the kingdom's leaders. Begging for food along the way, he eventually reached the capital and found the residence of a noble acquaintance. However, before he could meet them, he was captured by the estate guards, hastily tried, and sentenced to death by fire. Now, Mon the steward stood bound to a cross in the city square, a pile of flammable wood stacked beneath him. A green-robed official addressed the gathered crowd in a loud voice. "Citizens, behold this traitor. He took part in rebellion and deserved the ultimate punishment, but was granted mercy by His Majesty the King, who exiled him to the monster forest. Yet, he dared to return without permission. Only cleansing flames can atone for his sins." The onlookers murmured among themselves. "Who is he?" someone asked. "You must be from the countryside. That's the chief steward of the Kosovo family, the same family that supported the prince's rebellion. Why would the prince rebel? Isn't he the sole heir? You don't know? The king was blessed by the goddess of life and lived to be 110 years old. The prince is almost 80 now. Get it?" A stone was thrown, though it was unclear who cast it first. The crowd quickly followed suit, pelting stones in unison. They cared little for political struggles, but craved the spectacle of violence. Amidst a barrage of insults, Mon the steward, overwhelmed with grief and indignation, shouted relentlessly about the goblin threat, yet no one was willing to believe his words. The steward of Mond was tied to the stake, his body struggling violently, his pale face etched with grief and fury. "You ignorant fools," he roared, his voice like the grating of rusted steel, piercing the ears of everyone present. "You have no idea how powerful he is. That creature is bringing order to the chaotic goblins. He's establishing systems, regulating behavior, cultivating land, building infrastructure, and even training a professional army. With the goblins' reproduction rate, within 3 years, all of you will be enslaved by them. You must act quickly, kill him now." The square was packed with nearly 10,000 citizens. At first, the crowd was stunned by his heart-wrenching cries, but soon erupted into laughter. To them, goblins were nothing more than pests of the forest, easily eradicated by farmers wielding pitchforks. How could such lowly creatures ever pose a threat to the kingdom? An official standing beside the stake shook his head and signaled to the soldiers to proceed. "Carry out the execution." Just as a soldier raised a torch to ignite the wood, a clear, commanding male voice rang out through the crowd. "Wait." The voice seemed to carry an almost magical authority, compelling everyone to pause. The crowd instinctively parted, creating a path as 4 figures, each radiating a unique brilliance, strode forward with an air of undeniable significance. The official quickly put on a flattering smile upon seeing the 4. "Your Highness, Leon, what instructions do you have for us?" The newcomers were none other than the heroic team that Qinwu had seen in his vision. Leon, the warm and charismatic leader, fixed his gaze on the frantic steward of Mond. The official hastened to explain. "Your Highness, Leon, this man is a traitor who has illegally returned from exile. We are merely carrying out the law." "My good man," Leon said gently, "I'm only interested in the special goblin he mentioned. May I ask him a few questions?" After receiving permission, Leon approached the stake. "Sir, is that goblin truly so extraordinary? Has it gained the power of a dark god?" The steward's eyes slowly regained clarity. "No, his terror doesn't lie in individual strength, but in the order he's bringing to the goblins. That is more terrifying than any power dot you see." Leon nodded thoughtfully. "I understand. Just as trained farmers can stand against knights, if goblins gain a rational leader and strict organization, they could indeed become a grave threat." The official couldn't help but laugh. "Your Highness, Leon, this lunatic is spouting nonsense. Goblins are nothing. 10 soldiers could wipe out 100 of them. He's just making excuses because he couldn't endure the hardships of exile." The steward of Mond erupted in anger, spitting at the official's face. "You incompetent fool. It's because of people like you that the kingdom is in decline." Enraged, the official snatched the torch and hurled it at the woodpile. The flames roared to life, engulfing the steward in an instant. Even as he screamed in agony, his voice carried a final plea. "You must kill that goblin." Leon moved to intervene, but the shield-wielding warrior behind him placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "Don't." No matter the circumstances, he broke the kingdom's laws. "We cannot interfere." As the flames consumed the steward entirely, Leon stood in silence, deep in thought. After a long pause, he suddenly swept his crimson cloak and turned to his companions. "Prepare yourselves. We're heading to the goblin forest immediately." Qinwu, now targeted by the hero, dared not show the slightest negligence. He immediately halted the labor-intensive road hardening project and focused entirely on expanding his army and preparing for war. The size of his forces quickly grew to 1,000 men, organized into 10 companies, enough to dominate a region in the forest of monsters. However, against the hero's party, which could harvest goblins like cutting grass, this force still fell far short of giving Li Qinwu peace of mind. To counter the hero, the key was to improve the quality of his troops. Li Qinwu decided to upgrade his system soldiers to level 4 first. He led his troops into the forest to hunt monsters. However, the experience required to advance from level 3 to level 4 was immense. After several days of relentless fighting, only a handful of goblin spearmen who had been with him to the longest managed to evolve into seasoned warriors. The slow progress left Li Qinwu restless. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Why not upgrade all non-system goblin spearmen into hobgoblins? By temporarily incorporating goblin spearmen into his main force and having them hunt monsters for 2 or 3 days, they could easily level up. Once upgraded, they could be rotated out and new goblin spearmen recruited to repeat the process. This cycle would quickly yield 1,000 powerful hobgoblins. The plan was set into motion. Each time a goblin spearman advanced to a hobgoblin, Li Qinwu would immediately adjust the roster, replacing them with new goblin spearmen. Within a few days, the tribe had over 200 hobgoblin warriors. But this was still far from enough. Li Qinwu knew that to truly confront the hero, the ultimate weapon would be gunpowder. While leading his hunting parties, he also began surveying the surrounding area for resources needed to produce black powder, specifically sulfur and saltpeter. Thanks to his previous life and meticulous study of the Transmigrator's encyclopedia, he was well-versed in the formula for gunpowder. Not only did he know the 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, 3 parts charcoal ratio, but he also understood the precise proportions required. His efforts paid off when, during a pursuit of more than 30 demon wolves, Li Qinwu discovered a volcano rich in sulfur deposits. Without hesitation, he dispatched 200 goblins to mine the area and established a new settlement there. With sulfur secured and charcoal easily produced, only saltpeter remained. While it was possible to scrape white crystals from the walls of latrines to obtain saltpeter, the yield was too low to meet his needs. Li Qinwu estimated that at least several hundred kilograms of black powder would be needed for a decisive battle with the hero. Scraping walls could only produce about a kilogram, at most nowhere near enough. To acquire more saltpeter, he needed to find niteric soil. This pale yellow, loose-textured soil has a bitter taste when licked and was a key raw material for gunpowder in ancient times. Li Qinwu immediately issued a mission to all his hunting teams to search for niteric soil, offering generous rewards. The first team to discover it would have their captain granted the title of Super Invincible Grand Marshal, 100 strips of dried meat, and the freedom to choose a wood mouse as a prize. And so, the goblins of the hunting party all carried hoes, digging into the earth as if possessed, carefully tasting the soil in every spot. With Li Qinwu's approval, a few particularly brave goblins even packed enough provisions and ventured over 100 kilometers from the tribe into uncharted territory. Their findings were significant dens of powerful magical beasts, suspected coal and copper mines, and other mineral resources, but the critical saltpeter remained elusive. This left Li Qinwu scratching his head in frustration. During this time, he had already crafted a series of simple tools and painstakingly refined saltpeter scraped from the walls of latrines using wood ash. He successfully produced half a kilogram of black powder and fashioned a small bomb. The test explosion was exhilarating. The deafening blast could easily kill anything within a radius of 10 to 20 meters if packed with steel balls and iron fragments. However, the lethal range of such a small explosive was far too limited. Li Qinwu knew full well that this kind of small firecracker posed no real threat to the hero's party. To effectively deal with them, he would need explosives weighing at least 10 to 20 kilograms, detonated in continuous blasts, to have any chance of completely wiping them out. The question returned to square one: where could he find saltpeter? Li Qinwu was at his wit's end. He had no choice but to urge the hunting parties to explore even farther afield and simultaneously push forward plans for a tribal migration. If all else failed, they would have to flee to save their lives. Fortunately, fate had other plans. Li Qinwu could never have imagined that he would acquire a large quantity of saltpeter in such an unexpected way. One day, after returning from a hunt, Li Qinwu stopped to rest at a goblin village of about 100 inhabitants on the forest's edge. He dismissed 30 of his warriors, who had advanced to hobgoblins, sending them back to their original units, and recruited 30 spear-wielding goblins using dinars, preparing to continue his hunting expedition. However, before he could set out, trouble came looking for him. A group of kobolds emerged from the forest, carrying chunks of meat on tree branches, an offering from the Cobalt tribe. Yet these kobolds appeared unusually frantic. Their expressions were nervous, and they ran at full speed as if something terrifying was chasing them through the woods. The lead kobold, upon spotting Li Qinwu in the village, immediately dropped the meat, ran over, and collapsed to its knees in front of him, barking out a series of rapid woof-woof sounds. Li Qinwu scratched his chin, puzzled, didn't understand kobold language, and had no clue what the barking meant. He sent someone to fetch either the kobold shaman or Miss Hannah to translate. Before the translators could arrive, however, several staggering figures emerged from the edge of the forest. All eyes turned to them, gleaming white skeletons with hollow eye sockets glowing with eerie blue flames. They moved with an unsteady gait, as if they might fall apart at any moment. What the? Skeleton soldiers. Li Qinwu quickly drew the greatsword from his back as a system notification informed him he had entered combat, with the newcomers identified as enemies. Raising an eyebrow, Li Qinwu ordered the newly recruited 30 spear-wielding goblins. Attack. Take them down. The spear-wielding goblins charged forward in a chaotic rush, jabbing at the skeleton soldiers with their weapons. Unfortunately, piercing weapons like spears were not particularly effective against skeletal foes. Many spear tips simply passed through the gaps between the skeleton's ribs. Nevertheless, with their superior numbers, the goblins managed to pin the skeletons to the ground with a flurry of spear thrusts, though the undead still flailed and clawed at the air in defiance. The goblins exchanged confused glances, unsure of how to completely destroy these bony enemies. Li Qinwu noticed the blue glow, which resembled soul fire, flickering within the skeleton's skulls. He immediately issued a new command: smash their heads with rocks. The goblins promptly obeyed, grabbing large stones and smashing them down onto the skeleton's skulls. With a series of sharp cracking sounds, the bones shattered and the blue light faded. At last, the skeleton soldiers were motionless, completely and utterly dead. Li Qinwu heard the notification sound in his mind, signaling their victory. He quickly glanced down at the loot. Grain 3, weathered bone powder 3, high-density bone powder 1. He frowned, wondering what use the bone powder could have. Fertilizer for crops, maybe? As he pondered, Miss Hannah and the Cobalt were called over. Miss Hannah spotted the skeleton on the ground and let out a gasp. By the light god, isn't this an undead? She hurried forward, prodding the pile of bones with her staff, easily shattering it. Letting out a sigh of relief, she patted her chest. Thankfully, it's just a low-level undead, probably naturally spawned. Li Qinwu asked, puzzled. Miss Hannah, what's so special about these undead? Miss Hannah began to explain. Undead are creatures that come back to life after death due to the erosion of their corpses by magic. They usually appear in skeletal form because bones are sturdy and can store more magic. In natural circumstances, certain special terrains accumulate a lot of magic, and when animals die there, their corpses may transform into undead. However, because the magic in these cases is limited, the resulting undead are usually weak. She paused, then continued. But there's another kind: artificially created undead. These are far stronger than naturally occurring ones. Evil necromancers infuse them with large amounts of magic, greatly enhancing their power. They can even form massive undead armies, posing a significant threat to the entire kingdom. If you encounter such undead, they must be destroyed immediately. Before she could finish speaking, a faint rustling came from the forest. Moments later, over a dozen skeleton soldiers emerged from the bushes. Miss Hannah was startled. How are there so many of them? She exclaimed, staring in disbelief at the skeletal soldiers. Li Qinwu raised his hand, commanding the spear-wielding goblins to attack. The goblins charged forward, swiftly knocking down the skeleton soldiers with their spears and smashing their skulls with stones. Miss Hannah approached one of the fallen skeleton soldiers, her brow furrowed. Something's not right. Why are there so many of them? Normally, only areas with significant magical accumulation could produce this number of undead, and this far exceeds what we'd expect from natural conditions. Li Qinwu quickly turned to the kobolds and instructed, these skeleton soldiers followed you here. Ask them what happened. Miss Hannah translated his words, and the kobolds barked and growled for a while. Finally, she looked surprised and said, they said they were delivering meat and passed by the place where we fought the goblins last time. All the corpses there have turned into skeletons and started chasing anyone alive. Li Qinwu recalled the battle with Longya and the strange black-gray tree at the center of the battlefield. That area had indeed felt lifeless, with not a blade of grass growing around it. The air near the black tree had been thick with an ominous aura. Could these skeleton soldiers be connected to that place? His heart sank. Turning to the captains nearby, he issued an order. Assemble all the troops. We're going to check out that black tree. The troops quickly got ready, and 1,000 spear-wielding goblins marched in an imposing formation toward Black Tree Brave. Stepping out from the lush forest into the barren wasteland, they immediately spotted hundreds of skeleton soldiers wandering near the black tree. Suddenly, the sound of an electric guitar echoed in Li Qinwu's ears. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Before he could react, the skeleton soldiers in the distance had already noticed them and came rushing, their bony claws flailing. Charge! Li Qinwu shouted. Break their legs, but leave the skulls intact. He intended to use this opportunity for training without destroying the skulls. The skeletons wouldn't completely die, allowing the system troops to finish them off and gain experience points. The charge of nearly 400 skeleton soldiers was indeed intimidating, but against 1,000 fully armed goblins, it was no match. Armored and wielding iron weapons, the goblins surged forward. The clash of metal and the brittle sound of bones breaking filled the air. In no time, The ground was littered with skeletons whose legs and torsos had been shattered. Once all the skeleton soldiers were incapacitated, Qinwu summoned 30 system troops to harvest the spoils of battle. Each was assigned to smash the skulls of 10 skeletons, which would be enough for them to level up into elite goblins. The sound of axes cleaving bone echoed continuously. As Qinwu looked at the remaining 100 or so skeletons, a sudden idea struck him: why not concentrate all the experience points on one level 4 soldier and see if they could be advanced to level 5? His gaze shifted back and forth between two level 4 soldiers, Gob Spear, a seasoned warrior, and Gob Bao, a seasoned archer. In the end, he chose the latter. Gob Bao, finish the rest of them, he commanded. Following the order, Gob Bao borrowed an axe and began methodically smashing the skulls of each remaining skeleton. The cracking sounds continued until the last skeleton fell. The system promptly displayed the victory rewards: grain 120, weathered bone powder 71, high-density bone powder 42, and magic-infused bone powder 3. However, Qinwu's focus was entirely on the soldier interface. All the goblins were now eligible to level up to the next rank, and most importantly, Gob Bao could finally advance to level 5. Finally, Qinwu exclaimed, nearly moved to tears, as he immediately clicked the upgrade option. Gob Bao's pupils dilated, his body surged with newfound power, and he grew slightly taller. While his physique didn't change much, his overall density and presence were noticeably enhanced. Checking the attribute panel, Goblin Sniper. Vitality, 28. Precision, 30. Stamina, 28. Cunning, 20. Social skills, 10. Intelligence, 15. Proficiency in bow, crossbow, and running, all at 350. Incredible, Qinwu gasped. A bow and crossbow proficiency of 350, this is sniper-level skill. No wonder his gaze has become so sharp and focused. What delighted him even more was that Gob Bao's intelligence had reached an impressive 15 points. Goblin Archer carefully felt the changes in his body. With a loud thud, he knelt before Qinwu. Boss, we honor you. He dropped to his knees, his eyes filled with admiration. He knew exactly where these changes came from and immediately pledged his loyalty to Qinwu. Damn it, why is my vision getting blurry? Are these tears? No, it's the brilliance of the boss that's too dazzling. Goblin Archer instinctively lowered his head to wipe his eyes, his gaze falling upon the ground. He let out a soft as he noticed something unusual about the soil. Yellow dirt. He pinched a handful between his fingers, rubbing it to feel its peculiar, soft texture. Then, he brought his dirt-stained fingers to his mouth, and the tip of his tongue instantly detected a distinct bitterness. Qinwu patted Goblin Archer on the shoulder and launched into a motivational speech, painting a bright future for everyone. Unbeknownst to him, his charisma skill quietly increased by 1 point. At that moment, Miss Hannah stepped forward with a serious expression and pointed to the massive black-gray tree. You need to destroy that thing immediately. It's a netherworld tree. Qinwu was puzzled. What's a netherworld tree? Miss Hannah's tone was grave as she explained. Scholars believe our world is divided into 3 realms. The physical world, which is where we live, the divine realm, home of the gods, and the netherworld, where the souls of the dead go. Between these realms are barriers, allowing only souls to pass through, while physical matter cannot. She paused before continuing. However, there are cracks in these barriers, and the netherworld tree is a plant that grows from such cracks between the netherworld and the physical world. It releases an aura that corrupts the surrounding soil, turning it into barren nether soil. If left unchecked, the nether soil will spread, and increasingly powerful undead creatures will emerge from it. Her expression was stern. Clearly, the netherworld tree was an extremely dangerous entity. But Qinwu, upon hearing this, was ecstatic. The netherworld tree could spawn undead? What was this? This was basically a monster spawning machine. Recently, he and his team had been hunting wild creatures to level up, running themselves ragged. The local wildlife was becoming scarce, and even the river crocodiles had nearly become a protected species. Just as he was worrying about where to find more creatures to hunt, here came a monster spawning machine. Qinwu was so thrilled, he almost broke into a celebratory dance on the spot. However, seeing Miss Hannah's uncharacteristically serious demeanor, he decided he should explain himself properly. After all, Hannah was one of his few talented subordinates. It wouldn't hurt to keep her happy. Just as he was about to speak, Goblin Archer, still kneeling and playing with the soil, tugged at his sleeve and held up a handful of loose yellow dirt. Boss, isn't this the saltpeter you told us to look for? Qinwu froze. He had been wondering why Goblin Archer was so engrossed in the soil. Turns out he had made a discovery. He carefully examined the yellow dirt in Goblin Archer's hands. It was loose and crumbly, resembling saltpeter in appearance. He dabbed a little with his finger and gave it a taste. A distinct bitter flavor hit his tongue. It was indeed saltpeter. He quickly scanned the area and realized that within a 1-kilometer radius of the netherworld tree, the ground was covered in this loose yellow soil. What the actual hell? A surge of excitement shot through him, electrifying his entire body and almost making him leap into the air. Miss Hannah, seeing Li Qinwu trembling, drooling, and rolling his eyes while completely ignoring her warnings, frowned in displeasure. Hey, are you even listening to me? The netherworld tree must be destroyed. If not, the nether soil will spread, and the nether energy will spawn even more powerful undead creatures. Let me destroy it with my chain fireball spell. Oh, by the way, I've mastered chain fireball now. She puffed out her chest proudly. The chain fireball spell was notoriously difficult to learn, but when a goblin mentioned that Prince Leon's party included a powerful mage who could use it, Miss Hannah's competitive spirit was ignited. She had spent sleepless nights practicing until she finally mastered the spell, though the fireballs she produced were slightly weaker than single fireball spells. Now, let me show you the fruits of my labor. Miss Hannah raised her staff, ready to cast her spell. Li Qinwu's eyes widened in alarm. He leapt in front of her, jabbing a finger at her nose. What the hell do you think you're doing? Stay away from my tree. My tree is just standing there quietly, doing nothing wrong. And you want to attack it with your stinky, filthy spells? Is it because my tree is black? Are you discriminating against black things? You wicked, malicious person. I can't believe how cruel you are. Miss Hannah was dumbfounded. The verbal barrage from this strange 21st century earthling left her completely stunned, almost as if his words had physically knocked her into the ground. Li Qinwu crouched down, carefully inspecting the soil around the underworld tree. This is saltpeter soil. His eyes lit up with excitement as he immediately began conducting more precise tests. Under his command, the goblins quickly built a roaring bonfire, and the charcoal in the flames burned red-hot and glowing. Grabbing a handful of saltpeter soil, he scattered it over the scorching charcoal. Crack! Pop! A series of sharp crackling sounds erupted, confirming the presence of highly concentrated potassium nitrate. This also perfectly explained why no vegetation could survive around the underworld tree while saltpeter soil was typically an excellent fertilizer. Its excessive concentration turned it into a deadly toxin, killing off all surrounding plants. Gazing at the underworld tree, which would strike fear into most people, Li Qinwu instead wore a fascinated smile. To him, this wasn't some harbinger of death, it was a divine gift, an industrial treasure. He was already planning how to protect and utilize this tree to its fullest potential. A plan began to take shape in his mind. First, eliminate that pesky team of adventurers, then gather manpower to construct walls around the tree. More importantly, he needed to research ways to increase the spawn rate of skeleton soldiers. This was practically a natural monster spawning lair. Looking at the scattered skeletons on the ground, an idea struck him. Pile all these skeletons around the tree, he ordered the goblins. And from now on, any bones you collect while hunting should also be placed here. Though he wasn't entirely sure of the mechanism, he figured that adding more bones couldn't hurt. Once the goblins completed their task, he opened the system interface and scattered all the bone meal from his inventory onto the skeleton piles. Then, he summoned 200 goblins to focus on mining saltpeter soil and instructed the ogres to use wooden stakes to build a simple enclosure. This way, any newly spawned skeleton soldiers could be immediately contained. After wrapping up these tasks, Li Qinwu transported dozens of tons of saltpeter soil back to the tribe. Upon his return, he immediately began setting up a black powder production line. 3 small, isolated factories would handle raw material refinement, while a reinforced central workshop would oversee final synthesis. To prevent chain explosions, each workstation was separated by thick concrete walls, and the production quantity was strictly limited to 500 grams per batch. He selected a group of intelligent hobgoblins as workers. Although they were more reliable than ordinary goblins, Li Qinwu still maintained a stern demeanor as he issued a strict warning. You must follow the procedures to the letter. Anyone who disobeys will be executed and made an example of. For this, he spent over a month living and working in the gunpowder factory, keeping a close watch on the workers like a strict supervisor. Day and night, he patrolled tirelessly, never leaving the premises. His sharp eye seemed to have given the workers a sixth sense. Whenever Li Qinwu appeared behind them, they would break into a cold sweat, their movements suddenly as precise as clockwork, and every step of the production process was carried out meticulously. The workshop underwent nearly a month of intensive safety training, with a regimen as rigorous as military drills. The concept of safety became muscle memory for every goblin worker, firmly imprinted in their minds. Only then did Li Qinwu allow himself to relax slightly. The factory began to steadily produce black powder, but he was not content with just that. To enhance its power, he decided to granulate it. He recalled a simple and effective method from the Traveler's Encyclopedia, adding starch. He ordered the construction of a heavy stone mill to grind the wheat dropped by monsters into flour. The wheat was repeatedly milled until it became as fine as dust. The flour was then mixed with water and kneaded into a dough-like consistency, similar to preparing dumpling skins. This dough was placed in water and kneaded repeatedly until the water turned a milky white. The dough was discarded, and the liquid was left to settle for a day. The clear water on top was poured off, leaving behind pure starch at the bottom. The starch was spread under the sun to dry naturally, then sifted to remove larger particles, while any remaining coarse granules were ground down further. With these two steps, Qinwu finally obtained an extremely fine starch powder. He mixed the dried starch with water to create a slurry, then slowly added the black powder while stirring continuously until it formed a thick paste. Using a custom mold, he compressed the paste into dense round cakes, which were left to air dry in a ventilated area. Once dried, the cakes were crushed and sifted to produce uniform, more stable black powder granules. This improved gunpowder not only had greater explosive power, but also exhibited a degree of moisture resistance. After another 2 weeks of effort, he had mastered the process for mass-producing stable black powder, effectively arming himself with a game-changing weapon. The next step was figuring out how to unleash this weapon's full potential. The first avenue of research was naturally explosive charges, the simplest and most straightforward method of detonation. To maximize the destructive power of black powder, the key lay in compression and containment, principles on which traditional bundled explosives were based. However, this approach came with challenges. The monster forest was a typical tropical rainforest, with high humidity that could easily render explosive charges useless. If the explosives failed due to dampness when the hero arrived, it would be nothing short of infuriating. Thus, Qinwu took a different approach and began developing explosive cylinders. He enlisted the help of iron orcs to craft iron cylindrical molds resembling oversized water bottles, each weighing 3 kilograms and capable of holding 10 kilograms of black powder. Once the cylinders were completed, Qinwu had the workers coat their inner and outer walls with a layer of black paint to eliminate static electricity and improve safety. This paint was something he had discovered while foraging extracted from a type of wild tree. By boiling and filtering the tree bark, he obtained a black, viscous liquid. Though it smelled pungent, felt coarse, and lacked any aesthetic appeal, it served its purpose for practical use. After the gunpowder was loaded into the explosive cylinders, a cotton wick soaked in potassium nitrate was inserted into the bottle opening as a fuse. The opening was then sealed with concrete, and another layer of black paint was applied to make it moisture-resistant. The result was an explosive cylinder resembling an oversized water bottle. Qinwu led his goblin troops into the mountains and placed an explosive cylinder among the dense trees, lighting the fuse. A few minutes later, the fuse burned down, igniting the black powder. The explosion was deafening, like a thunderclap splitting the earth, shaking the entire forest. Birds and beasts within 3 miles scattered in panic. The goblin troops, terrified, screamed and jumped around as if they were ready to dig into the ground to escape. Were it not for their system-installed loyalty module, they might have deserted on the spot. Silence! Qinwu roared, his voice cutting through the chaos and forcing the goblins to quiet down, albeit trembling. He quickly strode to the blast site and crouched to inspect the aftermath. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder. At the explosion's epicenter, a half-meter-deep crater had formed. The nearest tree was blown apart, and every tree within a 10-meter radius showed some degree of damage. If used against goblins, the blast radius would easily reach 20 meters. But against the hero, that was another story. Qinwu frowned, mentally simulating the hero's strength and comparing it to imagined combat scenarios. To injure the hero, the explosive would need to detonate at point-blank range within 5 meters to have any chance of hitting a vital spot. Otherwise, it would only manage to cover the hero in dust. Even so, Qinwu exhaled deeply. Regardless, he now possessed a weapon capable of contending with the hero. But another challenge loomed ahead: how to deliver this weapon to within 5 meters of the hero? Faced with the challenge of throwing the explosive tube, Qinwu's mind swiftly switched between various solutions. His first thought was a bed crossbow, but the 13-kilogram explosive tube clearly exceeded its load capacity. A trebuchet had sufficient power, yet its bulky size made it slow to react. Besides, the agile reflexes of the brave adventurer team would easily allow them to evade such a sluggish attack. He also considered having ogres throw the explosive tube. These giant-like creatures were indeed incredibly strong, but their clumsy fingers made it impossible to ignite the fuse accurately. Even if goblins were assigned to light the fuse before handing it off to the ogres, the length of the fuse became a new issue: too long, and it would give the enemy time to escape. Too short, and the clumsy ogres might end up blowing themselves up. The idea of using tripwire-triggered mines was fleeting as well. Without a way to predict the enemy's movement path, this plan was clearly impractical. After repeatedly deliberating without success, Qinwu decided to shift his focus and explore another application of black powder smoothbore muskets. Although this type of weapon was not technically complex, as long as production standards were strictly controlled, its power could be enough to shift the balance of the battlefield. Being a firearm enthusiast, Qinwu was well-versed in the manufacturing process of smoothbore muskets. With the ambition to create a musket-armed unit, he immediately sought out Iron Oak. The two of them spent 3 days in the steelworks, engaging in extensive discussions, sketching numerous design blueprints, and researching manufacturing tools. They quickly settled on a hexagonal barrel design, a classic example of forged craftsmanship. The real challenge lay in quality control. The biggest issue with handmade muskets was the lack of uniform bore sizes, which directly affected ammunition interchangeability and firepower consistency. However, Qinwu introduced advanced concepts from the future, pre-allocating precise raw materials, using standardized iron pipes to control bore dimensions, and implementing assembly line production so workers could focus on specific components. When finalizing the design, Qinwu opted for historically proven specifications a 20mm caliber. Given the characteristics of black powder, this size ensured optimal lethality. The barrel needed to be longer to allow the projectile to absorb enough kinetic energy. They decided on 1,100mm for the barrel length, with an additional stock bringing the total length of the weapon to 1,300mm. Adding a 2,030cm bayonet to such a long gun well, it practically turned into a spear. With everything ready, Qinwu nodded to signal the start. Taioka swung his muscular arms, and the hammer struck the glowing steel, producing a crisp metallic clang. The sound of forging quickly filled the blacksmith shop, and the ogre's strength as a makeshift power hammer became evident. Each strike was precise and powerful, shaping the steel under high heat with remarkable efficiency. In less than half a day, a slightly rough-looking but incredibly sturdy smoothbore matchlock gun was completed before their eyes. At the testing grounds, Qinwu skillfully operated the new weapon. He first scooped a measure of black powder into the muzzle, tamped it down with a ramrod, and then loaded an iron ball, compacting it firmly again. Carefully, he poured black powder into the priming pan, lit the match cord, and secured the gun on a wooden stand, aiming it at a tree 50 meters away. Qinwu stepped back to a safe distance, took a deep breath, and pulled the string connected to the trigger. The glowing match cord ignited the priming powder, and with a thunderous bang, the air shook as the gun discharged. The powerful recoil knocked over the wooden stand, and thick white smoke billowed out, quickly enveloping the area. As the smoke cleared, a clearly visible bullet hole appeared on the distant tree trunk. It worked! Taioka shouted excitedly, rushing forward to pick up the firearm. His fingers gently brushed over the gun's surface as he inspected it carefully. No barrel explosion, and it actually fired an iron ball. This is incredible. His eyes gleamed with fervent admiration. For days, Taioka and Qinwu had been working on this weapon. At first, Taioka had been skeptical about Qinwu's claims of a powerful weapon that even ordinary people could wield. But now, having witnessed its success firsthand, he gained a newfound respect for the power of steel and began imagining the revolutionary role blacksmiths might play in the era of such weapons. Taioka was utterly engrossed, running his hands over the hexagonal barrel, oblivious to the murderous intent in Qinwu's gaze from behind. Qinwu's hand slowly moved to the dagger at his waist, gripping its hilt tightly. In his mind, the image of the fugitive steward Mon surfaced, and he strongly suspected that the current crisis was orchestrated by that man. Those who are not of our kind must have ulterior motives, Qinwu thought. A weapon as advanced as the matchlock Gunioka, having been involved in its creation, undoubtedly knew how to make it. If this ogre harbored treacherous intentions and fled to the human world, the consequences would be disastrous. Qinwu's eyes narrowed into dangerous slits as he drew the dagger halfway out, his gaze sharp as a coiled viper ready to strike. Poor Taioka remained unaware, still lost in admiration for the gun. "Don't worry, my lord," he said enthusiastically. "With the ogres and the 150 goblin workers in the factory, we can produce 50 or 60 of these guns daily without a problem." He kept his head down, entirely focused on the weapon, as if the rest of the world had ceased to exist. Qinwu's hand froze mid-action, the dagger still partially drawn. A thought flashed through his mind. If I want to rule the world and build a diverse, inclusive empire, how can I lack the tolerance to accept others? Today, I'm considering killing Taioka because I'm afraid he'll leak the gun's secrets. Tomorrow, will I kill Miss Hannah if she develops a unique magic array? The day after, will I kill the dog shaman if he invents a new dark spell? I must strengthen management, offer people what they desire, and retain talent. That is the path to long-term growth. Qinwu resolved internally. Quietly sheathing the dagger, Qinwu put on a warm smile and patted Taioka on the shoulder. "Taioka, I'll leave the mass production to you. Remember, quality control is key. Make sure every gun can accommodate standard bullets. Work hard, and life will only get sweeter." "Understood, my lord." "No problem, my lord." Taioka responded eagerly, his eyes filled with loyalty. In his heart, Qinwu decided to assign a squad of goblins to monitor Taioka. If he attempted to escape, they would deal with him. With that, he turned and left to attend to other matters. Taioka watched Qinwu walk away, and once he was sure the man was out of sight, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Just moments earlier, he had felt the chilling presence of death. Qinwu's killing intent had been almost tangible, and Taioka knew his life had hung by a thread. "I must become more valuable," Taioka muttered to himself as he climbed to his feet. Ignoring the exhaustion from days of research, he ran back to the steelworks and threw himself into forging with relentless determination. as if proving his worth was the only way to ensure his survival. After a night's rest, Qinwu went to see Taioka again. The musket was already finalized, but the bayonet, an essential companion to the firearm, was still incomplete. This small bayonet had become a significant challenge for Taioka. Qinwu envisioned a 30-centimeter-long bayonet that could be mounted on the barrel of the musket. He sketched a design resembling the socket bayonets popular in the 18th century. However, Taioka shook his head as he examined the blueprint, almost as if he were a rattle. No, it's too long and too thin. Forcing it would make it prone to breaking, and the socket part is extremely difficult to manufacture, he said, handing Qinwu a sword for comparison. Look, my lord, this sword can be made this long because its blade is wide enough to ensure strength. If a bayonet is made this thin, with our current metallurgy, it's simply not feasible. The sword's blade was about 70 centimeters long, weighing 2.5 kilograms, with its widest section roughly 5 centimeters across. It suddenly dawned on Qinwu that the length of the sword was made possible by its thickness and strength. In contrast, a bayonet was merely a slender iron bar, and with current technology, it couldn't support such a long design. Sighing, Qinwu gave up on his original idea. He recalled a news story he had once read about a major country that, unable to produce satisfactory bayonets, had resorted to the simpler triangular spike bayonet. The triangular structure offered stability, but the spike bayonet lacked the versatility of traditional blade-style bayonets. It couldn't slash or cut, and was a compromise born out of necessity. Qinwu reluctantly said, if we can't make a long bayonet, then let's shorten it. If the socket is too hard to craft, we can make it thicker and sturdier. If the material isn't good enough, we'll compensate with the structure. At the very least, we can provide our musketeers with a basic melee weapon. Once our metallurgy improves, we'll replace it with something longer and better. The two of them began revising the blueprint repeatedly, ultimately designing a bayonet with a blade approximately 15 centimeters long and a reinforced socket at the end. Taioka took the finalized blueprint and began forging the bayonet. The sound of hammering echoed through the workshop as sparks flew from the anvil. After a series of quenching and tempering processes, the sturdy bayonet was finally mounted onto the musket. Originally 1.3 meters long, the musket now measured 1.4 meters with the 15-centimeter bayonet attached. Qinwu held the musket, examining it from every angle while muttering to himself, better than nothing, I suppose. At least it's sturdy and solves the problem of having nothing at all. Though still far from his ideal design, the bayonet could be considered a functional close combat weapon. Qinwu immediately ordered Taioka to begin mass production. The steelworks quickly shifted into high gear. The roar of the blast furnaces was incessant, molten iron flowed steadily into molds, and 5 adult ogres worked like living power hammers, pounding away at the musket barrels with rhythmic thud, thud, thud sounds. On the first day, due to the workers' lack of experience, progress was slow, resulting in only 4 muskets being completed, 2 of which were deemed defective by Qinwu. On the second day, production increased to 8 muskets, though 3 were still classified as substandard. Noticing the technical improvements, Qinwu decided to incentivize the workers with material rewards. A feast of magical beast meat and wood rat dishes unexpectedly boosted morale, significantly increasing the workers' enthusiasm. By the third day, production jumped to 15 muskets, with only 1 defective unit. As time went on, the workers grew more skilled, and the production rate stabilized at about 20 muskets per day. While this was already a considerable output, Qinwu knew it would still take 2 months to equip a 1,000-man army. The prolonged wait filled him with growing anxiety. He couldn't afford to delay until the arrival of the so-called hero squad. Who knew when that team would actually show up? He thought of the system's certified Goblin, which had a blacksmith shop capable of forging weapons. Once Mount Blade's warehouse had weapons, production would immediately follow. More importantly, relocating to that place could activate double production capacity. Qinwu promptly decided to move the blacksmith factory to Goblin, leaving only 50 goblin blacksmiths in the tribe to continue smelting iron. 5 days later, workers and a large amount of raw materials arrived at Goblin, and production began immediately, at an astonishing speed. Taioka excitedly informed Qinwu that the first musket had finally been made. Unable to contain his excitement, Qinwu opened the Mount Blade Town management page and indeed saw a musket listed in the warehouse. Weapon name, sturdy matchlock smoothbore musket, weight, 4.5 kilograms, weapon type, crossbow, damage, 300 piercing, projectile speed, 230 meters per second, range, 150 to 250 meters. Evaluation. This matchlock smoothbore musket has a solid structure, with its long barrel offering excellent accuracy and lethality, especially effective for shooting within 100 meters. Its performance in close-range combat is outstanding, but the relatively short bayonet leaves it slightly lacking in melee stabbing capability. Qinwu was overjoyed thanks to the double production capacity. He could arm 1,000 musketeers in just 1 month. A new idea struck him. Why not build a gunpowder factory in Goblin as well? Gunpowder production could also benefit from the double capacity. However, considering the significant manpower required to build the factory and the increasing threat posed by the hero's squad, Qinwu decided to put this plan on hold for now. In the following days, the number of muskets and gunpowder steadily increased, and live ammunition training for the troops was scheduled. The training field was a barren farmland, with scarecrows set up as targets. In front of the scarecrows stood a line of goblin musketeers, rifles raised and aimed. Qinwu raised his sword and commanded, "Raise your guns. Fire." At his command, the goblins fired in unison, white flashes erupting from the muzzles. Whether the scarecrows were hit was unclear. Qinwu gave another order, "Fix bayonets." The goblin musketeers quickly drew short bayonets from their belts and attached them to their rifles. "Charge! Attack!" Qinwu shouted, and the goblin musketeers roared as they charged forward, bayonets thrust toward the scarecrows, engaging in melee drills. The new weapons brought new training requirements. To fully utilize the musket's power, discipline and obedience within the troops became critical. Mastering volley fire, in particular, demanded precise timing and rigorous training. Since most goblin musketeers were unfamiliar with the muskets, training sessions often saw premature firing, causing others to shoot out of sync. Such mistakes, if made on the battlefield, could ruin the troops' optimal attack timing and even lead to total defeat. To address this, Qinwu personally stepped in to discipline the goblin musketeers. To instill the rules of volley fire, he ordered the use of military batons to punish those who made mistakes, breaking as many as 10 batons in the process. Each company commander was held accountable for their unit's performance. Eventually, the troops achieved a satisfactory level of volley fire discipline. They conducted round after round of volley fire practice until the sun began to set and darkness crept in. Qinwu finally ordered, "Everyone, return to camp. Clean your rifles. Company commanders will inspect the mini one with an unclean rifle will miss dinner." Dismissed. The goblins marched back to their barracks in perfect order under the company commander's supervision. Just as Qinwu was about to rest, Gabo walked up to him and spoke in a low voice. "Boss, I've noticed a problem. A company has 100 soldiers, and when they form a line, the furthest soldier is over 200 meters away. Soldiers at the far end can't hear commands clearly, especially for orders like attack, retreat, or fix bayonets. After a few rounds of firing, their ears start ringing, and it becomes even harder for them to hear." Qinwu paused and thought, his eyes filled with admiration. "Good observation. Impressive, truly worthy of someone with 15 points of intelligence," Qinwu remarked as he observed Gobu Bao, nodding approvingly. "Far smarter than the other goblins, perceptive and capable of identifying issues and asking questions." "The concern you raised is something I've already considered," Qinwu explained. "I had Tylok craft a batch of military whistles and developed a complete whistle command system. Each company commander will be issued a whistle, and the next step is focusing on training them in whistle-based commands." A glimmer of admiration flashed in Gobu Bao's eyes. As expected of the boss, his foresight was far beyond his own. The two then delved into a discussion about training the musketeers, exploring ways to maximize their combat effectiveness. "Boss," Gobu Bao suddenly voiced a concern during their conversation. "Isn't the training intensity a bit too much lately? The soldiers are struggling to keep up, and morale seems to be deteriorating. I'm worried something might go wrong." Qinwu paused for a moment before shaking his head. "A formidable enemy approaches, and we must seize every second. If the soldiers are feeling overburdened, let's improve their meals as compensation. Once this phase is over, the training intensity will naturally decrease." Unable to predict when the hero squad might strike, Qinwu constantly felt as if a sword hung over his head. This pressure drove him to enforce grueling training for the goblin musketeers, 12-hour days filled with shooting or preparing to shoot. When their gun barrels overheated, they stood at attention, ran laps, or did push-ups until the barrels cooled, only to resume firing. Even Rambo would have been overwhelmed by such a regimen. Faced with a hero squad that could effortlessly cut down goblins like slicing vegetables, this extreme training was a desperate bid to improve their survival odds. Gobu Bao, reassured by the strict military discipline in place, decided not to dwell on his worries and turned to inspect the soldiers' gun-cleaning efforts. However, this relentless push for progress soon had unintended consequences. One morning at 6:30 a.m., before dawn, Qinwu stood outside the barracks and blew the iron whistle. The moment the sharp sound pierced the air, the musketeer goblins sprang up instinctively, quickly donning their gear, grabbing their meticulously polished muskets, and rushing out to form ranks. Each company reported their numbers in rapid succession, with the commanders shouting, "All accounted for." Today, the fastest to assemble was Gobu Spear's unit, earning them the privilege of extra beast meat for breakfast. At that moment, over in the 8th Company's barracks, a Tier 3 goblin warrior was furiously trying to rouse the soldiers. He stormed through the room, yanking off animal skin blankets and bellowing, "Get up, you lazy worms. Want to feel the sting of my croc leather boots?" But one bald goblin remained motionless, lying stubbornly in bed. The 8th Company commander, enraged, stormed over, ripped off the blanket, and delivered a series of harsh slaps. To his surprise, the bald goblin suddenly sprang up with a furious roar, like someone suffering from extreme morning rage, and landed a punch squarely on the commander's chest. "Get lost, you filthy rat. I'm so damn exhausted. All I want is to sleep, just sleep." The heart-wrenching roar erupted in the training grounds, leaving the other goblins of the 8th Company frozen in place, their faces mirroring the same look of agony. Sweat trickled down their gray-green skin as their eyes reflected exhaustion and despair. Goblins, by nature, are creatures of chaos, instinctively drawn to disorder and freedom. Being shackled by strict military discipline was akin to wearing chains. Now, the training intensity had reached unprecedented levels, and the accumulated fatigue was eating away at their bodies and minds like poison, leaving them yearning for the release of death. The company commander staggered back 2 steps, stunned, after being struck by the sudden punch from the bald goblin. His disbelief quickly gave way to fury as he roared and charged forward. Pinning the bald goblin down, he rained punches on him while shouting angrily, "Do you have a death wish? Get up and train, or face military punishment." The military law system established by Qinwu had evolved into a relatively lenient structure, divided into 3 levels. The lowest level involved breaking bones, the middle level meant execution, and the highest level was the 3 strikes, 1 death punishment. Normally, the mere mention of military law was enough to silence any goblin. But today, the bald goblin had clearly been pushed past his limit by the relentless training. His bloodshot eyes and contorted face betrayed his torment as he screamed once more, "I'd rather die right now than be worked to death." With that, he lunged at the company commander again like a maddened beast. The commander, a level 3 goblin warrior, possessed physical stats far superior to the average goblin. He effortlessly dodged the attack and, in an instant, pinned the bald goblin to the ground, delivering a brutal beating. Each punch was accompanied by furious curses. "Rebellion. This is rebellion. I'm going to request 3 strikes, 1 death from the boss." This declaration was the final straw, completely shattering the already fragile mental state of the other goblins. They exchanged glances, finding the same despair in each other's eyes. That despair quickly morphed into hatred and madness. Without warning, as if acting on a shared instinct, dozens of goblins let out beast-like howls and charged as one, overwhelming the company commander in a flurry of fists and kicks. The commander didn't even have time to react before he was pinned to the ground, unable to utter a single cry for help. The bald goblin struggled to crawl out of the chaotic mob. His expression was now utterly twisted, his eyes filled with nothing but madness. Stumbling over to his bed, he grabbed his musket with trembling hands. With the precision of someone who had drilled the motion 1,000 times, he loaded the musket with powder and shot, ignited the match cord with a fire striker, and completed the process with a speed and accuracy born of desperation. He shoved aside the goblins still beating the commander, revealing the bloodied and bruised figure beneath. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the barrel against the commander's chest and pulled the trigger. A gunshot shattered the stillness of the early morning, causing everyone's hearts to leap into their throats. In the strictly disciplined musket goblin formation, not a single soldier dared to whisper, but their eyes darted around frantically, desperate to understand what had just happened. The moment the gunshot rang out, Qinwu's expression darkened. A glaring red system notification immediately popped up in the upper right corner of his vision. Musket goblin killed goblin warrior. What the hell? A mutiny. Qinwu's eyes sharpened as he barked an order. "All units, listen up. Surround barracks number 8. The command was executed with precision. The musket goblins swiftly dispersed, forming a tightly sealed encirclement around barracks number 8. Inside the barracks, the soldiers of the 8th Company stood frozen, staring in horror at the lifeless body of their company commander sprawled on the floor. His chest had been blown open, leaving a gaping, gruesome wound. The room was heavy with the stench of blood and the weight of their realization. Fear surged through them like a tidal wave, and only one thought echoed in their minds. "We're doomed." Looking toward the door, they saw their former comrades aiming the dark barrels of their muskets at them. The despair was palpable. The rush of adrenaline from killing their commander had faded, leaving only crushing regret. As they stood paralyzed, unsure of what to do, Qinwu's cold, authoritative voice rang out from outside. 8th Company soldiers, hear my command. Drop all weapons. Exit the barracks and assemble in formation. The barracks erupted into chaos as the soldiers began shouting and blaming one another, but not a single one dared to step outside. Qinwu's eyes glinted dangerously as he issued his next order. Light the match cords. Raise your muskets. Take aim. The familiar command sent a shiver down the spines of the 8th Company soldiers. They knew what came next. Fire. In a panic, they scrambled out of the barracks, abandoning their muskets in their haste. Like clockwork, they quickly formed ranks outside, just as they had been trained to do. Qinwu gave a subtle signal to Gobu's spear, who immediately led soldiers forward to secure the 8th Company with their muskets. Striding into the barracks, Qinwu surveyed the scene. The corpse on the floor had a fist-sized hole in its chest, the result of a close-range musket shot. He crouched down, inspecting the body further. The bones were soft and broken in multiple places, evidence of a brutal beating before the fatal shot. This is a sudden mutiny, Qinwu muttered darkly as he stepped out of the barracks. A direct result of a military that prioritizes training over ideological discipline. His icy gaze swept over the soldiers of the 8th Company, who stood trembling in formation. The soldiers' hearts pounded in terror. Here it comes, the boss's death glare. We're finished. Qinwu initially considered ordering the immediate execution of the mutineers. Regardless of their reasons, murdering an officer was an unforgivable crime, punishable by death. However, he suddenly recalled the 13-kilogram explosive barrels stored in the warehouse. Delivering those explosives with pinpoint accuracy to within 5 meters of a hero's position had always been a logistical challenge. But now, these mutineers might just provide the solution. Goblin suicide bombers. Goblins were fast, agile, and capable of seeking out targets autonomously. A group charging together would surely be able to get close to a hero team. As for their fear of death, that could be overridden by recruiting them as system troops and using battlefield commands to force them into action. Qinwu's murderous intent subsided slightly. If they had a use, they couldn't all be executed. However, their crime of killing an officer had to be punished severely to deter any similar behavior in other units. 8th Company. All squad leaders and vice leaders, step forward, he commanded sharply. 10 squad leaders and 10 vice leaders from the 8th Company stepped forward, trembling as they lined up at the front of the formation. Qinwu continued. 8th Company. Count off in threes now. The goblins of the 8th Company began trembling uncontrollably at the order to count off in threes. They knew all too well what it meant. 1 and 3 would be executed. The dreaded punishment of Friedrwan was about to begin. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. The counting echoed across the training ground, filled with tension and fear. Every goblin's heart pounded violently, their eyes flickering with unease and trepidation, silently praying they wouldn't be the unlucky number. Qinwu stood at the front of the formation, his cold, stern gaze sweeping over the soldiers until the counting ended. Those who called to, step forward. Qinwu's command struck like a hammer, heavy and unyielding, landing squarely on everyone's hearts. Thud. Almost instantly after the order was given, a third of the goblins collapsed to the ground as if cursed. The goblins who had called out to understood there was no escape no matter what. They were destined to be the targets of the 1 in 3 punishment. Watching their comrades fall, a chill crept up their spines. With a wave of Qinwu's hand, goblin musketeers from other units rushed forward, swiftly dragging the fallen goblins away. Without a hint of mercy, they hauled the treacherous soldiers to the firing range, tying them to the straw targets typically used for shooting practice. Soldiers. Qinwu's voice boomed like a war drum, heavy and resolute. These men are traitors. These despicable scoundrels conspired to murder their officers. Such actions are intolerable. Such behavior will not be allowed. Qinwu raised his sword, pointing it at the bound traitors, his eyes blazing with fury and determination. Now, it's time for them to pay the price. First unit, firing formation. At his command, the musketeer goblins of the first unit quickly gathered, forming a perfectly aligned row with their muskets aimed at the betrayers. Raise your weapons. 100 soldiers raised their muskets in unison, calmly taking aim at their targets. Fire. The deafening sound of gunfire erupted, shattering the air. Dozens of bullets tore through the targets at a mere 20 meters, ripping through flesh with devastating force. Each bullet was like a seed of death, tearing apart the bodies of the traitors. Blood and fragments of flesh sprayed through the air, their cries of anguish swallowed by the overwhelming silence that followed. The soldiers of the first unit stood frozen, exchanging uneasy glances. Despite their rigorous training, they had never faced the reality of killing living beings. The scene before them far exceeded any simulation they'd experienced. They were shaken, unable to comprehend the destructive power of their muskets until now. After the first volley, the second, third, and fourth units followed suit, continuing the execution. Each bullet seemed to declare the fate of the traitors. Qinwu's eyes showed no trace of pity. He insisted that every soldier take part in the execution, forcing them to witness the consequences of betrayal firsthand and to ingrain this lesson deeply within their minds. Nearly 1,000 rounds of large-caliber bullets turned the firing range into a cratered mess. The bodies were so mangled that there was barely anything left to clean up. The shattered remains, the bloodstains, and the bullet-riddled ground stood as silent witnesses to a grim judgment. When the soldiers finally completed the task, they returned to the training ground and began setting up new targets, ready to resume their drills for the day. Qinwu stood to the side, watching the busy soldiers, his mind consumed by deep thought. The rebellion had served as a stark warning. A soulless army could never endure. Goblins, though creatures of magic, lacked the innate sense of honor, responsibility, and vision that humans possessed. Even though he had informed his troops of the threat posed by the hero's party, the soldiers still chose betrayal in the face of harsh training. This proved the army lacked a guiding spirit and intrinsic motivation. Honor, Li Qinwu murmured to himself. He realized that instilling a sense of honor in these emotionally detached goblins was nearly impossible. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Perhaps if he couldn't start with honor, he could begin with shame. As the old saying goes, only by knowing shame can one strive for courage. Maybe, just maybe, instilling a sense of humiliation could ignite their courage and fighting spirit. Li Qinwu scratched his head furiously. It seemed the wealth of knowledge left behind by other transmigrators offered little guidance on this matter. Most of them had chosen to focus on their own power or form bonds with various races' heroines. Few had delved into the theory of building a goblin army. This might be a path, Li Qinwu thought as a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. Though the road ahead would be fraught with challenges, he knew it might be his only choice. Li Qinwu immediately gathered his troops and found a simple coffin to lay the fallen company commander of the 8th Company to rest. Though the coffin was crude, it was a rare dignity in times of war. With a solemn expression, he directed the soldiers of the 8th Company to lift the body of the commander they had killed with their own hands and begin the march to Martyrs' Hill designated for burying goblins who had died in battle. The mountain path was rugged, and Li Qinwu ordered goblins from other companies to line up along the slopes, standing at attention without moving. They watched in silence as the soldiers of the 8th Company dug a grave with their bare hands in the hard mountain soil. Their nails cracked, their palms bled, yet not a single complaint was uttered. When the grave was deep enough, they carefully placed the commander's body inside and began to fill the hole with soil, one shovelful at a time. Kneel, Li Qinwu commanded, and the soldiers of the 8th Company dropped to their knees in unison before the freshly filled grave, bowing their heads in remorse. The mountain wind howled, rustling their coarse military uniforms, but it could not disperse the thick air of shame and fear that hung over them. Striding forward, Li Qinwu took the 8th Company's flag from the standard-bearer and raised it high. He swung it forcefully, ensuring all eyes were fixed on the banner. The flag was simply rectangular piece of burlap with the number 8 crudely painted in black, symbolizing the company's designation. Look closely, Li Qinwu's voice thundered through the valley, reverberating like a storm. This is a disgraceful betrayal. The soldiers of the 8th Company mercilessly killed their own commander, abandoning all sense of honor. He scanned the crowd, his words striking like nails into the hearts of the goblins. Since the soldiers of the 8th Company have forsaken their commander, the 8th Company has no reason to exist. I hereby declare the dissolution of the 8th Company. From this moment on, there is no 8th Company. Its soldiers are now branded as criminals. As his words echoed, Li Qinwu grabbed a nearby torch and set the 8th Company's flag ablaze. Flames greedily consumed the rough fabric, twisting the black 8 into grotesque shapes before reducing it to ashes that scattered in the wind. The goblins watched in stunned silence as the flag burned. Li Qinwu's sharp gaze swept over their faces, catching expressions of solemnity, furrowed brows, and a flicker of complex emotions in some of their eyes. This gave him a glimmer of satisfaction. If even 1% of them felt moved by the company's dissolution, it was a promising start. Thoughts, like viruses, could spread. With proper guidance, fear and shame would ripple through the ranks. Once the seeds of shame took root, a sense of honor would naturally follow. And with honor, the army would begin to develop its soul. After the ceremony, training resumed as usual, with no reduction in intensity. Li Qinwu would not allow a single mutiny to weaken his discipline over the goblins. Any hint of insubordination had to be crushed with an iron fist. If goblins became accustomed to using violence to express grievances toward their superiors, it would inevitably lead to catastrophic consequences. However, the incident had exposed a critical flaw, and Li Qinwu knew adjustments were necessary. While training intensity could not be reduced, other improvements had to be made. First, he introduced the position of deputy company commander under each company commander, also to be filled by system soldiers. The deputy commander's responsibilities included assisting the commander during combat and, more importantly, listening to the soldiers' concerns in peacetime. The mutiny had made Li Qinwu realize that goblins had a need to express themselves, but his military management system was too crude. Communication between ranks was limited to orders and punishment, leaving no channel for upward feedback. Li Qinwu convened all the deputy commanders for a 3-day seminar, personally teaching them a series of prescribed dialogues. These included concepts such as the military's honor code, its code of disgrace, and the threat posed by external enemies. Even if the deeper meanings of these principles eluded the deputy commanders, their understanding was not the priority. Li Qinwu instructed them to repeat these phrases mechanically, like a mantra, in the ears of the soldiers, embedding them into the goblins' minds like an ideological brand. Whether the soldiers fully understood was irrelevant. What mattered was that they became aware of these ideas. He instructed the deputy company commanders to actively listen to the concerns of the soldiers, even though the idea of goblin officers and goblin soldiers having heart-to-heart conversations like humans seemed somewhat absurd. After all, these creatures' minds were filled with chaotic thoughts like sha-sha and chow-chow, and expecting them to care about their kind seemed like wishful thinking. However, Qinwu did not give up. He outlined behavioral guidelines for the company commanders. If a soldier approached a deputy commander to express concerns, the deputy simply needed to empty their mind, maintain a smile, and appear to listen attentively. Once the soldier finished speaking, they would pat them on the shoulder, treat them to a good meal, and then deal with the situation as if handling a wooden rat. Though this approach seemed crude and simplistic at this stage, where the goblins lacked awareness and emotional maturity, Qinwu could only start by building a framework. Whether it was effective or not, he didn't care. As long as he laid the bricks step by step, he believed a nation could eventually be built. Instilling a sense of shame in the goblins was one brick. Cultivating their sense of honor was another. One day, these bricks would form the foundation of a glorious future. In addition to personnel adjustments, Qinwu introduced material incentives. He developed a special stew made from magical creatures' blood and organs, cooked with vegetables. To the goblins, this dish was as irresistible as pork stew with noodles is to humans. Every evening, Qinwu included this delicacy in their dinner to boost their enthusiasm for training. Furthermore, he enlisted a few ground-dwelling humans skilled in brewing to produce alcohol from wheat and potatoes, offering it for free to the soldiers on rest days to help them relieve the fatigue of training. These measures significantly boosted the morale of the musket goblins. If these goblins were part of a system under his command, Qinwu would have seen their morale climb steadily from a yellowish 40 to a stable green 70. With internal issues addressed, training resumed as a priority. Day after day, the musket goblins continued their drills, gradually mastering the use and coordination of firearms. Occasionally, when the musket goblins fired a synchronized volley under the command of the drill sergeant, Qinwu felt a fleeting illusion they almost resembled a regiment of elite redcoat soldiers. Meanwhile, the disgraced soldiers of the disbanded 8th Company were not left idle. These individuals, who should have faced execution, were instead assigned a unique training regimen by Qinwu. Running, sprinting, and endless repetition. Firearm drills, physical training, and standing at attention were all removed from their schedule. Their sole task was to strap iron barrels to their chests and run. To safeguard their knees, their training was limited to just 2 hours a day, with the rest of the time dedicated entirely to rest and relaxation. Qinwu even arranged for massages to ease their leg muscles, helping them quickly release lactic acid and ensuring they were ready for the next day's training. The disgraced soldiers were overjoyed. Going from 12-hour training days to just 2 hours felt like heaven. They ran across the training grounds with smiles, glancing smugly at the musket goblins standing stiffly at attention, convinced that those fools must be envious of their situation. Little did the disgraced soldiers realize that the iron barrels strapped to their chests were actually special training tools devised by Qinwu. Nor did they notice the way the musket goblins now looked at them with eyes that seemed to see walking corpses. Day by day, Qinwu led his troops through several large-scale training exercises. They ran back and forth from Gob Fortress to the Goblin tribe, tirelessly repeating the drills. This not only sharpened the officers' coordination in commanding their units, but also eliminated the newly spawned skeleton soldiers around the underworld tree. In doing so, they strengthened the goblins, successfully upgrading a large number of them into high goblins. After months of intense training, the 900-strong high goblin unit had developed into a formidable force. As Qinwu observed these goblins, he felt an immense sense of pride, but also a faint, gnawing concern. During training, the goblins had grown increasingly aware of the power of the musket, this so-called great equalizer. They had learned to wield these weapons like humans, yet Qinwu couldn't shake off his unease. One day, an unsettling thought struck him. What if a goblin suddenly harbored rebellious intentions, thinking, I can take down the boss with a single shot, and quietly pulled the trigger? The mere idea made his heart skip a beat, sending a chill down his spine. To prevent such a scenario, Qinwu sought out Taioka late at night, requesting the creation of a bulletproof breastplate and helmet. While Taioka understood the lethality of muskets, he cautioned that the armor would need to be significantly thicker to withstand bullets, which would, in turn, make it much heavier. Qinwu had anticipated this. His musket design was robust enough to easily pierce standard human plate armor. Without exceptionally strong materials, the armor would be ineffective against musket fire. However, Qinwu wasn't concerned about the weight of the armor affecting his mobility. Given his current physique, he could handle up to 50 kilograms of armor, while a full set of protective gear typically weighed around 25 kilograms, with a thickness of 1 to 2 millimeters. To enhance protection, he decided to increase the thickness of the breastplate and helmet to 10 millimeters, making them capable of effectively resisting musket fire. Taioka, using Qinwu's measurements, first crafted a 10 mm thick iron plate for testing. He fired a musket at it, discovering that at a distance of 70 meters, the plate could successfully withstand the bullet, barely meeting Li Qinwu's requirements. Satisfied with the results, Li Qinwu urged Taioka to expedite the production of the armor, ensuring his survival in future battles. Beyond his own safety, Li Qinwu also contemplated how to provide his officers with greater firepower. The lingering issue of the 8th Company commander's betrayal weighed heavily on his mind. If the goblins were ever to rebel, hundreds of muskets firing simultaneously would be impossible to counter. To address this, he began designing a new weapon, a handheld cannon approximately 60 centimeters long with a 40 mm caliber. This weapon could fire a large number of steel pellets, delivering devastating, close-range firepower. During training, just 2 commanders firing these hand cannons could instantly eliminate a dozen mutinous soldiers and quickly suppress any unrest within the ranks. Li Qinwu shared his idea with Taioka, urging him to develop the short-barreled hand cannon as soon as possible to enhance the unit's close combat capabilities. After arranging for the weapon's development, Li Qinwu noticed it was already late at night. Exhausted from days of little sleep, he headed to the blacksmith's workshop alone. Picking up a hammer, he began forging musket components. Over time, he had personally crafted many critical parts for the muskets, and his frequent forging had increased his proficiency to level 52, unlocking a second forging skill selection. The 2 options were steel processing and attribute imbuement. Although steel processing could improve the efficiency of obtaining steel, the blacksmith's workshop already had an ample supply. Therefore, Li Qinwu chose attribute imbuement without hesitation. This skill allowed him to enchant forged items, adding special attributes to weapons and equipment during the forging process. Eager to test the effects of this new skill, he immediately began hammering away at a new piece of equipment. He decided to forge a new 2-handed greatsword with his own hands. The previous one had been returned to Knight Leo, and with his improved physical abilities, he could now handle heavier weapons. His goal was to craft a greatsword weighing between 10 and 12 kilograms. In the blacksmith's workshop, he placed the glowing red steel on the anvil and casually tossed a potato to Dang Dang. With ease, Dang Dang bit through the potato like cracking a sunflower seed and then swung the heavy hammer. Utilizing the humanoid forging hammer's strength, the steel billet quickly took shape. After Li Qinwu's meticulous quenching and sharpening, a massive sword measuring 1.6 meters in length appeared before him. The system immediately displayed the weapon's attributes. 2-handed sword. Weight, 11.5 kilograms. Swing speed, 75 swing damage, 130. Thrust speed, 71 thrust damage, 63. Length, 1.6 meters. Special attribute, sharpness 10. Description, calling this a sword feels like an understatement. Seeing that the weapon had a special attribute, Li Qinwu excitedly rushed outside. He located a thick beam that required an adult to wrap their arms around, steadied his stance, and swung the sword. With a flash of steel, the beam was sliced cleanly in half. Compared to his previous attempt, it required much less effort, proving that this formidable weapon had taken his strength as a warrior to the next level. Unable to contain his joy, Li Qinwu twirled the sword in a flourish, as if playing with a new toy. Ideas began to form in his mind. If he were to create lathe cutting tools in the future, ordinary steel might not suffice. But with this special attribute, it just might work. Brimming with excitement, he was already thinking about his next weapon. With plenty of time before the morning training assembly, he decided to continue forging. Thanks to the system's support, he knew he wouldn't feel fatigued even after 3 days without rest. Once again, he heated the steel billet until it glowed red and placed it on the anvil. Dang Dang maintained his steady pace of 1 potato per 100 hammer strikes. Amid the rhythmic clanging, a unique gun barrel gradually took shape, 2-meter-long, thick-walled, 20-kilogram behemoth. Li Qinwu's goal was to create a smooth-bore sniper rifle, so he specifically designed an oversized chamber capable of holding 3 times the standard gunpowder charge and reinforced the barrel to prevent explosions. Before long, he retrieved additional components from the workers and skillfully assembled a 2.3-meter-long, ultra-heavy musket. The system immediately displayed its attributes. Heavy smoothbore flintlock rifle with reinforced barrel. Weight, 24 kilograms. Weapon type, crossbow. Damage, 725 piercing. Projectile speed, 570 milliseconds. Effective range, 300,600 meters. Special attribute, precision 10. Evaluation, this is a cannon, this is a cannon, this is a cannon. Seeing the unexpected precision attribute, Li Qinwu was ecstatic. He had intended to create a sniper rifle, but the added precision was a delightful surprise. What incredible luck. With perfect timing, he shouldered the musket, which was practically the size of a small cannon, and strode confidently toward the barracks, ready to sound the whistle for morning training. All the soldiers rushed out of the barracks in perfect unison, quickly forming orderly ranks. Li Qinwu stood at the front of the formation, his piercing gaze sweeping across the assembled troops. In a deep voice, he commanded the company commanders to lead their units in training. Then, he singled out Gobu Gong. Follow me. Li Qinwu, carrying a heavy spear on his shoulder, headed toward the shooting range. Gobu Gong followed closely behind, his small eyes fixed intently on the massive weapon. His cheeks flushed, and his eyes gleamed with fascination, as if he were gazing upon a beloved treasure. When they arrived at the range, Li Qinwu handed the spear-like gun to Gobu Gong and pointed at a straw dummy target 300 meters away. See that target? Try to hit it. Gobu Gong eagerly rubbed his hands together as he took the weapon. The gun was massive, equipped with a bipod at the front. He lay prone on the ground, using the bipod to steady the weapon, and began aiming. Though the straw dummy at 300 meters appeared no larger than a grain of rice to the average person, as a level 5 goblin sniper with 350 crossbow proficiency, Gobu Gong had exceptional eyesight and could see the target clearly. Boom! The deafening gunshot echoed as white smoke erupted from the muzzle. Gobu Gong let out a pained cry, clutching his shoulder and rolling on the ground. It hurts so much. A few more shots, and my bones will break. Li Qinwu frowned at the sight, pondering for a moment before saying, Go find Tioka and have him forge an iron shoulder plate. Use it to brace the stock of the gun against your shoulder when you shoot. That should help absorb the recoil. Understood, Gobu Gong replied. At that moment, Li Qinwu glanced at the distant target. The straw dummy's right arm was completely gone. Not bad for your first shot, Li Qinwu said approvingly, giving Gobu Gong a pat on the shoulder, which made the latter wince in pain. Actually, I was aiming for the chest. The shot veered to the left, Gobu Gong admitted honestly. Hearing this, Li Qinwu's expression grew serious. He locked eyes with Gobu Gong and said, You are now one of the smartest goblins. I need you to understand this. If we can't survive the hero crisis, everyone will die, and everything we've built will be lost. He gestured toward Gobu Fortress, the barracks, the farmland, and the water wheel by the river. Boss, why do the heroes insist on destroying us? Gobu Gong asked, his voice filled with curiosity. Though he had heard the propaganda that heroes burned homes, destroyed crops, and slaughtered goblin kin, he still couldn't grasp the reason behind it. Li Qinwu turned to face the west, his back to Gobu Gong, and spoke slowly. This world has limited resources. All races must compete for those resources to survive. Eliminating your opponent so they can't claim resources is the most effective strategy. Like our war with the Dragonfang clan, it's essentially a battle over resources. Gobu Gong mused. Li Qinwu nodded in agreement. The monster forest can only have one ruler. But now, our development has made the heroes afraid. They believe that in the future, we will compete with humans for more resources and become their enemies. For the sake of humanity's interests, the heroes will not hesitate to kill us. It won't matter to them whether we truly pose a threat, nor will they spare the young or care about our suffering. He casually swung his sword, the blade flashing as it instantly reduced the enemy before him to pieces, blood and flesh scattering everywhere. Amid the flattering cheers of the surrounding female humans, he burst into arrogant laughter. All of this, Li Qinwu referred to as anti-sapientism. In his view, the hero was the embodiment of anti-sapient beings, and his companions were the collective representation of this ideology. As rage ignited in his chest, Gabo clenched his teeth and finally roared, The hero! Damn him! Kill him! Li Qinwu's voice drifted lazily from afar. But the hero is incredibly strong, and his companions are terrifyingly powerful as well. Gabo, seething with anger, shouted at the top of his lungs, We have muskets. We have 9 regiments. And we have ogres. Li Qinwu shook his head, his expression turning stern. The hero is truly formidable. Even if I were to sacrifice the entire tribe, I wouldn't be confident in defeating him. Gabo froze, a wave of confusion washing over him. In his mind, Li Qinwu was invincible, exceptionally intelligent. Yet even he admitted he couldn't eliminate the hero. Just how powerful was this hero? Seeing the perplexed look on Gabo's face, Li Qinwu patted his shoulder and fixed him with a piercing gaze. Gabo, defeating the hero isn't impossible, but I need your full cooperation. Gabo snapped out of his daze and nodded firmly. Boss, tell me what to do. Li Qinwu slowly picked up an oversized musket from the ground and slammed it against Gabo's chest, speaking coldly. I need you to master long-range shooting techniques as quickly as possible. When the hero's team arrives, they'll send someone to engage him in battle. Meanwhile, you need to find a suitable position far from the battlefield and wait for the right moment to take out the man with short brown hair. That's the hero. Remember, the hero is extraordinarily strong, stronger than you can imagine. You must not fire until you are absolutely certain. Even if all 9 regiments fall, even if I am killed by the hero, you must hold back. Until you are 100 sure, do not ignite the fuse, do not aim the musket at him, and don't even let your gaze linger on him. It's best if your mind is completely empty, devoid of any killing intent. He's incredibly perceptive. Even a fleeting thought will alert him. Li Qinwu understood well that someone as powerful as the hero had an exceptionally sharp sixth sense. Even a glare from an average warrior could be detected, let alone the act of aiming a weapon at him. He spared no effort in his warnings, determined to make Gabo exercise utmost caution. Seeing the grave expression on Gabo's face, Qinwu knew he had dispelled his doubts. To the east of the kingdom of Saxos, near the edge of the monster forest, lay a large town named Baroya. This town, with a population of around 150,000, was guarded by 10,000 professional soldiers, serving as Saxo's critical eastern defense line. The town's adventurer guild was also highly developed, as the monster forest was a treasure trove of natural resources, with magical beasts providing valuable materials for crafting. At this moment, the hero Leon and his companions were entering the adventurer guild in Baroya. As soon as they stepped through the doors, the adventurers around them couldn't help but gasp in awe. Their eyes were filled with admiration as they called out, "Lord Leon." Leon smiled warmly, politely nodding in response, his demeanor as gentle as sunlight. Without stopping, he walked straight to the guild's reception desk and casually placed 2 gold coins on the counter. "Lovely lady, I need a map of the monster forest. Do you have any available?" Leon inquired gently. The receptionist froze for a moment, staring at the hero in surprise. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined encountering the renowned hero, celebrated across 4 kingdoms, in this remote border town. Overcome with excitement, she stammered, "Ah, Lord Leon." Leon continued to smile warmly, while his companion, the Thunder Mage Julie, seemed less amused. "Hey, Lord Leon belongs to me. You don't stand a chance," she said, grabbing Leon's hand and making a playful, challenging gesture, which drew laughter from the surrounding adventurers. "Ah, I am sorry." The receptionist quickly snapped out of her daze and bowed her head in apology. Leon merely chuckled softly, patting Julie on the shoulder and speaking gently. "That's enough, Julie. Let's not be impolite." He then turned back to the receptionist, his expression apologetic. "Miss, about the map." The receptionist regained her composure and hurriedly nodded. "Ah, yes, of course. Please wait a moment." She quickly retrieved a parchment map from a back room and spread it out in front of Leon. Leon glanced at the map briefly before asking, "Miss, do you know the exile location of the Kosovo family? Which route did they take to get there?" The receptionist wasn't sure why the hero would ask such a question, but she pointed to a spot on the map. "The Kosovo family's exile location is here, a barren land. Adventurers usually avoid it because it's too close to the monster forest, making it dangerous and inaccessible. They likely followed the St. River eastward. During the dry season, parts of the riverbank are exposed, making it easier to traverse." Leon pondered for a moment, then rolled up the map, thanked the receptionist, and left the guild with his companions. The group quickly exited the town, heading toward the St. River and following its bank into the monster forest. The brave adventurer party traveled east at an astonishing pace, far surpassing even the most skilled goblin hunting squads. Along the way, half of the members in the squad led by Lord Lance succumbed to the journey, while the adventurer party moved forward with laughter and ease, as if they were simply on a leisurely outing. By evening, they set up camp by a wide river, the atmosphere remaining relaxed and cheerful. The towering shield bearer carried an enormous bundle on his back, which, when opened, revealed tents, cooking utensils, and other supplies. The elf quickly began setting up the tents, while the shield bearer bent down to gather firewood and held up a pot, calling out to the fire mage with a roasted chicken. "Hey, Julie, lend me a hand." Julie didn't even glance back. Tilting her head onto the hero's shoulder, she casually flicked her hand, and a fireball precisely ignited the pile of wood. The shield bearer whistled as he began preparing the meal. The hero and the female mage stood side by side at the riverbank, gazing out at the seemingly endless expanse of water. Under the moonlight, the river's surface mirrored the heavens, the reflection of the full moon crystal clear and mesmerizingly beautiful. "Ah, Prince Leon." Julie suddenly grew flushed, leaning gently against the hero, her gaze fixed on him. Her face radiated admiration. "Let's get married, Prince Leon, and have 100 babies." Julie stared at the hero's handsome face, her eyes filled with infatuation, and, before she realized it, a bit of drool escaped from her lips. Leon smiled warmly and spoke softly. "Sorry, Julie. My heart belongs to the goddess." Julie bit her lip, her eyes still filled with determination. "So unfair. But Prince Leon is just too perfect. Even if it's the goddess, I won't give up." Leon could only offer a faint smile, his eyes carrying a trace of helplessness. He knew that, more than lovers, they had already become each other's most important comrades. That bond was precious enough. Suddenly, Leon's gaze sharpened. Out on the distant river, a massive figure broke the tranquility. "Look, it's the Lord of the Sacred River." The busy team members all turned their heads, their eyes fixed on the riverbank in awe. It was an enormous aquatic creature, its visible portion alone spanning over 100 meters. If not for Leon's extraordinary perception, one might have mistaken it for an island. "Humph, looks like a giant mud eel," Wendine, the elf, remarked coldly, crossing her arms with an emotionless expression. "Wendine." Leon quickly raised a hand to stop her, speaking in a low voice. The Lord of the Sacred River is a legendary creature. The people living along the river often pray to it, and its appearance is considered a sign of good fortune. Windine snorted again, but said nothing further. The group silently observed the colossal aquatic being, savoring the rarity of the moment. All right, everyone, dinner's ready. The shield bearer, Maxi, called out, breaking the silence. The group gathered around the pot, sitting down to enjoy their meal. Leon took a sip of the hot soup and immediately felt a surge of warmth and vitality spread through his body, washing away his fatigue. Maxi, your soup always tastes so good, Leon remarked with appreciation. Maxi grinned sheepishly as he served everyone a bowl of soup. The group sat around the pot, eating heartily and enjoying the simple comfort of the meal. Over the next few days, the adventurer party pressed on swiftly during the day and rested at night, savoring simple dinners and moments of peace. In just 10 days, they covered a distance that had taken Lord Lance's squad over a month to traverse. Along the way, they frequently came across abandoned remnants, human corpses, scattered tools, and the bodies of horses. Each time they made such a discovery, they would pause to bury the deceased. Leon stood solemnly before a freshly made grave mound, his hands clasped together in silent prayer. Within the mound lay 5 individuals who had perished on the path of exile. Windine stepped forward, placing a white flower before the grave. Her expression was calm. Don't worry about them. At least they didn't suffer much before they passed. You should pray for those captured by goblins instead. Their fate is far more tragic. In his mind, Leon couldn't help but picture the horrifying scenes of those enslaved by goblins. His fists clenched tightly, and his eyes burned with fury. I will drive out every last bit of filth. No matter what state those enslaved by goblins are in, I will bring them home. The sprite Undine thought to herself that they were traitors, and there was no way to take them home. But she kept her thoughts to herself. The team pressed on, and by noon, they arrived at a distinctive forest area. The ground bore clear signs of humanoid activity, scattered footprints, broken branches, and even the remnants of a fresh campfire. Squatting down to examine the scene closely, Undine confirmed. These tracks were left by goblins and kobolds working together. Kobolds? Leon asked with a frown. Undine nodded. That's right. Judging by these signs, it seems like they were hunting together. Leon's expression darkened immediately. Goblins are usually hostile to outsiders. Kobolds are either eaten by them or forced to breed for their offspring. These tracks suggest that goblins are using kobolds' keen sense of smell for hunting. Such an alliance between monsters indicates a highly dangerous situation. Not long after, they came across a conspicuous white concrete monument. At its top was a circular emblem with 4 stars, an early design of a national flag created by Qinwu, symbolizing the 4 intelligent species in the alliance: goblins, ogres, kobolds, and humans. Inscribed on the monument in the common language of humans was the following warning. Caution. You are entering the territory of the alliance of intelligent beings. Armed individuals carrying armor, swords, bows, crossbows, or staffs are strictly prohibited. Violators will be deemed hostile, and the alliance of intelligent beings will hold their faction accountable. Is this a declaration of nationhood by monsters? Julie studied the monument and suddenly burst into laughter. She began jumping back and forth in front of it, taunting, "Look at me. I'm stepping in and out. I'm carrying a staff they don't allow. And I'm backed by the Mage Guild. What are you goblins going to do about it?" At that moment, a crossbow bolt whistled out from the forest. Watch out. The hulking warrior with the large shield lunged in front of Julie, and the bolt struck his chest plate without leaving so much as a scratch. The 4 quickly assumed combat positions, drawing their weapons and taking cover behind the big warrior's shield. Through the gaps in the trees, they spotted over 30 goblins armed with crossbows, accompanied by a group of kobolds, all glaring at them menacingly. The lead goblin shouted something loudly in a language they couldn't understand. By the time they realized they needed to cast a translation spell, the goblin had already finished speaking. How dare they ambush me? Julie, hot-tempered as ever, didn't bother trying to decipher the goblin's words. She raised her hand and unleashed a fireball spell. Far more powerful than anything Miss Hannah could cast, the fireball exploded among the goblins like a 75mm mountain cannon, tearing several of them apart in a shower of blood and gore. The forest echoed with their agonized screams. The fiery momentum of the fireball spell hadn't subsided when 3 more fireballs roared through the air, exploding in quick succession amidst the goblin hunting party. Flames erupted skyward, and in an instant, more than half of the 30 goblins were wiped out. The surviving goblins, terrified by the sudden assault, dropped their crossbows and scattered in panic. Charge! Kill them all! Julie shouted as she dashed forward, her voice echoing with determination. The others followed closely behind her. Leon cast one last glance at the stone monument before joining the pursuit. Even in the dense and complex terrain of the forest, the goblins couldn't escape the relentless chase of the hero team. Fireballs and arrows flew in a deadly weave, swiftly reducing the goblin hunting party to single digits. The last goblin, cornered and desperate, pulled a ceramic cylinder from its pouch. Igniting the fuse at its base, it aimed the device skyward. Whoosh! Bang! A small burst of fireworks lit up the sky just as Leon's blade descended, severing the goblin's head. Leon gazed up at the lingering white smoke in the sky, puzzled by the strange contraption. Was it magic, or something else entirely? He was about to ask Julie when a series of fireworks explosions echoed across the distant sky, one after another, in an unending sequence. They know we're here, Leon murmured under his breath. Meanwhile, in front of Goblin Fortress, a squad of musketeer goblins who had been training suddenly looked up, their eyes fixed on the fireworks rising from the forest. Li Qinwu's expression darkened as he roared. Enemy attack. Assume battle positions, as per training. Commanders, keep your units in line. Anyone who leaves their position will be executed on the spot. At the sharp whistle from his mouth, the musketeer goblins swiftly broke from their training formation, grabbed their weapons, and rushed to their designated positions with practiced efficiency. Their movements were precise and disciplined, forming ranks of 50 goblins, each in front of Goblin Fortress, their lines so straight they seemed measured by a ruler. The unit commanders retrieved paper cartridges from weatherproofed wooden crates and distributed them to the soldiers. These cartridges, which combined gunpowder and bullets in one, were convenient for loading. Soldiers needed only to bite open the cartridge and pour its contents into their guns. However, due to the lack of oil-treated paper from the production workshops, the cartridges weren't moisture-resistant and had to be used within 2 days, or the misfire rate would increase significantly. As the musketeer goblins prepared for battle, a dozen battered and terrified goblin hunters stumbled out of the forest, sprinting across the farmland toward Goblin Fortress. But before they could cover much ground, arrows pierced the backs of their heads with deadly precision, and fireballs followed, reducing their bodies to scattered fragments. The 4 members of the hero team burst out of the forest, only to be stunned by the scene before them. Instead of the expected ruins, they were met with a meticulously organized farmland. Irrigation canals divided the fields into uniform plots, and lush green crops thrived in neat rows, surpassing even the agricultural estates of some lords. Look over there. Wendine pointed toward the base of Goblin Fortress. Below, the musketeer goblins stood in perfect formation, their sharp eyes fixed intently on the approaching team. The group once again felt a sense of shock. Everywhere they looked, the densely packed goblin tribes stretched endlessly, causing them to gasp in disbelief. Such a massive gathering was unheard of in the past century. Their weapons look unfamiliar, Maxi said as he raised his heavy shield and moved to the front. Everyone, stay behind me. Prince Leon, should we charge in and wipe them out? Julie asked excitedly, twirling her staff. My fireball spell is itching to go. These neatly lined up goblin-sewn shot could take out a dozen. Just as Leon was considering launching an attack, there was movement in the opposing camp. An unarmed emissary stepped forward, holding the round star banner of the Alliance of Intelligent Beings, and walked slowly toward them. Wendini immediately raised her bow to aim, but was stopped by Leon, who pressed her bow down. Let's hear what he has to say, Leon said. The 4 mages simultaneously activated translation magic. The emissary halted 30 meters away and declared loudly. To the armed individuals ahead, you have illegally entered the territory of the Alliance of Intelligent Beings and have harmed our citizens. This is your final warning. Lay down your weapons and surrender to face justice, or we will respond with force. The 4 exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of surprise and amusement. Having exterminated countless goblin nests before, this was the first time they had received a formal ultimatum from goblins. Everyone except Leon struggled to suppress their laughter. A simple extermination mission had somehow turned into a scenario that made him feel guilty, as if they were invaders. Julie, the most hot-headed of the group, burst into laughter before hurling a quick fireball at the emissary, reducing him to ashes. This is hilarious. Goblins who crown themselves kings and even know how to form battle lines, she exclaimed while laughing. She then charged toward the farmland, eager to close the distance and maximize her fireball spell's destructive power. The others followed closely behind, though the heavily armored Maxi couldn't match Julie's speed. Observing this from the city wall, Li Qinwu's eyes glinted with satisfaction. He immediately ordered a volley, and goblin spears relayed the command with a sharp whistle. Soldiers in the trenches swiftly adjusted their matchlocks, aiming their barrels at the advancing human woman. Li Qinwu calculated the distance with calm precision. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters. When Julie stopped at 150 meters to prepare her spell, he seized the perfect moment and shouted, "Fire!" At the sound of the command, nearly 1,000 muskets unleashed a thunderous barrage. Sensing the danger, Leon shouted desperately, "Julie, get down!" But it was too late. Just as Julie triumphantly unleashed a volley of fireballs, the storm of bullets rained down. The steel projectiles tore through her body in an instant, and a crimson mist hung in the air as her blood scattered. Leon's legs gave way, and he almost collapsed to the ground. His companion, the mage who had admired his strength so deeply, vanished completely before his eyes. All that remained was a pile of mangled flesh and tattered mage robes. The only intact item left behind was the oversized purple mage hat. Leon, Leon, what do we do? Keep attacking or retreat for now? Leon, Maxie shouted desperately, trying to snap the dazed young hero out of his stupor. But Leon was just a 16 or 17-year-old boy. Until now, he had relied on the blessings of the goddess of life and had never faced such a situation. His companion and ambiguous love interest, Julie, had turned into nothing but Julie chunks right before his eyes. His brain froze, and his empty gaze remained fixed on the remains on the ground. Meanwhile, the musket goblins, hardened by brutal military training, showed no hesitation. The 4 fireballs Julie had cast before her demise had left their mark. 2 exploded in front of the goblin formation, creating deep craters, while the other 2 hit the ranks directly, killing or injuring over 20 goblin soldiers. The screams of a few goblins with severed limbs echoed on the battlefield, but the others didn't even blink, nor did they glance at their fallen comrades. These soldiers, trained rigorously by Qinwu, had long been desensitized to death. Such casualties were nothing to them, barely a scratch compared to the punishments they endured during training. It wasn't enough to faze them. The musket goblins moved with practiced precision. They blew into the firing chamber to clear debris, carefully poured gunpowder from the leather pouches hanging on their chests, and closed the chamber lid. They tore open paper cartridges with their sharp teeth, stuffed the contents into the barrel, and used ramrods to pack it tightly. Finally, they lit their matchlocks, cocked the hammers, and raised their muskets, ready for the command to fire. The entire reloading process took only about 25 seconds, but Qinwu still found it too slow. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. If they could upgrade to flintlock rifles, eliminating the need to adjust matchlocks, they could save a second or 2. If they switched to breech-loading firearms, even more time could be saved. And if they could master needle fire technology, the possibilities. Boss, ready to fire. Goblin Mao reported, raising his pistol. As the standard reference point, his readiness signaled that the rest of the troops had also completed reloading. Qinwu's sharp gaze turned to the distant hero party, still frozen in shock. Initially, he had arranged the infantry in a line formation to minimize casualties from the mage's fireballs. But now that the mage was gone, there was no need to worry about mass losses. A 3-rank volley formation, which allowed for more concentrated and sustained fire, was more suitable. Reform into 3 ranks. Once ready, maintain continuous fire and suppress them. Qinwu commanded decisively. Open the gates and release the suicide squad. Goblin Mao immediately raised his whistle and blew a series of coded signals. The company commanders and their deputies heard the call and quickly directed their units to reform into 3 ranks. As soon as the formation was set, the first row of musket goblins raised their guns and fired, then took loaded muskets handed up from the rear ranks to continue firing, creating an unrelenting barrage of firepower. Meanwhile, the young hero Leon remained in his stupor. Despite being celebrated across the 4 human kingdoms, he was still just a boy. His reliance on the goddess' blessings had carried him through smooth victories, but in the face of extreme adversity, his inexperience left him paralyzed. By now, the musket goblins had completed a round of reloading and reformation, yet Leon stood motionless, his eyes vacant, and his mind blank. Fortunately, the stalwart shield-bearer Maxie proved dependable. He rushed to Leon's side, raising his massive shield to block the incoming hail of bullets. The nimble elf, Wendini, darted behind them, seeking cover. The 3 huddled tightly together, bracing themselves against the impending storm of fire. The fortifications had just been completed when a barrage of bullets rained down like a torrential storm. Maxie gritted his teeth, every muscle in his body tensed as he braced against his shield. Dozens of bullets slammed into the shield, sending sparks flying and filling the air with the deafening screech of twisted metal. In an instant, the heavy shield was riddled with menacing craters. The impact felt like being rammed by a raging demon bear. Maxie's arms were nearly dislocated from the force. He quickly adjusted his stance, driving the bottom edge of the shield into the soil and pressing his body firmly against its surface. However, the goblin musketeers were already prepared. A second and third volley of bullets followed in rapid succession. Under the relentless fire, the shield trembled violently, pinning the 3 of them down so thoroughly they couldn't even lift their heads. Leon the Brave snapped out of his grief, his eyes blazing red with the fury of vengeance. Yet his rational mind reminded him that their immediate priority was to retreat and regroup. Maxie, fall back to the forest, he commanded loudly. These goblins' weapons are bizarre, need time to figure this out. Stay behind me and retreat slowly. Maxie obeyed, raising his shield and retreating step by step. Bullets continued to strike the shield, making each step a grueling effort. But at this pace, there was still hope for escape. Suddenly, the relentless gunfire ceased. Leon's heart skipped a beat as a sharp sense of danger washed over him. Peering cautiously ahead, he drew a sharp breath in. Hulking goblins had somehow flanked them, splitting into 2 groups and closing in from both sides. These goblins had extraordinarily powerful legs, moving effortlessly across the uneven farmland as if it were flat ground. They carried no weapons, only mysterious black cylindrical objects strapped to their beast-hide vests. Run, run now, Leon shouted, his instincts screaming a dire warning. He and Wendini, both lightly equipped, darted into the forest with swift movements. But Maxi, fully armored and burdened by the massive shield capable of withstanding musket fire, was agonizingly slow. The 10 suicide goblins closed in on Maxi at an alarming speed. Leon and Wendini fought desperately to cover him at the forest's edge. Leon's magical sword sliced one goblin clean in half, while Wendini's arrows struck their marks with unerring precision. Yet one particularly cunning goblin hid behind Maxi, using his body as cover. Maxi! Leon cried out in despair. Maxi instinctively turned his head, locking eyes with the goblin's grotesque, terrified face. Despite its fear, the goblin clung to Maxi's movements with unrelenting determination. The distance was now sufficient. Following countless drills, the suicide goblin secured the fuse-filled cap onto its water bottle-like device. Boom! The deafening explosion shattered the air as thick smoke engulfed Maxi's figure. The massive shield was blasted skyward, crashing back to the ground with a heavy thud, like a lonely gravestone. Attached to the shield's handle were a pair of burly arms still clad in armored gauntlets. The smoke cleared, leaving behind a shattered corpse on the ground. Qinwu initially thought that the heavily armored shield warrior had perished, but to his astonishment, the enemy was still alive. He had heard that goblins were deployed as system soldiers in battles, and every time a system soldier claimed a kill, Qinwu would receive a notification similar to those in Mount Blade 2, Bannerlord. However, this time, he received nothing, which meant the shield warrior was still breathing. Qinwu marveled at the man's incredible resilience, but quickly noticed that the warrior's arms and legs were broken, rendering him harmless. Shifting his focus away from the injured foe, Qinwu began contemplating his next move against the hero. The hero and the elf maiden had already disappeared into the forest. Qinwu pondered whether to send forces to hunt them down. If he deployed his suicide goblins, utilizing the dense vegetation of the forest to launch attacks from all directions, the chances of them getting close enough to the hero to detonate would increase significantly. He still had 40 suicide goblins under his command, and was about to send them all out when, suddenly, his eyelid twitched involuntarily, and his eyes felt a sharp sting, as if a needle was being waved in front of them. Something was wrong. A chill ran down Qinwu's spine as he instinctively dove to the side. The moment he hit the ground, an arrow whizzed past where he had just been standing and embedded itself into the wooden wall behind him. Quickly getting to his feet, he turned to see a fist-sized hole in the wall. The distance from the forest's edge to Goblin Fortress was at least 1,200 to 1,300 meters, yet the arrow had the power of a sniper rifle. Qinwu spun around, glaring toward the forest's edge. The hero and the elf maiden stood there, their eyes fixed on him with hatred so intense it was almost tangible. Wendini had just channeled energy through her bow, firing a deadly sniper arrow. Unfortunately, she had underestimated the goblin leader's vigilance, and the shot had missed. Frustrated, she stomped her foot, but chose not to fire a second arrow. Instead, she slung her bow onto her back, dropped to her knees, extended her hands, and began chanting a complex incantation toward the sky. Qinwu frowned slightly, catching the scent of moisture in the air. He could distinctly feel the humidity rising rapidly. The moment Wendini completed her chant, a sudden sun shower began pouring down over Goblin Fortress. The torrential rain fell with such intensity that it drenched the goblin musketeers almost instantly. Within seconds, their bodies and weapons were soaked, rendering their gunpowder and matchlocks useless. Qinwu's expression darkened as he cursed under his breath. Damn it! As expected of the hero. Although Wendini's spell had neutralized the goblin's firepower advantage, it had also drained nearly all of her energy. She lowered her head weakly, her face pale, struggling to stay upright. Seeing this, Leon immediately rushed to her side, supporting her frail body by the waist. Wendini raised her head with great difficulty, her eyes filled with exhaustion and apology as she looked at the young man. I'm sorry, Leon. This is all I can do, she said softly, her voice tinged with helplessness. The powerful spell had left her utterly spent. She didn't even have the strength to draw her bow anymore. Leon steadied Wendini and gave her a bitter smile. I'm the one who got everyone into this mess. Leave the rest to me. Wendini nodded, mustering her strength to stand as she staggered away deeper into the forest. When her figure finally disappeared into the shadows of the trees, Leon drew his sword. His aura surged dramatically, his eyes cold and piercing. He pointed his blade at Qinwu, standing atop Goblin Fortress, like a beast about to break free from its cage. His gaze burned with unrelenting hatred and an unshakable resolve to triumph. Qinwu stared at Leon from a distance, his eyes cold as ice. Do you think we can't fight without muskets? He barked sharply. Relay my command, fix bayonets. A short long military whistle pierced through the battlefield. Tweet, 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 tweet. Hundreds of goblin musketeers swiftly drew their bayonets, the gleaming blades catching the sunlight as they were locked into place on their gun barrels. Qinwu's gaze grew sharper as he issued orders with precision. Second and third companies, form the first wave and charge. Fourth and fifth companies, second wave. Sixth and seventh companies, third wave. Ninth and 10th companies, fourth wave. First company, remain in position to oversee the battle. Anyone who dares retreat will be executed on the spot. He then turned to Goblin Spear, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Take 3 seasoned warriors and flank them through the forest. Bring me the head of that elf woman. If you fail, take your own life. Goblin Spear's body stiffened as he straightened and saluted. Understood. The mission will be completed. Without hesitation, he led 3 elite fighters around the back of the fortress, silently disappearing into the forest. Qinwu had observed clearly. The elf woman had been nearly drained after casting her weather spell. She was in no condition to fire another lethal arrow. Meanwhile, Leon had entered a berserk state. His face radiated murderous intent as he stepped forward, his pace quickening until he became a blur, charging straight into the enemy ranks like a storm. Suddenly, a sharp military whistle tore through the air. Tweet. Tweet, 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 tweet. Attack. The goblin musketeers of the second and third companies roared in unison, surging forward with their bayonets like an unstoppable tide. Leon, faced with the charge of 200 enemies, merely snorted coldly and quickened his pace. The moment the two sides clashed, his sword flashed, and the captain of the second company was instantly shattered. The captain of the third company lunged forward with a battle axe, but before he could strike, Leon's blade gleamed again. Both the axe and its wielder were reduced to mangled pieces. Leon tore through the battlefield like a human meat grinder, utterly unstoppable. Wherever his sword passed, muskets splintered, armor shattered, and blood and flesh sprayed in all directions. 10 minutes later, over half of the 200 goblins lay dead, and the remaining survivors fled in panic, abandoning their weapons and armor. Panting heavily, Leon watched the retreating enemies with a smirk of disdain. This is exactly what goblins are meant to be, slaughtered and scattered, nothing but a bunch of worthless grunts. However, he had not realized what it truly meant for an army to lose 50 of its forces before retreating. The truth soon unfolded before his eyes. Those goblins who fled in panic, scrambling to escape, were not met with sanctuary, but with death. Another unit of goblins, armed with muskets, had already been waiting at the front line. Their bayonets gleamed coldly as they mercilessly stabbed into the fleeing soldiers' abdomens, pinning them lifelessly to the ground before the battle line. Leon's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the scene. Based on his past experiences in eradicating goblin nests, once one began to flee, the rest would inevitably follow in a chaotic rout. He had intentionally let these deserters escape, hoping to focus his efforts on pursuing the special goblin leader. But what unfolded before him shattered his expectations. Those musket-wielding goblins swiftly executed all the deserters, while the remaining goblin warriors stood unwavering, as if rooted to the ground. At that moment, Qinwu's booming voice echoed from atop the city walls. Second wave, advance. Kill the hero, and you'll be promoted to general. Flee, and you die. Accompanied by the sharp blast of military whistles, soldiers from the 4th and 5th units roared in unison, charging at the hero with bayonets ready. Leon barely had time to catch his breath before he was forced to raise his sword to fend off this second wave of attackers. The battlefield once again erupted with screams, severed limbs, and bloodshed. This time, Leon adjusted his tactics, opting for precise, energy-conserving thrusts and swift, lethal strikes to end his enemies. Qinwu gave him no respite. Before the second wave's morale could falter, the third wave had already entered the fray. The arrival of fresh reinforcements reignited the goblins' fighting spirit, and their relentless assaults began to wear Leon down. His breathing grew heavier, labored like that of an ox after plowing 10 acres of land. Corpses piled up like small hills at his feet, yet the bayonets from all directions continued to press forward. Though his sturdy armor absorbed some of the blows, he could no longer evade them entirely, focusing instead on protecting his face and the back of his head. The relentless onslaught of bayonets and musket stocks left Leon staggering. He swung his sword with all his might, slicing through a goblin's neck, the spray of blood momentarily obscuring his vision. As he wiped his eyes clean, a heavy blow struck the back of his knee, forcing him down on one knee. A dangerous gust of wind swept past his head as he narrowly dodged, only for a musket stock to slam into his shoulder armor with a resounding crack. Leon seized the enemy's musket, gripping the barrel and swinging it with ferocious strength. The stock struck the goblin's head with precision, bursting it into a mist of blood. Yet, before he could catch his breath, a goblin lieutenant wielding a battle axe charged at him, bringing the weapon down in a deadly arc. The lieutenants were elite warriors with incredible strength. Even as Leon raised his sword to block, the axe's force pushed his blade closer to him. Exhausted, Leon was struck by a profound sense of disbelief. Why were these goblins so fearless, so relentless? Why couldn't they be broken? With a roar of defiance, he mustered his remaining strength, shoving the axe aside. As the lieutenant raised the axe for another swing, Leon thrust his sword into the goblin's mouth, ending the fight with a single, decisive blow. He tried to rise to his feet, but the musket-wielding goblins were not about to let such a golden opportunity to strike down a kneeling hero slip away. The goblins charged at him in a frenzy. Leon clutched his aching lower back tightly, desperately trying to break free from the monster's grasp. But he had no chance. Suddenly, one goblin grabbed his leg from the side, while another attempted to pin him down. Chaos erupted in an instant, grabbing, grappling, and entangling him. The goblins surged over him like a relentless tide, burying him completely. Ah! Leon roared, his hands firmly gripping the goblin that was trying to choke him, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. In mere moments, he was forced to the ground, his body feeling as if a mountain had collapsed onto him. The goblins piled on mercilessly, layer upon layer. From atop the city wall, Qinwu observed the scene and finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "At last, it's done." But just as a faint sense of ease crept into his mind, the magical energy in the air suddenly thickened, becoming almost tangible. In an instant, the pile of goblins pinning Leon down seemed to explode outward, flung in all directions by an invisible force, spinning through the air before crashing down. Ah! Leon's deafening scream echoed across the battlefield as he leapt to his feet, his eyes burning with an even more ferocious rage than before. As he stood, the surrounding magical energy surged into his body like an unstoppable torrent, pouring into every pore. Suddenly, a pair of radiant white wings unfurled behind him, gleaming with a cold, unforgiving light. He raised his hand, and the blade of his sword glimmered with an even sharper edge, slicing through the air like a streak of silver. The temperature around him seemed to plummet to freezing in an instant. Die? Every goblin must die. Leon's voice was laced with unyielding fury and a chilling authority. He swung his sword forward, and in a flash, 10 arcs of light erupted from the blade, each one piercing through a goblin's chest. His body crouched low, like a coiled spring ready to release. In the next moment, he launched himself into the air, breaking through the goblin ranks with a powerful leap. His sword moved like the scythe of death itself, cutting down every goblin that dared approach. Around his neck, the pendant of a goddess cracked and disintegrated into dust, vanishing into the air. It was his most cherished possession, a symbol of his faith and perseverance. Now, even it could no longer contain the wrath that consumed him. The goblins' screams once again filled the battlefield, their lives fading like melting snow under Leon's relentless blade. Watching this from the wall, Qinwu's face darkened, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Damn it, the hero has advanced to the second stage, and now he has wings. He's faster too. This is bad, really bad. Around Leon, the number of goblins dwindled to single digits. Even those attempting to flee could not escape his wrath. Like a relentless predator, Leon hunted and slaughtered every target without mercy. Meanwhile, Qinwu noticed something chilling. Fear had taken hold in the eyes of his soldiers. The once overpowering stench of blood had begun to erode their morale. He glanced at the remaining soldiers, his heart sinking. Out of 3 companies, over 300 men, only a handful were left. Against a hero like this, they stood no chance. Suddenly, Leon's gaze locked with Qinwu's. In that moment, the murderous intent in Leon's eyes burned like an inferno, as if declaring to Qinwu, "You're next." Qinwu clenched his fists, anger boiling within him. "You want to kill me? Then let's see whose blade is faster." Qinwu knew there was no escape. Leon's focus was unrelenting, and running was futile. If that was the case, then he would bear the consequences and prepare for a final battle. He drew the great sword from his back and leapt from the city wall, landing lightly on the ground. Striding toward the remaining soldiers, his eyes met theirs, one by one. Despite the fear etched on their faces, he remained resolute. The battlefield was littered with bodies, and the enemy was nothing more than a mindless killing machine. Yet, the hero was the true nightmare. Amidst the despair, the soldiers began to stir. Though terrified, they could not avoid what lay ahead. In the next moment, a sound broke through the Tenzion, a familiar, piercing whistle. Tweet, 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 tweet. It was the signal to charge. The goblins straightened their bayonets and charged at Leon. Despite their fear, their training and discipline overpowered their terror. Shouting their battle cries, they rushed toward the merciless hero. "Soldiers, put everything on the line. Kill this despicable invader, this vile anti-intelligence being, and defend our homeland." Qinwu's furious roar erupted through the rain. Hoisting his heavy greatsword, he led 300 goblin soldiers in a thunderous charge, their battle cries shaking the earth. Among this force, 100 were system-certified garrison troops, the backbone of Goblinburg's defenses. It was their presence that gave Qinwu the confidence to launch this desperate assault. Even if the other 200 soldiers fled the battlefield, these elite 100 would stand firm against the hero. Fortunately, The goblin's natural instinct for group solidarity held strong at this moment. Though fear was written all over their faces, not a single one retreated. Leon had already assumed his white-winged form, the blessing of the goddess of life allowing him to understand their words through translation magic. Hearing Qinwu's declaration, he froze momentarily, then fell into deep thought. Had he truly become the invader? On reflection, the forest of monsters was indeed the monster's domain, and the goblin's establishment of a nation here seemed justifiable. This realization made him question the righteousness of his own actions. As he watched the goblins, terrified yet still charging forward, Leon was struck by a sudden sense of familiarity, as if he were witnessing the human race's own tragic defiance against the overwhelming might of the demon clans. However, his moment of distraction was abruptly interrupted by Qinwu's attack. Qinwu closed in swiftly, swinging his greatsword down with immense force. Leon had expected to parry it with ease, but the sheer power behind the strike forced him back several steps. Before he could regain his footing, Qinwu followed up with a horizontal slash, hitting Leon squarely in the waist. The blow was so powerful that it sent Leon flying. Thankfully, his pristine white wings unfolded just in time to stabilize him midair. The exchange left both combatants surprised. Leon could hardly believe he had been pushed back, while Qinwu's hands stung from the impact, his bones aching. He noticed that the hero's lightweight armor, though dented by the strike, remained intact, clearly made from some extraordinary material. As Qinwu prepared to press the attack, Leon suddenly unleashed a slash of sword energy. Qinwu hastily dived to the side, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. However, the continuous rain had left the farmland waterlogged and muddy, making it difficult for him to regain his footing on the slippery ground. Leon seized the opportunity and charged at Qinwu, his sword gleaming with a cold, deadly light. However, a squad of goblin musketeers quickly surrounded him, forcing him to deal with these elite soldiers first. He swung his blade, cutting down enemies in rapid succession, and a fierce goblin captain fell with a guttural cry. Goblins surged around him like a relentless tide, their bayonets and rifle stocks striking him from all sides. "Damn invader," they roared. "You want to take the land we cultivated? Steal my wood mice? Die." Leon couldn't help but smirk at the mention of wood mice. But this was no time for distraction. Channeling his magic into the sword, its blade began to glow brilliantly. With a sweeping strike, the sword's arc cut through the air like a rainbow, felling 7 or 8 goblins instantly. Yet, to his astonishment, the remaining goblins pressed forward undeterred, trampling over the bodies of their fallen comrades. Leon unleashed 3 more slashes of sword light in quick succession, cutting down over 20 more goblins. The sheer power of his attacks caused the pristine white wings on his back to dim and gray, and his breathing grew labored. Still, the goblin's relentless assault came on like an unending wave. Why? Leon's heart pounded with shock. These goblins, who should have been easily dispatched by farmers, are fighting like an elite army. Suddenly, he recalled the dying warning of Steward Mond, that a particular goblin was establishing order, training an army, and if not stopped in time, would create a kingdom of monsters. In that moment, Leon fully grasped the gravity of Mond's fears. Though his comrades had been mercilessly slain by these goblins, he felt a strange pang of guilt, as though he were the true invader. Scanning the battlefield for Qinwu, he resolved to end this once and for all. Just then, a sharp, searing pain erupted from his back. Instinctively, Leon turned and unleashed a burst of sword light, but Qinwu intercepted it with his armored chest plate, enduring the blow with a grunt. Without hesitation, Qinwu raised his massive sword and brought it down with devastating force, striking Leon's magical wings. Arg! Leon's anguished scream echoed across the battlefield. The destruction of his wings triggered a violent magical backlash, leaving him teetering on the edge of collapse. Desperately, he swung his sword to clear a path through the goblins, leaping repeatedly to escape their encirclement. At last, he tumbled onto a patch of muddy ground in the distance, retching in agony. Qinwu stared at the pair of wings on the ground, slowly dissipating into nothingness. Those wings were what he had been curious to verify, whether the mysterious wings on the hero's back were physical or magical constructs. Watching them dissolve into specks of light, the answer was now self-evident. The wings were a blessing formed from the magical energy released when the goddess of lives pendant shattered. Like a magical vacuum, they allowed Leon to rapidly absorb mana from the air, sustaining his powerful yet mana-draining sword techniques. Now that the wings had been severed, Leon's mana recovery rate had dropped to a normal level, leaving him unable to unleash those dazzling sword skills at will. Qinwu glanced down at his chest plate, which now bore a deep, shocking slash across it. He stomped on the remnants of the wings on the ground, crushing them underfoot, spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, and hefted his greatsword to charge forward once more. The other goblins followed close behind, shouting as they surged toward their target. The magical backlash left Leon dizzy and disoriented. He angrily pounded his own head, his body teetering unsteadily. Facing the oncoming wave of goblins, he resorted to his final measure, pulling a glass vial filled with a blood-red potion from within his armor. Without hesitation, he bit through the glass and swallowed its contents, shards and all. MGH. Leon let out a muffled groan as blood-red light filled his eyes. His entire body trembled violently before he steadied himself, fixing a cold, piercing gaze on Li Qinwu. You've got to be kidding me, a third phase. Li Qinwu roared, swinging his sword down in fury, only to witness something that left him utterly stunned. Leon's speed surged to an unimaginable level, his movements so fast they left afterimages in his wake. With a single swing of his sword, he cleaved Li Qinwu's massive, heavy greatsword clean in two. In the blink of an eye, he followed up with a lethal strike aimed directly at Li Qinwu. Li Qinwu's pupils constricted as he instinctively retreated and raised his left arm to block. But in an instant, his entire left arm, along with the armor protecting it, was severed in one stroke. Before the searing pain could even register in his brain, Leon delivered a powerful kick to his chest plate, sending him hurtling over 10 meters away to crash heavily into the muddy ground. After unleashing this relentless assault, Leon spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura visibly weakening. The remaining goblins swarmed him, engaging in chaotic combat. Despite his sword swings slowing considerably, clearly suffering the aftereffects of the explosive potion, continued to cut down the goblins one by one as they charged at him. Lying in the dirt, Li Qinwu's vision darkened. His chest plate was completely caved in, and the pain from fractured ribs stabbing into him was excruciating. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and tried to rise, but his body refused to obey. Seeing his severed arm bleeding profusely, he decisively plunged the stump into the mud, using the crude method to staunch the bleeding. As Li Qinwu struggled to get back on his feet, the remaining goblins, terrified by Leon's onslaught, fled into the forest, disappearing from sight. Only a dozen system soldiers remained, locked in a fierce battle with Leon. Leon's body swayed unsteadily, drenched in blood, looking as though he might collapse at any moment. Yet, he still gripped his sword tightly, resolute in holding his ground. The last few goblin soldiers lunged at Leon simultaneously. His sword moved like lightning, stabbing and slashing with precision, each strike finding its mark in the goblin's vital points. One after another, the goblins collapsed to the ground, twitching briefly in the mud before succumbing to death. Just as victory seemed within reach, a musketeer goblin suddenly closed in, its bayonet thrusting straight for Leon's face. He barely managed to tilt his head to avoid the blow, but his exhaustion slowed his movements, and the bayonet sliced off his right ear. Overwhelmed by the searing pain, Leon let out a furious roar, sweeping his long sword in a wide arc and cutting down the final goblin. The battlefield grew quiet, as the armed forces painstakingly built by Li Qinwu were completely annihilated. Leon stood amidst the sunlit rain, panting heavily as the side effects of the stimulant began to take hold. His bloodshot eyes saw a world drained of all color, reduced to an eternal black and white. This state was irreversible, yet at that moment, he thought he saw a rainbow appear on the distant horizon, as if the goddess of life herself was blessing his victory. The rain ceased, leaving the air fresh, though the heavy scent of blood lingered stubbornly. Leon turned toward Li Qinwu, who lay in the muddy water, gritting his teeth in frustration. A goblin, of all things, had pushed him to this brink. Stumbling forward, he approached his fallen adversary. Li Qinwu tried to rise, but was unable to support himself in the muck due to his broken ribs and mangled arm. Leon stood over him, planting a boot on his chest plate and pressing the tip of his sword against his throat. Beast, did you enjoy your little kingdom game? Li Qinwu, however, did not beg for mercy. Instead, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and spoke calmly. The rain has stopped. Leon frowned, not expecting such a response. What do you mean by that? Suddenly, Li Qinwu erupted into a bloody, maniacal laugh, a gleam of madness flashing in his eyes. What I mean, my lord, is that the times have changed. Before the words had fully left his lips, his intact right hand whipped out a hand cannon, aiming it directly at Leon's face. A tidal wave of danger surged through Leon, his heart pounding violently. In the blink of an eye, he raised a hand to shield his face, but it was too late. With a deafening boom, the hand cannon discharged, and iron pellets and steel shot tore into his face. Staggering back 2 steps, Leon collapsed into the muddy water with a heavy thud. Li Qinwu gasped for air, exhaustion washing over him like a tide. But just as he allowed himself a moment of relief, a horrifying realization struck him: his mount blade system had not displayed a kill notification. The next instant, like a vengeful specter rising from the depths of hell, Leon's figure emerged slowly from the mud. His body was drenched in blood and filth, with fragments of flesh and viscera clinging to the gaps in his armor. His once handsome face was now utterly unrecognizable. The left side was completely torn apart, exposing stark white bone and a ghastly grimace of jagged teeth. The steel ball bearings hit Leon's eyes with pinpoint accuracy, instantly robbing him of his sight. Ugh! Leon clutched his mangled face, letting out a piercing scream. The terror of sudden blindness sent his entire body into uncontrollable tremors. Qinwu froze for a brief moment before his face twisted into a monstrous snarl. He roared, "Damn it! Are you unkillable? Do you refuse to die that much?" Despite his severe injuries, a surge of sheer willpower erupted from within him. Using one arm to push himself off the ground, he struggled to his feet. He quickly opened the warehouse interface and retrieved a hand cannon. However, his battered body could barely support its weight. With blood still dripping from his left arm and his mangled right hand, Qinwu mustered all his strength to aim the barrel at Leon's head. Even blinded, Leon's heightened sixth sense kicked in. Sensing the imminent danger, he spun around, using his sturdy back armor as a shield. A deafening blast followed as the steel ball struck his armor, sending sparks flying. Leon staggered forward with a howl of pain, while the cannon's recoil knocked the weapon from Qinwu's grasp. Before Qinwu could lift a second hand cannon, Leon hurled his sword with precision. The spinning blade not only cleaved the cannon in half, but also severed Qinwu's right hand at the wrist. Fingers and weapon fragments scattered into the muddy ground as Qinwu let out a muffled groan. Even weaponless, Qinwu's eyes burned with the venomous determination of a cornered viper. This enemy, the one who had destroyed his army and shattered the foundation of his rule, must be killed at all costs. Sensing the terrifying killing intent radiating from Qinwu, Leon turned in panic and fled toward the edge of the forest. The two men engaged in a desperate chase across the muddy terrain, each step marked by the wet slap of their feet. Both slipped and fell multiple times, only to scramble back up and continue the deadly pursuit. Finally, with his stamina nearly depleted, Qinwu caught up to Leon and delivered a brutal blow to the back of his head with his mangled hand. Leon's skull proved unervingly tough, and the strike barely phased him. As Qinwu gasped for breath, Leon suddenly spun around and drove a dagger into his abdomen, the blade easily piercing his armor. Agonizing pain caused Qinwu's bloodshot eyes to flare with rage. With a feral growl, he lunged forward, sinking his teeth into Leon's ear. Leon screamed in agony and yanked the dagger free, stabbing Qinwu repeatedly in rapid succession. Yet no amount of stabbing could stop Qinwu's relentless, savage counterattack. Qinwu completely ignored the searing pain in his abdomen, clamping down on Leon's ear with his teeth and tearing it violently. The excruciating agony made Leon emit a harrowing scream. Realizing that the stab to the abdomen wasn't lethal, Leon hastily raised his hand to aim for a more fatal spot, but Qinwu grabbed him under the arms, rendering the dagger useless as it was lifted high above. The two became locked in a fierce close-quarters struggle. Leon desperately tried to push his opponent away, but Qinwu's arms were like steel, tightly wrapped around Leon's waist. Amid the intense struggle, Leon's shoulder slammed hard into Qinwu's eye socket, leaving one of his eyes mangled and bleeding. Eventually, Leon's strength was completely drained, and the two remained locked together, face to face, on the muddy ground. "Why you? How can you go this far?" Leon cried out, his voice trembling with despair. Qinwu spat out the bloodied ear in his mouth and was about to respond when his remaining eye caught a glint of light 400 meters away on a small hill. Instinctively sensing impending death, Leon struggled frantically to escape. Qinwu immediately pressed himself down, burying his face into Leon's chest, and used all his strength to hold him in place. The blessing of the Earth Goddess came into play at that moment, as faint streams of energy surged from the ground into his body, enabling him to pin the wildly thrashing Leon. "Let me go! Let me go!" Leon screamed in despair, violently striking Qinwu's back with his elbows. The blows dented the metal armor, and though Qinwu coughed up blood, he remained unyielding. "Let me!" Leon's enraged cries were abruptly silenced. After the sound of twisting metal came a gunshot, and a bullet tore through his backplate, detonating inside his body. Life ebbed away rapidly, and if not for Qinwu's grip, Leon would have collapsed to the ground. Blood trickled from Leon's mouth as he groaned in agony. Qinwu leaned close to his ear and declared in a voice as cold as a demon's, "Leon the Brave, the kingdom's game was quite entertaining. Remember this: I am the Goblin King, the enslaver of all races, the scourge of the world, the destroyer of gods, the rightful ruler of the demon forest, Arthur Louis Romanoff. Qin Shi Huang. When you see the goddess of life, give her my regards. One day, I will kill every priest in her name, burn every temple devoted to her, destroy every text about her, erase her from this world, and make all mankind forget her." Ha ha! As his words ended, Qinwu's strength finally gave out, and he collapsed to the ground with Leon in his arms. As his consciousness faded, he saw Gob Archer running toward him in a panic, carrying the oversized matchlock gun on his shoulder. Qinwu silently commended the goblin for his precise shot at such a critical moment. Gob Archer called out anxiously before running off to find help. Not long after, Gob's spear, riddled with arrows, passed by, carrying the severed head of the elf Wendini. Seeing Li Qinwu barely clinging to life, Gobspear casually tossed the head into the muddy water and hurried off to summon more assistance. It was unclear how much time had passed when Miss Hannah appeared in his line of sight. She stood over him, gazing down with a mixture of shock and complex emotions in her beautiful eyes. The kingdom of Sarthos in turmoil. The kingdom of Sarthos, the capital city, the grand temple of the goddess of life. This was a magnificent marble structure, housing a colossal statue of the goddess of life. Beneath it stood statues of other deities within her pantheon, along with 375 statues of past heroes. Each statue gleamed as if newly crafted, a testament to the priest's daily meticulous polishing. They would never allow even a speck of dust to taint the symbols of gods and heroes. Yet today, while carrying out his routine cleaning, a priest on duty felt an unusual texture beneath his fingers as he touched the surface of the 375th hero's statue Leon's. A faint crack was quietly spreading. This is impossible, the priest exclaimed, his eyes widening as his trembling fingers touched the statue again to confirm. The crack was real, and before his very eyes, it continued to grow. Panicked, he dropped his cloth and stumbled hurriedly toward the high priest's chambers. Moments later, the elderly high priest, supported by several younger priests, made his way slowly to Leon's statue. By then, the cracks had sprawled across the entire statue like a web. This. The high priest's clouded eyes widened in shock. His wrinkled hand reached out to lightly touch the statue's surface. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the fractured statue disintegrated into fine powder, collapsing into lifeless debris scattered across the marble floor of the temple. The high priest's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed backward. The priests behind him scrambled to catch his frail, trembling body. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for air, taking several breaths before he could speak. Hero Leon has fallen. His sorrowful declaration echoed through the temple's vaulted ceiling, intertwining with the tolling of the temple bells. Together, they created an invisible shockwave that spread through the upper echelons of the kingdom of Sarthos, sparking a powerful upheaval. The death of the mortal representative of a deity rippled across the land like a boulder thrown into a still lake. The delicate balance of power among the four nations was shattered, and the news swept swiftly through the human kingdoms. Already tense relations between the nations escalated into immediate military mobilizations, with the stifling air of war growing thick. Ambitious opportunists from every corner began to stir, eager to carve out their share of benefits from the chaos. This storm of turmoil engulfed the entire continent in the blink of an eye. For now, however, the tempest had yet to reach the depths of the monster forest. Li Qinwu's consciousness was slowly returning from an endless void. He instinctively tried to move, only to find he couldn't even lift his eyelids, as if his entire body was weighed down by an invisible force. After struggling for a while, he remained in a state akin to sleep paralysis. Realizing his body had not yet recovered, he decided to conserve his energy. Though uncertain of his surroundings, he could feel the soft texture of animal pelts beneath him and a steady warmth flowing into his body from the outside. This gave him a rare sense of security. He began to recall the final moments of the battle the almost invincible hero, ultimately felled by a single shot from Gobo the archer. That guy was a nightmare to kill. Li Qinwu marveled internally. As his thoughts lingered on the hero, a notification suddenly popped up in his mind. It looked strikingly similar to the event alerts from Mount Blade 2, Bannerlord, which only appeared during major world events. The notification read, "You have slain the mortal representative of the goddess of life. Your relationship with the goddess of life, 100. Your relationship with the Church of Life, 100. Your relationship with the Kingdom of Sarthos, 100. Your relationship with the Sarthos royal family and nobility, 100. TSK, killing one hero has so many people up in arms." Li Qinwu mused in surprise. He pondered, could a hero, with the power to annihilate entire armies single-handedly, really maintain such harmonious relations with the upper echelons of the Kingdom of Sarthos? If it were up to him, he would never allow an individual with the strength of an infantry regiment to roam freely within his borders. A hero's power rivaled that of a military unit, yet they seemed to operate outside the kingdom's control. What exactly is the role of a hero? What's the relationship between secular governments, heroes, and the gods? Li Qinwu clicked his tongue in thought, realizing how little he truly understood about this world. He resolved to prioritize gathering more information in the future. Li Qinwu lightly tapped the "Pour" button on the pop-up window, and a new notification immediately appeared. The text on the screen made his eyes light up. The death of the hero had caused a massive upheaval across the continent. The four human kingdoms were on the brink of war, tensions running high. The southern Beastman army was already on the move, heading straight for the kingdom of Sarthos. The legendary Golden Dragon had finally left its lair, soaring across the ocean toward the Dwarven Mountains. Even the southern demon forces couldn't hold back, launching an assault against the Elven Empire. Interesting, very interesting. Li Qinwu's lips curled into a smile. The death of a mere hero has caused such widespread chaos. A sharp glint flickered in his eyes. In the midst of turmoil lies opportunity. Just as he was lost in thought, another pop-up appeared. The god of war had turned his gaze upon him. This deity, who cared for nothing but the spread of conflict, had taken notice of his ability to both fight alone and command armies, extending an invitation for him to become a follower. Qinwu cautiously reviewed the attribute rewards: vitality 20, control 20, endurance 20, cunning 10, social skills 10, intelligence 10. The tempting numbers almost made him click, yes. Immediately these bonuses would push his strength far beyond that of the hero. However, he ultimately chose no. War is merely a means, not the end, he mused to himself. A force that seeks only war is destined for destruction. Unexpectedly, even after his refusal, the system still granted him a reward: vitality 3, control 3, endurance 3, cunning 2, social skills 2, intelligence 1. The system also informed him that while the god of war was furious over the rejection 10 favorability, he still held some expectations for Qinwu 5 favorability. Well, Qinwu murmured, feeling the surge of power coursing through him. This god, who seems suspiciously like corn, is surprisingly generous. Perhaps I can turn him into a tool for my own purposes. Opening his attribute panel, he was pleasantly surprised by the tool-level increase. Such gains from a minor skirmish were beyond his expectations. Without hesitation, he allocated his attribute points to intelligence and invested his specialization points into magic. Even more thrilling was the discovery that his dual-wield weapon proficiency had skyrocketed to 82. Just a few exchanges with the chosen one, and I've gained such significant improvements, he calculated inwardly. As expected of a top-tier unit. From the two new skills presented as choices, he opted for Strongman. Adds 1 vitality to all soldiers, increases troop limit by 5, and health adds 50 HP to both personal and troop health pools. Now, yet another skill choice awaited him. The crossbow proficiency had risen to 54, all thanks to that single shot at the hero, which boosted the proficiency by more than 20 points. Qinwu chose the skilled crossbowman skill, which added 50 points to crossbow proficiency and significantly improved reloading speed. Since the musket was classified as a crossbow by the mount blade system, he felt this choice was perfectly logical. Next, Qinwu turned his attention to the running skill, which had a proficiency of 67. He selected the United Front skill to reduce the speed penalty when moving with a large army. After all, the larger the force, the slower the movement, and this skill could greatly mitigate that issue. Moving on to the scouting skill with a proficiency of 43, he chose the Night Walker skill to enhance the army's mobility at night. With 25 points in tactics proficiency, Qinwu opted for the loose formation skill, which increased the damage dealt by archers to enemies. Looking at his leadership proficiency, the high score of 72 made him confidently pick battle tips and ironclad defense. These skills not only increase troop experience, but also improve the chances of recruiting prisoners. As for this stewardship skill, with a proficiency of 37, he selected frugal management, which reduced the army's consumption. With these skill upgrades, Qinwu's army's combat power steadily improved. He then checked the family page and discovered that his family rank had risen to level 2. In Mount Blade, family rank increases were tied to renown, which was earned through battles and special events. As the family rank increased, the troop capacity grew by 25 for each level. Currently, his base capacity of 20, combined with the bonuses from family levels 1 and 2, as well as additional skill perks, brought his total army size to over 80. Seeing this, Qinwu felt a surge of satisfaction. Such a powerful force would greatly enhance his control over the tribe. He then opened the inventory page, hoping to find a rare piece of equipment. According to Mount Blade's loot mechanics, acquiring valuable items required defeating numerous enemies. With only 4 members in the hero's party, Qinwu didn't have high expectations for the loot. However, when he checked the inventory, his eyes lit up in excitement. There were several thrilling items inside. There was a vial of werewolf serum, which, when consumed, removed all negative statuses for 10 seconds and doubled strength. However, it came with a severe downside: rapid stamina depletion and a chance of transforming into a werewolf, accompanied by excessive hair growth, liver and kidney failure, and significantly diminished sensory abilities. Then there was the mithril breastplate, an armor crafted from mithril, which only dwarves and mages could forge, an exceedingly rare treasure. Lastly, there was the hero's chapter, a mystical artifact that only recognized the worthiest of heroes. According to its description, every race, nation, or faction with a significant population would produce heroes. Heroes represented the collective interest and were only acknowledged by the hero's chapter if they deeply embodied the value of unity. Qinwu's heart raced with excitement. "Our goblins need their own hero," he suddenly exclaimed, startling Miss Hannah, who was sitting by the bed casting healing magic. The two locked eyes. Qinwu was surprised to find himself able to move. while Miss Hannah hadn't expected him to wake up after 7 days of unconsciousness. Miss Hannah cleared her throat and pushed the green energy orb from her staff toward Qinwu. Instantly, a warm current surged through his body, melting away his pain and quickly spreading to every inch of his being. His vision returned, and when he raised his hands, he saw that his previously lost limbs had miraculously regrown. Whoa, Miss Hannah, your healing magic is incredible. It can even regenerate severed limbs. Qinwu exclaimed in amazement. Miss Hannah rubbed her eyes, looking a bit fatigued. It's not limb regeneration, it's reattachment. Look at the scars on your arms, the marks are still there. Qinwu lowered his head and carefully examined his arm, where a faint scar caught his eye. He blinked lightly, recalling the previous injury. A minor rupture of the eyeball, healed with a single healing spell. It's truly miraculous. As his words fell, the room descended into silence. Two creatures of different races sat facing each other, momentarily unable to find a suitable topic to discuss. Finally, Miss Hannah rose and said, "I'll go call for your subordinates." Miss Hannah, Qinwu called out just as she was about to step out of the room. Thank you. She paused briefly before leaving without a word. Qinwu stared at the closed door, his thoughts churning. She could have easily left him to die, yet she chose to save him. Was it because she feared the goblins would lose their restraint without him? Not entirely. It wasn't about romantic feelings either. It was something more complex, perhaps a curiosity to see how far he could go. Moments later, Goblin Spear, Goblin Bow, One Ear, Goblin Big, Dog Shaman, and Tai Ao Ku entered in single file. As soon as Dog Shaman saw their leader, he let out a howl and rushed to the bedside. Boss, you've been unconscious for 7 days. The Cobalt tribe somehow heard you were dead and are refusing to pay tribute. A dangerous glint flickered in Qinwu's eyes. It's fine. I was too occupied before. Now we have all the time in the world to deal with the Cobalt tribe. Previously, their relationship with the Cobalts had been tenuous due to the looming threat of heroes and their own lack of numbers. But this precarious balance was too risky. It was time to eliminate this hidden danger once and for all. Tai Ao Ku. Qinwu turned to the craftsman. He'll give you new blueprints. Prepare to manufacture a new type of firearm. The lesson from the last battle where a rainstorm rendered their guns useless had made it clear that they needed weapons capable of operating in all weather conditions. Given their current resources, upgrading from matchlock guns to breech-loading flintlock rifles was the best choice. Understood, my lord. Tai Ao Ku bowed respectfully, his eyes filled with admiration. 1,000-strong unit battling a hero to the bitter end and ultimately winning through their leader's duel, such a feat had earned his unwavering respect. Goblin Spear, how many soldiers do we have left? Qinwu asked. Goblin Spear's eyelids twitched violently, and his voice carried an unmistakable sorrow. Boss, none. It's just me and Goblin Bow. What about Goblin Strong? The expendables? The captains? They're all gone, boss. Every single one of them. Qinwu clenched his fists, his brows furrowing deeply. After a long sigh, he said, sacrifice is the foundation of a strong alliance. Arrange for the warriors' bodies to be collected and buried on Martyr's Hill. Goblin Big, prepare the concrete. I want to build a monument on Martyr's Hill, so future generations will never forget this war that nearly annihilated us and the heroic sacrifices of the 10th Punishment Division. A week later, with his health fully restored, Qinwu reorganized the hunting team and rebuilt the 10th Punishment Division. The new recruits received the blood-stained regimental flag at the foot of Martyr's Hill and swore before the towering monument to carry on the glory of their fallen predecessors. Standing at the front of the formation, Qinwu turned to gaze at the more than 10-meter-tall group sculpture. At the base, a small hill was formed by the piled bodies of goblin musketeers. At the summit, the hero Leon was pinned down by the overwhelming onslaught of goblin musketeers. His face was twisted with rage, resembling a beast about to break free from its cage, while the goblins sacrificed themselves one after another to keep him subdued. The base of the statue temporarily bore an inscription in the common language of humans. On April 6, 4353, the goddess of life blessed the hero Leon and his anti-intelligent creature gang of 4 as they invaded the alliance of intelligent creatures. They were annihilated at Goblin Fort by the 10th Punishment Division. In this battle, the 10th Punishment Division was nearly wiped out, with 812 lives lost. Qinwu's gaze lingered on the inscription, word by word. He thought to himself that it was time to create his own written language. Using human text on their monument felt deeply unsettling. The newly formed 10th Punitive Regiment, after connecting with the banner of the older generation, immediately began training. This new unit, promoted from the hunting squad, performed well, demonstrating a solid foundation and swift, precise movements. Qinwu assigned the regiment's training to Gob Spear and Gob Bow, 2 goblins who had grown into fully leveled, 5th-tier Soldier goblin warrior and a goblin sharpshooter, respectively. Both had intelligence scores of 15, allowing them to fully comprehend the military policies and regulations established by Qinwu. The reason these two were the most trusted by Qinwu was their first-hand experience witnessing the fall of the old 10th Punitive Regiment. Whenever the past was brought up, their eyes reflected a deep sorrow and unyielding determination. These two goblins had developed a strong sense of honor and shame, as well as a profound understanding of the significance of a military force. Li Qinwu was confident that entrusting the regiment to them would not lead to any issues. With his hands freed, Li Qinwu turned his attention to developing new weaponry, a breech-loading flintlock rifle. Flint, a common and durable mineral, could easily produce fire when paired with steel. During the earlier search for sulfur and saltpeter, the goblins had discovered what appeared to be flint deposits. However, since production priorities at the time lay elsewhere, Li Qinwu had merely marked the location on a simple map. Now, with time available, Li Qinwu personally conducted a survey and confirmed that the goblins had indeed found high-quality flint. He immediately relocated 200 goblins to the area, establishing a settlement dedicated to extracting this resource. With the flint supply secured, Li Qinwu focused on designing the breech-loading flintlock rifle. He still recalled the frustration of that battle where the elves used rain spells to render all firearms ineffective. He was convinced that if the firearms had functioned properly, the casualty rate for defeating the hero would have been less than half. However, until the invention of percussion caps and fixed ammunition, firearms were indeed poorly suited for harsh weather. Even the flintlock ignition mechanism could barely handle light rain. After firing one shot with the barrel wrapped in oiled cloth, soldiers would be forced to resort to bayonets. Inside the steel factory's private workshop, where only Li Qinwu was permitted entry, the room was equipped with drafting tools and various components. Picking up a charcoal pencil, he began sketching the design for a new breech-loading flintlock rifle, choosing to model it after the 1819 Hall rifle. This was the world's first widely adopted breech-loading flintlock rifle, with a loading mechanism similar to a falconet. This type of rifle offered significantly faster loading speeds compared to muzzle-loading firearms, with a peak firing rate of 9 rounds per minute. During infantry line formations, there was no risk of open flames igniting loose gunpowder, allowing for tighter formations. Overall, the flintlock mechanism was more advanced and had clear advantages. Of course, breech-loading rifles also had their drawbacks, primarily in terms of poor gas sealing. The gap between the chamber and the barrel caused significant gas leakage during firing, reducing both range and power compared to muzzle-loading rifles. However, Li Qinwu was unfazed. Any lack of power could be compensated by increasing the black powder charge. Li Qinwu handed the design blueprint to Iron Orc, instructing him to study the design and produce a prototype. He then turned his attention to inventorying spoils of war. First was the great thunder-roasted chicken mage, who had been torn apart by nearly 1,000 musket shots. Even her most valuable staff had been shattered into fragments. Li Qinwu handed these remnants to Miss Hannah for appraisal, but she repeatedly shook her head, explaining that the magical engravings within the staff had been destroyed. The remains were now only fit to be used as firewood. Amid the ruins of the battlefield, a few glistening magical crystal cores stood out as the most valuable discoveries. After a thorough examination, Miss Hannah explained that these crystal cores were artificially synthesized and contained highly concentrated magical energy. Simply by coming into contact with the skin, a mage could directly absorb the energy to replenish their reserves. Where did these crystal cores come from? Li Qinwu asked. They are exclusively produced by the Magic Guild, and the specific process is top secret, Miss Hannah replied. This is one of the guild's most important products. Hearing this, Li Qinwu felt a sinking sensation in his heart. These magical crystal cores were clearly some kind of energy storage devices. He recalled the vision he had seen in the initial illusion, a monstrous empire reduced to ruins under the barrage of magic akin to a nuclear strike. Such devastating power was far beyond what could be achieved through the magic stored in the human body alone. But with an external energy storage device like this, it all made sense. Humanity in this world had already mastered a power comparable to nuclear weapons. This technology was of immense significance and had to be understood as soon as possible. Fortunately, one of the two skill options provided by the Mount Blade system included this crucial technology. The specific details would be addressed later. Among the other spoils of war was a battle-scarred, door-sized shield. Though it was merely a thick steel plate with no extraordinary value, Li Qinwu ordered it to be carefully stored in a wooden crate. It might one day become a treasured exhibit in a future museum. A wooden magical bow, inscribed with mysterious runes, was also among the spoils. The user could activate these runes to enhance the precision and power of their arrows. At its peak performance, the bow could shoot an arrow straight for a kilometer, with a force comparable to that of a large-caliber sniper rifle. The hero's emblem, retrieved from the Mount Blade warehouse, was palm-sized and resembled a shield, reminiscent of a knight's promotion item from the Fire Emblem series. Li Qinwu longed for the strength of a hero and even attempted to activate it using his own blood, but the emblem remained unresponsive. He speculated that either he had not been deemed worthy, or his faction had yet to reach the necessary standard. Reluctantly, he returned it to the warehouse for the time being. The construction of the mithril armor left Li Qinwu in awe. Its plates were as thin as fingernails, yet virtually indestructible, and the entire set weighed only 2 kilograms, a marvel of material science. When he placed a gauntlet into a furnace for analysis, he discovered that current technology couldn't even make it glow red, let alone melt it. For now, the armor had to be sealed away until advancements in magical forging or extreme heat technology could unlock its secrets. Such an exceptional material, with its resistance to high temperatures and pressure, would be a waste if not applied to industrial use. The final item was the hero's sword, its entire blade gleaming pure white. The sword was engraved with intricate magical runes, and its guard was adorned with a finely carved statue of a goddess. However, when Qinwu attempted to lift the sword, he realized it was astonishingly heavy, so much so that he couldn't move it at all. Oh, resisting me. Qinwu squinted his eyes, sensing a strong will within the sword fiercely resisting his control. The magical runes on the blade flickered on and off, as if breathing in the magical energy from the air. With each flicker, the sword grew heavier. You think a mere object can stop me? Qinwu gritted his teeth, gripping the hilt with both hands. The veins on his arms bulged as he finally managed to lift the sword off the ground, but just barely. It felt as though he was holding an anvil, its weight stifling. Am I taking this thing to the battlefield to fight or to work out? If I can't even swing the sword, I'll be the one getting cut down in one strike. That'd be some bad news for the bodybuilding world, he muttered, tossing the sword back onto the ground and shaking his numb arms with a grimace. Oh really? I refuse to believe this. Unwilling to admit defeat, Qinwu lunged at the sword again, trying repeatedly to lift it. Sweat soaked through his clothes, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't fully raise the sword. Exhausted, he gasped for air. During a brief pause, he could clearly feel the consciousness within the sword mocking him. The silent ridicule stung his pride. Qinwu's gaze turned sharp and dangerous, his eyes glinting coldly. He had a mountain of production plans waiting to be executed, and no time to be tangled up with the sword. Looking down at the blade, his voice was as icy as frost. I know you can understand me. This is your last chance. Submit to me, and your name will spread across the world alongside my army. As soon as he finished speaking, Qinwu felt the sword respond with a burst of silent, mocking laughter. I am the sacred sword of purity, bestowed upon the mortal realm by the goddess of life herself. Every wielder of mine has been a chosen champion of the goddess of life. Only the purest and most noble may wield me. You're nothing but a filthy, lowly goblin. Qinwu was silent for a moment. Then the corners of his mouth curled upward. His light chuckle grew into a hearty laugh, and finally, it erupted into maniacal laughter that echoed throughout the steel factory. Once he'd laughed his fill, he looked down at the sword, his face full of scorn. You're just an object, meant to be used. Who gave you the audacity to act so high and mighty? A hero, you say? He sneered. That so-called hero's corpse has already been thrown beneath the underworld tree by my men. It'll rot there, turn into a skeleton soldier, and I'll kill it again and again, twice, thrice, 100 times. And you? He paused, his tone turning chillingly cold. Filthy, you say? Lowly, you say? Well then, let me show you the true meaning of filthy and lowly. Qinwu bent down, struggled to lift the sword, and dragged it out of the steel factory, heading toward the toilets. The weight of the sword caused sweat to pour down his face, soaking his clothes until they clung to his body. As he passed the forge workshop, Qinwu noticed Dang Dang, the ogre, sitting in front of a massive anvil, swinging a hammer. His eyes lit up. He quickly found a chain, tied it to the sword's hilt, and called out, Dang Dang, come help me. Dang Dang, dull-witted but strong, put down the hammer and lumbered over. Qinwu handed him the chain. Here, Dang Dang, carry this and follow me. Dang Dang casually pinched the chain with 2 fingers, effortlessly lifting the sword, and followed Qinwu toward the toilets. The steel factory's toilets were open-air rural latrines, hastily built due to limited resources and prioritizing production. They were crude and emitted a suffocating stench. The foul odor was noticeable from a distance, and the sword seemed to realize what was happening. Its blade began trembling violently, radiating an intense sense of fear. No, you filthy ogre. Put me down. Put me down now. By the name of the sacred sword of purity bestowed by the goddess of life, I command you. No. Dang Dang looked around, puzzled. Huh? Did someone just say something? Thinking he must have imagined it, he continued walking behind Qinwu. The sword's fear intensified, its magical runes glowing brightly, making it even heavier. But to the ogre, this added weight was nothing. Dang Dang kept striding forward. You can't do this. You filthy goblin. I am a sacred sword from the heavens. Stop this right now. The sword pleaded desperately. Qinwu ignored the cries, stopping at the edge of the latrine to inspect its contents. He nodded in satisfaction. 120 capacity, positively brimming with golden treasure. Turning to the sword, a devilish grin spread across his face, a grin so wide it nearly reached his ears. No matter what you were called before, from now on, everyone will only remember the name I give you. the sword of filth. The sword trembled violently, utterly terrified. Wait, can we talk about this? Give me another chance. Li Qinwu shouted to Dang Dang. Dang Dang, toss it in. Without hesitation, Dang Dang swung the chain, hurling the sword into the pit. Then, as if nothing had happened, he casually picked his nose. The once pure sacred sword, bestowed by the goddess of life and wielded by 375 generations of champions, let out a blood-curdling scream as it plunged into the pit of filth. The foul substances splattered everywhere, filling the air with an unbearable stench. The world lost the sacred sword of purity that day, but it gained the legendary sword of filth. After completing his epic masterpiece, The Sword in the Waste, Li Qinwu returned to his luxurious 120 square meter wooden cabin and began contemplating the future development of the monster nation. He was fully aware that the road ahead would be fraught with challenges, but also brimming with endless possibilities. Li Qinwu had already decided on the nation's name, the United Nation of Intelligent Beings. The national flag would feature a circular design, with tiny stars scattered in the center, each star representing an intelligent species. He envisioned a country where goblins, kobolds, and ogres could all become equal citizens, forming a powerful, multiracial, and multi-ethnic alliance. To ensure the nation's stability and growth, Li Qinwu had already devised a fundamental strategy. Goblins would take the central role in the alliance, becoming the most populous group. They would make up 80 of the military forces, a feasible goal given their remarkable reproductive abilities. Li Qinwu understood that the upper structure of the nation must rely on a solid foundation. The smallest administrative unit would be a 100-person village, tasked with managing land, farming, and taxation. Each village would have a chief, a deputy chief, as well as team leaders and deputies in charge of specific farming and management tasks. In times of war, the village's administrative structure would seamlessly transform into a military command system, mobilizing resources swiftly. Sitting at his desk, Li Qinwu picked up the most expensive ink and a piece of parchment, carefully drafting the blueprint for the alliance's future. Knowing that the paper produced by the local factory was of poor quality, he chose parchment for such important documents to ensure they appeared more formal and weighty. Immersed in his vision for the future, his quill repeatedly dipped into the ink bottle, sketching out what felt like a grand plan with every stroke. Yet, amidst this hopeful blueprint, he encountered a significant challenge addressing the internal needs of the United Nation of Intelligent Beings. What were the needs of monsters? Li Qinwu fell deep into thought. He knew that human needs were straightforward: food, shelter, clothing, luxury, social status, and opportunities for self-fulfillment. But what about monsters? What did they need? Li Qinwu gradually realized that monsters shared some common needs with humans. For instance, food, shelter, and warm clothing were basic necessities for all species. He categorized these as fundamental needs, which would form the foundation for harmony among the alliance's various groups. However, once fundamental needs were met, higher-level needs diverged. Human higher-level needs were clear: they sought greater knowledge, wealth, power, and opportunities for self-fulfillment. But what about monsters? What did self-fulfillment mean to them? Li Qinwu furrowed his brow. Without an answer to this question, the United Nation of Intelligent Beings would become an empty shell. Determined to find the answer, Li Qinwu decided to investigate personally. He stepped outside into his yard and approached a goblin hard at work. Grabbing the goblin, he grinned and asked, "Hey, buddy, if you had the chance to fulfill your dream, what would you wish for the most?" The goblin, startled by the sudden question, trembled as he looked at Li Qinwu. Then, with a gleam of excitement in his eyes, he shouted, "Boss, are you going to reward me? You've seen how hard I work in the fields every day, haven't you?" Li Qinwu froze for a moment before frowning. "Reward? Have you finished planting the fields? If not, get back to work. Instead of daydreaming about rewards, why don't you plow a few more acres?" The goblin stood there, stunned for a moment, before lowering his head and running back to the fields in tears. Li Qinwu shook his head and sighed. This goblin didn't seem to have any grand ambitions. So, he gathered a few more goblins and asked them the same question. The answers were similar. They wanted to work harder in the fields or be rewarded. Li Qinwu found himself deep in thought. He continued his inquiries and eventually sought out the Cobalt shaman, asking the same question once again. The shaman's reaction was entirely different. Its eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, and it drooled with excitement, clearly hinting that it had a dream of its own. Li Qinwu chuckled at the shaman's reaction, but he knew this was a question that required a serious answer. The higher-level needs of monsters and their definition of self-fulfillment. It was time to think this through carefully. "Haha, boss, my dream is to find 10 female kobolds with different coat patterns, and then..." Before the sentence was finished, Li Qinwu angrily kicked the foul-mouthed kobold shaman into the roadside ditch. Water splashed everywhere as he rubbed his temples in frustration. He had expected the shaman to say something about wanting to learn more advanced magic, but instead, the dream turned out to be so vulgar. Shaking off this unpleasant episode, Li Qinwu turned and headed toward the blacksmith shop. Before he even entered, he spotted the burly ogre, Dang Dang, sitting by the large anvil. Dang Dang was mechanically swinging his hammer while unabashedly picking his nose. The sight gave Qinwu pause for a moment, but then he thought, since he was already here. He pulled a potato out of his pocket and tossed it to Dang Dang. Hey, tell me, what's your dream? Dang Dang devoured the potato in a few quick bites, as if it were sunflower seeds. Then, with his oversized pinky which was still large by ogre's standard, she dug around in his nose. The metallically glinting treasure he extracted was casually smeared onto the wooden beam above, as if he expected it to dry into something resembling a raisin-like bird's nest. What's a dream? Dang Dang asked, tilting his massive, pointed head. After Qinwu explained that a dream was something you really want to do but can't achieve yet, Dang Dang fell into deep thought. His gaze grew distant, as if pondering the mysteries of the universe. Finally, he said in his simple, honest way, I just want to wait for Jojo and Mimi to grow up and find them good partners. This unexpected answer left Qinwu momentarily stunned. On second thought, wasn't this still about reproduction? It seemed that, given the current state of the tribe, inheritance and propagation were indeed the most fundamental needs. Back in his room, Qinwu sat at his desk and began to write. He had come to a realization. These creatures didn't lack higher aspirations. They simply hadn't yet fulfilled their most basic survival needs. Much like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, only when their material foundation was secure would their spiritual pursuits naturally emerge. By that time, policies tailored to the physiological characteristics of different creatures could be developed. He quickly jotted down these thoughts in the common human language. Then, switching to a fresh sheet of paper, he turned his attention to a new challenge, defining citizenship within the alliance. For humans, the process was straightforward. A newborn was considered a citizen, as human infants lacked the destructive tendencies that could disrupt society and could gradually integrate as they grew. But monsters were different. Take goblins. For example, newborn goblins were capable of killing each other. If left together, they would inevitably engage in mutual slaughter. While adult goblins exhibited some level of social behavior, such as following the strong, this behavior was primitive and chaotic, making it unmanageable and difficult to improve. After much contemplation, Qinwu finally devised a solution. Citizenship within the alliance would have to be earned through an examination. For goblins in particular, he planned to construct an isolated, self-contained nursery facility, completely cut off from the outside world. Goblin hatchlings raised there would only be considered prospective citizens until they passed the necessary tests. Qinwu understood deeply that to integrate the monsters into the alliance's society, a comprehensive education system was essential. He first established a strict citizenship examination system. Monsters had to undergo systematic learning, military training, and character development to achieve stability and pass the assessment. Only then could they gain citizenship and be assigned to roles in the army, hunting teams, or other production organizations. For monster offspring born with innate destructive tendencies, he devised a three-stage education method. The first stage focused on newborns up to 15 days old. During this period, goblin infants, still physically weak, received basic education learning to line up for meals, recognizing numbers, and reading. The emphasis was on fostering a sense of collective identity. The second stage lasted 1 month and targeted physically maturing offspring with intensive training. Instructors used strict disciplinary methods, including physical punishment and reprimands, to instill obedience. Although rigorous, the focus remained primarily on education. The third stage was the harshest, lasting 3 months. It involved fully militarized training, including drills, discipline, and weapon usage. A 3-warning system was implemented. Apart from physical limitations, any individual who violated the rules 3 times would face execution. In cases of group mutiny, the ultimate punishment of 1 in 3 executed would be enforced. Qinwu explained this education system in detail to Egier. He then turned his attention to another critical issue: the establishment of a written language system. Miss Hannah, he addressed the linguist. My people need a written language. What suggestions do you have? Hannah thought for a moment before responding. I suggest adopting an already developed writing system. It's the fastest and most efficient approach. Qinwu narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning dangerous. Oh, and what would Miss Hannah recommend? Why, the universal human language, of course. Hannah answered without hesitation. While this reform was undeniably harsh, Qinwu knew it was an inevitable growing pain in the process of civilization. Only individuals who endured these trials could truly integrate into a civilized society rather than becoming outlaws who threatened it. Goblins who earned citizenship would be protected by the law. Their lives could no longer be taken arbitrarily, except in cases of legal or military violations. Humans are one of the 4 ancient races, and the development of the common human language spans over 4,000 years, making it an incredibly advanced language. Today, human magical script is derived from the common language system. To learn the common human language is to possess the key to the gateway of magic. Miss Hannah spoke with great enthusiasm. her words flowing rapidly as her eyes sparkled with pride and a confident smile graced her face. However, Qinwu remained silent, watching her quietly with deep, unreadable eyes. Eh, haven't you already mastered the common human language? Why not just promote it directly then? Miss Hannah blinked her wide eyes, her expression innocent and naive as she looked at him. Qinwu stayed silent, his gaze growing more complex, as if he were pondering something or perhaps scrutinizing her. The air suddenly grew heavy. Miss Hannah began to sense that something was off. Why was this goblin staring at her with such a dangerous look in his eyes? Seeing her growing unease, Qinwu gently waved his hand and said, "Miss Hannah, I'm tired. You should leave for now." Miss Hannah was full of confusion. How could he be tired after saying less than 10 sentences? She hesitated, glancing back with every step as she walked toward the door, her unease deepening. Just as her hand touched the doorframe, a sudden realization struck her, and a chill ran down her spine. She turned mechanically, her face pale, her voice trembling. I didn't mean it like that." Qinwu exhaled slowly, his voice low. "It's fine. You can go. I need some rest." Miss Hannah hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't dare say more. She bowed slightly and left with stiff steps. The room fell into silence, with only Qinwu remaining. The stillness was so intense, it seemed even the air had frozen. He sat in the chair, his brows furrowed, his expression deeply troubled. Language is the core vessel of a civilization, the tangible manifestation of its spirit. Without its own written language, a people are like a tree without roots easily toppled by the slightest wind. And in a world of magic, language could very well be tied to bloodlines, serving as the pathway for channeling magical forces. A race without its own language is akin to those dog shamans who wield spells without understanding their principlesa precarious existence, unable to truly establish itself. These truths were undoubtedly clear to someone as educated as Miss Hannah. So, was her suggestion an innocent mistake, or something more deliberate? Was it intentional, or just careless? Qinwu murmured, the chill in his expression deepening. If Miss Hannah had deliberately tried to guide him into promoting the common human language, she would be in grave danger. Yet if it was merely a thoughtless remark, the implications were just as troubling. How could someone who couldn't foresee the consequences of their words expect their proposals to be taken seriously? A single misstep in national policy could lead to disastrous outcomes. Qinwu pressed a hand to his forehead, his frustration mounting. Having no members of his own race involved in governance was clearly a problem. What he needed were individuals with broad perspectives and profound knowledge. Yet his own people were barely out of infancy, still struggling to form coherent sentences. As for outsiders, who among them wasn't harboring ulterior motives? It was truly a headache. Just as his thoughts reached a breaking point, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in." The door creaked open, and a small, timid face peeked inside. Qinwu was taken aback. Why was she back again? Is there something else? His tone was cold. Miss Hannah lingered behind the door, revealing only her face as she cautiously spoke. If you're really considering creating a script, you might want to explore an archaeological approach. Back at the academy, my mentor once studied some stone tablets from the first millennium of the Age of the Gods. He believed the inscriptions on them could be the original script of the goblin gods, from the time when the goblin race still had a proper cultural lineage. Her voice was careful, as if trying to tread a path that might help calm him down. An analysis of the rationality of the goblin education system. Some readers have raised concerns about the portrayal of goblins in my novel, particularly regarding the three-step education system, which they argue reflects racial bias. They pointed out that goblins, as the primary combat species of the Intelligent Beings Alliance, bear 99% of the battles and casualties, yet must endure a harsh three-step educational process to gain citizenship. In contrast, human offspring are granted citizenship at birth due to their relatively manageable nature. This disparity has been criticized as unfair, suggesting that my perspective favors humans. To be honest, I'm thrilled that readers are engaging so thoughtfully with the policies of the monster nation. How wonderful. Let me take the opportunity to explain the internal logic behind this setup. First of all, the three-step education system is specifically designed for goblins due to their inherent chaotic nature. Goblins require systematic re-education to civilize them and integrate them as stable members of society. Kobolds, ogres, and humans, on the other hand, have different physiological traits and are educated through systems tailored to their respective needs. The three-step education system is not a one-size-fits-all approach for all species. Secondly, the three-step education system is actually a welfare policy for goblins rather than a form of exploitation. In an orderly society, chaotic goblins who enter the community without proper education would inevitably violate laws and face execution. The progressive nature of the three-step education system enhances their survival and integration into an orderly society. Even the harshest measures, such as the 3 strikes and elimination rule, are expected to diminish in frequency as productivity improves, educational resources expand, and experience accumulates, eventually becoming rare or obsolete. I've also devised a storyline involving a universal great goblinization plan. Since some extreme goblins cannot be reformed through the three-step education system, the protagonist initiates this plan. Great goblins exhibit intelligence comparable to adult humans, significantly improving their chances of social integration. This further demonstrates that the three-step education system, akin to compulsory education, greatly enhances the goblin's abilities and strength. In fact, early on, only goblins benefit from this boost in capabilities. As for the question of whether granting human infants citizenship at birth reflects favoritism, it's quite the opposite. Within the Intelligent Beings Alliance, this confers no real advantage to humans. Humans take at least 14 years to reach independence, during which time goblins of the same age cohort may have already earned titles of nobility, worked for over a decade, and accumulated significant wealth. While humans are still in their developmental stages, goblins are contributing to production, engaging in combat, and building wealth. In reality, we should be more concerned about how to prevent humans from becoming a minority within the Alliance. I am also exploring the issue of education for dragons joining the Alliance. Many stories depict dragons as immensely powerful, greedy, and selfish. While their inclusion in the Alliance could bring tremendous military strength, it also introduces instability. I've outlined several plot lines involving dragon rebellions, which will add depth and intrigue to the story. Finally, the operational model of a monster nation is rarely explored in detail in existing novels, leaving little precedent to follow. Therefore, I am eager to hear sharp questions and interesting ideas from readers. I welcome your insights. Fire. At the command, the goblin musketeers on the city wall pulled their triggers in unison. Gunshots echoed one after another, and amidst the billowing smoke, the skeleton soldiers near the netherworld tree collapsed one by one, shattering into piles of bones. This area had become Qinwu's leveling sanctuary. A massive heap of animal bones, collected in large quantities, was piled around the netherworld tree, forming a ghastly mountain of bones. Under the eerie influence of the netherworld tree, these bones would reassemble into skeleton soldiers each day, igniting ghostly blue soul flames as they crawled out from the bone mountain. Through continuous clearing operations, Qinwu had gained a deep understanding of the netherworld tree. The more bones accumulated, the more skeleton soldiers it generated. The bone powder produced by the Mount Blade system acted as an adhesive, with its quantity and quality directly affecting the number of skeleton soldiers. Among the undead emerging from the bone pile, half were humanoid skeletons, 30 were beast-shaped, and the remaining 20 were either massive skeletal amalgamations or various grotesque abominations. One particularly noteworthy observation was that the remains of stronger beings produced more powerful skeleton soldiers. Qinwu had once witnessed the revival of a hero's remains. That level 5 skeleton soldier not only managed to forge bone weapons, but also nearly breached the defensive line. Luckily, it was detected in time and neutralized with concentrated firepower. However, the remains of such powerful beings weakened with each resurrection. For example, the hero's skeleton had degraded from level 5 to level 2, eventually becoming indistinguishable from ordinary bones. Each clearing operation yielded abundant spoils, grains, various types of bone powder, and most notably, jade-colored magical bone powder, which Qinwu carefully stored away. To better control the situation, he planned to construct a tall stone wall around the area, ensuring the safety of his soldiers while preventing the skeleton soldiers from spreading. Meanwhile, the extraction of saltpeter in the area was proceeding in an orderly manner. As the final volley rang out, the battle results screen appeared. Qinwu glanced at it briefly before opening the soldier management page. He upgraded all the goblin leaders to goblin shooters, with 6 of them promoted further to veteran shooters. Efficiently processing the bone powder and grain, he prepared to lead his troops back. Watching this newly formed punitive army of 10 squads take shape, Qinwu couldn't help but look forward to the day when they would be fully equipped with flintlock rifles, ready to launch an assault on the Cobalt tribe. Things don't always go as planned. Qinwu led his troops back to the goblin settlement and officially named it Iron Fortress, intending to establish an industrial zone there and begin his dream of a steel empire. Just as he was about to order the troops to disband and rest, Takeover barged in with a panicked expression, not even bothering to knock on the door. "Sir, something terrible has happened," he gasped, his voice trembling. The mining team was attacked by cave spiders. Heavy casualties. Qinwu's brows furrowed as he gave him a grave look. "Calm down. Take a deep breath and explain what happened." Takeover was on the verge of collapsing in fear. He took several deep breaths to steady himself, though his voice still quivered as he spoke. "That iron mine is actually a cave spider nest. The mountain is vast, and high-quality iron ore is exposed right on the surface. The goblins used to just pick up surface ores and never went near the cave entrance, so there were no issues." He swallowed hard before continuing. "But you've been talking about increasing production, industrialization, steel furnaces producing thousands of tons. I don't fully understand it, but I knew we needed to mine more. So I personally went to the mine to assess its reserves. That trip required us to get closer to the main body of the mountain. He clenched his teeth, regret evident in his eyes. We were still several hundred meters from the cave entrance, but who could have known that would trigger the cave spider's alarm mechanism? A swarm of spiders, each as big as a small car, came charging out of the cave, chasing us across the mountain. The entire mining team was practically wiped out. I only escaped because I ran fast and had long legs. Qinwu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He knew this was an issue they would inevitably have to face. The cave spiders needed to be dealt with surface or wouldn't last forever, and deeper mining was unavoidable. Moreover, the mine was too close to Iron Fortress. If the spiders ever launched an attack on the settlement, the consequences would be catastrophic. With a resolute tone, he gave his order, summon Goblin Spear and Goblin Bow. A short while later, the two officers stood before him. His sharp gaze swept over them as he got straight to the point. How's the troop training coming along? Are they battle ready? The two exchanged a glance before Goblin Spear stepped forward to reply. Boss, they're ready. Our troops have at least 70% of the combat strength of the old 10th Company. The only reason training has been slightly slower is because you banned us from doing the 3 draws, 1 execution method. Now, we have to file reports for every disciplinary action. Qinwu nodded, a hint of approval in his expression. 70% is enough. Half of the troops are now equipped with breech-loading flintlock rifles. Their fast firing rate should be effective against the cave spiders. His voice suddenly rose, filled with steely determination. Goblin Spear, Goblin Bow. Assemble the troops and march to the mine immediately. Inform every soldier. Anyone who distinguishes themselves in this battle will be promoted to squad leader or deputy squad leader. The 10th Regiment of the Disciplinary Army quickly assembled, led by Qinwu, toward the mines. What greeted them was a vibrant and thriving scene. The fertile fields near the mines, once covered with sprawling potato plants, had now been replaced by lush, green sugar beet crops. Qinwu's gaze shifted to the top of the mountain, where massive jagged cave openings loomed ominously. Occasionally, 1 or 2 cave spiders could be seen wandering near the summit. This sight reminded him of the hunting squad's report. Similar massive caves had been discovered in a mountain range over 10 kilometers away, also inhabited by cave spiders. This finding suggested the possible existence of an extensive underground cave network. Not only did this significantly complicate the extermination efforts, but it also meant the troops would have to engage in underground combat, inevitably resulting in casualties. However, for the safety of the surrounding areas, this threat had to be eliminated immediately. Front row crouch, back row stand, form ranks. Qinwu commanded. With newly issued flintlock rifles, their shooting efficiency had greatly improved, and the staggered formation of standing and crouching soldiers could maximize their firepower. The goblins swiftly took their positions, moving in perfect unison. We need a brave warrior to climb the mountain and lure the enemy. Who's willing to volunteer? As soon as Qinwu finished speaking, a brief silence fell over the scene. Goblin Mao discreetly stepped on the foot of a nearby comrade and gave him a knowing look. The other goblin instantly understood and shouted, reporting, Captain Goblin Mao volunteers. Goblin Mao angrily kicked him over, thinking to himself that this was clearly an opportunity for the lower ranks to earn merit. Boss, the lead soldier of the 1st Company, Goblin Pao, is best suited for this mission's the fastest runner. Goblin Mao quickly suggested. Upon being named, Goblin Pao immediately responded, reporting, I'm willing to go. Qinwu, observing their interaction, chuckled. Are you sure? If the spider catches you, it's over. Those things are fast. Goblin Pao stood up straight and saluted solemnly. Boss, my name speaks for itself. I'm your best bet. All right, complete this mission, and the position of company commander is yours, Qinwu promised. At Goblin Mao's reminder, Goblin Pao removed his heavy armor and set aside his rifle before beginning his cautious ascent of the mountain. The other goblins watched him go, silently regretting their missed opportunity to earn distinction. When Goblin Pao reached a point about 500 meters from the summit, the cave spiders roaming the mountain top had already noticed him. Advancing another 50 meters, he picked up a rock and hurled it. This provocative action enraged the massive gray spider, roughly the size of a small car. It lowered its body, raised its rear, and began rhythmically stamping the ground with its 4 legs, sending out a vibrating signal. The vibrations traveled through the ground into the subterranean depths, summoning reinforcements. In no time, over 30 cave spiders swarmed out of the cave openings. Over 30 cave spiders, each the size of a small car, suddenly appeared, sending Gobu Pao into a panic. His legs turned to jelly as he let out a sharp scream, spun around, and bolted down the mountain like an arrow released from a bow. The cave spiders chased after him, their 8 long legs moving so fast they left blurred after images. The distance between them rapidly closed, and Qinwu shouted, Raise your guns. The goblin musketeers immediately took their positions, muskets at the ready. Under normal circumstances, Gobu Pao would have made it safely back to the group, and the cave spiders would have entered the firing range just in time. But fate had other plans while sprinting. Gobu Pao's foot landed on a protruding rock. His ankle twisted, throwing him off balance. He let out a cry of pain as he tumbled down the slope, rolling over 10 meters before landing at the edge of a beet field, groaning in agony and unable to move. 30 cave spiders, their spear-like forelimbs raised menacingly, closed in on him. Every goblin watching was certain that Gobu Pao was doomed. But just then, Captain Gobu Mao shot forward like an arrow. Even in full armor, he charged uphill faster than Gobu Pao had run downhill. Without hesitation, he dashed through the beet field, completely disregarding the crops underfoot. Gobu Mao hoisted the injured Gobu Pao onto his shoulder. Though a level 5 goblin warrior, the added weight slowed him down noticeably. Sensing their prey trying to escape, the cave spiders grew even more enraged, their pounding legs sounding like war drums. One particularly swift spider broke away from the group, closing the gap to just 10 body lengths. The goblins watching from the distance were both moved and anxious. Some shouted words of encouragement, while others aimed their muskets, but dared not fire. Battlefield protocol forbade shooting without orders, a rule so deeply ingrained it was unthinkable to break. Besides, the 300-meter distance made hitting the target nearly impossible. As everyone believed the captain and Gobu Pao were doomed, Qinwu suddenly gave an unexpected order. Everyone, lower your guns. Though puzzled, the goblins obeyed immediately. The moment their guns were lowered, a thunderous gunshot rang out, echoing through the air. Unbeknownst to anyone, Gobu Gong had quietly left the group, found a vantage point on a rock, and set up his massive Tunterlong rifle. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Everyone turned their gaze to the distance once more. The decapitated head of the cave spider behind Gobu Mao was gone, and bright green fluid sprayed everywhere. It turned out he had put away his musket to avoid alerting others. With a swift sprint, Gobu Mao carried the injured soldier back to the group in no time. He collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily like an asthmatic patient, after placing Gobu Pao at Qinwu's feet. Qinwu glanced at Gobu Mao with admiration and tossed him a crocodile hide water flask from his belt. Turning to the wounded Gobu Pao, he said, "You fool, running for your life without watching where you're going? You nearly got yourself killed. With your level of skill, giving you command of a company would only spell trouble for your brothers." Seeing Gobu Pao's crestfallen expression, Qinwu's tone softened. "All right, here's the deal. I'll make you a deputy company commander first, and Gobu Mao will guide you. Once he approves of you, you'll get promoted." Hearing this, Gobu Pao was overjoyed, feeling that his risk-taking had been worth it. The other goblins were equally fired up. After all, a deputy company commander had authority over 5 squads, commanding 50 men. Knowing their leader rewarded merit, they silently resolved to strive for achievements in the future. "Raise your guns." Qinwu's command snapped everyone out of their thoughts. By now, the cave spiders had closed in to within 150 meters. He waited a few more seconds until they were less than 100 meters away before shouting, "Fire!" Bang! 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 A volley of gunfire erupted, and white smoke instantly filled the air. Over 30 cave spiders in the distance were devastated by the barrage, the thousands of projectiles cutting through them like scythes. Almost every spider was hit at least once, their bodies torn open with green fluid spraying wildly. Those hit in the legs had limbs blown off entirely. Half of them died on the spot, while the rest writhed in agony on the ground. The goblin musketeers swiftly reloaded their weapons. Soldiers equipped with breech-loading muskets completed reloading in less than 10 seconds. Once Qinwu ordered free fire, sporadic gunshots rang out as the remaining spiders were picked off one by one. Witnessing this scene, the goblins were awestruck by the power of firearms, as if they were seasoned veterans of the infamous 10th Punitive Regiment. Half an hour later, no more spiders emerged from the mountaintop caves. Qinwu led the group closer to the peak, preparing to investigate further. To prevent spiders from flanking them through other entrances, he ordered the ogre clan to block secondary cave openings with wooden stakes, leaving only the largest one accessible. The main cave stood over 10 meters tall and was wide enough for 3 large carts to pass side by side. Qinwu carefully examined the cave walls and noticed clear signs of excavation. Considering the structure of the spider's legs, he suddenly realized the truth: these spiders had dug out and expanded the cave themselves. Picking up a piece of, or from the ground, he discovered it was high-grade iron. Staring into the seemingly bottomless cave, his heart raced. This was a natural, high-quality iron mine. Drawing his greatsword, Qinwu pointed toward the cave and shouted, "Brothers, these inherently evil cave spiders have sealed their fate. Charge! Wipe them out." Qinwu decided to eliminate the threat of the cave spiders as soon as possible, leading his troops to explore deeper into the cave. The cavern was exceptionally spacious, large enough to allow ogres to pass through with ease. He placed the burly Dang Dang at the front, equipping him with a meticulously crafted triple-layered crocodile hide armor. Dang Dang carried a massive wooden shield in one hand and a large farming pickaxe in the other. The team advanced slowly downward. In the pitch-black cave, visibility was non-existent. but fortunately, the creatures possessed innate night vision, allowing them to move unimpeded. After about 10 minutes of walking, the cave maintained a width sufficient for 3 large wagons to travel side by side. This unusual breadth raised Li Qinwu's suspicions. Why would cave spiders carve out such an expansive descending passage? Suddenly, several cave spiders emerged from the bend ahead. Enemy attack. Prepare to fire. Li Qinwu commanded decisively. His exploration formation had been carefully arranged. The ogre Dang Dang took the lead to break through. The system soldiers held the middle, followed by the first and second platoons covering the rear, while the remaining units guarded the cave entrance. The system soldiers swiftly raised their muskets, aiming at the swarm of spiders pouring in from the corner. Li Qinwu fired the first shot, with the other soldiers following suit. The cave echoed with the thunderous sound of gunfire as the 20mm caliber bullets tore through the spiders' tough exoskeletons with ease. Each shot inflicted fatal damage, sending green bodily fluids splattering everywhere. The fallen spider corpses quickly piled up into a mound. However, the thick smoke from the black powder began to accumulate rapidly in the confined space. Within a little over a minute, the soldiers' vision was completely obscured by the dense, white haze. The goblins could only fire blindly, and their accuracy dropped significantly. Seizing the opportunity, a few agile spiders broke through the line of fire and charged at Dang Dang. Balancing on their 6 hind legs, they thrust their spear-like front legs with deadly precision. Though the attacks pierced through the outer 2 layers of his armor, the innermost layer remained intact. Startled by the sudden assault, Dang Dang instinctively swung his large pickaxe. With a sharp cracking sound, the spider before him was instantly shattered into pieces. More spiders swarmed forward, attacking with venomous fangs, sharp legs, and sticky webs. Yet, these weapons, effective against large prey, proved almost useless against the heavily armored giant. With a thunderous roar, Dang Dang swung his pickaxe in wide arcs, each strike smashing the spiders into fragments. He became a battlefield juggernaut, clearing a path and creating space for the system soldiers to continue their assault. The intense battle raged on for 5 minutes until no more spiders emerged from the bend. The battle was over, and Li Qinwu glanced at the loot summary screen. He had slain over 40 cave spiders, earning more than 4,000 dinars in gold. In addition, he acquired some grain and a few special items: cave spider venom glands and spider silk. He decided not to examine these items immediately, but to keep them for future exploration. Opening the soldier management menu, Li Qinwu noticed that his 12 hobgoblins had gained enough experience to level up. Without hesitation, he spent the required funds to upgrade all of them into goblin archers. He then instructed his team to organize their gear in preparation for delving deeper into the cave. As they descended further, Li Qinwu noticed numerous small tunnels along the way, each just large enough for a cave spider to crawl through. To prevent any ambushes from the rear, he ordered his team to drag the spider corpses they had killed earlier and use them to block these openings. Fortunately, the tunnels were small enough that 3 to 5 spider bodies were sufficient to seal each one. He stationed a small squad to guard these entrances, ensuring the main force could proceed without fear of sudden attacks from behind. As the team ventured deeper, the number of small tunnels increased. Li Qinwu took his time, carefully sealing each potential threat. The deeper they went, the more cave spiders they encountered, including a few special varieties. Observing these spiders closely, Li Qinwu began analyzing their traits and giving them names. The most common type was incredibly fast and covered in a thin layer of chitin. Li Qinwu surmised they were hunters with well-rounded abilities, so he named them wolf spiders. Another type had short limbs, no chitin, and an unusually large abdomen. These spiders specialized in producing silk, and Li Qinwu called them thread spiders. The walls of the cave were covered in the white silk spun by these spiders, but they were fragile in combat. One shot from a musket was enough to make their bodies burst apart. A more unique variety had particularly strong front legs and metallic-colored chitin. These spiders were adept at mining, so Li Qinwu referred to them as worker spiders. Finally, there was this soldier spider, a massive species with thick, sturdy legs and heavy chitin armor, resembling miniature tanks. While they were somewhat resistant to musket fire, they were still vulnerable to the ogre's immense strength. Upon dissecting one of these soldier spiders, Li Qinwu discovered that while their thickest chitin measured up to 10 millimeters, the resilient muscle structure beneath still couldn't withstand heavy blows. A musket shot might not be fatal, but a single strike from a pickaxe could shatter them completely. At that moment, Li Qinwu's team defeated another soldier spider, and one of the goblin archers was promoted to veteran goblin archer. Wasting no time, Li Qinwu ordered his team to light torches and burn away the thick spider silk clogging the cave as they continued their exploration. With the flickering torchlight guiding them, the team pressed on, and the end of the cave seemed to draw closer with each step. Below the spider webs, layers of pale animal skeletons were piled up, and countless white silk cocoons hung from the ceiling of the cave. Each cocoon encased a common prey from the forest. Li Qinwu felt a chill in his heart. This was clearly the spider's storage area for food. Beyond this point would undoubtedly be their core territory. Sure enough, less than 10 minutes after leaving the food storage area, the team entered a smaller cave. The cave walls were covered with countless egg sacs, resembling alien facehugger eggs, densely packed and clinging to the surfaces. Qinwu raised his hand cannon and fired, shattering one of the eggs. From the ruptured sac, an underdeveloped spider hatchling oozed out, confirming his suspicions. Just as he was about to lead the team forward, the single shot seemed to have triggered some kind of alarm. The spider webs on the cave walls began to vibrate violently, and countless spiders crawled out from hidden crevices, including over a dozen massive soldier spiders. At a glance, the swarm of spiders exceeded 100, creating an utterly horrifying scene. Steady retreat. Steady retreat, Qinwu ordered sharply. The team immediately began backing away toward the cave entrance, their movements cautious yet urgent. The terrifying sight of the spider horde sent chills down everyone's spines. Quickly, Qinwu retrieved 2 explosive barrels from the supply pack. After some deliberation, he set one aside to avoid collapsing the cave. He shortened the fuse to 20 seconds, lit it, and hurled the explosive barrel with force into the egg chamber. The team retreated at full speed, while the swarm of spiders barely managed to surge toward the cave entrance. Their sheer numbers caused a bottleneck, slowing their advance. With a deafening boom, the explosion rocked the entire cave. The walls trembled violently, rocks tumbled from above, and a cloud of dust filled the air, covering everyone in a layer of grime. Cough, cough. Fall back. Get out of the cave immediately. Qinwu ordered decisively, his voice cutting through the thick dust that obscured visibility. The team stumbled and scrambled out of the cave, gasping for air. Fortunately, the spider swarm did not pursue, and no one was injured. They rested at the cave entrance for 3 hours, waiting for the dust to settle. Qinwu then switched out 2 platoons and led the new team back into the cave. This time, it took them only about 20 minutes to reach the explosion site. With Dang Dang holding a shield at the front, the group advanced cautiously, their eyes glued to the spider egg chamber. The sight before them left everyone utterly stunned. Hundreds of spiders lay sprawled across the ground, some writhing in agony, others flailing their legs helplessly or crashing into walls. Clearly, the explosion had left them severely disoriented, if not outright incapacitated. Qinwu recalled something he had seen on an animal channel before. Spiders are exceptionally sensitive to vibrations. Given the massive size of the cave spiders, their perception abilities must be even stronger, possibly several times more acute than those of ordinary spiders. Thinking back to the beginning, when Gob had provoked the spiders, the first spider didn't attack immediately but stomped its legs a few times. Shortly after, a swarm of spiders poured out of the cave. Qinwu speculated that the stomping might have been a way to convey a warning signal to the others through ground vibrations. When the explosive tube detonated, the vibrations it caused clearly exceeded the spiders' tolerance, rendering them unable to endure it. Focusing his observation, Qinwu noticed that only about a dozen spiders had been killed by the explosion, but the remaining 100 or so were severely affected. They were completely disoriented, unable to distinguish directions, and staggered as if suffering from severe concussion effects. They appeared gravely stunned, unable to regain their balance. Qinwu marveled at this discovery, amazed that he had stumbled upon the cave spider's fatal weakness by sheer accident. He immediately ordered his system soldiers to begin shooting with precision, quickly eliminating the injured spiders and effortlessly gaining a significant amount of experience. Including the earlier kills, out of his 80 system soldiers, 60 had now advanced to level 3 goblin archers, and 26 had become seasoned marksmen. As his troops pressed onward, Qinwu pondered. Since they had already burned the food reserves and destroyed the egg-laying site, what would their next destination be? Could it be the heart of the cave? The answer revealed itself quickly. Less than 5 minutes after descending further, a cold, sharp female voice suddenly echoed in Qinwu's mind. Stop! Don't come any closer, or I'll kill you and turn you into my food. Startled, Qinwu looked around and then whispered to Gobspear by his side. Did you hear someone speaking just now? Gobspear nodded grimly. Boss, I felt like that voice was speaking directly in my head. Qinwu's heart skipped a beat. A creature capable of transmitting messages directly into one's mind must be the true ruler of the cave spiders. He issued a quiet command. Everyone, prepare for battle. The boss is coming. Though no one knew exactly what the so-called boss was, they immediately heightened their vigilance, quickly checking their muskets and tightening their armor. Qinwu retrieved an explosive tube from the warehouse, gripping the firestarter tightly, ready to ignite it at any moment. However, the owner of the voice seemed extremely sensitive to the explosive tube, and it roared angrily in his mind again. You bastard. Don't take that thing out. Put it away. Put it away now, or it'll melt your bones with my venom. Qinwu shrugged, silently amused by how terrified the creature seemed of the explosive tube. The tremor in its voice was unmistakable. Out of curiosity, he ordered his troops to quicken their pace and led them deeper into the cave. As they descended further, the The female voice grew increasingly frantic. Don't come any closer. Get out. Leave now. They'll kill you all and wrap you in silk to dry. They'll crush you into meat paste with my legs, grind you into powder. You can't resist me. Don't come any closer. Wah. I've already bared my venomous fangs. From these words, Qinwu deduced the creature's identity. It must be the queen of the cave spiders. Sure enough, after passing through a narrow tunnel and entering a massive cavern, they were met with a colossal spider. It stood as tall as a two-story building, its exoskeleton covered with eerie red patterns, and its head adorned with hundreds of blood-red eyes. The overwhelming presence it exuded was terrifying. Qinwu was stunned. Just beneath the core territory, there was such an enormous creature lurking, capable of commanding an entire swarm of cave spiders. What a massive threat. Thankfully, he had discovered it and was determined to eliminate it. The Spider Queen's colossal body nearly filled the entire cavern, her dark exoskeleton adorned with eerie red patterns that emitted a faint glow in the dim light. Qinwu stared at the markings for a few seconds before feeling a wave of dizziness. He quickly averted his gaze. The creature exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance, with 8 thick legs supporting her swollen abdomen and hundreds of cold, gleaming eyes on her head. However, when her voice echoed in their minds, it was unexpectedly like that of a sulky little girl. Hey, hey, hey! Get out of here, you disgusting green mold! The voice wailed pitifully. Otherwise, I'll kill you all. You nasty little things. I could crush you with one step. The Spider Queen extended one of her front legs, prodding at them in an attempt to appear threatening. Yet her massive body involuntarily retreated until her abdomen pressed against the cavern wall. Damn, why does she seem kind of cute? The thought suddenly popped into Qinwu's mind. The next moment, the Spider Queen's voice sounded again, this time shedding all pretense of menace and filled with a mix of hope and uncertainty. Huh? Did you just think I was cute? Her tone was sweet, like a girl trying to act adorable. Qinwu's expression instantly darkened. Damn it, this oversized pest can read my mind. Alarms blared in his head. For someone with ambition, having their thoughts exposed was one of the greatest dangers. Without hesitation, he reached for the lid of the explosive barrel, ready to give this creature a swift and decisive end. Put that thing down, the Spider Queen cried out in panic. No, I can't read your mind. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Qinwu sneered, twisting the lid even faster. No, the Spider Queen's voice trembled even more. Put it down, please. That thing won't work on me. It won't work at all. Her massive form tried to shrink further into the wall, her front legs crossing to shield her eyes, like a frightened girl cornered by a bully, covering her face to escape reality. Qinwu hesitated for a moment, and the Spider Queen let out a sigh of relief, thinking he believed her. But in the next instant, she caught a new thought from him. This pest is so big, one might not be enough to kill it. Better use a few more. Qinwu reached into the storage area and pulled out 3 more explosive barrels. The Spider Queen immediately broke down. A piercing mental scream exploded in everyone's minds, and her massive body bolted toward the exit. Move! Qinwu shouted, quickly retreating deeper into the cavern to clear her escape route. The other goblins reacted swiftly, scattering out of the way. Only the ogre, Dang Dang, stood there, scratching his ear in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend the deafening noise in his head. Dang Dang, run! Qinwu yelled desperately from his safe spot, seeing the ogre still standing dumbfounded at the entrance. Dang Dang turned to him with a puzzled expression, only to be promptly knocked over by the charging Spider Queen. Her enormous body trampled over him completely before vanishing into the tunnel leading to the surface. Qinwu covered his eyes with his hand, thinking it was over. Ogres were such valuable labor, and now he had lost one here. After a long while, he finally removed his hand, only to see Dang Dang still alive, sitting on the ground with a blank expression. The ogre looked utterly dazed, as if silently asking, "Who am I?" He resembled a pedestrian miraculously surviving being run over by a truck. Where am I? Qinwu was in shock. Watching such a massive creature roll over him, he couldn't believe he was still alive. He quickly rushed over to check on Dong Dong's condition and was surprised to find that the guy hadn't even broken a bone, just a few scrapes and bruises. Qinwu let out a sigh of relief, his mind racing as he recalled the traits of ogres. It turned out these creatures had incredibly thick skin and tough bodies. Their only weakness was that once their feet touched the ground, they became almost invincible, nearly impossible to kill. And all of this was because they were the dim-witted offspring of the Earth Goddess. That was close, he thought to himself, feeling a bit reassured. Without wasting time, Qinwu reorganized his troops and decided to continue pursuing the Spider Queen. Such a colossal creature, if allowed to escape back to Iron City, would not only cause immense destruction, but could also reproduce a swarm of cave spiders for revenge, making things even worse. No matter what, the Spider Queen couldn't be allowed to get away. It had to be completely eliminated. The troops moved swiftly through the cave, the sound of the Spider Queen's massive legs pounding the ground echoing ahead. Li Qinwu finally understood why the spiders had constructed such wide tunnels. It was to allow this enormous creature to pass through. The Spider Queen suddenly leapt out of the cave, and Li Qinwu followed closely, his heart filled with worry, fearing that the forward units might encounter danger. He quickened his pace toward the cave entrance. Exiting the tunnel, he saw the Spider Queen's massive figure already vanishing in the distance, its heavy steps heading toward the forest. Looking back, the units stationed at the cave entrance were unharmed. The Spider Queen seemed solely focused on escaping and paid them no attention. Relieved, Li Qinwu led his troops in pursuit. The terrain near the mines was relatively flat, with hardly any large trees within a few miles. The land had been cultivated by goblins into farmland for crops. The Spider Queen was incredibly fast, its 8 enormous legs pounding the ground with such force that it caused heavy tremors. Before long, it had reached the edge of the forest. The trees in the magical forest were towering heights of over 20 meters were common, with some as tall as 30 or 40 meters, and even the occasional 50 or 60 meters. At this point, the Spider Queen's body stood as tall as a 2-story building, measuring about 27 or 28 meters in length, with a width of 20 meters including its massive legs. Yet, this towering figure was now obstructed by the dense forest. The Spider Queen hesitated briefly before deciding to force its way through. Li Qinwu seized the opportunity to close in with his troops, maintaining a distance of about 200 meters, and ordered them to open fire. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire rang out, bullets striking the Spider Queen's thick carapace. Though they couldn't penetrate its tough armor, visible marks were left behind. The attacks clearly caused it pain, as low growls filled everyone's minds. It hurts, it hurts. Stop shooting, or I'll get really mad. It shrieked, furiously waving its 8 massive legs. Despite its cries, the Spider Queen showed no intention of stopping. Its body surged forward as if being driven, crashing into the forest with all its might to carve out a path. Trees snapped and fell with deafening crashes. The creature's fear was now evident. Its once intimidating, massive black form had become a manifestation of its own terror. Li Qinwu and his troops pursued relentlessly. The sight before him left him in awe. He had always known that the trees of the magical forest were resilient and full of vitality, but witnessing the Spider Queen's sheer strength left him utterly astonished. With its colossal body and immense power, it was literally smashing through the towering trees, creating a wide path. Each tree, resembling massive wooden pillars, was being snapped as if they were twigs. An unimaginable feat of strength. Wherever the Spider Queen passed, there was no obstruction. It pushed a kilometer deep into the forest, leaving no tree unbroken, the ground trembling like waves underfoot. Li Qinwu realized the Spider Queens might far exceeded their expectations. Even so, he couldn't help but feel a sense of determination. Fixing his gaze on its retreating figure, he resolved not to give up. Faced with this monstrous being, Li Qinwu finally understood that, at this stage, it was unlikely he could defeat it. Yet, the Spider Queen's desperate flight meant he needed to make even more cautious decisions. Regardless, this chase was far from over. Luck finally turned. The Spider Queen, after charging through the dense forest for nearly 2 miles, came to an abrupt halt, gasping violently for breath. Fluids seeped from its mandibles and the edges of its abdomen, making it look as if it were a sedentary recluse suddenly forced to run a grueling kilometer. Forcing its colossal body through the forest had clearly taken an enormous toll. The musketeers quickly caught up to the immobilized Spider Queen, raising their firearms and firing repeatedly. The metallic bullets struck its tough exoskeleton with crisp clinks, but only managed to produce a few scattered sparks. It was as futile as the scenes in monster movies where the human military's attacks serve only to dramatize the situation. Li Qinwu watched this unfold, frustration building in his chest. If I'd known it would come to this, I should have invested the time into developing cannons. No matter how thick its exoskeleton is, it's still a carbon-based life form. It wouldn't stand a chance against a direct cannon blast. The Spider Queen wheezed for a full 5 minutes before regaining a bit of its strength. It then managed to lurch forward another 200 meters before collapsing again, panting heavily. Its consciousness suddenly transmitted directly into Li Qinwu's mind. Wah, surface creatures are just too terrifying. I want to go home and hide. Boo. Hearing this pitiful wail, Li Qinwu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. So this thing is actually a shootin'? How amusing. If I hit it with a blasting barrel, it'd probably cry for days. Without hesitation, he opened his portable storage and retrieved a hefty blasting barrel. Just then, a piercing scream echoed in his mind, the Spider Queen's desperate voice shrieking. No, don't take that thing out. Put it back now. Its mental waves radiated sheer terror. That thing makes such an awful noise. I've seen its explosions through my minion's eyes before. The shockwaves alone, even from afar, nearly turned my brain to mush. Li Qinwu ignored its pleas entirely. This dangerous underground pest had to be dealt with. He couldn't rest easy until it was gone. He decisively ordered his troops to halt while he steeled himself and advanced toward the Spider Queen. The massive, exhausted creature had trapped itself deep in the forest, with nowhere left to run. Stay back. Don't come any closer. If you do, you'll lose it. The Spider Queen's mental waves were filled with raw fear. It turned its back to Qinwu, using its front four legs to cover its head and burying its face deep into the soft soil. Its abdomen, however, was raised high, aiming directly at the approaching Qinwu. When he closed the distance to about 50 meters, a sudden and intense sense of danger exploded in his mind. Any closer, and he'd be walking into certain death. His expression turned serious as he stopped and carefully observed the Spider Queen's posture. He noticed its raised abdomen, poised as if ready to unleash something. Spiders spin silk, don't they? Qinwu recalled his knowledge. Their abdomens have silk glands that secrete silk liquid. Real-world spiders can't eject silk, but with a creature of this size, its abdominal muscles must be well developed. It's entirely possible for it to generate enough pressure to spray silk. The thought of being ensnared in a mass of sticky webs and rendered helpless sent a chill down his spine. Damn you! How do you know so much about my abilities? The Spider Queen's mental waves were rife with frustration, her reaction inadvertently exposing her hand. She came across as naive and overly transparent. Unfortunately for her, she was up against Qinwu. He smirked coldly, adjusting his stance as he readied the blasting barrel. He set the fuse to a 5-second delay, lit it, and hoisted the heavy barrel onto his shoulder. Lowering his stance, he assumed a textbook shot-put position. At a distance of 50 meters, even with the barrel weighing 13 kilograms, his current strength made throwing it 30 meters a trivial task. With a surge of power, Qinwu hurled the barrel. The heavy object arced gracefully through the air, landing with precision on the ground over 30 meters away. Qinwu threw the explosive barrel and immediately turned to flee, remaining unfazed by the agonizing screams echoing in his mind. The Spider Queen, though desperate to escape as well, was utterly exhausted from her earlier rampage through the forest, smashing through trees. She was now trapped by the dense woodland, immobilized. A few seconds later, the fuse of the explosive barrel burned out completely, and with a deafening roar, a massive crater appeared in the ground. The explosion occurred about 20 meters from the Spider Queen, a distance that shouldn't have been fatal for her enormous body. Even a human might have walked away unscathed. However, the shockwave from the blast proved devastating for a spider, whose sensitivity to vibrations far surpasses that of most creatures. The Spider Queen's brain, equipped with a specialized region for detecting vibrations, was overwhelmed in an instant, leaving her mind on the verge of collapse. Her massive body suddenly went limp and crashed to the ground, her 8 giant legs twitching violently. Her venom glands and silk glands lost control, spraying venom and webbing chaotically in all directions. While such vibrations might have been negligible to other creatures, for the Spider Queen, they were a fatal blow. Seeing her incapacitated, Qinwu cautiously approached from the other side of the forest. He knew the Spider Queen was now trapped and unable to turn around. Her only remaining threats were her venomous fangs in the front and her silk-shooting glands at the rear. By carefully avoiding these, along with her sharp legs, he could safely get close to her. Positioning himself at her flank, Qinwu avoided her spiked limbs and easily reached her underside. The Spider Queen was entirely defenseless now. From his inventory, he retrieved another explosive barrel, intending to finish her off before she could recover. As he stuffed the third barrel under her abdomen, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. It was the Spider Queen. Hiss. Can we negotiate? Qinwu froze, hesitating briefly, but then pulled out another explosive barrel and shoved it beneath her. He sneered coldly. Do you take me for a fool? He continued his work while replying sarcastically. You must be joking. Spare me, please. He'll do anything. The Spider Queen pleaded desperately, her voice filled with hopelessness. Qinwu paused, stroking his chin as a malicious grin spread across his face. Sensing a sliver of hope, the Spider Queen quickly added, Yes, yes. Anything you ask, I'll do it as long as you let me live. With a cold laugh and a glint of cunning in his eyes, Qinwu countered, Oh? So you're saying that if I let you go, you'll just forget that I killed all your minions, drove you out of your nest, and injured you with explosives? You'll serve me loyally and never try to ambush me once you've recovered? Absolutely. The Spider Queen exclaimed hastily. I swear it. Suddenly, Qinwu roared in fury, his voice filled with unrelenting rage. Do you think I'm an idiot? Die, you pest. Without hesitation, he pulled out 10 more explosive barrels and began ruthlessly cramming them into her abdomen. No, no, no. Damn it. What do you want from me to let me go? The Spider Queen screamed in despair. For the third time, Qinwu stopped what he was doing, his lips curling into a wicked smile as a glint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. He leaned closer, his expression shifting into a sinister grin, and spoke slowly. Well, there's one way I might spare you. Join my army and become my ally. He issued the recruitment offer, his heart brimming with curiosity. Could the Mount Blade system actually recruit this massive Spider Queen? To his surprise, it worked. The Spider Queen hesitated for a few moments before finally lowering her proud head in submission. Before him, A system window appeared, displaying an astonishing figure. Would you like to spend 199,999,999 dinars to recruit the Crimson Queen? Yes or no? Rubbing his eyes, Li Qinwu double-checked to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Was this an astronomical amount? He began counting the digits 1, 2, 9 figures. What the heck? 200 million. Li Qinwu's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead. Why don't you just go rob someone? Go to hell, you parasite. He roared furiously, pulling out explosive barrels from his spatial ring at lightning speed, his movements a blur. In the blink of an eye, over 20 black explosive barrels were stacked under the Spider Queen's abdomen. We can negotiate. Really, we can talk this out. The Spider Queen's 8 legs flailed in panic, her voice trembling with distress. Name your price. You can haggle, okay? She vividly remembered the soul-binding aura she sensed earlier when Li Qinwu extended his recruitment offer. If she accepted, not only could she gain something precious, but she could also follow this human who looked like a walking green mold. However, she had set a reasonable price, unwilling to sell herself short. But to Li Qinwu, who barely had over 100,000 dinars to his name, her price was so steep it couldn't even buy one of her legs. Go to hell. Li Qinwu snarled, stuffing more explosive barrels beneath her abdomen. Of the 60 or so barrels originally prepared for the hero, only 10 had been used now, every remaining one found its purpose. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. The recruitment cost was dropping. 1.8 billion, 1.7 billion, 1.6 billion, with every barrel he added. The price plummeted by 100 million. Li Qinwu froze. Wait, is this how it works? Without hesitation, he emptied his entire stockpile of explosive barrels, piling them all under the Spider Queen. The recruitment fee nosedived, tumbling all the way to zero and then, unbelievably, to negative 10 million. Li Qinwu instantly hit the recruit button. Ding. You've successfully recruited Companion Crimson Queen. Ding. You've received 10 million dinars. Are you happy now? Boo-hoo, the Spider Queen trembled all over, her voice quivering pitifully. Li Qinwu couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. Not only had this creature willingly joined his team, but she even paid him to do so. What a jackpot. The attributes of the Crimson Queen were clearly displayed before Li Qinwu. A level 50 giant demon spider proficient in dark and fire magic, possessing immense vitality and control. However, despite her formidable strength, this spider had a unique personality flaw. She hadn't left her lair in 200 years, making her extremely awkward in social interactions. The most striking aspects of this massive spider were her 3 core abilities. As the queen of her nest, she could autonomously control egg-laying and command 500 to 1,000 subordinate spiders. Her gene-devouring ability allowed her to extract useful genetic traits from her prey, and most importantly, her abdomen functioned as a biological synthesis factory, secreting hundreds of thousands of hormones to cultivate subordinates with varying traits. Li Qinwu's eyes lit up instantly. This was practically a walking biological weapons factory. He sat down in front of the Crimson Queen's massive head, gently stroking her glassy, steel-like eyes, and asked with a grin, "Little Crimson, tell me, how many subordinates can you control? What's the situation exactly?" The Crimson Queen, clearly uneasy under Li Qinwu's intense gaze, stammered, "Normally, it's 500. If pushed, it can go up to around 1,000. Any more than that, and the subordinates would lose control and turn into wild spiders." She went on to explain the process of cultivating her subordinates in detail. Using wolf spiders as an example, she explained that it required the nutrients from digesting 10 large goblins, 3 days of incubation, and 70 days of development. The newly born wolf spiders then consumed 5 more units of goblins, maturing in 10 days to participate in hunting. Incredible. Li Qinwu gave her a thumbs up, though his tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. But I'm your boss, and you're using goblins as a unit of measurement? You've got some nerve. The Crimson Queen trembled in fear, hurriedly explaining, "Boss, you've misunderstood. I just wanted to make it easier for you to understand the energy conversion. Honestly, goblin meat tastes awful sour and cursed. Neither I nor my subordinates touch it unless we have to." Looking into the Crimson Queen's 100 pure, glowing red eyes, Li Qinwu took a deep breath to calm himself. He reminded himself internally, "Don't get angry. This is just a typical reclusive personality poor at expressing herself." However, he had now figured out the process. Producing a single wolf spider required the equivalent of 5 horned crocodiles worth of food and a total of 83 days. While the resource consumption was acceptable, the production rate was admittedly quite low. He inquired, "Do you have any methods to rapidly increase the number of subordinates?" "Yes, boss. By providing sufficient food, we can accelerate their development. Secondly, genetic editing, modifying or removing certain organs can significantly shorten their development time. Lastly, if we focus on producing only one type of subordinate for a period, we won't need to frequently adjust hormone levels, allowing for the fastest egg-laying rate, which could reach over 10 eggs a day." Hearing this, Qinwu was delighted and found the proposal quite satisfactory. He stroked his chin, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. In planning to form a cavalry unit, the running speed of wolf spiders left a deep impression on Medho's 8 legs are astonishingly fast. Goblin rifle cavalry, huh? That sounds pretty cool, he said, rubbing his hands together. Hey, Hong. He suddenly remembered something. You can also edit your subordinates, right? Can you develop a new type of subordinate with enhanced running speed and endurance, capable of carrying about 2 goblins? Together, they weigh around 160 kilograms. Our spider mounts need to handle that weight, plus a soldier, armor, weapons, and food for expeditions. The Crimson Queen listened quietly, seemingly deep in thought. Then, it initiated its calculation mode, with its massive brain functioning like a computer, rapidly simulating countless biological models. Boss, to meet these requirements, we'll first need to increase the number of lungs to 3 and enlarge their size. The heart will also need to be bigger to ensure the spider has greater endurance. The Crimson Queen began. This will cause the abdomen to enlarge, and the leg muscles will also need to be strengthened. Producing one such individual will require 8 horned crocodiles and 90 days of development. Qinwu frowned. 90 days is a bit too long. Can we shorten the development time by removing some functions? The Crimson Queen pondered for a moment before replying. If we remove the silk glands, the development time can be reduced to 95 days. The abdomen will become smaller, and the leg's running ability will improve. Qinwu nodded. All right, that's not bad. What about removing the venom glands and fangs? By removing the venom glands and fangs, the development time can be shortened to 85 days. The Crimson Queen continued. Qinwu thought for a moment before making another suggestion. Let's also remove some of the extra eyes, leaving just 4. Removing the extra eyes reduces the development time to 82 days. The Crimson Queen responded. Qinwu's eyes lit up. Great. Now, how about removing or weakening the vibration-sensing organs? He recalled an incident where a single explosive device had completely wiped out over 100 wolf spiders. That heightened sensory ability wasn't always beneficial, especially on the battlefield, where explosions and chaos made overly sensitive spiders unsuitable as mounts. That's possible. Development time can be further reduced to 60 days. The Crimson Queen replied with a hint of confidence in its tone. 60 days? Qinwu looked at it in surprise, not expecting such a significant reduction. Yes, boss. The Crimson Queen explained further. The development of the brain is crucial. The vibration sensing function consumes a significant portion of the brain's computational resources. By removing this function, the brain's development speed can be greatly accelerated. Qinwu nodded, satisfied. However, the spider mounts will still need some additional features, he added. They should have a mouth capable of grinding plants, and their stomachs must be omnivorous to increase the variety of their diet. Relying solely on meat would be too resource-intensive. The Crimson Queen began calculating again, swiftly assessing various modifications. Additionally, their intelligence must be high enough to understand the rider's commands. They must be docile and incapable of attacking their rider. After a series of adjustments and calculations, the Crimson Queen finally presented the results. With this design, the spider mounts will require 7 horned crocodiles as resources and a development time of 75 days. Qinwu smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. This plan works well. After finalizing all the details, the Crimson Queen began to retreat. Its massive body slowly moved back, gently brushing against the forest trees as it left. Qinwu stood in place, watching it disappear into the distance, and said with satisfaction, "Withdraw." The Crimson Queen said nothing further and retreated into the forest as commanded. It crawled straight back to its cave. After everything it had been through, all it wanted was to go home and get some proper sleep. Qinwu gave its head a hard smack. Where do you think you're going? The Crimson Queen looked utterly baffled. Huh? What else? Go home, lie down, and lay some eggs. Oh, by the way, boss, hurry up and bring me some food. I'm starving. Qinwu mercilessly smacked its head again. Go home. Forget it. Get to work. This is Floridano. Wait, you're a goblin. Goblins don't sit around doing nothing. You're so big, and you think you can just lie around? Get out there and start building roads. The Crimson Queen froze. To escape earlier, it had charged through the forest, plowing through 2 miles of land, but it hadn't even managed to finish the road connecting Iron City to Goblin Fortress. Now, there was no way out. To get rich, you need roads first, Qinwu said coldly. Iron City's minerals and Goblin Fortress's cement need to be transported. Once the road is finished, we can use it as a base to build villages of 100 people each. Only by laying this foundation can the alliance truly develop. The hero's invasion had forced the construction to stop before, but now with the Crimson Queen, a giant construction machine in its own right, how could they not hurry to finish the road? Qinwu kept slapping the queen's head, driving it toward the worksite. The Crimson Queen began to complain, grumbling about how the sun was too hot and how hungry it was. It just wanted to lie down somewhere and enjoy some delicious food. Qinwu ignored its nonsense and forcefully ordered it to start building. You're not allowed to rest until you've laid out 30 miles of road today. The Crimson Queen, despite being a born ruler, could only sulk and get to work. Strangely enough, it seemed oddly suited for the job. All it had to do was follow the direction pointed out by the goblins. The Crimson Queen would slowly move its massive body, easily snapping trees and clearing a path. The goblin construction crew followed closely behind, leveling the ground and pouring concrete. With the Crimson Queen on board, the construction progress skyrocketed. The most challenging part had always been cutting down trees, digging out roots, and compacting the ground. On a good day, they could only manage a few hundred meters of road. But with the Crimson Queen, it could crush trees with a single step, uproot them in a few moves, and compact the ground effortlessly. The goblins barely managed to keep up, smoothing the ground and pouring concrete as fast as they could. Meanwhile, the Crimson Queen grumbled to itself as it worked. Curse it. This is exhausting. I just want to take a break. Maybe I should ask the boss for a day off tomorrow. Wait, does working for the boss even come with a day off option? I wouldn't ask for much, just a nice, short 50-day break. Do we get meals for working? What's on the menu? My appetite isn't huge. 1 ogre per meal would do. But ogres stink and are so dumb. Eating too many might make me dumb too. I have high standards for food. It has to be fresh and alive, or I won't even touch it. It hadn't noticed that among the goblin construction crew following behind, one goblin was clutching a hoe and staring at its enormous backside with a dreamy, starstruck expression. So big, Gobda muttered under his breath. I want to give it a smack. The Crimson Queen froze mid-movement. In an instant, it shot up like a jumping spider, spinning 180 degrees in midair. When it landed, its 8 enormous legs slammed into the ground with a thunderous crash. The ground shook violently, sending many goblins flying before they landed with heavy thuds. Gobda fell backward, sitting dazedly on the ground as he stared at the Crimson Queen in shock. Its massive head loomed inches from Gobda's face, its hundreds of blood-red eyes glaring at him intensely. The patterns on its body glowed an even fiercer crimson. What did you just say? Gobda's body froze in place, even his nose twitching involuntarily. You're big. Beautiful backside. I wanted to, give it a smack. In the following days, the development of the tribes steadily progressed. On the construction site, the Crimson Queen worked tirelessly, laying eggs without rest. Her massive body flattened over 60 kilometers of road. On the 3rd day, she produced a large batch of eggs, prompting Qinwu to immediately arrange for people to transport these future spider mounts back to Iron City using carts. There, he constructed special greenhouses for their incubation. What surprised Qinwu was that the Crimson Queen, who had been dormant in her nest for 200 years, showed no complaints about being dragged out for hard labor. She threw herself into the work quietly, as if it were her natural duty. At this time, Qinwu was fully immersed in managing the tribe. 4 major projects were underway simultaneously: road construction, reinforcing the defenses around the Netherworld tree, upgrading Iron City's walls to qualify for fortress certification under the system, and developing the 100-person villages. These villages were particularly critical as the foundational administrative units of the Alliance. Each one completed brought significant grain tax revenue. Currently, 25 such villages surrounded Iron City and Goblin Fort, including specialized villages such as Sulphur Village, Flint Village, Saltpeter Village, and Ore Village. With the population surpassing 5,000 and military forces exceeding 1,000, Qinwu encountered a bottleneck in development. While his Mount Blade system and castle provided double the grain production capacity, the imbalanced population structure caused a surge in food demand. Without sufficient food, population expansion was impossible, and without enough manpower, more land couldn't be cultivated. It was a vicious cycle. Suddenly, Qinwu's gaze turned westward toward the kingdom of Sarsos. Not only was there an unsettled grudge, the blood debt of the hero squad defeating the punitive army's elite, more importantly, the system hinted that the external world might be embroiled in a great war. This was a perfect opportunity to profit from war. However, leading an army westward could take 2 to 3 months, or even half a year, to return. He needed to first stabilize his base. Qinwu convened his leaders and assigned reconnaissance missions. He issued a stern order to the dog shaman: go to the Cobalt tribe and demand that they resume their tribute immediately. Within a month, they must send the chieftain's son to learn farming, or it will be considered rebellion. The consequence will be the punitive army's sulfurous flames. The dog shaman shuddered at the command. Tribute was common practice. Intertribal conflicts often led to the defeated party ceding hunting grounds and offering spoils as a matter of course. But demanding the chieftain's son to learn farming? That was... He glanced nervously at Qinwu, whose eyes gleamed with palpable malice, and quickly lowered his gaze. It was a carefully laid trap. After the punitive army's elite unit was annihilated, the Cobalt tribe's cessation of tribute was tantamount to rebellion. If they had acted decisively then, they might have launched an attack when the alliance was at its weakest. But now, it was clear that Qinwu intended to use war, slaughter, and domination to completely assimilate the Cobalt tribe. In this era of primitive tribal warfare, the concept of nation-states had yet to emerge, and any race could fall prey to conquest. Standing firmly in the hastily constructed council hall, Qinwu issued a resolute ultimatum to the Cobalt tribe: either submit by sending hostages as a gesture of allegiance, or face annihilation. The Cobalt shaman, Sahasha, nervously stuck out his tongue. As a Cobalt, he deeply feared the prospect of his kin facing total destruction. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he proposed an idea. Chief, why not invite the Crimson Queen to intervene? Her immense size would surely command the respect and submission of the Cobalts. Qinwu stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment, finding merit in the suggestion. A peaceful resolution was preferable to threats of war, especially since he had already devised a comprehensive plan to bring the Cobalt tribe under control. His vision was to build hardened roads connecting all Cobalt settlements, extending the alliance's influence to every hunting ground. He intended to transform the Cobalt's way of life, steering them away from hunting and fishing toward farming crops, domesticating livestock, and reorganizing them into villages of 100 households. To strengthen governance, he planned to integrate goblins into Cobalt communities, gradually replacing the outdated chieftain system. While this transition might spark conflict, once the new mode of production became stable, the quality of life for the Cobalts would undoubtedly improve. Coupled with the Alliance's commitment to racial equality, the eventual promotion of Cobalts to high-ranking positions would pave the way for racial integration. After finalizing plans for the Cobalts, Qinwu turned to Izier and issued a new order. Select 200 elite goblins from newborns to form a national defense force, 100 stationed at Gobfort and 100 at Iron City. The recent incident of the Cobalt tribe halting their tribute had served as a warning. Sufficient military strength was necessary to secure the rear while engaging in external campaigns. Izier acknowledged the command, but looked troubled. Already burdened with managing schools, hunting teams, the 100 household villages, and Iron City's warehouse, he was stretched too thin. Qinwu, recognizing the strain on the current administrative system due to the expanding territory, instructed Izier to select children excelling in mathematics through exams. Izier would personally train them to gradually take on administrative responsibilities. Though this rudimentary bureaucratic system might breed corruption, Qinwu was not overly concerned. Once the castle in Iron City was completed, all officials would reside within its walls, allowing him to enforce stricter oversight and minimize corrupt practices. After detailing the selection process for officials, Qinwu finally turned to Taioka. I've designed a new weapon. I need you to expedite its production, testing, and finalization. Before the next campaign, I want our troops equipped with this weapon. Qinwu placed a large roll of parchment in front of Taioka. The paper detailed the complete manufacturing process of a 6-pound Napoleon cannon. From casting with iron molds to shaping the barrel and polishing the bore, every step was meticulously labeled. Taioka immediately unrolled the blueprint, his eyes fixed on the process flow, his fingers occasionally tracing over certain critical steps. Seeing this, Qinwu asked, "Any difficulties?" Taioka first shook his head, then nodded slightly. "The process is somewhat similar to the tower bells I used to make. It shouldn't be too hard in theory." He paused, frowning slightly. "However, sir, this is essentially a massive firearm. Given the scale, it's very likely that air pockets could form inside the barrel during casting. If that happens and the cannon is fired, it could easily lead to a catastrophic explosion. Is there a solution?" Qinwu pressed. "Using copper for casting could be a way," Taioka suggested. "Copper has much better ductility." Qinwu spread his hands. "Unfortunately, we don't have copper." Hearing this, Taioka grew visibly anxious, scratching his head as flakes of dandruff fell. As an experienced gunsmith, he fully understood the dangers of barrel explosions. The amount of gunpowder required for this cannon was hundreds of times more than that of an ordinary firearm. If there were air pockets in the barrel, the consequences of an explosion would be unimaginable. "Sir," he said nervously, fearing his honesty might diminish his worth in Qinwu's eyes. After all, the murderous intent he had sensed from Qinwu during their last firearm project still haunted him. But he decided to speak the truth. "They'll need a lot of time to conduct experiments. I can't guarantee success. When I used to cast large bells, I saw those air pockets with my own eyes. Air pockets in a bell are harmless, but in a cannon, they're deadly." Noticing Taioka's anxious expression, Qinwu waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. Go ahead and start experimenting. Honestly, even I'm not certain if this can be done. Just report back to me with any progress." With that, he dismissed everyone. A few days after the meeting, Gogowu walked alongside the Scarlet Queen along the shallow banks of the river, eventually arriving at the Cobalt village. This village was situated right by the river and relied on fishing for survival. However, their calm was disrupted when they saw a massive spider crawling slowly upstream. To their astonishment, a group of kobolds was seated atop the spider's back, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Gogowu had brought along 21 kobolds who had previously been enslaved during the war. They had since become part of the alliance, with most of them being female. Life within the alliance was secure. They were well-fed and no longer had to wander in search of sustenance. Over time, they had grown healthier, their coats shinier, and their bodies fuller. The kobolds in the fishing village were left speechless. These 21 female kobolds were robust, radiant, and brimming with vitality. Their bright eyes and striking appearance made them the epitome of beauty in the eyes of the villagers. The kobolds of the fishing village immediately stopped what they were doing and gathered at the edge of the village, clamoring for attention and competing to court them. The Scarlet Queen, startled by the sudden commotion, took a few steps back and exclaimed, "Hey, hey, what's going on here? Why are they shouting at me?" Go-Go-Wu, a bit embarrassed, explained, "Your Majesty, they're courting." "Courtship? Who?" The Scarlet Queen paused and then asked excitedly, "Are they courting me?" A glimmer of surprise and delight flickered in her eyes. Could it be that she was this popular outside? So many small kobolds vying for her affection. But she already had someone in mind, which left her feeling a bit conflicted. How should she choose? Go-Go-Wu dismounted from the giant spider, followed by the female kobolds, who leapt gracefully to the ground. "All right, ladies, this is about the future of the kobold tribes. Go and inform the leaders of each tribe to come to the fishing village immediately," he commanded. "Yes, Master Wu." The 21 female kobolds responded in unison before dispersing in different directions into the forest. After many battles, the kobolds had splintered into 21 tribes. Controlling these 21 tribes would mean gaining control over all kobolds. Go-Go-Wu hoped that by showcasing the Scarlet Queen's immense presence and the strength of the alliance, the tribal leaders would abandon any thoughts of rebellion. He was well aware of Qinwu's grand ambition to dominate the entire monster forest. If the kobold tribes refused to submit, only annihilation awaited them. Over the next few days, messengers from the kobold tribes brought back responses, and the tribal leaders began arriving at the fishing village one after another. Upon seeing the enormous figure of the Scarlet Queen, they were struck with awe, dropping to their knees and exposing their bellies in a gesture of submission. They even promptly resumed offering their original tributes. However, when the queen proposed leaving behind some of her offspring, the leaders hesitated, their faces betraying doubt and unease. Sensing their reluctance, Go-Go-Wu patiently reasoned with them. "You have betrayed us once before. If you wish to regain the conqueror's trust, you must prove your loyalty. The conqueror has already shown great mercy. If your hearts are free of rebellion, your children will not be harmed. They will receive education in Iron City, learning skills such as farming, blacksmithing, forging, and construction. Your lives will only improve." He continued, "The conqueror is exceedingly benevolent. All he requires is your loyalty. The prosperity he offers far exceeds anything you can imagine. Look at those 21 female kobolds. They were not given any special privileges. They simply lived under the conqueror's rule and have become so strong and beautiful. If you submit to the conqueror, you, too, can enjoy such rewards." The kobold leaders were visibly swayed. The stunning beauty of the 21 female kobolds had left a deep impression on them. Such a gathering of remarkable individuals was enough to stir the hearts of any kobold. Life in the kobold tribe was harsh. Hunting was inconsistent, with days of hunger often followed by a meager feast. Sometimes, they would go 3 or 4 days without catching any prey, leaving their fur sparse and dull. Seeing the hesitant expressions on the faces of the tribal leaders, the kobold shaman played his final card. "Your sons will receive my special protection in Iron City. As long as they abide by the law, no one will harm them. They can return home to visit every 3 months, find beautiful companions in Iron City, and ensure the birth of healthy offspring." This promise finally convinced the leaders, and they all agreed to send their sons. The kobold shaman breathed a sigh of relief. This meant the kobold tribe had narrowly avoided extinction. In the days that followed, the beautiful envoys returned with the leaders of various tribes. Upon witnessing the splendor of the Crimson Queen, the leaders were left in awe. With the kobold shaman's persuasion, the majority of them chose to submit. Only one stubborn leader voiced his doubts, claiming the goblin army had been completely annihilated. The kobold shaman immediately retorted, "The punishment army's 10 battalions have been rebuilt, and they are stronger than ever. If you doubt me, you can go to Black Tree and see for yourself. Their camp is stationed there." Sure enough, one of the leaders sent scouts to investigate, but they were all captured. When Qinwu learned of their intentions, he ordered his soldiers to give them a tour of the military camp. The scouts witnessed the rebuilt goblin army firsthand, observing the faster sulfur weapon deployment and the significantly larger forces. This extinguished any rebellious thoughts they might have harbored. For 5 consecutive days, tribal leaders continued to arrive to meet with the kobold shaman, ultimately choosing to submit. The kobold messengers also began returning one by one. However, when the kobold shaman counted the numbers, he realized there were only 20 hostages and 20 messengers. One was missing. A thorough check revealed that the messenger sent to the Broken Fong tribe had yet to return. 5 days had passed, and the message was clear: the Broken Fong tribe had chosen to resist. The Cobalt shaman immediately summoned a messenger. Return to Iron City at once and inform the conqueror. The Broken Fang tribe has detained our envoy and openly rebelled. Request the punishment army to annihilate these traitors with a sulfur fire. Meanwhile, within the Broken Fang tribe, a brutal power struggle was unfolding. A young, strong kobold challenged the aging leader in front of over 300 tribe members. The younger kobold's sharp claws tore into the elder, leaving him bloodied. The old leader's dulled claws could only fend off the attacks as he retreated. Finally, the younger kobold ripped out the elder's throat and bit off his tail, holding it high in triumph as he let out a victorious howl. The other kobolds joined in, howling loudly to acknowledge their new leader. As the young leader basked in the euphoria of his newfound power, a strikingly beautiful female kobold entered the tribe. Her fur was lush and radiant, her eyes bright and spirited. She was the most stunning female he had ever seen. Before she could finish speaking, the new leader, driven by instinct, lunged toward her without hesitation. The newly appointed Duanqi was brimming with confidence. Not only had he become the new leader of the tribe, but he had also gained the most beautiful companion he had ever seen in his life. The female kobold, Guang, was fond of him after all. He was the tribe's chief, a figure of power, wealth, and stature. Yet, she had not forgotten her purpose. One day, as Duanqi returned from hunting and set down his bountiful catch, Guang approached him with a sense of urgency in her voice. Duanqi, I have a mission here. Lord Gogo Wu is waiting for you in the fishing village. You should go and meet him to resume the tribute. Duanqi frowned, his gaze locking onto Guang. Guang, this wind deer is barely enough to feed the three-claw tribe. If we are to offer tribute, the two-claw tribe will only get a small share. Those despicable goblins do nothing and yet demand a portion of our hunt. Why should we comply? Guang, with her sleek and agile figure, stood under the sunlight, her glossy black fur shimmering. Having spent a few months in Iron City, where food was plentiful and life was easier, she looked well-nourished. The simple tasks of farming there were far less demanding than tracking prey in the forest. Her lustrous coat, reflecting the light, was a testament to her well-being, and it was this beauty that made Duanqi so deeply fond of her. She patiently explained, aligning with the Conqueror Lord brings undeniable benefits to the Duanqi tribe. He will send people to build sturdy houses, ogres to cultivate this land and grow crops. These crops can feed livestock, and we won't have to hunt endlessly to fill our stomachs. Most importantly, the Conqueror Lord will provide us with iron tools, which will greatly improve our quality of life. Even our dulled claws can be replaced with iron to easily tear through hides and claim the meat we need. Duanqi listened, his anger growing, his eyes filled with defiance. Enough, he roared, silencing Guang instantly. Still young and untested by hardship, Duanqi was used to being praised for his strength. Power and the thrill of victory had made him confident, perhaps overly so. Even the supposedly fearsome goblins did not intimidate him. He would not hesitate to challenge them. This was the hallmark of a young tribal leader, full of courage but lacking the wisdom of experience. Many things he did not yet understand, and though he sought to lead his tribe to greatness, it would take countless trials and errors to truly gain the insight needed to achieve that goal. Guang stood quietly to the side, refraining from further persuasion. She knew that at this moment, Duanqi was incapable of listening to reason. Patience and composure were qualities he desperately needed to learn. Gradually, Duanqi calmed down. Suddenly, he reached out and gently stroked Guang's silky fur, the smooth texture captivating him. None of the other kobolds had fur as beautiful as hers. Its softness and sheen were what he adored most about her. Tearing off a large piece of meat from the wind deer, he handed it to her. Eat, he said. However, Guang hesitated. She looked down at the raw, bloody meat and paused before speaking. I can't eat raw food. The Conqueror Lord has instructed us not to eat raw meat or drink untreated water. He says it can lead to parasite infections. Duanqi froze for a moment, then anger surged through him. Goblins, the Conqueror Lord instantly regarded them all as enemies in his mind, filled with rejection and disdain. Gang's words only added fuel to his frustration. He abruptly stood, grabbed the piece of meat, and forcefully pushed it into her mouth. Eat. I told you to eat. We kobolds were born to eat raw meat. Forget those ridiculous rules the goblins taught you. You are my mate now, and you will obey my orders. Left with no choice, Guang bit into the meat, her complex emotions rendering her unable to resist. She said nothing, quietly swallowing the food that felt foreign to her. Meanwhile, Duanqi turned back to the wind deer, tearing into it voraciously. The taste of blood and flesh filled his mouth as he devoured the meat with reckless abandon, blood splattering across his face as he continued without pause. Feed me. Duanqi furiously shoved a chunk of meat into Guang's mouth. She choked, her eyes wide with terror as the meat nearly suffocated her. Forget those damned goblins. Duanqi roared maniacally. I will kill them all one day and turn every last one of them into food. Guang's eyes rolled back as she struggled to breathe, yet Duanqi relentlessly forced more meat into her mouth. Suddenly, A commotion broke out in the tribe. Startled by the noise, Duanqi looked up, only to see a limping kobold wielding a staff standing in the center of the tribe. The kobold had no tail and was glaring coldly in their direction. Duanqi froze, stepping back and dropping Heiguang. Grabbing a stone axe, he stammered, Dog shaman. What are you doing here?" The dog shaman struck the ground with his staff, letting out a chilling snort. "A new face. I see old broken Fong is gone. Figure she was too old. Someone was bound to challenge him eventually." Duanqi said nothing, instead signaling his tribesmen to prepare for a fight. The dog shaman pointed his staff forward, sweeping his gaze over the restless kobolds. His sharp teeth gleamed in a menacing grin. "I am the herald of the Alliance's doom. The Duanqi tribe is marked for destruction due to your betrayal. The punishment army will engulf you all in the flames of sulfur. Leave this place now before the conqueror brings your annihilation. This is your only chance at survival. Otherwise you die." The air grew heavy with the pungent stench of sweat and the acrid smell of sulfur. The punishment army had already encircled the area. Duanqi sniffed the air, his heart sinking as he finally noticed the overwhelming goblin scent emanating from the forest. "Everyone, grab your weapons," Duanqi instinctively shouted. His tribesmen gripped their stone axes and bone knives, ready for battle. The dog shaman shook his head with a sigh and turned to leave. Heiguang coughed up the meat stuck in her throat and quickly followed after him. She had finally come to terms with reality. Iron City had laws to protect her, but here, a single misstep could cost her life. "Heiguang, woof woof woof." Duanqi barked madly, chasing after her in an attempt to drag her back. Without turning around, the dog shaman cast a fierce spell, striking Duanqi. He fell to the ground, wailing as visions of his worst nightmares flashed before his eyes. Though the spell soon wore off, the dog shaman and Heiguang had already disappeared from sight. "No, Heiguang, my Heiguang." Duanqi descended into madness, immediately rallying his entire tribe to track her scent. It didn't take long for them to find their target, just over 200 meters outside the tribe's territory, in the forest. There, Heiguang stood amidst a countless number of punishment army riflemen. Duanqi's eyes turned blood-red at the sight of her among the goblins. "Heiguang, my Heiguang, give her back to me," he howled like a rabid dog, charging forward. His tribesmen followed, barking and howling as they attacked. To Duanqi, that pitch-black figure, flawless and pure, was the most beautiful female he had ever seen. The thought of losing her was unbearable. "Raise your guns. Heiguang, my Heiguang. Aya! Fire! Bang! 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 Bang!" Qinwu pulled his blood-stained longsword from the kobold's corpse, dark red flesh splattering as he did so. Swiftly, he drew out a cloth to wipe the blade clean and gave a command to his troops. "Hang these bodies up for display. Let the other kobold tribes see the consequences of defiance." Tossing the used cloth aside, he sheathed the longsword and began inspecting the broken Fong tribe's territory. After making a full round, he stopped and turned to his two subordinates, Goblin Spear and Goblin Bow. "This place has already been developed by the kobolds. The foundations are decent and suitable for settlement. Relocate 2 villages of 100 people each year to start." A glint of foresight sparkled in Qinwu's eyes as he prepared to execute his plan for racial integration. He wanted the kobolds to witness firsthand the transformation brought by the goblins. The increased efficiency of hunting with firearms, the stability of an agricultural lifestyle, the convenience of iron tools, the comfort of proper housing, and the cleanliness of public infrastructure. He firmly believed that the alliance symbolized progress, and the kobolds would eventually be drawn to this advancement, willingly assimilating, learning, and ultimately achieving unity. "Yes, sir." The two subordinates responded in unison. However, Goblin Spear voiced a concern. "Boss, this place is 3 days' journey from the main tribe. What if other kobolds attack? What will happen to our settlers?" "Hell, let them try." Qinwu sneered. "Equip all settlers with firearms. It would take at least 500 attackers to wipe them out. Still, we need to establish deterrence." As he spoke, he handed 2 parchment maps to his subordinates. The maps marked every kobold village with numbers. Qinwu assigned Goblin Spear to the odd-numbered villages and Goblin Bow to the even-numbered ones, instructing them to lead patrols and report back after a month. This was both a way to train their leadership skills and to demonstrate their military strength. "I won't send anyone to verify whether you've truly visited the villages," Qinwu said sternly. "But remember the lesson of the Punishment Army's 10th Company: deception has no place on the battlefield. We will complete the mission." The two stood at attention, responding with determination. As the 3 discussed the future of the Punishment Army, a faint rustling came from a nearby burrow. An emaciated old kobold crawled out with great difficulty, its ribs visibly protruding, a clear sign it had been abandoned by its tribe to die. When Goblin Spear drew his dagger to end the creature's life, Qinwu raised a hand to stop him and ordered the burrow to be inspected. Moments later, 5 more frail, starving kobolds were brought before him. These kobolds, barely in their 30s, had either been expelled from hunting parties due to declining physical abilities or abandoned because injuries had rendered them incapable of hunting. Their tribe had mercilessly cast them out, leaving them to starve in the burrow. Boss, what should we do with them? Goblin Spear asked. Qinwu stood still, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Although these elderly kobolds posed no threat, their value was undeniable. First, the experience these elders had accumulated was irreplaceable for guiding the younger generation of the tribe. In their youth, they had roamed countless dangerous territories in search of prey. Who knew? They might even have knowledge of valuable or veins or the habitats of rare magical creatures. Second, Qinwu understood the fundamental nature of living beings to seek benefit and avoid harm. No one wished to die prematurely, and the kobold tribe's practice of abandoning their elders went against this instinct. As productivity improved, such barbaric behavior was bound to be condemned. The alliance Qinwu represented stood for advanced productivity and order, an ideal he was determined to uphold as a cornerstone of his rule. Give them some food. If they can survive, we'll take care of them. It's just 5 more mouths to feed, Qinwu ordered. Goblin Spear and Goblin Bow didn't fully grasp his reasoning, but carried out the order dutifully. This decision wasn't born out of compassion, but rather Qinwu's foresight. He was acutely aware that his forces were far too young. Most of the goblins under his command were less than a year old. When these young goblins started to feel the effects of aging, declining physical strength, blurred vision, and deteriorating hearing, they would inevitably fear being discarded like the kobolds. In that moment, they would remember, the Alliance cared for its elders. When their time came, they wouldn't be abandoned to die in the swamps. The campaign to suppress the rebellion concluded successfully, and the Alliance's dominance over the kobold tribes reached its peak. The next step was to build hardened roads connecting the various tribes. Once that was done, the 20 kobold tribes would be fully subjugated. After returning to Iron City, Tai Aok excitedly approached Qinwu, announcing that the cannon was finally complete. But when Qinwu followed him to the forge and saw the massive steel barrel, he fell silent. Sir, I was worried about a barrel explosion, so I made the walls thicker, Tai Aok explained sheepishly. Qinwu slapped his forehead. This is way too thick. His original plan had been to replicate the Napoleon 1841 6-pounder cannon, which had a 93mm caliber, a barrel length of 1.5 meters, a length-to-caliber ratio of 16, and a weight of about 400 kilograms. The cannon before him, while meeting the caliber and length specifications, had an absurdly thick barrel. The materials used were nearly enough to build 2 6-pounder cannons. Tai Aok admitted awkwardly that due to technical limitations, he had resorted to over-engineering the design for safety. It was far from professional, but he quickly proposed, Sir, this cannon has great range. Would you like to test it? After Qinwu nodded in agreement, Tai Aok began preparing the gunpowder and ammunition. When he turned around after finishing the preparations, he found that Qinwu had already retreated over 100 meters away. It was a clear sign of distrust in his craftsmanship. Hurt and indignant, Tai Aok gritted his teeth and lit the fuse. With a deafening boom, the ground around the cannon shook, and the wooden wheels kicked up dirt. The cannon recoiled from the force, sliding back more than 10 meters. A single projectile shot out, slicing through the air and hurtling over a kilometer before crashing heavily into a potato field, sending clumps of dirt flying. The projectile didn't stop there. It bounced off the ground like a skipping stone on water, continuing for several hundred more meters before finally exhausting its momentum and embedding itself in the earth. Sir, tremendous power, absolutely tremendous. Tai Oka exclaimed in excitement, his face glowing with the joy of success. Qinwu walked slowly to the cannon, running his hand over the barrel as he thought to himself. The power is indeed impressive, but damn, so is the weight. He frowned as he studied the cannon before him, which should have been a lightweight field artillery piece easily pulled by 2 horses. Instead, it had been modified into a cumbersome heavy cannon. Seeing Tai Ook's elated expression, Qinwu decided to dampen his enthusiasm with a dose of reality. All right, you tell me who's going to pull this monstrosity? Tai Ook's smile froze instantly, his smugness evaporating. He stammered, sir, we couldn't solve the issue of air pockets in the casting process for the barrel. If we made it thinner, it might explode when fired. Qinwu's face mirrored the frustration. The knowledge he'd brought with him as a traveler from another world had mentioned cannon casting techniques, but putting theory into practice had proven riddled with challenges. The issue of air pockets in the barrel, for instance, was something he had no idea how to address. This was the limitation of the knowledge he possessed. The two of them fell into silence, each pondering possible solutions. The cannon was far too heavy usable as a fortress gun, perhaps, but completely impractical as a mobile field artillery piece. Tai Oka furiously scratched his head, desperately trying to recall everything he had learned during his time in the kingdom of Sarthos, yet no viable solution came to mind. Ah, damn it, he cried in frustration. We can't possibly forge the barrel like we do with muskets. A barrel this thick, how could we forge it? Not even an ogre could hammer it out. Forging could indeed compress the steel, eliminate air pockets, and adjust the carbon content. Its advantages were undeniable. However, Without large-scale forging machines, processing such massive steel components through forging was impossible. It was a method far beyond the current technological capabilities. Taioka was at his wit's end, but Li Qinwu caught a spark of inspiration from his complaints. A glimmer of realization flashed in his eyes. If an ogre can't hammer it out, what about the Crimson Queen? Li Qinwu and Teak stood in the center of the workshop, eagerly discussing a bold idea. How about letting the Crimson Queen do the forging? Li Qinwu's eyes sparkled with fervent excitement. Teak's eyes widened, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. The Crimson Queen? That kind of legendary creature, and you want to use her for forging? He shook his head in disbelief. That's like encountering a fire dragon and deciding to use it to smelt iron. Despite his words, a glimmer of calculation flashed in Teak's eyes. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he muttered, "Actually, it might just work. A cannon barrel is essentially a massive chunk of iron. Ogres can't handle it, but the Crimson Queen's enormous strength." He gestured with his hands. "She's stronger than 10 ogres combined. She could definitely manage it. It's feasible, but..." Teak suddenly frowned. "Master, the Crimson Queen doesn't have hands to hold a hammer, does she?" Li Qinwu waved his hand impatiently, as if shooing away an annoying fly. "Who needs hands to hold a hammer? Fool." Grabbing a piece of charcoal, he quickly sketched a structure on the ground. "Well, build 2 tall towers out of concrete, with a massive iron hammer suspended in the middle. Attach iron chains to the hammer, and tie the other end of the chains to the Crimson Queen's legs. Shall pull it up and let it drop voila, a giant forging hammer." Teak's eyes lit up instantly. He slapped his thigh in excitement. "It's like a guillotine structure, but with a giant hammer instead of a blade. Brilliant." "Exactly." Li Qinwu clapped his hands enthusiastically, sending a puff of charcoal dust into the air. "We just need to design the anvil and hammer to fit the cannon barrel blank. Add a mechanism to rotate the barrel, so it gets hammered and turned at the same time." The two men immediately dove into an animated discussion, squatting on the ground without a care for appearances and scribbling on a piece of parchment. Both were handsome problem solvers who relished the challenge of turning wild ideas into reality. More importantly, they had the skills and determination to make this seemingly insane plan work. It was far from a dreamer's idle fantasy. After several days of intense brainstorming, they finalized the design for the colossal forging hammer. The structure was divided into 2 main parts. First, the construction of tall towers resembling a guillotine. Since the hammer would rely on gravity to strike downward, the initial design called for a height of 15 meters. To ensure stability, they planned to use a large amount of concrete reinforced with hand-forged steel bars. The structure was shaped like a pyramid with the top sliced off, leaving a vertical channel in the middle for the hammer to drop. As for the massive anvil and hammer, Teak assured them there were no significant technical challenges. "It doesn't matter if it's got sand holes," he said, thumping his chest confidently. "Something this big, who cares about the internal structure?" With the theory in place, they wasted no time putting it into practice. Li Qinwu mobilized over 2,000 workers to build the pyramid-shaped hammer towers. The Crimson Queen was enlisted as a living compactor, crawling on her massive body to press the ground firm. Ogres hauled giant stones, while hordes of goblins mixed mortar. Even Li Qinwu himself joined the effort, personally leading system soldiers to transport lime between Iron City and Goblinburg using Mount Blade-style warehouse logistics. Thanks to their united, tireless efforts, the pyramid hammer tower rose from the ground in less than a month. Simultaneously, the massive anvil and hammer were completed. Teak also crafted multiple sets of iron chains and pulley mechanisms. Workers embedded the anvil securely at the center of the pyramid structure, while the pulley system was installed at the very top. To support the weight of the hammer, roughly half the size of a small car, the upper section of the pyramid became a dense assembly of thick metal components. "If the quality isn't enough, just pile on more material," Teak joked, but the structure was indeed rock solid. To forge these enormous metal parts, Teak ramped up production, constructing 10 large blast furnaces and running them around the clock. When all the components were finally assembled, Li Qinwu stood at a distance, gazing at this monstrosity of industrial history with a mix of awe and disbelief. He never imagined that, with such limited technical resources, he could create a 10th Santan forging hammer through sheer ingenuity and determination. "I guess this other world really has its own unique circumstances," he muttered wryly, shaking his head. With everything ready, Li Qinwu turned to the Crimson Queen and gave the command with a wave of his hand. "Let's go, Little Red. Burn yourself out for the industrialization of the Alliance." The Crimson Queen let out a sharp protest. "Cool. I'm not burning myself out for some weird contraption." The Crimson Queen let out a complaint before nimbly climbing up the forging tower. Her 6 hind legs firmly supported her massive body, while her 2 front legs skillfully hooked onto the large steel ring at the top of the tower. With a seemingly effortless pull, she lifted the multi-ton iron hammer as if it were no heavier than a feather. Taioka carefully inspected the operation of the roller assembly. Only after confirming everything was functioning properly did he breathe a sigh of relief. A crack in the rollers would have disastrous consequences. He signaled to Li Qinwu, who immediately gave the order to begin operations. A glowing red iron pipe was dragged under the hammer by an ogre using heavy iron chains. This cast iron pipe was sealed at one end, with the other end featuring a deep octagonal hole. The iron anvil beneath was precisely designed with half of an octagonal groove, perfectly aligning with the other half on the hammer above to form a complete octagonal mold. The edges of the anvil were equipped with precision fixtures, including an octagonal iron rod. Once the cannon barrel blank was in place, the ogre gently pushed the rod, ensuring the octagonal interior of the barrel aligned perfectly. Operating the roller assembly required coordination from over a dozen goblins, allowing the cannon barrel to rotate and ensuring every side was evenly forged. Duong, duong, duong. The massive hammer rose and fell rhythmically under the control of the Crimson Queen, each strike sending dazzling sparks flying from the iron pipe. With her immense strength capable of supporting her huge body, breaking trees in her path during a charge, and plowing through 2 miles of forest, it was no challenge for her to lift the 15-meter-high hammer. After more than 10 minutes of continuous forging, the iron pipe was shaped into a precise octagonal form, with its interior muzzle also displaying a flawless octagonal shape. Tyoka inspected the equipment and confirmed it was functioning properly, allowing them to proceed to the shaping experiment phase. Although this first prototype suffered from uneven stress due to the workers' lack of experience, it still provided valuable reference data. Once the cannon barrel cooled, Li Qinwu carefully examined the inner surface. He found it slightly rough, requiring polishing and reburing to transform the octagonal interior into a circular shape. To achieve this, they needed to construct a drilling lathe and a power source. The lathe itself was essentially a simple fixture, while the power source was ingeniously designed to be driven by ogres. Using a system of carefully crafted wheels and pulleys, a few ogres could generate sufficient power for the task, with just a sack of potatoes sustaining the processing of one cannon. The most challenging aspect was the creation of the drill bits. Without access to tungsten ore, Li Qinwu opted for high-carbon steel, employing his unique skill-enhancing attributes to improve the tool's effectiveness. After days of meticulous research, he crafted a set of 10 drill bits, ranging from small to large, to gradually expand the cannon bore. The ultimate test arrived. Li Qinwu enhanced the high-carbon steel drill bits with a hardness 10 attribute and secured the test cannon barrel onto the lathe. As the drill bit spun rapidly and cut into the inner wall of the cannon, to everyone's relief and satisfaction, the drill bit showed no signs of chipping or damage. The technical challenges of artillery development had been overcome, and the next step was to move into large-scale testing. Li Qinwu did not simply wait for the artillery to be completed. Instead, he began preparing in advance by forming an artillery unit. He designated the 10th Company of the Disciplinary Army as the prototype for the artillery unit, carefully crafting wooden models of cannons to scale and using sandbags as substitutes for powder charges. He also compiled a detailed artillery operation manual. At this time, Gobu Spear and Gobu Bao returned with their teams, confirming that they had reached all the villages marked on the map. Li Qinwu immediately convened a meeting with his officers to personally teach map-reading skills, emphasizing that every company commander must master this fundamental ability. While coordinating the development of the tribe, Li Qinwu also focused on improving himself. His level had reached 28, and he allocated all his intelligence points to the wisdom attribute, raising it to an impressive level 15. This extraordinary wisdom unlocked his potential, as if activating hidden pathways in his mind. The hemispheres of his brain worked in perfect harmony, and his thoughts became more dynamic than ever before. Finally, he succeeded in forming the first magic orb of his life. Though the orb was only marble-sized and had minimal power dissipating after traveling less than 2 meters, it marked the official beginning of his journey into magic. With continued practice, he could increase his magic proficiency to 25 points and unlock new skill options, paving the way for an exciting future. From then on, Li Qinwu seized every spare moment to practice the fireball spell. His mana began to climb from 0, 10, 15, 30. Each time he exhausted his mana, it naturally regenerated, and its upper limit increased gradually. However, every time his mana was depleted, he felt dizzy and nauseous. He sought advice from Miss Hannah on this issue. Hannah explained, casting magic requires mental energy, and overexertion of mental strength naturally causes discomfort. Typically, apprentice mages start by meditating to enhance their mental strength. Only after their mana reaches a certain level do they begin practicing spells. This way, they retain at least half of their mental energy and avoid fainting. Is there a way to quickly increase mana? Li Qinwu pressed further. Hannah nodded and said, aside from the obvious drawbacks of exhausting your mana, you can also enhance mental strength by training your willpower. However, I recommend sticking to meditation. Mana cultivation requires gradual progress, it can't be rushed. Li Qinwu seemed deep in thought, and suddenly an idea struck him. Wouldn't using fear magic to train willpower be a great method? Without hesitation, he called over Doga Shaman and patted his own head, saying, Come on, hit me with your strongest fear spell right here. Though puzzled by his leader's unusual request, Doga Shaman complied. With the energy of a true shaman, he leapt into the air, channeling all his mana into a massive sphere of dark purple energy, which he hurled directly into Qinwu's mind. In an instant, both of them collapsed. Doga Shaman, from mana exhaustion, rolled his eyes and vomited, while Qinwu writhed and screamed in agony on the bed. The scene descended into utter chaos. This state lasted for half an hour before they both finally stopped, utterly drained. The next day, when the two groggily woke up, Qinwu checked his attribute panel and discovered that his mana had increased from 45 to 65. Every time he experienced the fear spell, his magic power increased by 20 points. It was a huge gain. Qinwu clenched his fist in excitement. This was equivalent to a week's worth of meditation for him. He recalled Miss Hannah's explanation. Casting a fireball spell with the power of an offensive grenade would consume at least 40 magic points. Now, his magic reserves were sufficient to cast 1.5 standard fireball spells. This time, the hallucination brought on by the fear spell was no longer a vague scene related to the nation's fate, but an exceptionally vivid and specific vision. He saw himself in an undefined space and time. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light struck, and his right hand vanished instantly. A second flash followed, taking his left hand. With the third flash, both his legs were severed. Amid the chaos of blades and shadows, he was reduced to chunks of goblin sashimi. In the final moment before losing consciousness, he caught sight of the weapon's massive black scythe. It was the tool that utterly killed him. Because the dog wizard had used all its strength to cast the fear spell, Qinwu experienced intense mental pain, as if his real body had been sliced apart. Rubbing his temples and furrowing his brows, he couldn't shake the lingering fear from the hyperrealistic dismemberment in the hallucination. Another hero-level enemy? No. This one is even stronger than a hero. Qinwu pondered. Who could break through the army's protection and tear me apart like that? Boss, the dog wizard's weak voice interrupted his thoughts. I'm so hungry. The little wizard looked at him pitifully. Qinwu nodded in acknowledgement and led the dog wizard to the army camp's mess hall. The military chefs, bound by regulations, at least ensured a basic level of hygiene. The dog wizard grabbed a large bowl filled with a stew of various monster innards and vegetables. While this flavorless dish was unpalatable to humans, it was a delicacy for monsters. The dog wizard quickly devoured the contents of the bowl, even licking the bottom with its long tongue. Qinwu, on the other hand, lost his appetite after just a few bites and pushed his bowl toward the dog wizard. The little wizard froze for a moment before its eyes curved into crescent moons, gleefully finishing off the second bowl as well. Are you full? Qinwu asked. Full, so full. The dog wizard nodded repeatedly, patting its stomach in satisfaction. Qinwu stood up, his tone suddenly turning serious. Come with me. Back to the cabin. It's time for more fear spells. With a clatter, the ceramic bowl slipped from the dog wizard's hands and shattered on the ground. The little wizard's face was filled with disbelief. More. Qinwu nodded firmly. Yesterday's hallucination didn't provide enough information. All he saw was himself being brutally killed, with the weapon being a massive black scythe. That was far from enough. He needed more guidance from the fear spell to foresee potential future crises. Dragging the reluctant dog wizard back to the wooden cabin, the latter let out a sorrowful howl. I'm going to be drained dry again. All the magic power I worked so hard to accumulate is going to be sucked away. For the days that followed, Qinwu and the dog wizard lived in isolation, cut off from the outside world. Curious Alliance citizens passing by the leader's cabin could only speculate about what was happening inside. Their imaginations ran wild, giving rise to tales like the leader's 23 days and nights, an unspoken story of a dog and a goblin, and other popular rumors such as flowers bloom and fall, and the nightingale's song. In summary, many believe their leader was indulging in some strange activities, and this literature of intrigue spread widely among the people. Qinwu, completely unaware of the rumors circulating outside, focused entirely on his training. Through repeated exposure to the fear spell, his magic power had grown to 210 points, and the visions he experienced were becoming increasingly detailed. After waking from yet another grueling session of the fear spell, he finally pieced together a clearer picture of the situation. It was a glimpse of a future several years ahead. By then, the Alliance's population had grown to over 100,000, and towns and villages had sprung up throughout the monster forest. One day, in the bustling capital of the Alliancia city, filled with four-story buildings, a mysterious, uninvited guest arrived. She was a stunning beastkin, dressed in a pristine maid outfit. Standing around 1.6 meters tall, she had jet black hair and dark eyes. Atop her head, a pair of large beast ears swayed gently with her every step. She strolled down the deserted street, a lazy smile gracing her face. Her hands were elegantly held before her chest, and every now and then, she would extend her soft pink tongue to lick the back of her hand, letting out delicate meow meow sounds that could melt anyone's heart. The street was eerily quiet. Every civilian had been evacuated, replaced by rows of disciplined punitive soldiers. They had the entire block surrounded, with hundreds of gun barrels aimed squarely at the seemingly harmless maid cat girl. Despite the overwhelming show of force, the maid cat girl appeared utterly unfazed. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of alert soldiers, she stretched lazily, a satisfied purr escaping her throat. Meow has such a bother, having to deal with all these pests. The commanding officer of the punitive forces began shouting at her through a loudspeaker, his voice echoing down the empty street. Yet she paid him no heed, her beast ears flicking dismissively. The officer's patience quickly wore thin, and with a sharp command, hundreds of rifles erupted in unison, bullets whistling toward the cat girl. In that instant, her demeanor changed completely. Dropping to all fours, a dark aura began to seep from her limbs, and strange markings slithered across her pale skin like living creatures. An ominous energy radiated from her, thick enough to almost feel tangible. Her tail, shrouded in black mist, transformed into a massive, gleaming scythe. Meows. She let out a piercing screech, so intense that it shattered nearby windows. With a powerful leap, she soared over 10 meters into the air, evading the hail of bullets with ease. Twisting gracefully midair, she descended swiftly, and the moment her toes touched the ground, she became a blur of black lightning, hurtling straight into the heart of a punitive squad's formation. At the center of the enemy line, she began to spin, her scythe-like tail carving a perfect arc through the air. The soldiers around her didn't even have time to react before being sliced in half, their screams drowned by the sound of blood spraying everywhere. The scythe's destructive force even cleaved the buildings on either side of the street, leaving them to crumble in a cascade of debris. The maid catgirl's slaughter had only just begun. She darted through the enemy ranks like a streak of black lightning, then transformed into a spinning vortex of death, her scythe reaping lives with ruthless precision. Each strike obliterated an entire squad of punitive soldiers, their weapons utterly useless against her. Her rampage spared no one: soldiers, civilians. Anyone who crossed her path met the same grim fate. Every living being in her line of sight was mercilessly cut down. Even the Alliance's meticulously constructed landmarks were not spared. She reduced them to rubble with a single swing of her scythe. The devastation she wrought rivaled that of an invading army. As more punitive troops poured into the city, some focused on evacuating terrified citizens while others rushed to the battlefield. Heavy artillery was even deployed onto the streets, but the maid catgirl only seemed mildly inconvenienced. Just a little more effort was required. She deftly used the city's complex terrain to her advantage, evading the main forces of the punitive army. Silently, she would slip behind their lines, slaughter dozens in one swift attack, then leap onto a rooftop and vanish without a trace. The cumbersome artillery pieces never even had the chance to lock onto her. Under her relentless and lethal assault, at least 30 military companies were annihilated, and dozens of cannons were reduced to scrap metal. Fires raged unchecked throughout the city, black smoke choking the skies. Refugees fled in every direction, their cries and wails echoing in the chaos. In the vast capital of the Alliance, not a single warrior could stand against her. Finally, when there were no more pests left to kill around her, the maid catgirl's gaze shifted to the most grandiose structure in the Alliance's capital, the Alliance Parliament. With a few agile bounds across rooftops, she stormed into the very heart of the government's power, unleashing a fresh wave of carnage upon the guards and staff of various races inside. She tore through their defenses with ease, breaking through 10 layers of reinforced steel doors in succession. At last, she found herself in a secure bunker 200 meters underground, where Qinwu had been hiding. "Ah, Meow found you, Meow," she said playfully, winking at Qinwu. Her innocent expression was a stark contrast to the massacre she had just carried out. Let me think. Meow, my master's orders were to make sure you die in agony, Meow." In the cramped confines of the safe room, countless flashes of her scythe filled the air. Qinwu didn't even have time to scream before he was reduced to countless shredded pieces, a grotesque dish of goblin sashimi. In the early morning, on the grounds of the Iron City Artillery Factory, 10 soldiers from the 10th Company of the Disciplinary Army worked together to maneuver a brand new cannon into position. They carefully set it up at the designated firing spot. Takeover moved back and forth with a focused expression, meticulously inspecting every detail of the cannon. Only after triple-checking everything did he motion to the soldiers to begin loading. The soldiers worked with practiced precision, following the procedures they had rehearsed hundreds of times with the wooden mock cannon. Takeover's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he turned to Qinwu and shouted excitedly, "Sir, the Type 1 field cannon is ready." Qinwu nodded absent-mindedly, his gaze distant. Taking a deep breath, Takeover carefully lit the fuse. With a deafening roar, the cannon fired, sending the projectile soaring through the air toward the distant target. The recoil pushed the cannon several meters backward. "Ahaha! It worked! We did it! We've built a cannon!" Takeover cheered, jumping with excitement, his voice trembling with joy. The cannon, with its slim barrel, had a 93mm caliber and a range of 1,200 meters. It could fire iron balls, stone balls, grape shot, and even shards of sand. Weighing only 350 kilograms with its carriage and wheels, it could be easily pulled by a single horse, meeting all the requirements for a field cannon. Taioka ran over to Qinwu, his face beaming with pride and accomplishment. Sir, we should start mass production immediately. If you can give me 100 more workers, I can produce one of these cannons every 15 days. Qinwu responded with a casual his tone flat. He'll provide the manpower. Focus on expanding production. This cannon will be handed over to the troops for training. Taioka froze, bewildered. During the toughest stages of development, Qinwu had been deeply involved, even staying in the blacksmith's workshop. Yet now that the final product was complete, he seemed indifferent. Not daring to ask further, Taioka turned silently to organize production. Qinwu stood motionless, weighed down by heavy thoughts. He had come to a troubling realization. The Alliance lacked high-level combat power. The Leon Brave incident was one example, and the looming Catgirl crisis was another. These immensely powerful individuals had brought the Alliance to the brink of disaster, yet the Alliance had no means to cultivate its own champions. From the intelligence he had gathered, there were limited paths to becoming a superpowered individual in this world. One was to train in magic, but that required years of effort and could not be achieved overnight. Another was to become a brave, channeling the fate of an entire race to gain immense strength. The third was to worship gods or dark entities, trading faith or one's soul for unstable supernatural power. Qinwu retrieved the Brave's insignia from storage, his only key to the extraordinary. Unfortunately, the insignia had not acknowledged him as its owner. I may not be the one, but perhaps someone else is, he muttered to himself. Back at the camp, Qinwu immediately ordered a full assembly, having the soldiers take turns touching the Brave's insignia. There was no response. Undeterred, he traveled from one village to the next, gathering goblins to try their luck, but to no avail. He even brought in kobolds, humans, and ogres, yet the results were equally disappointing. Qinwu finally gave up. The Brave's insignia seemed like a lifeless artifact, unresponsive to anyone's touch. He recalled the descriptions from various legendary tales. Artifacts would only recognize their destined owner and could not be forced. With no other choice, he ordered the construction of a stone monument in front of his wooden cabin, embedding the Brave's insignia within it. The monument bore an inscription in the common human language. For those who carry the rise and fall of their people in their hearts and bear the burden of the nation's fate on their shoulders, touch this insignia to gain the power to protect and defend. Qinwu assigned 2 guards to watch over the monument day and night, allowing anyone to approach and touch the insignia, but forbidding anyone from taking it away. In the following days, Qinwu intensified the training regimen for his troops and began stockpiling food supplies. The cannons were already built, and the time to launch an attack on the kingdom of Sarthos was drawing near. The only thing left to wait for was the hatching of the spider mounts. On the soldier management page, 20 hobgoblins had accumulated enough experience to level up, but they were deliberately held back, waiting to become cavalry. Fortunately, good news came from the Crimson Queen. She reported sensing that the eggs were about to hatch. Qinwu immediately dropped everything he was doing and hurried to the greenhouse to inspect the spider eggs. Upon arrival, he saw over 30 dark yellow spider eggs neatly embedded in the ground of the greenhouse. Each egg was as tall as a person and as wide as a small car. The egg walls appeared to be made of some kind of fleshy tissue, somewhat resembling the eggs from an alien movie. At that moment, the eggs were gently wriggling, as if they were about to hatch all at once. The greenhouse was crowded with people. Several key figures from the Alliance had gathered, all curious about the spider mounts and eager to witness their appearance. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the wriggling of the spider eggs intensified. The creatures inside were struggling fiercely, seemingly trying to break through the egg walls. The onlookers instinctively moved closer, eager to witness the birth of new life. Qinwu, in particular, nearly pressed his face against the egg walls. These creatures are the future of the tribe. Qinwu thought to himself. The spider mounts won't just train cavalry. They can also be used for plowing fields and transporting goods. Until we enter the industrial age, they will be an essential source of labor for the Alliance. Perhaps the life inside the eggs sensed Qinwu's hopeful expectations because their struggles grew even more vigorous. One egg even bulged at a sharp point, as if the spider mount was trying to pierce through the wall with its leg. Come on, little one. You can do it, Qinwu encouraged. The creatures inside the eggs tried several times to break the walls, but couldn't succeed. The egg walls were too resilient to be pierced from within. Qinwu was so anxious that he almost pulled out a dagger to help. The life inside the eggs seemed to realize that direct force wasn't working and changed tactics, starting to scrape back and forth. This method proved more effective, as a small crack began to appear in the egg wall, with an unknown sticky liquid oozing out. That's it, little one. You did it. Come out and show yourself, Qinwu exclaimed, as excited as a midwife. The others were equally intrigued, leaning in closer to watch the crack in the egg wall. Then, under everyone's intense gaze, the egg wall suddenly split apart, and a goblin head, dripping with sticky fluid, emerged. What? The crowd gasped in shock, collectively taking a step back. Qinwu was utterly dumbfounded. How had a goblin come out of a spider egg? The goblin, now free, took deep breaths as if it were breathing for the first time in its life. Using its sharp claws, it tore the egg wall further apart and slid out, covered in sticky fluids. It sat on the ground, looking around at the crowd with a bewildered expression. This one's a hobgoblin. But why does it have red markings on its body? Ejier exclaimed in confusion, stepping closer to examine the strange goblin. He pinched the goblin's umbilical cord. Wait, you have an umbilical cord? Were you born from this egg? Ejier's words reached Qinwu's ears, sending a shiver down his spine. He stared at the egg-born hobgoblin, noticing the red markings covering its body. Those markings seemed oddly familiar. Stiffly, Qinwu turned his head and saw Gobu peeking nervously from the greenhouse doorway. The Crimson Queen had also lowered her massive head, her dozens of ruby-like eyes peering into the room. When she saw the hobgoblin successfully emerge from the egg, she let out a delighted, cackling laugh and gently nudged Gobu with her massive claw. Qinwu looked at Gobu, then at the Crimson Queen, then back at Gobu, and again at the Crimson Queen. His expression shifted from confusion to doubt, then to horror, back to doubt, and finally, as realization dawned, transformed into a profound sense of admiration. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.